Rip. The sound of sharp nails piercing flesh rang out beneath the vaulted dome of the sanctum with chilling clarity. A white-haired girl knelt before the stained-glass windows of the grand cathedral of holy light, an aura of frigid aloofness radiating from her. In her blood-red pupils, fractured rays of holy light filtered through the painted glass were reflected like broken halos. Her slender fingers suddenly clenched, the tips sank deep into her own flesh. Pale golden blood gushed between her fingers and in an instant soaked through her pure white gown. The blood-stained hem of her dress spread out wildly behind her like a pair of wings that had been cruelly torn to shreds. When her right hand, drenched in golden blood, slowly withdrew from her abdomen, a rhombus-shaped crystal lay in her palm. Within it, something still pulsed rhythmically like a second heart ripped from her chest. 20 years. The girl's hoarse voice broke the silence, tinged with a fractured quality that startled the white doves roosting upon the stained glass frames. They flapped their wings and cooed anxiously as if disturbed by what they had witnessed. The girl's slender fingertips lightly brushed over the fine cracks on the crystal's surface, her movements exceptionally gentle. Every time I replenished the holy light, you were secretly siphoning away my life force, weren't you? Suddenly, she laughed, a sound fractured and deranged. The manic laughter sent the flock of doves bursting skyward, leaving only a flurry of disordered feathers behind. Then she loosened her grip, and the crystal slowly slipped from her palm. As it struck the marble floor with a crisp crack, the 5 pairs of wings on the girl's back suddenly surged and expanded. From the shattered quills of the lowest pair of wings, golden blood began to seep, drawing blinding streaks through the air before condensing midair into a phantom 6th pair of wings. At the same moment, 8 clusters of colored light surged out from beneath her skirts, intertwining and weaving together, turning the surrounding stained glass windows into a sinister kaleidoscope. The Chuch's lies must come to an end. Her voice was as cold as a 1,000-year-old abyssal pool, utterly devoid of warmth. She stepped across the carpet of shattered crystal, walking toward the terrace one measured stride at a time, as though treading on the bones of her enemies. At last she turned back to glance at the mural on the dome, a smiling 12-winged angel, and her gaze brimmed with scorn. As she leapt into the sky, the angel's face in the mural began to contort like melting wax, as though it feared her departure. Damn! In an ordinary apartment building, a delicate-looking teenage boy jolted up from his bamboo mat, as if springing from the dead. The messy fringe on his forehead was plastered to his eyelids with cold sweat clumping into barcode-like lines that blurred his vision. Outside the window, cicadas screeched like quarrelsome neighbors, while the old air conditioner unit, struggling in the 40-degree heat, droned a weary hum as if it might give up the ghost at any moment. He subconsciously touched his abdomen. The phantom stabbing pain that still seemed to linger at his fingertips made him suck in a sharp breath. This was already the 7th consecutive night he had dreamed of that self-mutilating winged girl. Every time he woke, the pain felt so real that he could not help but doubt whether everything in the dream had truly been only a dream. It looks like I'm getting stupid from lack of sleep. How could I possibly turn into some chicken wing girl? The boy muttered in exasperation, at times almost admiring the wildness of his own imagination. Kiki, if you don't get up now, the noodles will turn to mush. His mother's roar cut clean through the door, hauling him back to reality. Hearing this, the boy on the bed shook his head like a rattling drum, driving those absurd thoughts out of his mind. He then grabbed a crumpled t-shirt and pulled it over his head. As he did, the burning sensation at the nape of his neck suddenly intensified, as if 6 pairs of invisible wings were furiously sprouting beneath his skin, desperate to tear their way out. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he went to the bathroom to wash up. The boy was named Xiao Ke, an utterly ordinary young man whose only unusual experience was the string of 7 consecutive nightmares that had left him in poor shape. After washing, Xiao Ke walked to the dining room and sat down at the table. His father was watching the morning news. Due to yesterday's heavy rainfall, the water level of the moat has risen sharply. Citizens are advised to keep away from dangerous areas. His mother, carrying a bowl of noodles and frowning in concern, looked at Xiao Ke. You haven't been sleeping well lately. Should we go see Dr. Zhang? Mom. Xiao Ke stirred his noodles with his chopsticks. I'm fine. Besides, I already agreed to meet Zhang Chao at the moat. By the way, why are we having tomato egg noodles again today? The sauce for his mother's noodles was made from fully ripened tomatoes from their hometown, each as big as a steamed bun and rich in natural sweetness. Even eaten raw, they were sweet, with a pleasant tang, refreshing on the tongue. Paired with fluffy, tender scrambled eggs of exquisite texture, they made a perfect match. Together, they complemented each other beautifully. The tomatoes cut through the eggs' greasiness, while the eggs mellowed the tomatoes' sharp acidity. With just the right amount of broth, one could savor the sauce's perfectly balanced, savory sweet flavor and tender, refreshing mouthfeel. Yet in the swelter of midsummer, eating a steaming bowl of such noodles felt no different from sitting in a sauna. What's wrong with tomato egg noodles? They're sweet and sour and delicious. His mother sounded a little displeased. Seeing that she was upset, Xiao Ke dropped the subject. He hastily shoveled down a few mouthfuls of noodles, took a sip of water, and then hurried toward the door. Watching her son's distracted demeanor, Xiao Ke's mother suddenly felt a jolt of dread. I don't know why, but my right eyelid is twitching badly. It's not a good sign. And the weather report said it's going to hit 40 degrees today. Kiki, why don't you ask Zhang Chao to come over here instead? He'll make a good lunch and have him stay to eat with us. As if echoing her words, the little black dog by the entryway suddenly barked wildly and clamped its teeth onto his pant leg. Beneath its sleek, glossy fur, its muscles were taut. In its amber eyes, a faint halo shimmered behind its master as though it could see something and was trying to warn him. Xiao Ke crouched down and rubbed the dog's head. All right, Xiao He, I really can't take you out this time. Be good and guard the house. He'll take you out to play tonight. To be honest, if he didn't have something to do, he himself wouldn't have chosen to go out in this heat. Mom, don't worry about it. I've already made plans. Besides, I'm a grown man. What could possibly happen to me? It's not like I'm going to get hit by a car or something. After calming Xiao He, Xiao Ke lifted his head to address his mother again. Tui, watch your mouth, child. Don't talk about getting hit by cars, his mother scolded. Boys are supposed to go out and have fun. You're too sensitive, his father chimed in from the side, backing him up and casting a meaningful wink at Xiao Ke. Hearing his father, Xiao Ke's mother held her tongue. After all, he had a point. Yet as she watched her son's figure recede into the distance, her eyelid twitched even more violently. At noon, the asphalt road was hot enough to fry an egg. Squinting at the wavering horizon, Xiao Ke felt as if the entire world had been shoved into a giant steamer. Even pedaling his bike took more effort than usual. At last, he reached the moat. After locking his bike, he went down the stone steps by the bridge to the riverbank. A breeze immediately rose, carrying the moist scent unique to the water's edge, brushing his face and bringing a fleeting sense of relief. Along the bank, a group of old fishermen were staring intently at their bobbers. Such a peaceful, tranquil scene, which unfortunately did not last for long. Xiao Ke! A shout like thunder rolled over from a distance. One of the old men nearly dropped his fishing rod in fright at the sudden outburst. Xiao Ke covered his face, suddenly wanting to pretend he didn't know the guy. Was it too late to turn around and leave now? In the distance, a boy about Xiao Ke's age, but far more stout, was barreling toward him, chubby hand waving excitedly. This was Zhang Chao. Enduring the stares of the people nearby, Xiao Ke forced himself to walk over. Zhang Chao, what did you drag me all the way out to the moat for? Couldn't you have just told me on the phone instead of making me come out here in this heat? Seeing that Xiao Ke was clearly not in the mood for idle chatter, Zhang Chao didn't take offense. Xiao Ke, you're blaming me unjustly. If I could explain it over the phone, I wouldn't have asked you to come. As he spoke, Zhang Chao suddenly lowered his voice and leaned closer. Xiao Ke, yesterday at the antique flea market, I found a treasure. When I shone a laser pointer through it, a pattern of a 12-winged angel appeared inside. Xiao Ke glanced at him and sighed softly. It sounded exactly like some artificial treasure. After all, since when did legends ever feature 12-winged angels? Let's find a quiet spot first, then you can show me. Soon they found a sparsely populated pavilion and sat down. Zhang Chao took a silk-wrapped object from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Ke with great care. Xiao Ke carefully unfolded the silk. A crystalline blue gem emerged before his eyes, its core rippling with a dim golden glow that radiated an air of mystery. This looks a bit familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before. Xiao Ke stared at the crystal, flickering with a faint glow, muttering under his breath. He was puzzled. How could something this unusual have been picked up so cheaply by that brat Zhang Chao? He lifted his gaze toward Zhang Chao with curiosity, only to see Zhang Chao's mouth hanging wide open and his eyes bulging as if he had just seen a ghost. Xiao Ke looked utterly speechless and complained, "Isn't this something you bought? Why are you more shocked than I am?" Zhang Chao snapped back to his senses and hurriedly explained, "No, Xiao Ke, when I bought it yesterday, it wasn't glowing. It was a dark blue color, and the texture was just like silicone, all soft and floppy." Xiao Ke grew even more puzzled and pressed on. The stall owner didn't say anything about it. Zhang Chao squinted, his already small eyes straining to recall. He said he found it while tidying up old stuff at home. He'd originally just planned to throw it in as a free extra, but when he saw I wanted it, he sold it to me cheap. Xiao Ke muttered under his breath, "So basically it has no clear origin." To be honest, he had never seen anything this uncanny either. He was already thinking of taking it back for his grandfather, a lover of antiques, to examine. After all, his own skill at appraising treasures had been taught by his grandfather. "I can't figure this thing out either. How about this? I'll take it back and let my grandpa have a look. You come with me, we can think on the way if there's any other clue we missed." Zhang Chao nodded in agreement again and again. Just as they were about to stand up and leave, an urgent cry for help rang out from the river. The moment they heard it, both of them bolted toward the riverbank. When they arrived, they saw a small child flailing and struggling in the water. In an instant, they understood what was happening. It was the height of summer, and not far upstream, this moat had become a popular place for tourists to splash around. Yet drownings occurred from time to time, especially after heavy rain, when both banks of the river turned even more treacherous from the slick mud. Xiao Ke didn't have time to think. He shouted to Zhang Chao, "I can swim. I'll go save him. Fatty, you call the police now." With that, he dove headfirst into the water and swam toward the child. He could swim, but he had never learned how to rescue a drowning person. Seeing the child's arms thrashing wildly, he could only follow the motion and wrap his arms around the boy. The little boy clung to him like a man grasping at a single stalk of life-saving straw, his small hands locking onto Xiao Ke with a strength no child his age should have, completely messing up Xiao Ke's stroke. Gulu gulu. Xiao Ke swallowed several mouthfuls of water. He had no time to comfort the child in his arms. Using both hands and feet, he fought desperately to paddle toward the shore. Hauling a drowning person with him drained his strength at a terrifying pace. Coupled with the scorching heat above and the chill of the river below, the sharp contrast in temperature took its toll. By the time he pushed the child toward Zhang Chao's grasping hands, exhaustion and cramping hit him at once. Xiao Ke toppled back into the water. Just before he went under, the last thing he saw was Zhang Chao's panicked face as he shouted, "Xiao Ke! Crap, this is bad. My phone's still with Zhang Chao. If someone sees my browsing history and chat logs, I'm done for." With that ridiculous thought, Xiao Ke's consciousness slipped away. At that moment, the crystal in his pocket suddenly blazed with dazzling golden light. A strange sky. Where on earth is this place? When Xiao Ke opened his eyes, there was nothing but endless darkness. Nothing familiar could be seen anywhere. Once his consciousness returned, he tried to move his hands and feet, but there was no response at all. He did not even feel himself breathing. The only thing that seemed free of constraint was his own mind. Why am I not breathing, and yet not uncomfortable? Did I die? In this space, he felt no trace of time passing. He had no idea how long it had been. He replayed every game he'd ever played and every anime he'd ever watched 5 times over. In the end, bored out of his mind, he started counting sheep and had gotten to 1130 when a beam of light spread from ahead. The darkness retreated like a receding tide. When everything calmed, Xiao Ke opened his eyes and looked around. Whoa, this is... The sight around him stunned him on the spot. All around, in the boundless void, countless tiny clusters of stars floated. He himself seemed to have become a giant, towering among these minuscule star groups. Beneath his feet stretched a river of stars woven from innumerable galaxies, extending all the way to the very edge of the universe. A river of stars composed of countless galaxies flowed toward the end of the universe. Is this a dream? Xiao Ke rubbed his eyes, but everything remained exactly the same. Whatever. This star river is clearly beckoning me forward. I'll go take a look first. With that, he began to walk forward one step at a time. The road seemed endless. No matter how long he walked, its end remained out of sight. Yet surrounded by such impossibly mysterious scenery, Xiao Ke did not feel impatient at all. It doesn't feel like a dream. Everything around me is too vivid without that hazy blur dreams usually have. Xiao Ke poked at a nearby star cluster with his finger. The instant he touched it, the cluster erupted in a burst of blinding white light. There was no sound, but the sudden flash still made him stumble in fright. So this isn't an illusion. Did I just blow that star cluster up? Then why am I completely fine? Staring in disbelief at his unscathed hand, Xiao Ke no longer dared to mess around. He hurried away with quickened steps. After a very, very long time, Xiao Ke finally saw an end ahead. There, a silver, translucent crystal platform floated alone with nothing else around it. Without suspicion, Xiao Ke strode toward it. Looking around, he found the platform almost unnaturally spotless. In fact, hollow seemed an even better word to describe it. At the center of the platform stood an extravagantly designed chair that looked as though it had been carved from crystal. Seated upon it was a girl in an ornate dress. She was a bit far away, so the details of her appearance were hard to make out. Xiao Ke approached cautiously. He had thought that after everything jaw-dropping he had witnessed today, nothing could surprise him anymore. Yet the moment he saw the girl's face, clearly he froze. This girl was unbelievably beautiful. Her long snow-white hair shimmered with specks of starlight, cascading like silk down to her waist. Her skin was as pale as fresh snow, so delicate, it looked as if a mere breath could bruise it. Not a single pimple or blemish marred her features, none of the flaws ordinary people her age would have. Her nose was small yet straight, her lips thin and naturally rosy. Her figure was attractively curved, wrapped in a silver lace dress with puffed sleeves at a bow cinched at her waist, lending her an air both noble and enigmatic. The only flaw was that the girl's eyes remained tightly shut. For all her exquisite beauty, there was no trace of vitality about her. She seemed more like an oversized porcelain doll. Xiao Ke thought she was merely asleep and did not want to disturb her. But his curiosity about this place gnawed at him, so he called out softly, "Hello, beauty." No response came. Xiao Ke felt so embarrassed that he wanted to curl his toes into the floor and dig out a 3-bedroom apartment to hide in. Just then, from behind the enormous chair back, there came a frivolous, bizarre voice like that of a creepy clown. Young man, don't bother calling. She will never wake up, you know. A young man wearing a clown mask sauntered out from behind. He wore a tailcoat in bizarre colors, a tall top hat perched on his head, and pristine white gloves on his hands. The overall effect was grotesquely outlandish. He walked up to the girl bent down, and, under Xiao Ke's stupefied gaze, reached out and pinched the girl's chin between his fingers. Well, young man, this doll is my masterpiece. It took me 30 cosmic days to complete. Isn't she stunning? As he finished speaking, he even rubbed her face with his hand. Xiao Ke was completely baffled by the clown's bizarre behavior. Before he could even process what doll was supposed to mean, the man's groping gestures made only one thought flash through his mind. This guy is definitely a pervert. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the grotesque clown suddenly stopped what he was doing. Wearing that eerie mask with its grin stretched all the way to the ears, a smile that made one's hair stand on end, he stared straight at Xiao Ke and began to walk toward him. Would don't come any closer, Xiao Ke shouted excitedly. However, the bizarre clown did not do anything outrageous upon approaching Xiao Ke. Instead, he removed his tall ceremonial hat and performed a hat tip, revealing a unique and humble demeanor. Pardon my rudeness, young man. I have not introduced myself yet, but have been chattering away. Do you find me exceedingly strange? His tone, however, carried a flippant undertone. No, not at all. Xiao Ke quickly shook his head, denying it vehemently. Although he thought the clown had some self-awareness, he wouldn't foolishly tell such a peculiar clown the truth before understanding the situation. Haha, speaking insincerely here won't do you any good, young man. I do have some self-awareness after all. After all, I am the creator god, and I have many names. As he spoke, the strange clown began to count on his fingers. Let me think. I have names like Chaos, Gaia, Brahma, Pakikamek, and lately it seems my names have increased to include Arceus, Makona, and Stythia. However, very few people should know my true name. As he spoke, a hint of melancholy seemed to seep through the clown's words despite the comical mask, making it difficult to discern his true emotions. Yet the information Xiao Ke caught from the clown's incessant chatter left him genuinely questioning his own ears. You can read my thoughts. Wait, did you say you are the creator god? The idea that this clown could read minds was incredible, but the revelation of him being the creator god shocked Xiao Ke even more. Shouldn't a creator god be more impressive? Xiao Ke couldn't help but blurt out. Internally, he was frantically ridiculing. It's fine to be down to earth, but not to the underworld. Are you scaring ghosts with that appearance? Haha, how many creator gods have you met? The clown did not get angry at the questioning of his identity. Instead, he smiled and asked back. Xiao Ke was momentarily speechless. Although the clown made a valid point, he still felt something was off deep down. The clown then pointed to the girl sitting behind him. It's understandable that you have such doubts. After all, I really don't like being called the creator god. That title is too imposing and doesn't match my nature. She is the doll I prepared for my future abdication, but it's still missing two things, so it hasn't been completed. After saying that, the clown glanced at Xiao Ke and then clapped his hands. All right, young man, don't you have anything you'd like to ask? Xiao Ke finally came to his senses and hurriedly asked, where is this place, and why am I here? The clown shrugged. Well, as you can see, this is the end of the world. As for why you are here, I regret to inform you, young man, that you have already died. I summoned you here. Despite having prepared mentally for this, Xiao Ke was still struck by this truth. He felt annoyed, thinking that he really shouldn't have gone out in 40-degree heat. However, the clown before him seemed to have already seen through Xiao Ke's concerns. Don't worry, young man, I've taken care of it for you. But your death is a predetermined fact. To maintain the order of time and space, you cannot be revived in that world without any special abilities. Xiao Ke seemed to have come to some understanding and habitually wanted to sigh, only to realize that he was in the universe, so he continued to ask. If you truly are the creator god, why did you come to find someone as ordinary as me? Xiao Ke unconsciously began to use respectful language. Xiao Ke's confusion was not unfounded. He was merely 1 in 7 billion on Earth, so insignificant that he resembled an ant to the entire planet, let alone from the perspective of the universe. To him, all of humanity likely meant nothing. Thus, Xiao Ke didn't arrogantly believe he could assist the creator god in any way, and naturally he didn't fully believe that he was the creator god. Don't be hasty to deny the value of humanity, young man, the creator god said while shaking his head. Do you remember the star cluster you just destroyed? Xiao Ke's face instantly turned pale, thinking he was about to be held accountable for it. Don't panic, young man, it's not to blame you. That kind of desolate star cluster, I could create hundreds of them with a flick of my wrist. The creator god waved his hand, indicating that Xiao Ke need not worry. Young man, do you know how many stars make up that star cluster? Xiao Ke shook his head. 9 years of compulsory education had not taught him this, and the creator god had not expected Xiao Ke to answer. It's hundreds of thousands of stars. For humanity, that is an astonishing number, isn't it, young man? Xiao Ke nodded. Indeed, for humanity, having one sun is sufficient to live a stable life. The creator god suddenly raised his head, lifted his arms, and exclaimed excitedly, "However, young man, please look up. Here there are billions of stars, yet not a single life has been born. Earth is a miracle, and you Xiao Ke are unparalleled in that moment you chose to save someone." The young man was momentarily stirred by the creator god's infectious words, but he still retained some rationality. "So what exactly do you need me to do?" The creator god slowly lowered his arms, regaining his nonchalant demeanor. "Young man, it's like this for every virtuous person. I will grant them a chance to reincarnate in another world and present them with a carefully prepared, exquisite gift. Are you excited? Then what is the cost?" Xiao Ke did not rush to ask about the content of the gift or the matter of the other world. He had seen quite a few reincarnation anime and had some understanding in his heart. But he knew well that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, especially concerning matters that involve one's future. How could something like activating a golden finger and obtaining a system to rise to the pinnacle of life come without schemes? So it is indeed the case. You're still as cautious as before. Hearing Xiao Ke's words, the corner of the creator god's mouth beneath the mask suddenly lifted in a slight smile, as if reminiscing about something wonderful. Despite the mask obstructing his view, Xiao Ke could not see the creator god's expression at that moment, but he could feel that the creator god was in an exceptionally pleasant mood, and this was not the same pretense as before. "Young man, a good question. To tell you the truth, this universe is akin to my graduation project, but I have yet to achieve the results I desire. The universe has a lifespan, and when all the stars extinguish, the universe will face destruction. Of course, this may seem long to you, but to me, if I don't do something, it will pass quickly." Xiao Ke listened quietly, not interrupting. This was related to his future, and he could not afford to be careless. "I need to leave something behind before the universe dies, such as beings equal to my existence, or perhaps the fruits of the entire universe. And you are the seeds I have chosen." After hearing the creator god's reply, Xiao Ke only became more confused. As the creator god, is it really necessary to make it this complicated? If you need a manager, can't you just create a consciousness? The creator god brushed his hair back and gazed into the distant starry sky, speaking in a tone that implied it was self-evident. "The ideas I instill and what I create have my subjective consciousness. I do not need a puppet with a uniform thought. What I need is growth. Growth is a kind of power to explore on one's own, to experience failure and success, and ultimately to reach my height, to see the scenery I see and give me a different answer." He then looked at Xiao Ke and continued, "So you cannot help me now. What I need is your future." Xiao Ke nodded. Indeed, as he said, he could do nothing at this moment. Thinking of this, he became concerned about the gift the creator god mentioned. What could it be that would allow him to grow to the height of being able to create a world? "All right, it's getting late. It's time to send you to another world. Come over here, and I'll give you your gift," said the creator god, turning towards the crystal chair. Standing next to the girl doll, the creator god waved at Xiao Ke, signaling him to come quickly. Without suspicion, Xiao Ke hurried over, not anticipating the danger that was silently approaching. Just as he was only a step away from the doll, a black hole suddenly appeared between them, a powerful suction force rushing at him like a wild beast. Xiao Ke was taken aback, unable to react for a moment, and could only watch helplessly as he was swallowed by the black hole. "Damn it, creator god, you're not following the rules and ambushing me," he shouted in panic. Before he could finish his words, he had already vanished without a trace into the black hole. Once everything settled, the vast silver platform was left with only the creator god standing in place. She gently removed the mask from her face, revealing a beautifully sculpted, youthful visage beneath. Then her short hair cascaded down like a waterfall, falling to the ground and sparkling with tiny points of light, resembling a magnificent galaxy in the night sky. "I hope this time you can succeed. Otherwise," the girl murmured to herself, focusing her attention on a blue planet in the universe. At this moment, the blue planet looked as if it were shrouded in a layer of gray haze, as if tainted by some evil force. "Everything will be too late," the creator god whispered softly in a voice only she could hear, like a haunting elegy. In the vast universe, there was a blue planet, and in the northern temperate zone of this planet lay a vast continent. With its comfortable climate and abundant resources, this Eden-like environment was revered by its inhabitants as Mistward. The residents of this continent did not become lazy due to the easily accessible resources. Over the past 3,000 years, they have created achievements that rival those of humanity on the blue planet through their diligence and courage. Perhaps given a bit more time, they would also venture into technological exploration, advancing medicine and agriculture to enhance the well-being of their people. However, starting from that day, everything changed dramatically. At first, the sky suddenly darkened. This dimming merely led busy housewives and maids to mistakenly believe that a downpour was imminent, causing them to hurriedly gather the clothes they had hung out to dry. Next, the previously hidden rats in the city suddenly became rampant, scurrying in droves towards the east amidst a cacophony of curses and screams that could not halt their pace. In the sky, various unknown birds flew about, causing a commotion among the children until the gentlemen and ladies on the streets could no longer restrain their pet dogs, at which point people began to realize that a disaster was imminent. Yet the disaster gave people time to realize its approach, but no time to escape. In the distant west at the horizon where the sky met the sea, people witnessed a pitch-black pillar of light descending. Though no one knew what it was, their survival instincts told them that they must not wait for the mysterious pillar to get closer. Thus people rushed east in a frantic escape. Only when visible death was upon them did people truly comprehend that wealth was but a burden. Each person did their utmost to lighten their load in the hope of running faster. Some didn't even have time to put on shoes, running barefoot across the sandy and stony ground, disregarding their bloodied feet. Those fortunate enough to find a horse had no time to saddle it, clinging tightly to the horse's neck as they sped away. However, after running for a while, more people stopped, realizing that no matter how hard they tried, they could not outrun the spreading pillar of light. What made it even harder to let go were their elderly parents, young children, and loved ones. How could they abandon it all to survive alone? Thus they found a secluded spot, sat down, and embraced each other, waiting quietly for the end of days. The black pillar of light eventually spread over, enveloping those caught in it, instantly turning them to dust. When an elderly priest witnessed a child nearby, turned to powder, tears streamed down his face as he knelt on the ground praying. God, tell your confused believers what we did wrong to deserve such punishment. Finally, the black pillar of light engulfed the city, granting equal death to both the rich and the poor. The pillar continued to spread, almost covering half the land of Misward. Just as the remaining people's eyes dimmed, believing humanity would face extinction, a miracle occurred. A beam of light shot into the sky, overshadowing the eastern side of Misward, standing against the black pillar of light, protecting the remaining humans as the black pillar halted its advance. Although humanity did not know what had happened, they firmly believed it was their God who had saved them. Thus the surviving humans named the black pillar Dark Silence and the white dome Holy Light. This year was designated as the Year of Saints, and today was celebrated as New Year's Day in commemoration. In the year 324 of the Saints, the people of Misward had no special energy. The inhabitants of Micah Star were no different from those on Earth. However, that year a mysterious power quietly surged within people, granting them the ability to summon blazing fireballs and refreshing water orbs through mediums, bringing endless wonders to their lives. This significant discovery drew close attention from the higher-ups. After discussions and research, scholars inferred that these two types of energy bore striking similarities to Holy Light and Dark Silence. They referred to the energy similar to Dark Silence as magic element, and the one akin to Holy Light as light element. Research revealed that light element was far more abundant within priests than magic element, while ordinary humans contained only magic element. At that time, people attributed this solely to the blessings of the gods, as there was too little information for in-depth exploration, and instead turned to the development of new energy applications. In the year 397 of the Saints, another wave of mutations began. It seemed that nourished by Holy Light, the plants on land grew inexplicably fast, and the animals grew remarkably robust. At first, people deemed this merely another gift from Holy Light, enjoying the benefits as a matter of course, while unusual events quietly unfolded. In the depths of a forest, a towering tree about 100 meters high suddenly sprouted giant flower buds, within which were humanoid beings with pointed ears, flowing golden hair, and wings on their backs, remarkably beautiful by human standards. On the other side, in a vast grassland, a lion king leading a pride suddenly halted, his eyes glimmering with wisdom. Then, amidst the fearful roars of the lionesses around him, he slowly stood upright, beginning to walk on two legs, though his movements were still quite clumsy. In the year 451 of the Saints, the human kingdom was suddenly attacked by two mysterious forces. One was the elf tribe with eternal life, and the other was the beastmen tribe, who had animal heads, but walked upright. Due to the war 400 years prior, the kingdom's weaponry was only at the level of medieval Europe. Thus, under this sudden attack, the kingdom lost 40% of its territory, until the king dispatched accomplished Holy Light priests and magicians to stabilize the situation. Faced with pressure from the kingdom, the two forces chose to ally, and the war continued for another 100 years. All three parties suffered grievous losses and reluctantly chose to negotiate. In the year 650 of the Saints, the elf tribe experienced internal strife, and a group calling themselves the Blood Clan established the Blood Moon Empire deep within the Black Forest. In the year 840 of the Saints, both the black and white domes vanished simultaneously. The long stalemated Dark Silence seemed to change tactics as horrific monsters crawled out of the western black tide, referred to by humans as shadow beasts. Unlike the elves and beastmen, they lacked intelligence. These variously shaped monsters seemed born for slaughter, refusing to accept surrender. The four tribes united once again to combat the war against Dark Silence. In the year 905 of the Saints, the conflict raged on, forcing humanity to invent many magical devices powered by magic element or light element. However, the greatest magician and creator of the time, Mr. Castor, suddenly declared after completing a creation, magic element is not a gift from the gods, halting all activities related to magic element, the reason for which remains a mystery. Alright, the history of the Maxford continent ends here. Your Highness, do you have any questions? The young teacher finished the last word on the small blackboard, gently set down the chalk, turned around, and wore a soft smile, eagerly awaiting the student's response. However, the classroom was silent, devoid of the expected answers. Teacher Shirley furrowed her brows slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, as she looked up only to find that Princess Isilia's endearing demeanor of attentiveness was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a fluffy white ball like a lazy little cat snuggled in the chair, sleeping soundly, its small belly rising and falling with each breath, producing even sounds of gentle snoring. Wow, this is just too adorable. I want to pick it up and snuggle it. The young teacher Shirley sparkled with surprise, her inner girlhood ignited in an instant. But soon she composed herself, recalling her duties as a teacher. Shirley cleared her throat, walked to the prince's side, bent slightly, and gently said, "Your Highness." Yes. Princess Isilia, who had been drifting in sweet dreams, was suddenly startled awake by the call, causing her to shiver. In a flash, she sprang up from the chair, her voice still laced with sleepiness, responding in a soft, drowsy manner, "Teacher, I'm here." Looking at the little white-haired girl before her, whose hair was tousled like a bird's nest, and whose eyes were still half-closed in confusion, Teacher Shirley could hardly suppress her laughter. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, but she quickly restrained herself, and said with a serious tone, "Your Highness, as a noble lady, you must always maintain a dignified and graceful demeanor, no matter the time or place. Even if you accidentally fall asleep in class and the teacher catches you, you must not lose your composure, understand?" "Yes, Teacher Shirley." Princess Isilia playfully stuck out her tongue, then pretended to be serious, and nodded in agreement. Shirley, her eyes twinkling, decided to tease the adorably mischievous little girl and deliberately asked, "So, Your Highness, should I tell His Grace about you sleeping in class?" "No, please don't." Upon hearing this, Princess Isilia's eyes widened in alarm, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Shirley with a pitiful expression. "Teacher Shirley, please don't tell Father. I know I was wrong, and I promise I won't do it again next time. Please. Oh my, who can resist this?" Shirley felt her heart melt at the sight of the little princess, quickly covering her chest and taking a deep breath to compose herself. "I really can't do anything about you, but this is the last time." Actually, Shirley felt quite reassured about the princess. Ever since becoming her tutor, Isilia had always been obedient and diligent in her studies. However, it was highly unusual for the princess to fall asleep during history class. Shirley pondered, could it be that she stayed up late last night reading fairy tales? Wow, Teacher Shirley is the best. Upon hearing that she was let off the hook, Princess Isilia suddenly jumped into Shirley's arms and nuzzled against her. Shirley lowered her head and affectionately patted the little girl's head. "All right, little she, you seem to have other arrangements this afternoon, so let's end today's lesson here. Remember to go back and rest well, and don't be so dazed all the time. Be careful not to be caught by shadow beasts. They love to catch little sleepyheads. I'm quite strong, you know." Princess Isilia stubbornly stretched out her little arm and tightly clenched her fist, trying to show off her strong muscles, her serious little expression eliciting smiles. Yes, our princess is indeed impressive. So when we meet next time, please be sure to maintain this healthy body. After finishing her words with a smile, Shirley got up, nodded to the surrounding maids, and gracefully walked away. As Princess Isilia watched Shirley's retreating figure, she suddenly snapped back to reality, her face turning bright red, internally lamenting, "Oh, why did I act so naturally just now?" Indeed, this adorable Princess Isilia was actually the reincarnation of Xiao Ke. She covered her hot face with her little hands, wishing she could roll on the floor for a moment to express her current embarrassment, but with so many maids around, she couldn't. At first, she just wanted to pretend to be an ordinary child, but unexpectedly, she couldn't stop once she started. Those adorable little habits had unknowingly formed. However, she couldn't really blame herself for today's events. Xiao Ke recalled the day she was just reborn. After being ambushed by the creator god, she once again fell into a long period of darkness. When she opened her eyes again, to her surprise, she had turned into a little infant and arrived in this strange new world. However, what Xiao Ke saw before her was not the beautiful blue sky and white clouds, but rather a dozen greasy middle-aged men, all staring at her with eager expressions. Xiao Ke was so scared that she was stunned, thinking that she had been targeted by human traffickers right after being born. Thus, when the archbishop announced that she was a princess, she completely failed to register the shocking news. Seeing that the princess wasn't crying, the attending maid thought her airways were blocked and hurriedly had the archbishop cast several holy light spells. In the end, Xiao Ke, coming back to her senses, could only recall the vocal exercises learned in music class from her previous life, and she let out a couple of loud cries which finally relieved everyone. Later on, Xiao Ke learned that she had become the princess of the Duchy of Ostending, and this world had a bizarre tradition of allowing feudal lords to witness the birth of royal offspring. Heaven help. You almost scared your princess to death, did you know that? From that day onward, to prevent such awkward situations from occurring again, in addition to pretending to be a child princess, Isilia's bedtime reading also changed to history textbooks. However, the princess was still unaware that at some point the rumor that the princess is a genius had quietly spread. Later on, in order not to bury the prince's talents, Duke Hill hired Shirley as her private tutor when the princess turned 6. Shirley had long flaxen hair that flowed like a waterfall, and her azure eyes sparkled like jewels, combining beauty and intelligence, making her a goddess. The little princess had been a boy in her past life and naturally adored this beautiful and knowledgeable young lady, paying extra attention in class, unable to tear her eyes away from teacher Shirley. Sigh, if only teacher Shirley weren't teaching my bedtime reading today. Isilia sighed softly, her face displaying an expression full of helplessness. As for turning into a girl, Xiao Ke was currently able to accept it. Firstly, she was young, and there wasn't much difference between her and boys. Secondly, Isilia slowly walked to the full-length mirror in her bedroom, smiled sweetly at her reflection, and struck a cat-ear pose, saying, "I'm really cute." The girl in the mirror had a delicate face like a porcelain doll, her skin as white as snow, and her features were petite and exquisite, somewhat resembling a doll-like girl, beautiful enough to captivate anyone. Given such a beautiful appearance, complaining would be too ungrateful. As for whether she would be arranged for a marriage in the future, that was a worry for her future self. At worst, she could learn from those runaway young ladies and stage an impromptu escape from marriage, perhaps even embarking on a wonderful adventure. As Isilia daydreamed in front of the mirror, she completely failed to notice someone entering her bedroom. "Sister." A timid child's voice came from behind. "Oh no, I actually forgot to lock the door." Princess Isilia suddenly snapped back to reality, quickly put her hands down, and slowly turned around, only to see a small boy with light golden tousled hair standing at the door, cautiously looking at her with his blue eyes. This was Isilia's twin brother, Ilu. Isilia smiled warmly, quickly walked over, pulled her brother in from behind the door, and with a swift motion locked the door with a click, all in one fluid movement. "Hey, my dear brother, did you see anything just now?" Isilia squinted slightly, a mischievous grin on her face. Ilu, with a strong desire to survive, stammered, I didn't see anything. Really, sister, I swear." His nervous little demeanor was amusing to watch. "Oh, quite clever, aren't you? No wonder you're my brother. However, today I'm not going to let you off so easily." As the eldest son of Duke Al, barging into a girl's room without permission and lying about it is not a responsible behavior. "I'm quite disappointed in you, brother." As she spoke, she dramatically sighed. Her expression of disappointment could have won an Oscar. "So what do you want me to do to forgive you?" Ayla's eyes turned red with anxiety. As her twin brother, he cared a lot about this sister he grew up with. "Play a game with me." Isilia blinked her eyes, speaking mysteriously, excitement glinting in her eyes, leaving one to wonder what scheme she was plotting. "Sister's hands are sweating." Ilu raised his little face, his golden curls bouncing with each step. Isilia immediately released her brother's hand, wiping the sweat on the fluffy hem of her dress. This light yellow gown was truly cumbersome, making it difficult to escape later. The sound of footsteps from a maid came around the corner, and Isilia quickly pulled her brother against the wall to stand still. 3, 2, 1. When the maid with silver cutlery turned the corner, the two little ones had already put on the most standard princess and prince smiles. "Good afternoon, Sister Lumi." Isilia curtsied, pinching the hem of her skirt, catching a glimpse of the maid's brooch that was askew. Indeed, it seemed the banquet hall was bustling with chaos. Once the maid walked far away, Ilu suddenly tugged at her sleeve's bow. "Sister, this isn't just a game. It is a game." Isilia swatted his hand away and pointed towards the intricately carved wooden door at the end of the corridor. "Do you see that door? Inside there is a talking magic book, but there's a guard at the entrance. We must find a way to distract them and get inside. If we get caught by the guard..." Ayla's blue eyes widened in shock. "Will we be taken to prison? All the strawberry puddings will be confiscated." Isilia looked at her brother's suddenly pale face with satisfaction as she pulled out a ball. "Later you pretend to chase this and trip in front of the guard, distracting them. But mommy said we can't go there, and I don't want to lose my strawberry pudding. If you fall hard enough as compensation, it'll make you honey fried chicken." Ilu swallowed hard as he took the ball, suddenly tilting his head to ask, "Sister, why today?" "Because today the entire castle is preparing to welcome Father, and Mommy Selena is busy trying on the newly arrived jade necklace, leaving no time for them. Moreover," Isilia touched the photocopy stone hidden in the hem of her skirt. She wanted to take this opportunity to photocopy those magic books that adults usually do not allow them to see. "In short, it must be today." You don't need to worry about anything else. Just be ready, and he'll count to 3 before we act. Ixalia did not explain too much to Ailu. 3, 2, 1. She suddenly pushed her brother. The ball rolled towards the library, and Ailu chased after it like a startled kitten performing a textbook-level fall on the red carpet. Ouch! A pitiful cry rang out. Ixalia gasped, instinctively rubbing her knee. Ouch, it looks painful, not like acting. The guard was indeed attracted, and not wanting to waste Ayla's knee, she quickly slipped into the library from the other side. A musty smell assaulted her senses with thousands of books piled into towers beneath the dome. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows and dust danced in the beams. She stood on her tiptoes to reach the third layer of bookshelves, the golden title of Introduction to Magic and Sacred Arts, flickering at her fingertips. Suddenly her foot slipped, and an entire row of books came crashing down, with one book hitting her tender forehead with a thud. Ouch, ouch, ouch. In that moment of wailing, she quickly covered her mouth. Ixalia gritted her little teeth and rubbed her reddened forehead, but her fragile body still uncontrollably shimmered with tears. Once the pain subsided a bit, Ixalia placed the book on the table and pulled out a piece of obsidian-like photocopy stone from her hidden pouch. This was the top-tier USB of the magical world, though it looked like a lump of coal. Click, click, click. The little princess flipped through the pages, acting as a human scanner, pressing each page against the photocopy stone as if feeding it cookies. With a flash of blue light, the images of the pages were saved into the stone with a ding. If she weren't worried about the guard returning if she took too long, she would have hummed the army and people's production while photocopying all the books. Slowly placing the books back in their original positions and gently stowing away the photocopy stone, the little princess tiptoed back to the library door. She gently pushed the door open, peeking out like a thief through the crack. Good, no one noticed. She secretly rejoiced. The library was located in a secluded area with no other maids nearby to assist. As for the books and the injured prince for the loyal guard, the distinction between the two was naturally unnecessary to elaborate. Ixalia wasted no time returning. Unlike her arrival, she lifted her skirt and entered a brisk walking mode, specifically choosing the corners and nooks of the corridors as if playing a real-life version of Assassin's Creed. Bang! The moment she locked the bedroom door behind her, the little princess collapsed like a cat pancake, her heart racing as if a little deer was thumping inside. She gasped while complaining, "It seems I should exercise more when nothing is happening." Once she regained her composure, Ixalia eagerly pulled out the photocopy stone again and began flipping through its contents. The introductory content wasn't much, it merely explained how to utilize magic elements and light elements along with a few easy-to-understand spells. Ixalia quickly skimmed through it, as everyone in the Maxford continent possessed magic elements in their bodies, just like hair and teeth, so sensing and utilizing magic elements was as easy as snapping one's fingers. It was not difficult if one knew how. However, reality soon dealt her a blow. "No, I don't feel anything at all." Ixalia sat cross-legged on her goose-down blanket, frustrated. Where's the promised magic element? Did the creator god give me a single system configuration? She closed her eyes, holding her breath, but couldn't even produce a spark of magic. Not discouraged, Ixalia took a deep breath and began trying to sense the light elements. This time, however, it went surprisingly smoothly. She easily sensed the scattered light elements filling the entire bedroom, slowly merging into her skin with each breath. Yet due to her previous failures, she didn't allow herself to feel joy. Instead, she focused intently, tracking the flow of the light elements until she reached the central gathering point, where a crystal glimmered with a faint blue light. Ever since that great disaster, everyone on the Maxford continent had suddenly developed this organ-like crystal in their bodies to store light or magic elements. However, the amount of light elements contained in the crystal astonished Ixalia. It was simply overwhelming, truly like an ocean of light. Without comparison, she couldn't tell what realm she was in, but it seemed quite impressive. Ixalia excitedly waved her tiny fist. But upon glancing at the empty magic element storage area next to her, she slumped with a pitiful cat-like face. So, am I being forcibly transitioned into a nun? The church hymns began to loop in her mind, tragically, as if she would be sacrificed to the goddess of light on a cross at any moment. Enough, let's begin with spellcraft. Ixalia shook her silvery hair, casting aside the unanswered questions that lingered in her mind. She had always been a woman of action. If clarity eluded her for now, she would simply leap straight into practice. Her gaze now fell upon the soul's sacred art recorded in the tome, Light Arrow Technique. Sacred arts and magic were at their core one and the same. Both drew upon the energy innate within the caster, channeled through a specific medium to stir and command the elemental forces permeating the atmosphere, thereby unleashing formidable arcane effects. The upper limit of energy a person's inner crystal could contain was without question the decisive factor governing their strength. Yet Ixalia now hesitated, uncertain which medium to choose. Spells could be cast most simply through incantation, a verbal conduit, or alternatively via a physical focus, thereby bypassing the need for vocalization altogether. Grand strategic magics demanding rare components and intricate preparations typically relied on incantation, whereas low-tier techniques like light arrow were far more expedient when executed through a tangible focus. Isilia's eyes drifted toward the opulent four-poster bed, so vast it could comfortably accommodate a dozen sleepers, its foot piled high with an assortment of ornate dolls. Could a doll serve as a focus? In her past life as a man, she'd held no fondness for dolls. Even these lifelike ones stirred no sentiment in her, and thus using them for spell work cost her no pang of conscience. Yet abruptly an absurd image flashed across her mind, herself clad in an exquisite Lolita gown flinging dolls onto the battlefield to strike down enemies, and her ears instantly flushed crimson. Absolutely not. This is utterly mortifying. Isilia swiftly averted her gaze from the dolls, only for her fingertips brushing across the jewel casket brimming with rubies to spark sudden inspiration. Compared to conspicuous dolls, gemstones, refined, potent, and inherently resonant, were undeniably superior. And crucially, she possessed them in abundance. A scarcity was no concern. She gently slid open the floor-to-ceiling glass door leading to the balcony, and a fresh, earth-scented breeze swept over her. Barefoot, she strolled across the sun-warmed stone, breathing deeply and centering herself with serene composure. Then, raising her hands clasped around the ruby, she followed the tome's instructions, guiding her inner energy like a rising tide, converging it steadily toward her palms. The ruby levitated abruptly, trembling above her palm with a low, resonant thrum. Half the sacred art's invocation was complete. She exhaled, relieved. Yet as she continued channeling energy into the gem, the intended slender light arrow instead coalesced into a crimson sphere the size of a clenched fist. Wait, something's wrong. Isilia suddenly realized her energy was surging wildly, untethered and uncontrolled. The once docile ruby now raged like a ravenous glutton, devouring her power with terrifying greed, the sphere swelling before her eyes, rapidly ballooning until it neared the scale of half a castle. Stop right now. Cold sweat traced paths down her ashen cheeks. Her legs trembled, threatening to buckle beneath her. Her consciousness blurred under the strain of catastrophic depletion. Yet releasing the sphere meant certain annihilation. The entire castle would be reduced to rubble in an instant. Meanwhile, chaos erupted across the castle courtyard. Heavens, Her Highness's chamber. Fetch the Grand Steward at once. What are you all gawking at? A commanding voice boomed. Maids fled, skirts billowing, guards gripped their swords, paralyzed by indecision. A young man strode forward, impeccably attired in black tailcoat and polished Oxfords. This was Leip, Grand Steward of the Duchy of Ostenden. His usual austere, forbidding countenance, so stern it daunted even seasoned courtiers, now anchored the panicked crowd like a lighthouse in storm-tossed seas. Raid. Take 3 squads westward to erect defensive wards. Leip's frost-sharp gaze swept the assembly. Layer Tier 3 reinforcement runes over Tier 4 auxiliary enchantments. Flawless execution only. Anyone who stumbles over their tongue may report directly to the stables and scrub every stallion's hooves. Yes, Grand Steward Leip. A young man with chestnut-brown hair stepped forward, voice firm and clear. Follow me. Without hesitation, the brown-haired captain led several sharp-eyed guards sprinting toward the castle gates. Where is Emia? Leip turned sharply to the trembling maids. They exchanged helpless glances. No one had noticed her whereabouts amid the pandemonium. A small red-haired girl peered out from behind the crowd. The head maid. I saw her. She went to protect the lady. A timid, childlike voice floated through the air. Only then did Leip notice the diminutive figure concealed behind the maid's skirts. He studied her intently for a long moment. The girl trembled visibly, knuckles whitening where she clutched her hem, but her wide, luminous eyes met his unflinchingly. With a subtle nod, Leip withdrew his gaze. Once orders were secured, he dissolved into a blur of motion, racing toward the princess's chambers. Meanwhile, miles away along the royal highway, a formidable procession advanced toward the castle. Clad in unified cobalt uniforms, they bore massive longbows across their backs and wore gleaming long swords at their hips. Their march resolute, their bearing radiant with martial pride. At their vanguard rode a young man in his 20s, golden tousled hair, framing a face alight with irrepressible joy. He was Duke Hill, returning triumphant from the front lines, accompanied by the elite legions of the Duchy of Ostenden. The Duchy of Ostenden was a sovereign realm within the Kingdom of Ostend. Its founder, Ostenden I, was the younger brother of the kingdom's former monarch. Awarded noble rank and vast territories for unparalleled valor, he established the autonomous duchy. Now 2 generations later, the title rested with Duke Hill. Oh dear, our esteemed Duke seems to have lost control of his facial muscles since crossing the duchy's border. A vulpine maiden giggled her fluffy ears, and tail twitching playfully with each word. After all, it's been over half a year. I'm already craving more tavern's malt ale. This time I'll drink myself into oblivion. TSK, thinking only of indulgence the moment you're home. Duke Hill is nothing like you. A man with tawny brown hair grinned rakishly beside her. Oomph. A golden-haired elven maiden hovered nearby, transparent wings fluttering rapidly, betraying her feigned disdain as much as her words. No harm done, Tina. Oaf knows his limits, and this eagerness is but the warmth of home calling to him. Duke Hill smiled, gently soothing the flustered elf. See, only our brilliant, peerless Duke truly understands me. Tina, darling, you're a century and a half old, yet still so easily riled. What of it? We high elves possess eternal lifespans. I remain a maiden still. Just look at him, your grace. He delights in tormenting me. The innocent elf once again faltered in verbal combat. Just then Duke Hill stiffened, his attention seized by a distant surge of arcane energy. He frowned, incredulous that such a disturbance could emanate from the castle. Closing his eyes, he extended his senses, deep, precise, and calm. His companions fell silent, their mirth vanishing at his sudden gravity. Something has happened at the castle. His sapphire eyes snapped open, cold, sharp, and edged with steel. Tina, Oaf, Moira, you three reorganize the troops and follow me immediately. Without another word, he vaulted from his mount, murmured, bodily augmentation and hyperacceleration, and shot forward, a streak of azure lightning cleaving the air. Miraculously, flora and fallen leaves alike parted before him, not by force, but as if refracted, forming a perfect narrow path just wide enough for a single traveler. Ah, Sir Hill has dashed out alone again. When will he understand that his own life is the most precious? Moira's ears playfully twitched as she crossed her arms, her tone resembling that of a worried parent. Isn't it said that our Duke is a true man? He charges into battle first every time. Who wouldn't admire such bravery? Off changed from his usual playful demeanor to a serious expression, his eyes filled with admiration for Duke Hill. Oh, it's rare for us to share the same opinion. The elven girl Tina covered her mouth in surprise. Little Tina, what kind of image do I have in your eyes? What do you mean I'm not decent? Look at my dashing appearance. Oh, how do those 3 words even apply to me? Off said, exaggeratingly, pointing at himself with a helpless expression. Well, you do have a point. We should add shameless to the list, making it 4 words now. Tina blinked, her face serious, as if declaring an undeniable truth. Watching you two bicker is quite amusing, but if you don't hurry, Sir Hill will vanish from sight. Moira emphasized the words you two, her tone teasing like that of a playful couple. Who said we're a pair? The two shouted almost simultaneously, their reaction akin to cats whose tails had just been stepped on. Moira smiled without saying a word, her eyes filled with mischief. The atmosphere became a bit delicate, and the two lost interest in continuing their argument. Immediately after, the 3 issued a command for a rapid march, transforming into 3 fleeting shadows as they sped towards Duke Hill's direction, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. On the other side, Chief Rep hurriedly made his way to the prince's chamber. The pressure he felt on the way was heavy as a mountain weighing down on his heart. Moreover, as time passed, this force grew stronger, as if it could upend the world. Rep marveled, inwardly wondering how such a small frame could harbor such terrifying potential. Generally, a novice in spellcasting would not create such a commotion even if their power got out of control, yet the princess on her first attempt was causing the earth to tremble. By the time Rep gasped for breath and reached the prince's bedroom door, the force was already strong enough to make his legs feel weak, and every step was laborious, as if he were sinking into a quagmire with this power tugging at him. Rep knew all too well that with his capabilities as chief steward, he could not contain such raging energy. Yet without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the doorknob of the princess' room. As the royal chief steward, loyalty was already etched into his bones. He understood that if he failed to save the princess, he would die alongside her. It was his fate and his commitment. As Rep turned the key in his hand with a bang, the wild energy surged forth like a tide, instantly pushing the door aside. Facing the torrent of energy, Rep struggled to open his eyes, only to see the petite princess standing alone in the center of the balcony, swaying like a leaf in a fierce wind, as if she would be torn to shreds at any moment. Your Highness, Rep exclaimed, rushing to the prince's side. The little prince's face was extraordinarily pale, not the shimmering silver color of her hair, but a sickly white. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, and even her beautiful red eyes had lost their former luster, merely struggling to stay open. Uncle Rep, is that you? Iselia sensed someone approaching, but everything in front of her was too blurry to see clearly. She could only recognize by voice. It's me, hold on, don't get distracted. As the voice rang out, a warm current flowed into Iselia's body, giving her weary frame a bit of strength. However, this bit of strength was negligible compared to the rapidly depleting energy. Can you still lift your hand? Rep anxiously asked, looking at the energy sphere before him, which resembled a small mountain. No, it's too heavy, I can't lift it, the princess replied weakly. Although she was a boy in her previous life and had a rather strong character, now she felt like someone who had never exercised, having just run 3 kilometers without stopping, trembling all over. It was beyond what willpower could endure. With a crack, the surging energy caused the wall tiles to peel off. A large chunk of stone came crashing down towards Isilia's little forehead. At this critical moment, while continuing to channel energy to the princess, Rep shielded her with his whole body. The heavy stone slammed into Rep's back, causing a trickle of blood to spill from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto Isilia's delicate face. Feeling the stickiness on her face and the faint taste of blood, Isilia trembled as she spoke. "Uncle Rep, are you hurt?" "I'm fine. Your Highness, you're not hurt, are you?" Rep steadied himself, enduring the intense pain as he quickly looked towards the princess beneath him. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault," Isilia said softly, filled with remorse. She did not regret trying the light arrow technique. After all, magic was too tempting for someone from another world. An accident had occurred, which was truly her own doing. This bitter fruit should not be tasted by others. Don't think too much, Your Highness, focus." Rep guessed Isilia's thoughts and mustered his strength to comfort her. He knew that the process of casting the holy technique was complex, and even powerful holy light priests might make mistakes when first encountering a new holy technique, let alone a novice like the princess. Yet for an ordinary novice, if their energy went out of control, it would be impressive enough to shatter a block of stone. The prince's situation was simply outrageous. While he was thinking this, not only was the wall peeling off, but cracks began to appear in the marble floor beneath their feet, resembling a shattered spider web that rapidly spread, signaling impending disaster. "Am I going to die again?" Isilia felt despair as she looked at the massive sphere of light before her, knowing that even if she triggered it now, if it exploded midway, it would be enough to destroy the city. At that moment, the ground suddenly cracked with a loud boom, and a sense of weightlessness overwhelmed them. Rep desperately tried to cast a defensive holy technique, but Isilia understood that it would be of no use. "It's over, everything is over, eh?" Isilia was about to give up when a gentle male voice came through. "It's not time to give up yet, Ace." As the ground slowly restored itself in the light, Duke Hill floated down with a warm smile, like a savior descending from the heavens. Father, Isilia weakly called out. "It's me, your father has come, don't be scared, Ace." Duke Hill spoke softly, his voice not loud, yet it instantly eased Isilia's anxiety. Since his reincarnation, he had always held a distance from his identity and family in this world due to his memories from his past life. But at this moment, she deeply acknowledged this person who brought her hope as her father in this life. Duke Hill looked towards Rep and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Rep." Cough, I'm fine, Sir Hill, you handle this energy sphere first." Rep held on his tone, resolute. "Don't worry, leave it to me," Duke Hill said cheerfully, flying to the side, then shouting to Isilia. Ace released the energy forward. But Isilia hesitated. It wasn't that she didn't trust her father, but the energy of this sphere was too terrifying, and she was worried for his safety. "Don't be afraid, trust your father," Duke Hill's calm voice reassured Isilia like a balm for her nerves. With Rep's guidance, she successfully released the energy. In an instant, the immense energy within the gem shot forth like a red lightning bolt, breaking the sky at supersonic speed, accompanied by thunder and lightning, a magnificent spectacle directly aimed at Duke Hill. Just as the energy was about to engulf Duke Hill, a strange mirror covered in mysterious runes and surrounded by a golden halo suddenly appeared before him. Before the red light could touch the mirror, it seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand, changing direction and shooting upwards into the sky. The 3 generals arriving a bit later were helping to construct a defensive magic array. Upon seeing the red beam coloring the sky, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Whether on the battlefield or at home, Sir Hill is always so radiant," Moira said while observing the respectful expressions of the surrounding guards. Yes, Sir Hill is so handsome, unlike some people who only know how to grin foolishly." Tina crossed her arms, her eyes glued to Duke Hill floating in the air, sparkling with admiration. "Foolish grin. Do I have no redeeming qualities?" Off's mouth twitched, looking aggrieved. Tina rolled her eyes at him. "You have such things." Off was about to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Just as they were bickering, the beam of light in the sky slowly shrank and finally disappeared. "We made it out alive." Isilia sighed in relief, her tense nerves relaxing only for fatigue to instantly overwhelm her. Her vision went dark as she stumbled backward. Rep hurriedly caught the princess, but he too was on the verge of collapse due to continuous exertion and injuries. Fortunately, Duke Hill noticed Rep's predicament, took Isilia from him, and then carrying Isilia walked into a guest room, gently placing her on the bed, quietly watching over her, his eyes filled with concern. Duke Hill looked at his little daughter curled up in the down comforter, the light at his fingertips gradually fading away. Isilia's sleeping face was serene and gentle, completely unreflective of the destructive power that had almost obliterated the entire town moments ago. "This girl, there's really nothing I can do about her." He smiled wryly as he tucked the blanket around his daughter, suddenly hearing hurried footsteps coming from the corridor. Before long, a noblewoman with snow-white long hair and fiery red eyes whose features were exquisitely reminiscent of a mature version of Isilia burst into the bedroom with a loud bang. She completely disregarded Duke Hill and dashed straight to the bedside. The noblewoman gazed at the unconscious Isilia, wanting to hold her in her arms, but afraid of waking her. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke in a choked voice, "Cece, what's wrong? Don't scare Mommy. Serena, don't worry, our daughter is fine." Duke Hill walked over slowly, reaching out to wipe away the tears at Serena's eyes. "I just checked, the Holy Light's feedback is very stable. She's merely exhausted her mental energy." He gently placed his hand on his partner's shoulder, offering warm comfort. After crying for a while, Serena suddenly grasped her husband's clothing, saying, "It's all my fault for always pushing her to learn etiquette. Not letting her do anything is what led to this. Don't blame yourself, Serena." Duke Hill gently helped his wife up. "As her father, I have been away at war for years and couldn't accompany her. I didn't realize she had such great potential. Besides, Isilia has no peers to play with. She must be feeling very lonely, which is why she attracted our attention this way. So what should we do now? Holy arts are not something that can be cast just by knowing the theory. It's like welding a chip. If there's an error in one place, the entire technique will evolve in unpredictable directions. The purity of her awakened holy light may be even more astonishing than that of the original saintess. Rather than prohibiting her, it would be better to guide her correctly. She needs a capable teacher to guide her. We can discuss the specifics later, but for now, let's let Isilia rest well." Serena did not speak, merely nodded silently, and together they left the guest room. At this moment, Isilia's consciousness was enveloped in darkness. However, upon seeing this familiar scene, she felt no ripple in her heart, even calmly, letting out a small yawn. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, "Hello, dear young one, did you miss me?" She looked around, searching for the figure she remembered, and saw the silver-haired deity sitting cross-legged on a throne of emptiness, dressed in a golden robe, looking more like a charlatan. "How dare you appear?" Isilia stomped her foot in anger, the hem of her fluffy nightgown rippling. "What happened to the promised reincarnation benefits? Now I've even changed my gender. And why shouldn't I? I've given you a noble status, endless wealth, beautiful looks, and extraordinary potential." The creator deity wore a puzzled expression, then rested his chin on his hand, revealing a playful smile. "Besides, you seem to be quite enjoying your current life. Your coyness appears very natural. That's just bodily instinct." Isilia's face flushed slightly as she immediately retorted, "In any case, turn me back." The creator deity shrugged his shoulders and replied helplessly, "It's not possible right now, young one. This body has already formed a strong causal connection with this continent. Even I can't forcibly change it. However, when you grow strong enough to be as formidable as I am, you will be able to change your appearance yourself." The creator deity added with a smile, "Of course, the premise is that you still want to change back then. I always feel like you're just fooling me." Isilia rolled her eyes and then asked, "So why did you call me here? To watch me make a fool of myself? Though that is one of the purposes." Seeing Isilia's wide-eyed stare, the creator deity smiled and changed the subject. "What do you think of the Maxwood continent?" "How do I think? When I first crossed over, I really struggled to adapt. No phone, no games. But there is magic here." Isilia blurted out without thinking. After all, technology can develop in the future, but magic cannot just appear out of thin air. But right now, this continent is being eroded, and if it continues like this, complete destruction is not impossible. Are you implying that you want me to save the world?" Isilia felt a bad premonition in her heart. "Oh," the creator deity nodded. "Oh, what do you mean? You're pushing me to run in the 100-meter race of the Olympics before I've even learned to walk." The deity suddenly suppressed his smile and conjured a half-black, half-white star at his fingertips, saying, "It's not that urgent, I'll give you a direction. You can first figure out why this world has become like this." "Huh, who knows that? Who should I ask?" Isilia blinked, wanting to ask again, when suddenly she was engulfed by a blinding golden light. In a daze, she heard the deity's final whisper, "Remember, do not forget your original intention. Face your destiny." With a smile, bright sunlight poured through the window, bathing the room. On the soft big bed, the girl's fair and delicate skin was covered with a thin layer of sweat, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently, as if she was about to awaken from her dream. However, the girl frowned tightly, seemingly unhappy in her dreams. Nearby, a sweet-looking maid stood attentively watching over the girl on the bed. The warm sunlight shone on her, and she couldn't help but let out a pleasant yawn. Just then, the girl on the bed suddenly sat up and yelled, "Riddler, get out of Maxwood." This inexplicable shout startled the yawning maid. The maid's eyes widened in surprise, and after realizing what had happened, she hurriedly ran towards the door, while excitedly shouting, "Her Highness the Princess is awake." Isilia sat alone on the bed, staring blankly in the direction the maid had run off to. Then she shook her little head and patted her cheeks with her small hands to wake herself up. Why is my head so dizzy? How long have I slept? Just as the princess was still dazed on the bed, the door was gently pushed open. A beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a frilled apron paired with a plain white dress and a pristine maid's headscarf, walked in pushing a food cart. Your Highness, you've been asleep for 3 days. The blonde girl answered Isilia's question with utmost seriousness. I've slept for so long. No wonder I'm feeling dizzy. Isilia covered her forehead with her small hand and asked again, by the way, why is Sister Emilia here? Isn't she with Mother? Emilia, being both the head maid and the exclusive maid of the Duchess, usually accompanied the Duchess when not busy. The lady has watched over you for 3 days and 3 nights and has just gone to rest. Emilia ladled a spoonful of amber-colored medicinal soup. The lady was worried you would be hungry after sleeping for so long and instructed me to prepare a nutritious soup made from moonlight trout, just waiting for you to wake up. Mother, remembering the trouble she had caused earlier and how worried her family was, Isilia fell silent again. Let me feed you, Your Highness. Emilia approached with the soup bowl. Oh no, I can drink by myself. Oh, no need, Sister Emilia. Isilia thought to herself, although she was now a 6-year-old little girl, she still had memories from her past life. Being fed was too embarrassing. Come on, Your Highness, open your mouth. Emilia unexpectedly persisted, bringing the soup spoon to the prince's lips. Isilia tightly closed her mouth, shaking her head like a rattle drum, refusing to accept the feeding. Emilia looked at the prince's adorable demeanor and smiled slightly, placing the bowl aside and sitting behind the princess. Your Highness, you have slept for 3 days. You must have no appetite. I was inconsiderate. Let me give you a massage, Your Highness. Saying this, she gently placed her hands on either side of the prince's spine and began to massage from top to bottom. A wave of delightful and tingling sensations spread throughout Isilia's body, causing her to involuntarily hum, so comfortable. With Emilia's massage, Isilia's mind became much clearer. She then realized that her earlier behavior was merely being cute and playful. She wondered if it was due to this body, but since her reincarnation, she had become more and more like a little child. That's enough, Sister Emilia. Isilia's little face turned slightly red as she spoke softly. Does Your Highness want to eat now? Emilia gently asked. Isilia nodded. Emilia picked up the soup bowl and began to feed her again. This time Isilia did not refuse, obediently opening her little mouth, her eyes tightly closed, a faint blush spreading across her pale face. Sigh, although it's a bit embarrassing being fed, is indeed worry-free. Oh, I only need to open my mouth. But if this continues, will I become a little useless girl who only knows how to act cute? As Isilia pondered this, she drank down the entire bowl of soup. When will I be able to get out of bed? Isilia kicked the blanket to the side, her delicate calves swinging back and forth. Although she felt a bit weak, being immobile for 3 days was truly unbearable. Amia, who was tidying up the dining cart, continued without stopping. The holy light priest from the church will come to examine His Highness shortly. If there are no issues, then it will be fine. For now, please lie down and rest peacefully. She deliberately emphasized the word lie down, catching a glimpse of the restless bundle rolling to the edge of the bed out of the corner of her eye. Isilia lay at the edge of the bed like a flipped turtle, her chin resting on a velvet pillow embroidered with golden threads. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass window, casting a mosaic of colors onto her pale face, causing her ruby-like pupils to flicker. The last words of the Creator echoed in her ears again. Do not forget your original intention. What does this mean? Is it saying that I will forget my original intention in the future? Isilia did not believe that the Creator's words were meaningless. My original intention. Could it refer to becoming a boy? She murmured to herself, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the irises embroidered on the bedsheet. No, there are too few clues, and why would the Creator give this doll-like body to me? Did He plan for me to save the world from the very beginning? It felt like she had boarded a pirate ship, and the difficulty was overwhelming. It seemed that anything related to the Creator was as elusive as shadows in the fog. Forget about this for now. The Creator is inherently eccentric, and He is a riddle master. Thinking more about it is futile. And then there is. Isilia gently placed her small hand on her abdomen. In my previous excitement about being able to use holy arts, I overlooked many things. Now that I think about it, why does the crystal inside me resemble the treasure that Zhang Chao gave me back then so much? And why can't I sense any magic essence? Isn't this something everyone has in their body? Too many inexplicable matters made Isilia feel very restless, rolling back and forth on the bed. While lost in thought, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Duke Hill and Lady Selena led a young man dressed in a pure white robe into the room. Cece. Upon seeing the already awakened Isilia, Selena could not control her emotions, rushing over to embrace her tightly. Isilia was a bit out of breath, pressed against her mother's soft bosom. Dear mother. However, she did not reject the warmth of the embrace, only kicking her legs a couple of times symbolically before accepting the affection. Duke Hill timely pulled his wife away. All right, Selena, let's allow Bishop Thomas to examine her first. I was too emotional. Bishop Thomas, please take good care of Cece during the examination. Bishop Thomas smiled gently and sincerely said, Madam, you are too humble. Who would have the heart to trouble a mother who loves her child so dearly? With that, he walked slowly to Isilia's bed, extending his palm. Instantly, a pure white light wove into a magical array, emitting countless rays like dazzling stars, showering down upon Isilia. Isilia did not resist. The fact that her vast potential was witnessed by so many made it impossible to hide. As for the absence of magic essence within her. Come on, don't ordinary people also lack light essence in their bodies? Is it still something to be proud of if I can't use elemental magic? Compared to the holy light priests who can wield both energies, I am truly lacking. However, what Isilia did not notice was the fleeting look of doubt in Bishop Thomas' eyes, quickly masked by a gentle smile, as if the previous unnaturalness had never appeared on his face. How is it, Bishop Thomas? Is Cece all right? As soon as Thomas withdrew his hand, Selena hurriedly asked. Rest assured, Madam, Princess Isilia is very healthy, much better than her peers, with a vibrant life force within her. Did you hear that, Selena? Isilia is fine. Our child is not that fragile. Duke Hill gently embraced Selena, saying softly, Yes, my dear. A smile long absent appeared on Selena's face. Indeed, a smile suits you better, Selena. Ahem, since Princess Isilia is fine now, I won't linger any longer. I shall take my leave, Duke Hill. Bishop Thomas understood the atmosphere and appropriately requested to leave. Thank you, Bishop Thomas, for coming to examine Isilia. Due to the power of the holy light, the Church's authority far surpassed that of secular power. Duke Hill respected him accordingly, both publicly and privately. Duke Hill is too kind. This was merely a small effort. Moreover, in the future there will be various cooperations between the Church and the Principality. I will need your assistance then, Duke Hill. Duke Hill nodded, then said to the head maid, Amia, please see Bishop Thomas off. After watching Bishop Thomas leave, Duke Hill called out toward the door. Reap, bring her over. When the door opened again, Isilia saw a small shadow hiding behind Reap. The steady footsteps of Reap echoed outside. Is father preparing a gift for me? Left on the bed for a while, Isilia was bored counting the glass beads on the crystal chandelier. Upon hearing Duke Hill's words, she curiously asked, What could it be? Should Cece take a guess? After confirming her daughter was fine, Selena felt revitalized and saw Isilia's adorable appearance, immediately feeling playful. Well, I'm being treated like a child. Rather, it would be odd if she were treated like an adult in her current state. So hard to guess, is it a pet? Isilia said in a sweet voice. No, Cece, but I promise he is a companion worth cherishing more than a small animal. Before long, the steady footsteps echoed again in the corridor. This time, unlike before, if one listened closely, they could hear a light footstep mixed in almost silent, like a spring breeze brushing over petals. The knocking sound of knock, knock, knock came through. Come in, Duke Hill said. The door was pushed open, and Isilia saw a small shadow hiding behind Reap. The girl was as thin as a bean sprout, the lace of her maid outfit nearly dragging on the ground, her fingers gripping her skirt so tightly that they turned pale. The two approached and bowed, and Reap spoke. Duke, I have brought her here. Duke Hill's gaze shifted, scanning the shy girl standing beside Reap, who was performing a somewhat improper curtsy. The Duke smiled at Reap and said, Well done, Reap. This girl is the Eve you mentioned before, right? Yes, Sir Hill, it is this girl. Reap recalled a few days ago when the Duke and Duchess summoned him and expressed their wish to find a girl of similar age to serve as the prince's personal maid. What came to his mind was that girl who, amidst a scene that left a group of adults flustered and at a loss, could still observe carefully and boldly express her opinions. No need to be nervous. Duke Hill smiled, gently speaking softly, and reached out to take her hand, leading her in front of Isilia. This is Eve, and she will be your personal maid from now on. However, at that moment, Eve felt somewhat bewildered. No one had previously told her that she was chosen to be the prince's personal maid. Thus, when she heard Sir Hill mention it, a sense of unreality washed over her, as if she were dreaming. Only after Sir Hill gestured to her did she snap out of her daze, hurriedly bowing to the princess once more. Eve tilted her head up, and when her gaze met the prince's porcelain-like exquisite face, a twinge of inferiority arose within her, causing her fingers to unconsciously twist the edge of her apron. She took a deep breath and said with a slightly trembling voice, Your Highness, I am Eve Oma from Oma Village in the southern region. In the castle, everyone knows that most of the maids who can weave through the corridors of the imperial city come from minor nobility, all eagerly hoping to serve beside the princess. But who would have thought that this golden opportunity would fall upon a country girl like her? Forget about status and noble etiquette, she had to learn to use 12 different forks properly from the very beginning. Eve, right. Just call me AC. The little princess suddenly leaned closer, staring at Eve's red hair, generously praising. Your red hair is truly beautiful. Thank you, Your Highness, for your compliment. Eve stammered, kneeling down to bow, the tips of her hair brushing against her flushed cheeks. In this era where red hair was regarded as an omen, even her mother could only wrap her hair in a coarse cloth. Yet when the princess praised her, the sincerity in her tone felt warm, as if she were complimenting a newly bloomed rose in the garden. AC noticed that Eve was still a bit reserved, and with a blink of her ruby-red eyes, a clever idea sprang to her mind. She jumped off the bed and cheerfully exclaimed, "Father and Mother, I want to take my new friend to tour the castle. Lying on the bed is making my bones feel all soft. You are just getting better, and you're causing a ruckus." Queen Selena was about to raise her hand to summon the head of the guards to accompany AC, but was held back by her husband. "Selena, since AC has the heart, let's give the children some private space." The Duke Hill then turned to Eve and said, "So I'll leave AC in your care." Eve was still processing the title of new friend when she vaguely heard Duke Hill speaking to her and instinctively nodded. Suddenly, she felt a warm touch in her palm. It was the little princess pulling her as they rushed toward the spiral staircase, AC's golden hair trailing behind her like a shooting star in the sunlight. "I wonder how my adorable little brother is doing. It looked like he took a nasty fall earlier. With how clingy he is, he must be worried about not seeing me for a few days." AC's mouth unconsciously curled into a slight smile, then she turned back to glance at Eve following behind her. "Perfect, since I promised my brother that thing, this opportunity might just help me get closer to Eve." AC was secretly calculating her little scheme. Before long, the two arrived at Elu's door and knocked. "Sister." The intricately carved wooden door creaked open, revealing the little prince Elu, whose messy golden hair was topped with a head full of tangles, his eyes rimmed red like ripe cherries. "Are you all right? The headmaid said you were sick and I wanted to come see you, but they kept stopping me, and I was so scared that I wouldn't get to see you." It's all right, I'm fine. I see him perfectly well." As she spoke, AC twirled around her lace-trimmed princess dress, swirling gracefully, leaving a beautiful arc in the air paired with the princess' stunning smile, resembling an angel descending to earth, waving her elegant wings. "So promise me don't cry anymore. You have to trust your sister. There is nothing in this world worth fearing." "All right, okay, sister," Elu replied. Seeing AC's radiant smile filled her with an inexplicable courage, wanting to protect such a sister. "Let me introduce you. This is Eve, my personal maid, and she will be our friend from now on. Let's shake hands first." AC held Elu with one hand and took Eve's hand with the other. Compared to her brother's well-behaved demeanor, Eve appeared somewhat withdrawn in front of the prince and princess, wanting to pull her hand away, but was held tightly by AC. "Since we've shaken hands, that makes us friends, so shouldn't we celebrate this wonderful moment?" AC clapped her hands and said. Elu seemed to think of something. "Sister, are you going to?" Before Elu could finish his sentence, AC decisively interrupted him. "Yes, that's it. It wasn't fun if the surprise was known in advance." Eve watched the brother and sister exchange their secret signals with great understanding. Instead, she felt a sigh of relief. She had never imagined the princess had such a personality. Her overly enthusiastic demeanor made it hard for her to breathe. After all, it was the pressure brought by the difference in status. It was akin to being a new intern with no background on the first day at a company, suddenly receiving the warm hospitality of the CEO, making one ponder. The princess then led them forward. At first, Eve merely followed quietly, but as they walked, she suddenly realized that they seemed to be heading toward the kitchen. Could it be that the princess is hungry and is looking for food in the kitchen? Eve thought to herself, but it was her first time seeing a noble come to the kitchen for food. Indeed, the princess is different from other nobles. Upon following the princess into the kitchen, Eve noticed that the chefs they encountered along the way seemed completely accustomed to the prince's presence in the kitchen, merely greeting her with respect before returning to their tasks. This was indeed unusual. Even in a commoner's household, a 5- or 6-year-old child wouldn't be allowed to run around in the kitchen. Yet now not only was there no one to stop her, but several young chefs watched the princess from a distance, their eyes filled with admiration as if gazing at a saint. That pure and expectant gaze made Eve feel that the princess beside her was increasingly mysterious. "Oh, isn't this our lovely little princess? Here to show off her skills today." A plump chef, his apron dusted with flour, poked his head out and winked at the princess. "What are you planning to make this time? Braised pork or spicy chicken?" "Uncle Mark, this time I want to make something new." AC stood on tiptoe, poking the chef's round belly and blinking her eyes. Seeing the little prince's playful expression, Mark instantly understood, closing his mouth and turning his gaze to the last figure in the group, the rather reserved young girl. "All right, you two go wait for me in the dining room. I have a few words to discuss with Uncle Mark. Don't worry, it won't take long." AC suddenly turned her head and smiled mischievously. Eve pushed out of the kitchen, heard the clattering sounds behind her, and wore a very confused expression, as she still hadn't quite grasped the situation. Isekai, after seeing the two leave, ran to the stove by herself. The stove was evidently quite tall for the little princess. Even on her tiptoes, she could only peek over the edge, making her appear very adorable. "Haha, don't worry, little princess. You will grow taller eventually. However, for now, let's use a little outside help." As he spoke, Uncle Mark brought over a small stool from the corner and walked over slowly. I know, Uncle Mark, it's just. Iselia was reminiscing about her past life. At a height of 1.8 meters in her previous life, this current body felt limited in many ways, making things quite inconvenient. With this thought, she reluctantly stepped onto the platform set up by Mark. The kitchen utensils before her were clearly specially made, much smaller than normal ones. The reason she stepped into the kitchen was simply that the little princess, accustomed to modern cuisine, could hardly bear the monotony of daily roasted meat and the royal specialty bread that required significant manpower to sift through flour. Fortunately, the ingredients in this world were quite similar to those on Earth. After pleading with her father for a long time, she finally received these specially crafted utensils last year. Iselia still vividly remembered the time she used lard to stew, pairing it with the so-called weeds chives to create a delicious plate of chive scrambled eggs. Those who tasted it displayed expressions of amazement akin to primitive people who had just discovered cooked food, as if realizing the wonders of fire, smiles spreading across their faces. She could never forget the scene where a group of adults fought over a single dish. Since then, Iselia became a regular in the kitchen, and every time she cooked, she would create unexpected dishes. Over time, she garnered a group of chef admirers. Yes, it was these very people. Looking at the chefs gradually gathering around, Iselia sweetly said, "Big brothers, have you prepared the ingredients I asked for?" As she spoke, a pure sparkle shone in her eyes. Yes. Whether it was out of respect for the princess or admiration for her superb skills, or simply a fondness for adorable things, everyone displayed an unprecedented level of enthusiasm. It seems little Iselia is quite effective, ha. This group of little rascals really surprised me with how capable they are, Mark remarked, observing the young chefs busily preparing various intriguing ingredients. That's not true, the big brothers are actually quite amazing. As Iselia said this, she quietly lowered her head when no one was paying attention. If anyone had seen her face at that moment, they would have noticed she was blushing so deeply it seemed she could drip water. Before long, the materials Iselia needed were placed before her. She sweetly said thank you, ignoring the young chefs who looked as if they had been shot through the heart, and focused on the chicken breast in her hands. This was high-quality chick meat, a luxury in an era where chickens were considered important poultry, and only old hens that couldn't lay eggs were consumed. Iselia picked up a special small wooden mallet nearby, pounding the chicken to make it tender. Then she sliced it into evenly thick pieces, marinating them with green onions, ginger, garlic, and salt, coating them with flour, dipping them in egg liquid, and finally rolling the chicken in breadcrumbs, completing the preliminary work. However, the little princess, focused on her cooking, was unaware that her small figure running around the stove was melting the hearts of the observing chefs. Next came the frying, and as the oil temperature rose, a plume of white smoke gradually wafted up from the pot. One of the chefs nearby, seeing this, immediately cast a wind magic, directing the smoke into the exhaust fan on the wall. Before the smoke reached the little princess' nose, it had already dissipated. Iselia looked up and smiled at him, then returned her focus to the frying pan. This was a crucial moment. The sound of sizzling continued, and the surrounding chefs stretched their necks curiously. For these young chefs, who only knew how to stew, roast, and bake, everything the princess brought was refreshingly new. The chicken fillets rolled in the hot oil gradually took on a golden hue, and the fragrant aroma wafting through the air captivated the surrounding chefs, the sounds of them swallowing their saliva echoing back and forth. Years later, the chefs who witnessed the princess making fried chicken fillets would become renowned chefs, some even writing books. However, whenever they reminisced about that scene, they would all display innocent smiles, as if returning to their childhood. Ah, that was truly a wonderful dream. Over the years, this became a topic they relished discussing. Meanwhile, Iselia had drained the fried chicken fillets of oil, cut them into small pieces, placed them on a prepared plate, sprinkled them with pepper that was worth its weight in gold, adorned them with lettuce leaves, and added a half slice of lemon, completing an exquisite fried chicken dish. She was quite confident in her skills, even feeling a bit conceited, especially given the tears nearly streaming from the mouths of those around her. At that moment in the castle dining room, Eve was standing next to the prince. Unlike the prince's overt eagerness, Eve appeared very composed on the surface, but internally, she was troubled by a tangle of thoughts, finding it hard to calm down. Though they hadn't spent much time together, she could see that the princess genuinely treated her as an equal. However, her long-established values made it difficult for Eve to understand how to reciprocate the prince's kindness. What is the princess doing now? Eve thought to herself. At that moment, there was a sound at the dining room door, and she turned her attention to the entrance, seeing the chef named Mark walk in. He then stood to one side, awaiting the entrance of a small dining cart. Eve had seen this lightweight cart in the storage room. It had been enchanted to reduce weight, and even she could easily push it. On the cart were 2 plates covered with metal lids. However, when her gaze fell on the person pushing the cart, she let out a surprised gasp. "A princess." She hurriedly walked over, intending to take over for the princess, but was stopped by Iselia. Eve could only gently persuade her, "Your Highness, allow me to handle these trivial matters. It's not suitable for someone of your status to do such work." Before Eve could finish, Iselia interrupted her with an authoritative tone, saying, "Eve, go sit by the dining table. That's an order." Iselia had thought a lot on her way here, as sometimes a strong remedy is needed for a long-standing illness. While Eve was still young, she hoped for her to change, but she overlooked how her cute appearance made her harsh words sound like those of a toothless kitten lacking intimidation. Nevertheless, as Iselia's dedicated maid, Eve complied with the princess's request and obediently sat down. Iselia pushed the dining cart to the table, and Uncle Mark quickly approached to help set the plates on the table. At this moment, AI Lu could barely contain his excitement. If it weren't for the etiquette lessons teaching him to maintain decorum at all times, he might have already been cheering like the other children his age. Iselia smiled slightly, thinking, "My brother is so easy to understand." Without further delay, she reached out to lift the lids. With the lids removed, the aroma of the fried chicken fillets surged towards everyone present like a whirlwind. This was food that Eve had never seen before. Just the aroma alone was enough to deeply impress her with its uniqueness, not to mention its dazzling golden color. "You've been waiting a long time, right? Hurry and try it. This is my pride and joy, Iselia's secret golden chicken fillet," she said, placing her left hand on her hip and proudly wiping her nose with her right. Eve, already restless, felt an overwhelming urge to flee upon learning the dish had been prepared by the princess herself. At that moment, Mark, a senior servant and elder figure, sensed Eve's inner turmoil and gently interjected, "This is a delicacy crafted with the princess's own hands. We must savor it with reverence lest we disappoint her." Heartfelt gesture. With no choice but resignation, Eve steeled herself, lifted the crispy fried chicken cutlet before her, mimicked Ilu's motions, squeezed fresh lemon juice over it, neatly portioned it with knife and fork, and brought a bite to her lips. In an instant, her eyes widened, golden brown and shatteringly crisp on the outside, tender and succulent within, utterly unlike the slow-simmered stews she knew so well. The bold fusion of piquant heat and mellow sweetness ignited her appetite, gradually dissolving all awareness of rank and decorum, drawing her wholly into the rapture of taste. Watching Eve's enraptured expression, Princess Iselia concealed a quiet triumph. Her intent was already half realized. Without delay, she turned and returned to the kitchen, determined to recreate once more that unforgettable dish, eager to share it with her friends. Time spent in culinary bliss always slips away too swiftly. Before long, only an empty white plate remained upon the table. Eve's pulse settled, the nervous tension she'd felt at first sight of the princess faded, and the trance-like absorption of her meal gave way to calm awareness. What replaced it was pure, unadulterated curiosity. What extraordinary path led this princess to master such artistry in the kitchen? Well, you've devoured every last morsel. Clearly my cooking has won your heart." Iselia reappeared bearing a steaming bowl. Upon seeing her, Eve rose instinctively to bow and express gratitude, only for Iselia to gently halt her. "No need to thank me just yet. Judging by how thoroughly you savored the cutlets, you're surely still hungry. Try this next." Before them appeared tomato-based braised noodles. In this world, as on Earth, the principle held true: the more beautiful the ingredient, the more perilous its reputation. Thus the tomato, despite its vibrant hue, remained relegated to ornamental gardens among the Mosswald people. Fortune intervened, however, in the form of the princess. Spared from further neglect, this treasure was finally given its rightful place. Iselia seated herself with a bowl of her own, gazing at the noodles before her, memory unfurling like silk her first encounter with them. "Mama, what is this red thing?" Her younger self, small, wide-eyed, had asked her radiant mother, who smiled fondly and replied, "Ah, this precious jewel is rich in nourishment. Your key to growing strong and swift." Now history echoed softly. Ilu, holding aloft a plump crimson tomato, piped up eagerly, Sister, what is this tangy sweet wonder?" Hearing those words, so hauntingly familiar, Iselia's throat tightened. She bowed her head, steadying her breath. "It's called a tomato, rich in vital nourishment. Now eat quickly. It loses its charm when cooled." Though puzzled by the word nourishment, Ilu sensed no need to press further, and quietly resumed his meal. Eve, having just finished the cutlets, ate the noodles with greater composure. After the princess's explanation, she sampled the tomato deliberately, and found, as the prince had attested, its bright tartness and gentle sweetness truly exquisite. Yet Eve, perceptive and intuitive, detected something deeper beneath the flavor, a subtle bittersweet ache, the very same melancholy she herself had known. Why then did it linger in the princess's voice? Her curiosity deepened inexorably. After assisting the princess to bed, Eve returned to her chamber. Lying awake, an uncommon occurrence, she replayed their day together. It had been, without question, deeply joyful. And the more time she spent with the princess, the more she yearned to understand her. "Mother, I've made a friend. And you may not believe me, but she is a princess." A tender bud of friendship had taken root, Its future growth remained unwritten, awaiting time's quiet hand. The capital of the Grand Duchy of Ostenden was Sagal City. In its northeastern quarter stood a majestic cathedral, the largest regional seat of the Church of Holy Light. At that moment a lone figure hastened through the cathedral's hallowed depths, Bishop Thomas, clad in flowing white robes, his golden mid-length hair stirred by the wind. Recently the very physician who had examined Princess Isilia. His customary benevolent smile had vanished, replaced by grave solemnity. He halted before a heavy wooden door carved with intricate arcane motifs. Raising his hand, he murmured an incantation, low, resonant, and indecipherable. A soft white radiance bloomed, causing the door's ornate carvings to shimmer with eerie luminescence entwining with the light. As the patterns spiraled and pulsed, the door dissolved along its grain, revealing beyond a swirling vortex of blinding white. Without hesitation, Thomas strode forward. A wave of vertigo washed over him, and in the next breath he stood within a vast, immaculate expanse of pure white. Regaining his balance, Thomas approached the sole presence in that void, a translucent hovering silhouette, and bowed deeply. Thomas, your urgency in seeking me suggests weighty matters demand attention. A voice, neither male nor female, emanated from the apparition. A pure-bodied one has emerged. Thomas affirmed, voice low and unwavering, beyond doubt, my lord. I conducted the examination myself. There is no margin for error. You are certain? The silhouette paused, visibly startled. Absolutely certain, my lord. This revelation bears such gravity. I would never rush here without absolute certainty. Ha ha ha. 3 centuries. Full 3 centuries. Yet fate grants me the chance to fulfill it within my lifetime. The entire void trembled under the force of the specter's elation. After a moment's laughter, the figure regained composure. Then let us commence the century plan, immediately. Thomas, prepare accordingly. Yes, my lord. With purpose restored, Thomas withdrew along the same luminous path to set the wheels of destiny in motion. Once the gears of fate begin to turn, none, not even gods, may halt their course. The phantom stood motionless, whispering into the silence. At dawn, as the first pale light of day bled across the sky, while most citizens of Sagal City still slumbered, the castle's servants and maids were already stirring, preparing breakfast, and tending to countless morning duties. Soon after, a petite maid with fiery red hair approached a walnut-wood door and tapped lightly. She waited a respectful moment, but receiving no reply, she eased the door open and stepped inside. There Princess Isilia lay peacefully in bed, small hands folded over her chest, her serene countenance evoking the timeless grace of a sleeping fairy tale sovereign. The maid studied her sleeping beauty with quiet admiration, a gentle smile lifting her lips. Then, as if recalling her duty, she hurried to the floor-to-ceiling window and drew the heavy drapes aside. Sunlight flooded the chamber, banishing shadows with golden clarity. Who's there? You're disturbing my sleep. Isilia murmured, rubbing her drowsy eyes with sleepy indignation. Your Highness Isilia, please rise and prepare. The breakfast is nearly ready. His Grace the Duke and Her Grace the Duchess shall join you at table this morning, the maid urged, voice edged with gentle urgency. Your Highness Isilia, who speaks to me thus? That voice, strangely familiar. Isilia was awakened by the call, rubbing her eyes as she poked her head out from the covers. In the morning light, Eve's figure gradually came into focus, and she immediately perked up, playfully wrapped in her quilt. Little Fufu, go tell Mom and Dad. The quilt monster has kidnapped me. Eve held her grooming tools with a helpless smile. Your Highness, please don't tease me. The Duke wouldn't believe such a story. Before she finished speaking, a silvery hair strand poked her nose from behind the bed curtains, making her shrink her neck in ticklish surprise. Seeing Eve's embarrassed expression, Isilia couldn't help but laugh, and then she stopped teasing her, getting out of bed to wash up. In front of the dressing mirror, Isilia rested her chin in her hand, gazing at her reflection. This body was as if intricately crafted by the Creator, with even the casually draped silver hair shimmering with a moonlit sheen. Even when left to flow freely, it was enough to be striking. She twirled a strand of hair, just about to speak, when Eve, standing behind her, picked up a comb. Princess, may I style your hair today? She touched the smooth long hair with a hint of envy and sincerely praised, your hair is so well cared for. Isilia felt a bit shy and scratched her cheek, remembering that in her past life as a boy she never deliberately took care of her hair. But it was better not to say that out loud, it would be too demoralizing. Little Fufu, what kind of place is your hometown Oma village? As she fiddled with her hair that fell in front of her chest, she curiously asked Eve. Ever since Isilia had crossed into this time and space, she had yet to have the opportunity to go out and play. Let alone leaving Sagar City, she hadn't even stepped out of her own castle. Oma village. Eve bit on a ribbon, her fingers weaving through her silky silver hair. Suddenly, hearing the princess's question, her movements unconsciously slowed. Oma village, where I live, is not much different from other villages. The creek at the village entrance changes color with the seasons, and in late summer it blooms with crystal orchids. If I had to say something special. She suddenly lowered her voice. There are magical beasts living near our village. Magical beasts? Isn't that dangerous? Aishilia asked, quite surprised. By the way, your highness has never seen a magical beast, right? Eve became animated. Magical beasts are essentially ordinary animals that have suddenly developed a core crystal within them. This process is somewhat similar to us humans, but they can use some simple magic without a medium and their appearance changes significantly. We refer to these animals as magical beasts. As Eve braided the prince's hair, she educated her on the subject. Aishilia suddenly turned around, nearly knocking over a perfume bottle with her hair tips. So they're like magical pets. I want one. Aishilia recalled an anime she had watched in her past life, thinking how cool it would be to have a handsome magical beast to fight with. Absolutely not. Eve hurriedly held down Aishilia's restless head. Those creatures may look docile, but when they go wild they can topple rooftops. Last year at the blacksmith's house next door. Eve suddenly fell silent, skillfully gathering the last strand of hair. In any case, it's absolutely out of the question. Mom, I understand, Aishilia responded casually, but silently resolved to visit Oma village one day and catch a magical beast. All right, your highness, please stand up and take a look. As she spoke, Eve had already finished braiding the prince's hair. Aishilia stood up and looked to the side, seeing her hair styled into a circular fishtail braid tied with a black ribbon in the middle, which looked very beautiful, so she nodded in satisfaction. Then she opened a nearby wardrobe, revealing a row of gorgeous little dresses. Aishilia selected a relatively simple black dress and put it on, skillfully arranging her outfit in front of the full-length mirror. Although it looks very beautiful, she thought. After all, it seemed as if it had been crafted from a perfect template. Although everyone has their own preferences, to call something that looks like this ugly would be outright nonsense. However, it still felt a bit unfamiliar. The hem of the skirt felt quite chilly. Is something wrong, your highness? Eve asked, looking at Aishilia, who stood still. No, it's nothing. She couldn't tell her that she had lived as a male for over a decade. Even if she didn't care about others' opinions, Eve had to believe it too. Shaking her head, Aishilia stopped her wandering thoughts. On the way to the dining hall, one had to pass through the central courtyard of the castle. This place's layout resembles a classical European garden, showcasing the beauty of axial symmetry, with flower walls and flower beds of consistent style on both the east and west sides, making the overall scenery vibrant. However, the center of this courtyard is not a fountain. Instead, it is a very spacious square intentionally modified by Duke Hill for daily training. At this moment, Aishilia was strolling through the corridor leading to the main city. Thanks to Eve's help, she had more time than usual, so she was not in a hurry and instead had the time to enjoy the morning scenery. Your highness. Suddenly, a golden-haired figure holding a bouquet of hydrangeas appeared from behind the flower wall. Sister Louise, good morning. Louise, as referred to by the princess, was an extraordinarily sweet-looking woman. Her large eyes seemed to hold a gentle spring, with a faint smile on her face, exuding elegance. She wore a simple dress and held the position of a florist. Good morning, your highness. As Louise curtsied, the dew on the flower branches dripped onto the satin decorations. This hairstyle suits you perfectly. You look just like an elf made of moonlight. But it seemed like something was still missing. Louise pondered for a moment, took a pair of pruning shears, snipped a black flower with 5 pointed petals from the flower bed, and placed it in Aishilia's hair, the dark petals contrasting beautifully with her silver hair. Now it's perfect. Aishilia gazed at the unfamiliar reflection in the spring water, momentarily lost. This body was beautifully ethereal, as if it could vanish into the morning mist at any moment. Well, just think of it as starting a female character in a game. With that thought, looking back at myself is still quite pleasing. Having gone through this little interlude, it was already quite late. After bidding farewell to Louise, the little princess did not delay any longer and hurried toward the dining hall. She was not interested in dining in the grand restaurant, even though it was luxurious with colorful stained glass windows, intricately carved tables and chairs, and a marble floor. However, this spacious dining hall was always suffocatingly silent, and the figure seated at the end of the long table made Aishilia instinctively straighten her back. Amid the crisp sound of silver tableware clinking against porcelain dishes, she nostalgically missed the lively atmosphere of the street corner breakfast stall from her past life. Being watched by attendants while eating in such an environment was nothing short of torture. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Aishilia discovered that she was the last to arrive. Even Ailu had come earlier than her, which left her a bit surprised. There was certainly no lateness. It could only be said that everyone was eagerly anticipating this family gathering. Aishilia calmly walked to her seat and sat down. Noticing Eve standing behind her, she quickly waved to her, inviting her to sit beside her. Eve instinctively wanted to decline, but upon seeing the prince's expectant gaze, she struggled for a moment before yielding, sitting beside the princess. She then stole a glance at Duke Hill, who merely smiled without saying a word, and gradually her heart calmed down. In reality, Eve's worries were completely unnecessary. What she did not know was that her becoming the princess' exclusive maid was not merely a coincidence. Duke did not wish for his daughter to be surrounded by maids who were spies for other nobles, so upon learning of Eve's background, he decided to have this clever and adorable girl serve as Isilia's personal maid, and even entertained the thought of adopting her as a goddaughter. Once everyone was seated, maid Imea signaled to a nearby maid to start serving dishes while she approached the table, intending to personally unveil this surprise for the princess. Despite Imea's usual expressionless demeanor resembling an ice beauty, she had her own little schemes in mind, pondering how to capture the first adorable expression of the genius princess in astonishment, a title she was determined to compete for. As expected, when the lid was lifted by Imea revealing steaming food beneath, Isilia was indeed startled. This is a soup dumpling," Isilia exclaimed softly, her beautiful red eyes wide with disbelief. Lady Selena, watching her daughter's amusing reaction, smiled and found it quite rare. Usually Isilia carried herself like a little adult and learned things quickly. Although she sometimes acted spoiled like other children, as a mother, Lady Selena knew it was not from the heart. "So Isilia, do you like it?" Duke then spoke. Coming back to her senses, Isilia nodded. "Did father have someone prepare this?" "Yes, knowing you enjoy this type of special food, I often made it in the kitchen myself. To celebrate your recovery, I had Mark and his team create something similar. You can ask Mark for more details." Upon hearing the Duke mention him, Mark stepped forward. Isilia then turned her gaze towards Mark, curious about how they had researched this dish. Although she had made some pastries, she had never made dumplings. The ability to create such a dish showed considerable culinary talent. "Haha, I would love to take the credit, but this time it was thanks to those little guys. The idea of using ice magic to create meat jelly and then wrapping it in dough is truly remarkable." Mark couldn't help but touch his forehead, seemingly impressed by the imaginative freedom of the new chefs. "By the way, the leader, Chris, is the new chef who used wind magic to open the exhaust fan that day. He asked me to let the princess name this dish." "Oh, so it's him. Talented and clever people like him won't be forgotten in any era." Isilia thought to herself, then pierced a dumpling with her fork and took a bite, the delicious juices filling her mouth with a familiar taste. This dish bursts with meat juice and leaves a lingering aroma. Let's call it soup dumpling. Uncle Thomas, please let brother Chris know that Isilia loves it very much." With the prince's words, that boy Chris will probably wake up smiling in his dreams. The meal was quite enjoyable, and after all the plates were cleared, Isilia set down her utensils, sticking out her little tongue to lick her lips, revealing a look of longing. Just as she was about to get up to say goodbye to her parents and go to Ms. Shirley's lesson, Duke suddenly called her back. "Isilia, wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you." He then turned to head maid Imea and said, "Imea, please take Ilu to meet the teacher. He should be waiting in the reception room." It turned out that her brother was starting classes today as well. Although she and Ilu were twins, she had been considered a genius and had started studying a year earlier. This time, however, father was clearly trying to distract Ilu. "What does father want to talk to me about? He won't be holding me accountable for that incident, will he? After all, what I did can no longer be dismissed as mere childish mischief." With a nervous heart, Isilia walked over to her father. "Don't be nervous, Isilia." Duke gently patted his daughter's shoulder, signaling her to relax. "I didn't keep you here to punish you. Although you did make a mistake, I believe the consequences have already left a deep impression on you. Moreover," Duke then changed the subject, "this matter was also my oversight. I failed to detect the condition within you in time. To resolve this without greater disaster is indeed the blessing of the goddess of fortune." Duke couldn't help but feel a wave of fear at that point. The light arrow technique was merely a trigger. Isilia's constitution was special. If she hadn't received timely training to control it, similar incidents would only be a matter of time. It was just uncertain whether he could handle it when the time came. "In any case, starting today, Isilia, you will begin learning how to control the power within you. I have already arranged a teacher for you. After finishing Miss Shirley's class in the morning, remember to report to the central square in the afternoon." "Who is the teacher?" Isilia asked curiously. "You know this person, but I won't reveal the details just yet." "Oh, why do you have to be like this, father?" Isilia pouted in dissatisfaction. Duke chuckled and said nothing. After all, this was the request of the person involved. He was quite considerate of his subordinates, definitely not just trying to tease his daughter. When Isilia arrived at the private classroom, Miss Shirley was already inside preparing for the lesson. Today, Miss Shirley was once again dressed in her pure white pleated skirt with golden silk trim paired with a light blue poet's sleeve shirt adorned with golden tassels and wearing a pair of red-framed glasses, which perfectly matched Isilia's imagination of a private tutor. However, this time her attention was firmly drawn to a badge on Ms. Shirley's chest, which bore an intricately carved dragon design. In this world, there were no dragon races. Isilia was certain of this, having read a book about local customs when she first arrived. But she felt she had seen this pattern in some book before. Reflecting on her past memories, she stared at Miss Shirley's chest, lost in thought. Look what I found, a little pervert peeking at her teacher's chest at the door. Upon noticing Iselia's gaze, Shirley could no longer maintain her strict teacher image and couldn't help but tease. "Tu wasn't, I didn't, don't say such things." Iselia, coming back to her senses, stammered and quickly denied, with her classic threefold rejection. "All right, you'll have your own when you grow up. Now go sit down and pay attention in class." However, it seemed Shirley did not take her words to heart, which left Iselia quite discouraged. Seeing the princess obediently sit down, Shirley adjusted her emotions and began the lesson, writing the 5 big words magical technology on the small blackboard. This was a course that the Duke had asked her to add earlier. She was aware of the prince's situation, so she was not surprised when asked to explain a magic course, but she felt quite helpless about the disruption to the teaching plan. However, when Ilia's gaze fell upon these 4 characters, her interest was instantly piqued, as previously Miss Sherry's classes mainly focused on literature, history, geography, and other subjects. Discussing applied magic technology was a first for her. She was not averse to understanding the historical background of this world, but compared to this subject, which sounded inherently magical, the latter was evidently more appealing. Seeing Ilia's eager expression, Sherry then posed a question. "Your Highness, could you share your understanding of applied magic technology?" Upon hearing the question, Ilia pondered briefly before standing up gracefully. Applied magic technology likely refers to utilizing the principles of magic and the energy known as magic essence to create various magical devices. As she spoke, she extended her small hand to lift the photocopy stone used for recording notes from the desk, shaking it towards Miss Sherry. This answer caused Sherry's eyes to brighten. "Well answered, but let me add that due to the ongoing war, most research is currently focused on military applications, and many magical devices have not been mass-produced. Thus, for ordinary people, the photocopy stone you hold is still a rare item to come by." Ilia nodded in understanding. She was aware that her access to so many magical devices was merely due to her status as a princess. Indeed, the evil notion of class distinction. Additionally, it's important to note that although these creations are referred to as magical devices, it does not mean they cannot be powered by light essence. The reason they are called magical devices in the outside world is that everyone has magic essence in their bodies, but not everyone possesses light essence. In the church, these are generally referred to as holy artifacts. Ilia exhibited a look of sudden realization. "No wonder I can use magical devices. I initially thought I was like an ordinary person, but later learned that I lacked magic essence, which puzzled me for a while." Afterward, Miss Sherry explained the interesting origins of magic technology and some significant inventions, captivating the little princess until Miss Sherry announced the end of class, at which point she realized the entire morning had passed quietly. After lunch, Ilia impatiently walked towards the courtyard, eager to meet the enigmatic teacher. The feeling of being kept in the dark was unbearable, akin to being scratched by a kitten on the soles of her feet. Just as she was about to exit through the side door of the castle, Eve stepped forward to block her path, pointing at her own face. "Masked Princess Ilia, a mask." As Ilia watched Eve gesturing towards her face, she lightly tapped her small fist against her palm, revealing a look of realization. She thought, given that it is now high noon in summer, it is indeed wise to take some protective measures. Although she was used to being carefree, she should still pay attention out of respect for royal etiquette. Moreover, if in the future people were to discuss the princess being as dark as a coal, I would prefer to avoid that. With this thought in mind, Ilia followed Eve back to the bedroom. After a few days of repairs, the place had already returned to its former state. If one were to insist on a difference, everything simply looked too new. Once again, with a small sprint, Ilia approached the wardrobe and pulled out a delicate red wooden box which contained a pure white mask she had commissioned last year. This was the sun protection mask that had become popular among noble women in the Maxwood continent, reminiscent of the visored sun protection masks from medieval Europe, but due to the presence of magic essence in this world, its effectiveness was significantly enhanced. That said, she had not worn it many times. Even though it featured a micro-magic array of the wind attribute that ensured breathability, it did not provide as wide a field of vision as wearing a sun hat. However, since this was for training, wearing a mask was indeed more suitable for activities. Following that, Ilia casually picked up a wide-brimmed hat adorned with a black veil hanging down from the side and handed it to Eve. "Eve, you should wear this." "Your Highness, what is this?" "Put it on, Eve. You wouldn't want your skin to become as dark as coal, would you?" After glancing at the mechanical clock, Ilia left the bedroom, first without giving Eve time to hesitate. Not long after, beneath a large mulberry tree, 2 figures stood quietly. The relatively petite figure wore a white mask that only revealed a pair of crimson eyes. The other figure, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, wore a wide-brimmed hat, with a veil hanging down obscuring her features. Such a combination, if revealed at night, would likely frighten many passers-by into sleepless nights. However, this mysterious atmosphere did not last long before it was broken. It's already this hour. Why hasn't the teacher arrived yet? Ilia kicked at the grass by the roadside, feeling a bit bored. Your Highness, why don't you sit in the pavilion for a while? They'll brew you a pot of tea, and we can wait leisurely. Noticing the princess' impatience, Eve respectfully suggested tentatively. No need, Eve. The teacher will probably arrive soon. It's fine to wait here for a bit. Ilia did not want to give the impression of being spoiled, and at the same time, she was increasingly curious about who dared to make her a princess wait for so long. At that moment, a ruckus and argument broke out in the distance, one voice carrying a heavy sense of fatigue. I'm telling you you followed me all this way. Can't you trust me a little more? Trust? Do you even know what you're going for? You are going to be a teacher for the princess, not to the battlefield to slay shadow beasts. The voice arguing back was a very sharp female soprano which paused briefly before continuing. I can hardly believe that the Duke actually agreed to your request and completely ignored my suggestion. You didn't use any underhanded means to deceive the Duke, did you? Stop right there. No matter what, I would never do such a thing. Let me rephrase the question. Now that all three of our generals have left the camp, what will happen to the military? The man's voice revealed a deep sense of helplessness. Well, about that. You don't need to worry about it. I have my arrangements. Regardless, I must witness your teaching methods firsthand for the first lesson. Don't even think about using your sinister tricks to lead our pure princess astray. It seemed that the man's predicament had made her quite pleased, and her tone softened considerably. Using tricks, how can that be called sinister? Are we supposed to line up and walk forward, taking turns to slash at each other and see who falls first? Even those old fossils wouldn't do such foolishness anymore. The male voice seemed to be making a final stand, arguing logically. So you're not denying that you want to teach it to the princess, right? Right. The originally high-pitched female voice became agitated again. As the saying goes, the more you talk, the more mistakes you make. A certain gentleman with a poor reputation accidentally revealed the truth. At this point, Ilia could clearly see the approaching figures, and the one who spoke was a Fox Clan girl who was covering her mouth and giggling. You all have heard of me, right? Tina Moira. I truly had no intention of leading the princess astray. Scratching her fluffy yellow-brown hair, Ove appeared somewhat flustered. I think you should figure out how to explain this to the princess, as she has already noticed us over here. Moira said, pointing at the little princess under the mulberry tree with a playful tone. Upon hearing this, Ove suddenly froze, slowly turning around, his expression somewhat awkward. How embarrassing, discussing others only to be overheard by the very person in question. Truly, this is Ove for you. Ilia silently raised her hand to wipe away the non-existent cold sweat and thought to herself. However, being adept at handling such situations, Ilia quickly adjusted her mindset, took off her mask, and curiously asked, "Oh, isn't that Ove, Tina, and Moira? Did you come specifically to visit me?" Suddenly pretending to remember something, Ilia displayed a cute expression and exclaimed in surprise, could it be that the mentor arranged by father is you? Who your Highness AC is so adorable. Of course we came to see you, Moira said as she reached into her wide sleeves, pulling out a red brooch adorned with golden floral patterns, then gently holding the small princess' delicate hand and placing the brooch in her palm. How sly, Moira, you promised to give it together. How can you run off with it? Tina, who was beside them, remarked with a hint of annoyance upon seeing the brooch in the prince's hand. Immediately, she stepped forward, quickly took out a gemstone bracelet from her waist pouch and handed it to the small princess's other hand. Isilia carefully examined the two additional items in her hand. Very beautiful. The craftsmanship is exquisite, clearly made by a master. However, based on her understanding of the two, these gifts should be more than just visually appealing. Sure enough, she heard Moira explaining on the side. The princess is about to begin learning holy arts. After much consideration, I thought a magic conduit would be more practical. Your Highness, don't be fooled by the ordinary appearance of this brooch. It can protect you from harm in times of crisis. Tina added, this headband was made by Master Viewt of our elf clan. It can temporarily enhance the wearer's speed, and its quality is guaranteed. Once the princess had accepted the gifts, Moira suddenly sighed and spread her hands. But unfortunately, Your Highness, we can't teach you how to use these. After all, that guy over there standing like a tree stump is your instructor. Hearing the conversation about him, Alf finally snapped back to reality. I'm just amazed at the prince's growth. As Amy said, it's true. The princess has become even cuter after not seeing her for a while, Alf said while chuckling and throwing compliments. It was getting late. Although Isilia was curious about how Alf was connected to the icy beauty Amy, she noticed Tina's constantly twitching pointed ears and felt that delving into this topic would only tighten their already limited study time. Thus, she decided to temporarily ignore the subject. Alf, relieved, then led everyone to the central clearing. He explained, Moira is right. I will be guiding Your Highness training for the foreseeable future. As for why it's me and not someone else. Alf suddenly raised his hand, and a milky white sphere of light appeared in his palm. As you can see, I am proficient in holy light arts, and I have some understanding of how to control this power. As Alf spoke, the light sphere transformed in his hand, sometimes morphing into a soaring white dove, sometimes into a blooming white lotus displaying exquisite beauty. Then Alf said seriously to Isilia, "Your Highness, although this sudden proposal may catch you off guard, before we formally begin teaching, let's conduct a small test." Test? Isilia exclaimed in surprise, as she had never anticipated such a situation. Having undergone various tests in her past life, she had no fondness for the idea of a test. Well, seriousness really isn't my style. Don't be too nervous, Your Highness. You just need to condense and compress the energy within you into as many thin beams of light as possible, then shoot them at me like a burst of gunfire. It's very simple, right? Noticing the prince's tension, Alf spoke in a more relaxed tone. Will this not spiral out of control? Isilia still felt a bit anxious. As long as you don't chant spells or use mediums, it should be fine. Unless you have a certain level of finesse in controlling the holy light, it won't have much power. Uf's words dispelled the last trace of doubt in Isilia's heart. Thus, she followed Uf's instructions, instantly condensing a large number of light beams around her, forming thousands in a short moment, with the thinnest being as thick as an adult's arm. The sight, which blotted out the sky, caused Moira and Tina, who were watching from the side, to instinctively pull little maid Eve back a few steps and marvel at the prince's boundless potential. Meanwhile, Alf at the center of the vortex went from a calm expression to gradually becoming serious, and soon beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Although he had said it wouldn't have much power, the quantity was just too much. Just as Isilia was preparing to control the surrounding light beams for a volley, a sudden loud shout came from the opposite side. Wait! This abrupt voice startled her, causing her to forcibly retract the beams of light that were about to be released. While it didn't cause any substantial harm, the feeling was quite unpleasant. Isilia looked at the other side in confusion. Alf waved his hand towards the princess, then pointed at the sky, shouting, "Your Highness, it's not suitable to perform on the ground. Why don't we go up to the sky?" Isilia felt a bit puzzled. She couldn't fly, so how would they get there? However, before she could voice her question, a gentle breeze suddenly arose beneath her, lifting her up softly. She quickly covered the corner of her skirt with her little hand to avoid any exposure, but soon realized her worry was unnecessary, as the breeze lifting her was not blowing about randomly, but rather forming a wall of air steadily supporting her. Such delicate manipulation made Isilia envious. At least she felt she was far from being able to do that at present. "All right, at this height, Your Highness can unleash your abilities without worries," Alf said to the princess, secretly relieved in his heart. Thankfully, he stopped in time. If the newly repaired castle were to be damaged by the aftermath again, the Duke would surely want to kill him. "I'm okay, teacher," Isilia replied with a sweet smile, her voice as melodious as a lark. But for some reason, seeing the prince's smile, which should be very warm, made Alf feel a sudden chill all over. It must be an illusion. How could such a cute princess have any bad intentions? However, Alf quickly thought to retract his earlier naive thoughts as he saw the area within a 20-meter radius centered around the princess instantly filled with even more light beams than before. "Your Highness, are you trying to murder your teacher?" Looking at the princess, who in the sky resembled a second sun and cast a pale white hue all around, Alf couldn't help but feel speechless. The prince's potential is extraordinary. She can produce such momentum without chanting spells or using mediums. Puff, puff, puff. I have great faith in my teacher's abilities. You must do your best. Looking at Alf surrounded by the light beams, Isilia couldn't help but smile slightly. This should make him flustered for a while. After all, he had been scaring her all along. Moreover, it was you who said it wouldn't have much power, so I can't be blamed for going all out. The small princess thought with a hint of a retaliatory mindset. However, she evidently underestimated the strength of her father's top general. Although Alf spoke lightly, his actions were steady and solid. With his right foot stepping forward, he extended his palms one high and one low toward the front, standing tall and displaying the demeanor of a martial artist. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if a layer of bluish-green light emanated from his body. As the first light beam approached him, Alf thrust his palms forward, striking one side of the light beam with a speed that appeared slow but was actually swift. Then, pivoting on his left foot, his body turned, and astonishingly the light beam seemed to stick to him, swirling around as he moved. Subsequently, the light beams that shot past were intercepted by him, using the same technique, causing the surrounding light beams to increase in number, subtly forming a tornado made of light beams reminiscent of the grand momentum of 10,000 swords converging. Isilia witnessed this scene and slowly ceased her spellcasting, feeling somewhat discouraged. She realized that such an attack could not touch Alf at all, and many of the surrounding light beams had already dissipated. Continuing would only consume her spiritual energy, without producing any qualitative change. Seeing the princess halt her assault, Alf extended his hands, guiding the beam of light to the distance, and then utilizing the power of the wind element, he sent the two of them back to the ground. "Your light essence reserves are truly unprecedented in my experience," Alf said, resting his chin thoughtfully. Although there are some issues with control given your talent, I believe you'll resolve them soon enough. Not surprised by her own circumstances, Iselia instead focused on another matter. Master Alf. The words sweeter and filled with respect than before escaped Iselia's lips. However, Alf, upon hearing such a title, visibly shuddered. What an interesting reaction, Iselia thought to herself, but she understood that this was not the time for teasing. Discussing serious matters was of utmost importance. What was that move you just did, oi? Moi. The really cool action from earlier. Iselia commented while clumsily mimicking the gesture with her tiny hands. Oh, you mean martial arts? Alf paused slightly, gazing into the distance, his expression deepening, as if lost in memories. That was something I learned during my youth when I traveled across the Eastern nations training under a local martial arts master. Interestingly enough, despite sharing the same faith in the holy light, the Eastern nations developed a civilization that is entirely different from ours, including their methods of utilizing energy, which differ from our magic. Ah, there he goes again. Tina sighed, rolling her eyes at Alf, who was getting lost in his lecture. Whenever he mentioned the past, he would go on endlessly. However, Iselia found herself deeply intrigued by the Eastern nation described by Alf, which bore a striking resemblance to her former homeland, and she listened intently. Then, Master Alf, may I learn it? Once Alf finished, Iselia eagerly asked, aware that close combat was a mage's romance and how cool it would be to unleash a flurry of attacks surrounded by enemies. However, the princess' words caused Alf to furrow his brow. He truly did not wish for the princess to delve into martial arts. Setting aside the crisis facing a nation, it was unreasonable for a future great priestess of the holy light to spend a considerable amount of time learning close combat skills. After all, martial arts were not easy to master. Alf initially intended to refuse gently, but when he looked down and saw Iselia's starry-eyed gaze filled with longing and felt her delicate little hands gripping his tightly, he found it impossible to voice a rejection. All right, I am truly afraid of you, he finally relented, raising both hands in concession. Hearing Uf's permission, Iselia was overjoyed. Although she had initially resisted the idea of acting cute, she couldn't deny its effectiveness and found herself somewhat addicted to this feeling. After all, her current appearance was that of a little loli. Meanwhile, Tina, watching from the side, felt her expression darken upon hearing Uf's easy agreement. She was somewhat angry. Learning the holy light techniques was one thing, but allowing such a small child to learn martial arts was unacceptable. As an elf, she herself needed care, even at the age of 46. Just as she was about to speak up to stop it, she caught Uf's eye gesture towards her. Trusting her companion, Tina opened her mouth, but said nothing. Cough, cough, don't be too happy, just yet, your highness. Although I have indeed agreed, martial arts require a strict mastery of the holy light, as you may have noticed earlier. The beam of light you gathered, not only did it fail to maintain a consistent size, but most of it dispersed during flight, clearly not meeting the standard. Of course, that doesn't mean I can't teach you now, but I doubt you would want to cultivate half-baked skills, your highness. Oh well. Iselia found herself momentarily lost for words, her face falling as she sulked. Cunning, Master Alf is too cunning. This is a blatant ploy. How could someone with my obsessive-compulsive disorder refuse? Truly. Then I will first teach you how to control your power. If you don't object, I'll take that as your agreement. Seeing the prince's cheeks puffed up in anger was quite amusing to him. Iselia crossed her arms and turned her head away, refusing to speak. Alf looked at her cute, yet slightly stubborn expression, but said nothing more. Instead, he rummaged through his pocket at his waist. Iselia, curious, couldn't help but glance over before quickly turning her head back. What she didn't realize was that her little actions were clearly observed by Alf, who was taller, and the two others watching from the side. With a snap, Moira lightly opened her folding fan to cover her mouth and chuckled. Oh dear, the princess is truly adorable. If it weren't for class, I'd love to hold her in my arms and pamper her. Indeed, Moira, did you see the prince's chubby, rosy little face just now? It looks so soft, squeezing it would surely feel wonderful. Tina also chimed in excitedly. Hearing you say that I can't help but miss my brother, Moira said nostalgically, yet somehow a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes. I used to tease my brother until he threw a fit, then comfort him while stroking his hair. Now that I think back, his fluffy little tail was indeed pleasant to pet. Hey Moira, you are so petty, but I like it. Tina turned her gaze towards the princess, thinking she must squeeze the prince's little face whenever she had the chance. Iselia suddenly felt a chill run down her spine and sneezed, looking up at the sky in confusion. How could she catch a cold in the middle of summer? Could it be that someone is thinking about me? However, her attention was quickly drawn to the items Alf was pulling from his pocket. He held several needles made of blue gemstones, around dozens of them shimmering with an enchanting glow. Alf explained, these needles, though made of ordinary blue gemstones and not particularly rare, were crafted by me from raw blue gemstones, polished bit by bit using my inner light essence. He then took one of the gemstone needles and placed it in Iselia's palm. Your Highness, you may try to inject your light essence into it and feel the difference. The little princess obediently infused her energy into the needle, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Noticing the princess' expression, Alf smiled slightly. "No need to be surprised, Your Highness. I left a trace of light essence while polishing the crystal needle. When you infuse energy of the same source, the light essence will flow along the predetermined path without dispersing. Additionally, the polished crystal needle is sturdier, so you needn't worry about it breaking. Your Highness will practice controlling your power with this for now. When you are ready to begin learning martial arts, it will depend on your performance." With that, Alf moved to a nearby shaded area, sitting down to rest. Despite Tina expressing strong disapproval, he showed no intention of rising. Isilia had no choice but to practice as Alf suggested, and thus nearly a year passed. Showtime. The Duchy of Ostend is located in a temperate region. Although the geographical books of the Maxword continent do not provide detailed explanations of the local climate, Princess Isilia still draws this conclusion based on her past experiences. Of course, being in the distinctly seasonal Duchy of Ostend, this conclusion is not difficult to infer. It is currently spring, the season that Princess Isilia loves the most, when everything revives and the sun shines brightly. In such beautiful weather, our lovely little princess could not possibly stay in her room, but rather immersed herself in the sport that belongs solely to her. "Heya!" A vibrant shout rang out in the training grounds. Immediately after, the sound of a crash echoed as a little girl dressed in a distinctive small-scale battle outfit was slammed to the ground, accompanied by the lingering cries of delicate pain that filled the training area. Teacher Alf really doesn't understand the need to cherish the delicate. Looking at her battered body, Isilia couldn't help but complain, even though she knew Teacher Alf would never truly injure her severely, and she would receive timely treatment afterward, leaving no scars. But the pain was undeniably real. "All right, Your Highness, let's end today's training here." Alf waved his hand behind him. Then two nuns came forward to treat the princess' injuries. With a flicker of white light, Isilia immediately felt a warm flow wash over her entire body. This comforting sensation made her want to moan, but out of respect for royal decorum, she ultimately restrained herself. Not long after, her injuries had mostly healed, with only a few needing further rest for complete recovery. At this moment, Eve quietly approached, gently guiding Isilia to a nearby pavilion seat so she could rest. Seeing the princess' tattered dress and her still bruised body, Eve couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. "Princess Isilia, why are you so insistent on learning martial arts? There are many night guards in the city, all of whom are very skilled and will surely protect you." After a year of companionship, Eve had already established a deep friendship with Isilia, no longer as reserved as before. Hence, she asked so candidly, "Eve, I am a princess and can enjoy privileges that ordinary people will never experience in their lifetime. However, when faced with adversity, I always have to hide behind others. How is that different from mere adornments? The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. I yearn to make a difference, and although I am still young, I can at least set an example." Isilia's words left Eve astonished. Recalling the moments spent with the princess, she felt incredibly fortunate to know such an extraordinary person. Seeing Eve's admiring gaze, Isilia silently sighed. "Sigh, if it weren't for the words of the Creator, I would have considered a carefree life, but it seems my life will not be that simple." Since 4 months ago, when she could maintain a light column as thick as her thigh without it dispersing midway, Teacher Alf began to teach her martial arts. Although during this time Tina and Lady Selena had also expressed their opposition, they succumbed one by one under Isilia's innocent gaze. However, recalling her clumsy beginnings in martial arts, stepping on her own feet, Isilia felt her cheeks flush. She had no athletic talent in her past life, and it seemed she was still the same in this life. She couldn't help but deeply doubt whether she could learn martial arts well. Just then, a spring breeze blew, carrying the fragrant scent of flowers to the little princess. The little princess gently twitched her delicate nose, inhaling the floral fragrance, as if all her fatigue had lessened significantly. Isilia knew this was not an illusion. Ever since she began learning martial arts, Louise, who managed this garden, had intentionally transformed the flower beds near the square to plant lavender, jasmine, and violet, flowers that could relieve fatigue without clashing with each other. Sister Louise, if this weren't a story about a demon king and a hero, you would definitely be the saintess in it. The image of Sister Louise with her golden hair, a warm smile, and a gentle and delicate personality popped into her mind, making Isilia smile knowingly. "Oh, what has made our little princess so happy?" A soft female voice came from beside her. "Ah, it's Sister Louise." Surprised that the gentle lady had appeared just as she thought of her, Louise entered the pavilion and immediately noticed the bruises on the princess, feeling a pang of compassion. She reached out her hand towards Isilia and began to chant an obscure incantation. Suddenly, the princess found herself enveloped by various flowers with only her little face peeking out. Edge. The sudden change took Isilia by surprise, leaving her with a somewhat dazed expression. "Ah, princess, you are just too cute." At this moment, Eve bitterly lamented that she couldn't even draw, unable to capture such a wonderful scene. Suddenly, the flowers emitted a milky white light. This. The sudden warm sensation brought Iselia back to her senses. If the previous treatment felt like taking a hot shower, now she felt as if she were soaking in a fragrant hot spring. 3, 2, 1. As Louise's gentle voice fell, the flowers that enveloped Iselia dissipated like fireworks, and all the visible bruises on her body vanished without a trace. Gently moving her body, she felt incredibly light. Thank you, Sister Louise. Louise couldn't help but smile slightly. I just couldn't bear to see the princess tormented by these injuries, and besides, leaving bruises on such smooth fair skin is somewhat unflattering. She then took out a tray of tea and snacks that seemed to have been prepared in advance, and placed them on the stone table in the pavilion, beckoning the two seated to come over and taste. Iselia lifted her teacup and took a sip, instantly tasting the sweetness of jasmine mixed with the richness of black tea, filling her palate, paired with cream puffs that made for an exquisite afternoon tea. I wish I could have Sister Louise as my personal pastry chef making desserts just for me. Your Highness, is there something on your mind lately? Sitting across from her, Louise did not touch the snacks on the table, but propped her chin with one hand, watching the princess sip her tea with keen interest. Dessert. Hearing Sister Louise's question, Iselia, who was already feeling guilty, instinctively spoke her thoughts out loud, quickly, trying to stop herself. Oh no. Ever since I became like this, I've grown fonder of desserts, especially when eating cream puffs. I let my guard down completely. That's not good. Edge. To her surprise, Princess Iselia liked the cream puffs she made so much. Noticing the noticeably empty tray, Louise felt very happy. Your Highness, you can take some back to enjoy slowly. I made quite a bit this time. However, I have noticed that your spirits have not been very high lately, and it shouldn't just be because you want to eat desserts. Is it that obvious? Iselia touched her cheek. It's nothing major, it's just that I haven't made much progress in learning martial arts recently, and I'm not sure if I should continue. It's been bothering me. After Iselia finished speaking, she looked at the golden-haired beauty across from her. Sister Louise, what do you think I should do? I can't make decisions for you, Your Highness. Louise tapped her chin with her finger, but I have a story. Would you like to hear it? Oh, what kind of story is it? Iselia remained deeply curious about the tale Louise had just mentioned. Long ago, in a dense forest lived a raven, the wisest bird of all the woods. With remarkable ingenuity, it could drop stones into a jar to raise the water level and drink, accomplishing feats no other bird dared attempt. Yet it paid little heed to its own brilliance. Instead, it envied the eagle soaring high above, dreaming of diving with majestic grace to seize a lamb grazing on the meadow below. Louise paused briefly before adding with gentle irony, such a greedy little raven. Iselia nodded thoughtfully, the raven so slender and slight, aspiring to emulate an eagle. Truly an act of audacious overreach. Louise continued. Afterward, the raven mimicked the eagle's movements, practicing with unwavering devotion. Days passed. Convinced its training was complete, the raven launched itself into what it imagined would be a flawless dive, only to plummet too lightly, landing squarely upon the sheep's back, its feet tangled in wool, and ultimately captured by the shepherd. Louise then turned her gaze toward the princess, her voice soft as moonlight. Your Highness, do you think this little raven foolish? Iselia shook her head at once. No. If it were truly foolish, then what of those birds who cannot even draw water from the jar? It simply misdirected its effort, chose the wrong path for its gifts. Well said. Your Highness, as a princess of this realm, and one brimming with extraordinary potential, you must not so easily diminish yourself over trifling setbacks. The road ahead is long. All you need is to find your own true path, and walk it steadfastly without faltering. At that moment, golden sunlight bathed the noblewoman's profile. Louise, haloed in the tender glow of dusk, seemed suffused with sacred serenity. If saints walked among us, surely they would look just like this. Iselia mused inwardly with quiet, unfeigned reverence. Foundational training was typically long and monotonous. Yet ever since Iselia's heartfelt conversations with senior sister Louise, that tedium had been gently softened by fragrant herbal tea, delicate pastries, and baths steeped in rose petals. Louise soon became one of Iselia's most trusted confidants, and this tranquil rhythm endured until the princess turned 8. All began with Iselia's restless curiosity about the world beyond the palace walls, and her resolve to slip out unnoticed. Princess Iselia, perhaps we should bring some guards. Just the two of us seems rather unsafe. Eve urged gently. Relax, we'll be back before dusk. Nothing will go awry. Besides, you know my strength well enough. Ordinary guards couldn't best me in combat. Who'd protect whom if danger arose remains quite debatable. Ignoring Eve's counsel, Iselia reached for a pair of breeches nearby and began dressing. At the very least, shouldn't we inform Lord Hill and Lady Serena? Eve still hesitated. Well, that may prove difficult, little Fufu. Their Majesties are currently receiving foreign dignitaries, and won't have time until evening. Isilia smiled faintly amused. Precisely why I chose today, or His Majesty, the devoted father, to find out I'd never leave the castle gates. Hold on, Eve, where are you going? The very maid who had just cautioned Isilia now stood silently beside the door. Yippee. Like a cat startled mid-leap, Eve let out a startled yelp. I just remembered something urgent I haven't finished yet. I'll attend to it right away. Her voice trembled with nervousness. Oh really? Isilia fastened her shirt buttons while studying Eve with a skeptical glance. Let's hope so. But if I discover you've dashed off to tattle to rep, our friendship ends here and now. I mean every word. Eve quietly returned. Didn't you say you had urgent matters to attend to? Suddenly it doesn't feel quite so pressing after all. Eyes darting evasively, Eve twisted the hem of her skirt absently. Isilia found it endearing, and deciding not to tease further, turned her full attention to the unruly tangle of her hair. My hair is far too long. How can I disguise it convincingly? Perhaps I should trim it slightly. She mused, fingers deftly weaving through silken strands. Princess Isilia, why on earth are you wearing boys' clothes? Eve finally blurted out, watching the princess wrestle endlessly with her hair. That morning the princess had declared her intent to sneak out, not only dismissing Eve's advice outright, but donning a set of boys' attire whose origin remained a mystery. Such open rebellion left Eve flustered, bearing burdens far heavier than any 10-year-old should shoulder. Disguising myself as a boy makes movement easier. Surely you don't expect me to slip outside in a full court gown. Isilia stated it matter-of-factly, leaving Eve speechless. Why precisely did the princess believe cross-dressing granted her passage beyond the gates? There, enough of this. Come help me style my hair, Eve. Abandoning her solo efforts, Isilia summoned her maid's aid as she always did. What sort of hairstyle would your highness prefer? Resigned to the inevitable, Eve adopted a pragmatic stance, hoping only that the princess would return as promised before dusk fell. Something simple, just like an ordinary noble boy's. With Eve's skilled hands, Isilia soon transformed into a striking young aristocrat, refined, poised, and unmistakably princely. Even disguised as a boy, your highness remains utterly charming. Isilia studied her reflection closely. Though still strikingly conspicuous, her innate elegance and luminous complexion rendered a commoner's guise implausible, so she allowed Eve's artistry to prevail. Soon after, Eve exchanged her usual hair for a modest chestnut wig and followed Isilia to the provisions warehouse. Gazing at the heavy oak doors, she asked curiously, "How does your highness plan to leave the city?" "Patience, Eve, you'll see shortly. And from now on, remember, call me master." Isilia spoke with serene confidence. But such cryptic replies nettled Eve, so she teased with a playful smirk, "Yes, your highness." Mischievous Eve is rather adorable. Far more like a real 10-year-old than the timid girl she used to be. Still, who gave you permission to mock your sovereign? Isilia extended her hands, mischief glinting in her eyes. Naughty Eve, prepare to face your master's retribution. She lunged, fingers dancing beneath Eve's arms in relentless, ticklish assault, eliciting peals of breathless laughter until Eve collapsed, gasping and fragmented, incoherent pleas. "Why, your highness? Eve knows she's wrong. Please spare me." Seeing Eve thoroughly subdued, Isilia prepared to withdraw her hands. Am I interrupting something?" A familiar voice chimed behind them. Isilia turned. There stood Louise, golden-haired and radiant, observing her with knowing, amused tenderness. "Oh, Louise, sister, couldn't you have timed that less perfectly? Wait, I invited you. So why does this feel utterly disastrous? How on earth do I explain this?" Isilia deliberately ignored Eve's flushed cheeks and unsteady gait, and launched instead into her plan. She had long observed that supply wagons entering the castle underwent meticulous inspection, but faced far looser scrutiny upon departure. All that was needed was for Louise to subtly divert the driver's and guard's attention, allowing the two girls to board unnoticed, a task well within the reach of someone as graceful, kind, and universally beloved as Louise. Louise tilted her head, thoughtful for a moment, then replied with playful lightness, "The plan itself holds no flaws, but I'm risking much on your highness's behalf. Surely a gesture of gratitude is in order." "The plan itself holds no flaws, but I'm risking much on your highness's behalf. Surely a gesture of gratitude is in order." It is evident that during this unexpected incident someone has gained a considerable bounty. At this moment Eve was opening her mouth wide, sticking out her tongue, while frantically fanning the air with her other hand that wasn't holding the pie, a most unladylike behavior indicating that she was overwhelmed by the spiciness. However, even in such a state, she made no attempt to stop eating the pie. "If it's too spicy, you shouldn't eat it. I can make you something milder when we get back." Initially, seeing Eve's cute expression of being overwhelmed by the spice was quite amusing and satisfied her mischievous side, but by the time Eve had her third pie, she couldn't help but remind her, "No, I will eat everything that the young master has made, no matter what it is." Besides, this beef pie is truly delicious. Even though my mouth hurts, I don't know why I can't stop. Eve resolutely refused, and to demonstrate her determination, took another bite of the pie with an don't express your determination that way, silly foo-foo. Alicia quickly interjected, since that's the case, let's go buy something to drink. Eating like this is too dry. Following Alicia's suggestion, the two went to a juice specialty shop and bought 2 cups of grape juice. Of course, compared to Eve, who was focused on using the grape juice to relieve the spiciness, Alicia appeared more at ease, her gaze gradually shifting to the decor inside the drink shop. Boss, what is that thing behind you? Following Alicia's pointing direction, they saw a machine behind the boss that was continuously spewing out a deep purple juice. Little guessed, this is a juice-extracting magical device produced by the Forge Workshop. The boss spoke in a flat tone as if discussing a well-known fact. Forge Workshop. Alicia displayed extreme curiosity, having grown up in the palace and not being particularly familiar with many things. The Forge Workshop is arguably the most famous workshop in the entire lower district. The magical devices they design and produce are often usable by commoners like us, which is quite remarkable. But compared to me, you might want to see for yourself. Today happens to be their new product launch right in the center of the market, and many people will be going there. Perhaps noticing Alicia's noble background, the boss showed a sudden realization and patiently explained his words, also revealing his admiration for the Forge Workshop. Alicia had originally planned to collaborate with the workshop to produce some daily necessities from her past life, and now hearing about such an interesting place, she naturally could not miss the opportunity. So after Eve finished her last spicy beef pie, Alicia hurriedly bid farewell to the drink shop boss and headed towards the Forge Workshop. At first, the road was relatively spacious, allowing Alicia to leisurely admire the trinkets sold by the surrounding merchants. However, as they approached the central area, the crowd suddenly thickened. No matter which direction she looked, she could only see legs that resembled old tree trunks tangled and towering before her. It must be said that the drink shop boss was indeed not exaggerating. The Forge Workshop was indeed the most popular workshop in the entire lower district. Just with this new product launch, it attracted so many people for observation. Without following the crowd step by step, relying on her petite stature, Alicia and Eve slipped into the workshop first. In contrast to the chaos outside, the inside of the workshop appeared orderly. Each customer was accompanied by a service staff member guiding them to suitable positions. The space inside was much larger than it appeared from the outside, capable of accommodating thousands of people for the launch. Alicia thought that this must involve some spatial magic. Although the military had already implemented such magic practically long ago, for a civilian workshop to utilize such magic also indicated profound background. Look at that child's hair and eyes, they are so beautiful, just like an angel. A voice of unabashed admiration suddenly rang out. Originally, as the launch had not yet started, idle people were instantly drawn to this remark, turning their gazes toward the back. Hey, a boy with silver hair and red eyes. He's just my type, a young woman said, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. It turns out boys can be this pretty too. I think I'm in love again, a muscular man grinned, showing his white teeth. Actually, I can be too. Ugh, guards, help. There are 2 perverts here. For a moment, the established order fell into chaos again. However, since the princess had not yet reached the age to enter the social scene, and few had seen her true appearance, no one noticed Alicia's disguise, mistaking her for a mixed blood of some noble family. However, those aggressive gazes made Alicia feel somewhat uncomfortable, as if she were not a person, but a priceless prey. May I assist you in any way? Eventually, the commotion attracted the attention of the organizers, and a very competent-looking woman approached, seemingly the leader of the staff. I'm here to attend the launch. When will it start? Alicia glanced around and noticed that most people were dressed in convenient work attire, some even with stains of oil on them, likely having just finished their tasks and rushed over without changing clothes. In comparison, she indeed stood out. The service lady, hearing Alicia's question, looked up at the magical clock hanging in the center of the hall. Dear little guest, the launch will start in half an hour. Half an hour is quite a long wait. Alicia was reluctant to sit in the hall waiting for the launch to begin, but since it was her first time in such a place, she didn't know what else to do. If you're not too fond of the hall's environment, you may wait in a private room where we have prepared refreshments for you. You can directly use the magical device to watch the launch, but it will be a bit more expensive. Seemingly sensing Alicia's predicament, the service lady suggested, take me there quickly, money is not an issue. Feeling that more and more eyes were gathering on her to avoid unnecessary trouble, Alicia urged. The private room of the Forge Workshop was more appropriately described as a spacious lounge able to accommodate dozens of people without feeling cramped. In the center, various finished magical devices made by the workshop were displayed for viewing, while along one wall stood cabinets made of solid wood intricately carved with elegant patterns, along with sofas and coffee tables. Magic is truly convenient, Alicia remarked, curled up comfortably on the sofa while sipping the red tea made by Eve. Even though it's just the 2 of us here, please be mindful, young master, after all we are still outside. At that moment, Eve was sitting elegantly on the sofa, appearing more like a refined lady than Alicia, the actual princess. Little Fufu is indeed very serious, but who was it that didn't listen and ate 4 spicy pancakes in a row only to be overwhelmed and drink 2 cups of grape juice to recover? Hearing Eve's words, Alicia straightened up, sitting on the sofa in a duck-like manner, and teasingly recounted Eve's earlier embarrassment. That's because the young master's food is too delicious. Indeed, the straightforward little Fufu is very cute, and for me, I can never get enough of your compliments, so please say more. Allow me to refuse. TCH, this little brat is probably some naive young master from a noble family out here to experience life. The moment he encounters any danger, he will be scared to the point of wetting his pants. I've seen plenty of people like him. Hey kid, you haven't even grown all your hair, and you want to be an adventurer. Go home and find your mother to nurse you. As the burly man with short red hair spoke, a louder wave of laughter erupted around them. Hey, a bunch of insignificant fish. AI Zelia rolled her eyes, completely ignoring what the people had just said. Damn it, you little brat, what did you say? If you have the guts, say it again. They'll crush your head. With a loud crash, the red-haired man, infuriated that a mere brat dared to insult him, immediately lost his temper. He flipped over the round wooden table in front of him, pointed at AI Zelia, and started cursing. His other hand rested on the hilt of a large sword beside him, clearly preparing to strike if AI Zelia didn't respond appropriately. Calm down, big brother Sabaz. The clothes this kid is wearing are made of high-quality material, and he has a maid by his side. At first glance, he's clearly a young master from a noble family. We can't afford to mess with him. The short, sharp-faced man who had spoken earlier seemed to be with the red-haired man. Seeing him about to make a move, he quickly tried to dissuade him. Carl, it seems you're regressing. You don't have the guts now that it's not your first time cutting slimes. He'll be promoted to be rank in no time, and then even nobles will have to treat me well. Now you're telling me to back down in front of a little brat. I, Sabaz the red-haired, won't be able to show my face in the guild anymore. Ignoring the short man's words, Sabaz did not stop, but instead grabbed the heavy sword in his hand and walked toward AI Zelia. The nearby adventurers saw someone standing up for them and were happy to watch the show, each one becoming a source of amusement, occasionally shouting encouragement. Go on, Sabaz. Let this little brat see the power of Sabaz the red-haired. Buffed red-haired fool, insignificant fish is still insignificant fish, even the nickname is just as pathetic. At this moment, AI Zelia felt no tension from being targeted. Instead, she laughed so hard that she nearly fell over. If it weren't for the need to keep up appearances, she might have rolled on the ground from laughter. You're quite something. Sabaz's forehead bulged with veins, furious and laughing at the same time. Though puzzled that this little brat wasn't afraid of him, he dismissed it as the child, relying on his noble status, thinking he wouldn't dare touch him. So he raised his heavy sword, pointing it at AI Zelia. Kid, don't say I bullied you. If you can block this strike, we can bury the hatchet. Some adventurers who weren't fond of Sabaz found his words quite hypocritical. Sabaz is too hypocritical. If that heavy sword of his struck with full force, that little brat's frail body would probably be turned into mush. Meanwhile, the clerk at the counter sensed that things were going awry and immediately turned to call for help. Hey, does this insignificant fish really think I'll move? AI Zelia casually retorted, you think you're worthy. Ignoring the brat's trash talk, Sabaz raised his heavy sword and swung it down. Furious, Sabaz naturally exerted all his strength. Coupled with the heavy sword, the strike appeared to those around him as fast as lightning. Just when everyone thought this little brat was about to be splattered, AI Zelia's red eyes suddenly lost their color, turning a milky white. An invisible force emanated from her, enveloping Sabaz entirely. The force of Sabaz's downward strike halted, stopping just a centimeter away from AI Zelia's head, unable to advance any further. He widened his eyes, staring at the abnormal change in the little brat's gaze, feeling as if he had been doused with cold water, finally realizing he had kicked an iron plate. But at this moment, Sabaz couldn't even speak. Suddenly, he felt a heavy blow to his chest, and his whole body flew backward like an arrow released from a bow. All of this occurred in the blink of an eye. The crowd only saw Sabaz abruptly freeze mid-swing, and in an instant a shadow flashed past them. Then came a series of clattering sounds. Only then did the onlooking adventurers awaken from their stupor, realizing that the tall and imposing Sabaz who had overshadowed the little brat had vanished. I warned you, you insignificant fish really are garbage, unable to even comprehend human speech. Oh no, garbage still has recycling value. What you said should be considered hazardous waste. AI Zelia spoke these malicious words in an extremely sweet voice, causing Eve, who had witnessed the entire process, to sigh and cover her forehead. How beautiful and powerful this princess is, yet she has such a mouth. The crowd followed the direction of the little brat's mockery and saw several adventurers sprawled out in a heap of rubble, with red-haired Sabaz among them. At this moment, he had already passed out. The few people lying beside him were recognized by the crowd as those who had laughed the hardest at the little brat. Didn't you say you didn't care? Is breaking a few bones not a big deal? Hey, are you kidding me? That red-haired Sabaz was knocked away in just one hit. Is this little brat a monster? Seeing this scene, AI's Aaliyah tapped her chin in thought, then took a purse from Eve and pulled out a gold coin to place on the counter. Big sister, it'll cover the guild's losses from earlier. My purse is quite large. If anyone else wants to cause trouble in the guild, I can handle it. Although I don't care much about what insignificant fish say, I do hold grudges. That was clearly your doing. Why does it sound like we're to blame? The onlooking adventurers silently complained in their hearts. Most of the people drinking in this hall were low-tier adventurers. Those of B rank or above had their own private rooms or were assigned tasks by the guild, and they certainly wouldn't be as idle as the rest. This was also why Sabaz was so arrogant. However, now that even the red-haired Sabaz had been taken down in one hit, those beneath him had no courage to express discontent. For a moment, the hall fell into a chilling silence. AI's Aaliyah nodded in satisfaction and then turned around. Big sister, can you help me with the membership procedure now? Okay, sure. The counter girl appeared somewhat shaken, but her professional training allowed her to respond quickly. She took an application form from a drawer and handed it over, explaining the various matters to pay attention to when becoming an adventurer. It turned out that adventurers were classified into 6 ranks: S, A, B, C, D, and E based on their abilities and experience. Generally, one had to start from rank E, which is the novice adventurer stage. AI's Aaliyah had no objections to this, as she was a complete novice in terms of experience. She could just level up after getting familiar. However, she was troubled about how to fill out the information, as she couldn't possibly use her real name to join. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, as AI's Aaliyah was preparing to fill out the information, a series of clapping sounds erupted in the hall, interrupting her train of thought and making her furious. I just want to join the guild quietly. Oh, why is it so difficult? At such a young age to have such strength, you are truly a promising youth. A middle-aged man who looked to be about 30 approached. He was dressed in ordinary adventurer attire, his appearance unremarkable, the kind that would be lost in a crowd. However, the aura he exuded was quite impressive. Who are you? AI's Aaliyah asked, trying to remain patient despite her discomfort. The middle-aged man, upon hearing AI's Aaliyah's question, did not hide his identity, but straightforwardly revealed himself. I am the vice president of this guild, named Woolsey. Upon learning that the visitor was the vice president, AI's Aaliyah grew even more impatient. All right, vice president, is there something you need? I need to fill out my membership information now. If there's nothing else, please feel free to leave. She didn't believe that this vice president had just happened to arrive after the incident. He had likely been watching from the sidelines the whole time. Naturally, she wouldn't show him any courtesy. Woolsey was not bothered by this, instead chuckling. If you wish to join the guild, I can be your recommender. With your abilities, starting from gathering herbs would be a bit of a waste. As he spoke, he pulled out a black card from his pocket, which bore the golden letter C and the name of Vice President Woolsey. Holding this card means you can skip D and E ranks and become a C rank adventurer. The vice president held the card in one hand, explaining it to AI's Aaliyah. At this moment, several sharp-eyed adventurers noticed the black card in the vice president's hand and were shocked, whispering to those around them. Look, is that card the vice president's hand? A black card? You're not mistaken, it really is a black card. Wait, isn't that only held by S rank adventurers? This little bratto, no, this boy has the potential to become an S rank. Wow, this child is terrifying. Thankfully, I didn't mock him earlier. Even AI's Aaliyah's ability to easily defeat Sabaz was enough to astonish them. Now that she had obtained the black card, the adventurers facing someone younger than them had changed their tone to be more cautious. Hearing the discussions among the adventurers behind him, Woolsey added, of course, this card serves not only as identification, but also grants you many privileges that only B rank and above adventurers can enjoy. As he said this, Woolsey paused, showing a meaningful smile. For instance, you can have your own private room without having to squeeze in with those guys at the back, attracting attention and possibly being discovered. Originally somewhat disinterested, AI's Aaliyah suddenly perked up at these words, straightening her posture, her tone turning unfriendly. What do you know? What do you mean, young lady? Woolsey appeared quite puzzled at AI's Aaliyah's question, as if he were unaware of what he had just said. AI's Aaliyah stared into the vice president's deep eyes for a moment, then relaxed, shaking her hands. Well, since you are so sincere, I will accept this card. She then handed the filled-out information form to Woolsey, who seemed uninterested in its contents, and stuffed the form away without even looking at it, leaving AI's Aaliyah puzzled. At least take a look, it was hard to come up with. After leaving the guild, Eve, who was following beside her, asked AI's Aaliyah curiously, Young master, were we too ostentatious in the guild just now? Ostentatious? I'm a princess, what's wrong with being a bit flashy? AI's Aaliyah said matter-of-factly. But Eve furrowed her brows, wanting to say more, when suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her forehead. All right, just teasing you. Look at your furrowed brow. Oh, as a beautiful girl, you should smile more. Be careful, or you might end up looking ugly. Retracting her mischievous hand, AI Zelia spoke in a cheerful tone. Actually, this was all part of my plan. Think about it, Eve. We are just kids, and we are going to the Adventurers Guild. Being looked down upon is inevitable. If we were low-key at this moment, would everything have gone as smoothly as it has now? Eve, holding her small head, nodded thoughtfully. But next time, can you give me a heads up, so I can help share the burden? You don't know how worried I was for you. No need, Eve. You don't need to worry about these things, but it's my job to protect little Fufu's smile. AI Zelia, walking ahead with her hands behind her back, suddenly turned around and said seriously. Eve's small face instantly turned red, and she lowered her head to speak softly. Your Highness is too cunning. AI Zelia's lips curled up slightly. You should call me young master. At this moment, the adventurers in the guild breathed a sigh of relief as the little calamity was finally gone, and they began to clean up the chaotic hall. At this moment, beside Sabaz stood a sharp-faced short man, his brother whom he had referred to as Carl earlier. However, unexpectedly, Ward did not help his elder brother up. Instead, he chuckled. Big brother Sabaz, you are still so foolish, easily provoked, arrogant, and annoying. But thanks to you, I've confirmed my target. He pinched the small beard on his chin and then showed a confused expression. The silver-haired reedy person is correct, but wasn't the intel saying it was a girl? How did it turn out to be a boy? Whatever, he'll just report this to the boss first. Ward found 2 people to follow AI Zelia, while he himself left the guild, heading toward a building not far from there. Unaware of the danger approaching, AI Zelia was currently strolling through the market of the capital with Eve. Originally, they should have gone to visit the most sacred Sagal Cathedral in the capital, as suggested by Eve. However, after a rather unserious baptism from a certain creator god, AI Zelia found it hard to revere what was supposed to be divine. Coincidentally, it was close to noon. Rather than worshipping the goddess of holy light, it was much more important to honor her own stomach, so they embarked on a journey to find delicious food in the market. Nom. AI Zelia was currently holding a pie the size of her small face, taking small bites. She had to admit this specialty pie truly refreshed her worldview. When she saw the boss lady stuffing fresh blackbird meat, salad, dried fruits, nutmeg, saffron, sugar, almonds, and various other ingredients all into the pie, she was quite surprised. However, it surprisingly tasted quite good with a subtle harmony. In fact, such a specialty pie couldn't be found just any time. It was the boss lattice extravagant creation that disregarded cost-effectiveness. After all, no chef would want their culinary skills to be outshone by an 80-year-old child from a noble family. AI Zelia felt a bit guilty as she was the one who suggested trying the street food, but ultimately couldn't resist borrowing the boss lattice kitchen. Using her own chili peppers, she made a few spicy beef pies, causing most of the customers to be captivated by the unique aroma of the peppers. However, she had no regrets as compared to her own cooking. Most of the market snacks appeared somewhat crude. It is evident that during this unexpected incident, someone has gained a considerable bounty. At this moment, Eve was opening her mouth wide, sticking out her tongue, while frantically fanning the air with her other hand that wasn't holding the pie, a most unladylike behavior indicating that she was overwhelmed by the spiciness. However, even in such a state, she made no attempt to stop eating the pie. If it's too spicy, you shouldn't eat it. I can make you something milder when we get back. Initially, seeing Eve's cute expression of being overwhelmed by the spice was quite amusing and satisfied her mischievous side, but by the time Eve had her third pie, she couldn't help but remind her. No, I will eat everything that the young master has made, no matter what it is. Besides, this beef pie is truly delicious. Even though my mouth hurts, I don't know why I can't stop. Eve resolutely refused, and to demonstrate her determination, took another bite of the pie with an "Oh, don't express your determination that way, silly fufu." Alicia quickly interjected, "Since that's the case, let's go buy something to drink. Eating like this is too dry." Following Alicia's suggestion, the two went to a juice specialty shop and bought 2 cups of grape juice. Of course, compared to Eve, who was focused on using the grape juice to relieve the spiciness, Alicia appeared more at ease, her gaze gradually shifting to the decor inside the drink shop. "Boss, what is that thing behind you?" Following Alicia's pointing direction, they saw a machine behind the boss that was continuously spewing out a deep purple juice. Little guessed, this is a juice-extracting magical device produced by the Forge Workshop. The boss spoke in a flat tone as if discussing a well-known fact. Forge Workshop. Alicia displayed extreme curiosity, having grown up in the palace and not being particularly familiar with many things. The Forge Workshop is arguably the most famous workshop in the entire lower district. The magical devices they design and produce are often usable by commoners like us, which is quite remarkable. But compared to me, you might want to see for yourself. Today happens to be their new product launch right in the center of the market, and many people will be going there. Perhaps noticing Alicia's noble background, the boss showed a sudden realization and patiently explained his words, also revealing his admiration for the Forge Workshop. Alicia had originally planned to collaborate with the workshop to produce some daily necessities from her past life, and now hearing about such an interesting place, she naturally could not miss the opportunity. So after Eve finished her last spicy beef pie, Alicia hurriedly bid farewell to the drink shop boss and headed towards the forge workshop. At first, the road was relatively spacious, allowing Alicia to leisurely admire the trinkets sold by the surrounding merchants. However, as they approached the central area, the crowd suddenly thickened. No matter which direction she looked, she could only see legs that resembled old tree trunks tangled and towering before her. It must be said that the drink shop boss was indeed not exaggerating. The forge workshop was indeed the most popular workshop in the entire lower district. Just with this new product launch, it attracted so many people for observation. Without following the crowd step by step, relying on her petite stature, Alicia and Eve slipped into the workshop first. In contrast to the chaos outside, the inside of the workshop appeared orderly. Each customer was accompanied by a service staff member guiding them to suitable positions. The space inside was much larger than it appeared from the outside, capable of accommodating thousands of people for the launch. Alicia thought that this must involve some spatial magic. Although the military had already implemented such magic practically long ago, for a civilian workshop to utilize such magic also indicated profound background. Look at that child's hair and eyes, they are so beautiful, just like an angel. A voice of unabashed admiration suddenly rang out. Originally, as the launch had not yet started, idle people were instantly drawn to this remark, turning their gazes toward the back. "Hey, a boy with silver hair and red eyes. He's just my type," a young woman said, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. "Hee, it turns out boys can be this pretty too. I think I'm in love again," a muscular man grinned, showing his white teeth. "Actually, I can be too. Ugh, guards, help. There are two perverts here." For a moment, the established order fell into chaos again. However, since the princess had not yet reached the age to enter the social scene, and few had seen her true appearance, no one noticed Alicia's disguise, mistaking her for a mixed blood of some noble family. However, those aggressive gazes made Alicia feel somewhat uncomfortable, as if she were not a person, but a priceless prey. "May I assist you in any way?" Eventually, the commotion attracted the attention of the organizers, and a very competent-looking woman approached, seemingly the leader of the staff. "I'm here to attend the launch. When will it start?" Alicia glanced around and noticed that most people were dressed in convenient work attire, some even with stains of oil on them, likely having just finished their tasks and rushed over without changing clothes. In comparison, she indeed stood out. The service lady, hearing Alicia's question, looked up at the magical clock hanging in the center of the hall. "Dear little guest, the launch will start in half an hour." Half an hour is quite a long wait. Alicia was reluctant to sit in the hall waiting for the launch to begin, but since it was her first time in such a place, she didn't know what else to do. "If you're not too fond of the hall's environment, you may wait in a private room where we have prepared refreshments for you. You can directly use the magical device to watch the launch, but it will be a bit more expensive." Seemingly sensing Alicia's predicament, the service lady suggested, "Take me there quickly, money is not an issue." Feeling that more and more eyes were gathering on her, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Alicia urged. The private room of the forge workshop was more appropriately described as a spacious lounge able to accommodate dozens of people without feeling cramped. In the center, various finished magical devices made by the workshop were displayed for viewing, while along one wall stood cabinets made of solid wood, intricately carved with elegant patterns, along with sofas and coffee tables. "Magic is truly convenient," Alicia remarked, curled up comfortably on the sofa while sipping the red tea made by Eve. "Even though it's just the two of us here, please be mindful, young master. After all, we are still outside." At that moment, Eve was sitting elegantly on the sofa, appearing more like a refined lady than Alicia, the actual princess. Little Fufu is indeed very serious, but who was it that didn't listen and ate 4 spicy pancakes in a row, only to be overwhelmed and drink 2 cups of grape juice to recover? Hearing Eve's words, Alicia straightened up, sitting on the sofa in a duck-like manner, and teasingly recounted Eve's earlier embarrassment. That's because the young master's food is too delicious. Indeed, the straightforward little Fufu is very cute, and for me, I can never get enough of your compliments, so please say more. Allow me to refuse." "Whoa, I was rejected by Xiao Fufu, how tragic, how tragic." Covering her face with her hands, Isekai struck a pose of utter heartbreak, as if she had truly suffered a tremendous blow. "Pretending to cry is useless, young master, I won't be fooled again." Eve's expression was remarkably calm, as if she was no longer surprised by everything happening before her. Xiao Fufu seems quite resolute today." Isekai gently caressed Eve's cheek with her small hand. "But you say you won't be fooled, yet your body seems to disagree. Your face is so red, Xiao Fufu, you must actually be shy, right?" Facing the prince's blunt question, Eve was somewhat at a loss for words. Of course, if the situation weren't so special, she might have made an excuse to escape and splashed some water on her face to cool down. Seeing Eve's blushing cheeks and her willingness to let herself be manipulated, Isekai's interest was piqued as she licked her small tongue over her lips. However, before she could take her next action, a series of soft paw sounds caught her attention. Tisk. Aishilia withdrew her hand, stood up, and began to sense quietly. Upon noticing something unusual about the princess, Eve looked up, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. What's wrong, young master? Shoo. Without answering, Aishilia placed her finger to her lips, signaling Eve to remain silent. Someone is coming, but they're not using the corridor's main entrance, rather. Through her spiritual perception, she realized the newcomers were all trained practitioners of magic, and not mere civilians or service personnel, which immediately raised her vigilance. Suddenly, Aishilia forcefully pulled Eve behind her. At the same time, there was a loud crash as a solid wooden cabinet in the private room was violently sent flying and crashed into the wall opposite, enveloping the room in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Aishilia discovered about 10 mercenaries in uniform standing across from them. Each of them bore a uniquely designed small shield on their left arm and wielded short swords suitable for close quarters, led by a young man with a scarred face. He at such a young age, your vigilance is impressive to have discovered us so early. The scar-faced man suddenly laughed as he observed Aishilia, who was cautiously sizing him up. Who are you? What do you want here? Aishilia shouted at the men across from her. The scar-faced man did not answer her question, but instead asked someone behind him, Is it him? Yes, it's him, boss. He's the one who knocked Sabs away in one blow. Sabs, eh? Hearing that name, Aishilia turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a scruffy man, who seemed to be the one named Carl who was often seen beside Sabs. Oh, so you are here to get revenge for that useless uncle. Aishilia revealed a look of realization. Who would take revenge for that arrogant fool who can't see the situation? Carl displayed a disdainful expression. You are too oblivious to your own impending doom. You have no idea of our boss' true strength, which isn't something you can send flying with a mere mental strike. Enough. The scar-faced man interrupted Carl and turned his gaze back to Aishilia. Do not attempt to stall with words. This workshop is the property of our master, and the entire private room has been set with a soundproof barrier. No one will come to save you. I bear no grudge against you, but today you will undoubtedly die. Oh, is that so? Aishilia began chanting a spell, preparing to summon a light arrow to strike down her opponents. However, the scar-faced man showed no sign of fear in response to the intense magical fluctuations. I advise you not to do that. This private room is right next to the hall. Whether or not you can harm us with your attack is one thing, but the thousands of civilians attending the conference in the hall will suffer heavy casualties. Hearing the scar-faced man's words, Aishilia felt a bit uncertain, knowing her control over magic wasn't strong, and realizing that they had deliberately set up this trap. She wondered if, without giving her time to think, 3 brown-haired assassins closed in on her in a triangle formation. Given the small size of the private room, rushing in all at once would be disadvantageous. The scar-faced man clearly understood this principle and did not rush to attack, instead instructing his subordinates to form a formation and probe. The 3 of them circled around Aishilia, their swords and knives shimmering with light, obviously wary of her moves. Seeing this, Aishilia took a brooch out of her pocket and handed it to Eve. Xiao Fufu, take this and hide behind me. No, young master, if you give it to me, what will you do? Eve naturally understood the brooch's function, but she also knew that it had the flaw of being able to protect only one person. Concentrating a light sword in her hand, Aishilia kept her gaze fixed on the 3 surrounding her. Listen, Xiao Fufu, only if you are safe can I focus on fighting. Don't worry, I will be fine. Eve extended her hand, holding the brooch, opened her mouth to say something, but the words stuck in her throat, and she couldn't bring herself to say anything. She wanted to say not to worry about her, that she would willingly sacrifice herself for the princess. However, she knew that even if she said such words, they would come out as powerless. The princess would not feel happy because of her loyalty, for she was just that kind of person. In the end, Eve withdrew her hand and pressed the brooch to her chest. Young master, I wish you great success in battle. Hearing Eve's words, Aishilia smiled faintly. I will. Eve's departure met no obstruction. Evidently, they had information about the brooch, and she was not their target, so they did not waste their efforts. However, just as Eve retreated to the back, the 3 assassins seized the moment when Aishilia felt a bit relieved and launched their attacks from the left, right, and behind. Seeing this, Aishilia did not sit and wait for her fate. Instead, she took the initiative to charge forward, pretending to break through the encirclement. The enemies on either side immediately crossed their swords to block her. However, Aishilia unexpectedly came to a sudden stop, swinging her light sword to cleave through their incoming short swords. With a crack like cutting through tofu, the 2 short swords broke. The 2 men were taken aback and did not have time to block with their shields, falling quickly to Aishilia's swift light sword strikes. At this moment, the enemy from behind, who had arrived late, quickly applied a magical shield over his short sword, and shield instantly covering his weapons with a dazzling red light. Taking this opportunity, Aishilia turned to slash back, but unexpectedly her strike was blocked by the enemy's shield. When she attempted to retract her light sword, she found it caught by the two jagged blades welded onto the enemy's iron guard, and her height disadvantage made it difficult for her to pull it free. The brown-haired mercenary took this chance to close in, thrusting his short sword directly towards Aishilia's chest. Aishilia hurriedly conjured a second light sword with her free left hand to block the attack. However, the mercenary before her was not in a hurry to withdraw his short sword, but stared grimly at the girl in front of him, a sudden feeling of unease rising in Aishilia's heart. Sure enough, behind the oddly shaped arm shield was a blade over a foot long, which was now shot out with lightning speed under the control of the brown-haired mercenary. "Princess, be careful." A cry of alarm rang out from behind, belonging to Eve. Fortunately, Aizelia had already prepared herself and quickly tilted her head to the side, but it was still a moment too late. The blade left a deep scar on her delicate cheek, along with cutting off the silver hair tie she used to gather her hair. Her flowing silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Aizelia released her lightsaber, kicked the brown-haired youth in the chest, using him as a pivot to flip backward, causing her beautiful silver locks to trace a graceful arc in the air. After a series of backflips, she escaped the battle circle. They truly are just a bunch of small fries resorting to dirty tricks. With a hand on her face, Aizelia activated the holy healing spell to heal the wound on her cheek, while Eve took out a black hair tie she always carried with her and helped the princess tie a high ponytail, instantly transforming her demeanor from sweet to heroic. Seeing this scene, the scarred man did not rush his subordinates to attack, but instead watched Aizelia with great interest. Hey, the intel was indeed correct. She is a pretty little girl. With this beauty, she will surely grow into a deadly beauty that brings disaster to the nation. I even feel the urge to let you go, but unfortunately you've offended my master, and now you are destined not to grow up. Stop with the nonsense, and just fight. A blabbering small fry like you is always the first to be taken down by the protagonist in stories. Returning to her original demeanor, Aizelia mocked in a delicate voice. You little brat, so young yet so arrogant. Just because you managed to kill two of my subordinates with your sharp lightsaber, you think you can act so prideful. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. The scarred man waved his hand, and 5 more people emerged from behind him. They'll give you a chance to scream nicely so that you can die quickly. Small fry, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Aizelia conjured 2 lightsabers in her hands, ready to confront them. Let's see if you can still be so tough in a bit. With that, except for the scarred man and Ward, who remained in place, the others charged toward Aizelia. Seeing the situation, Aizelia quickly activated the ability of the speed bracelet gifted to her by Tina, immediately feeling much lighter. She ran toward the group of mercenaries like a gust of wind. With her speed and agile figure, she weaved through the mercenaries, leaving them unable to even brush against the hem of her clothing. From time to time, she would throw out taunts. You bunch of small fries. Can't catch up to me, idiots. These mocking words made the mercenaries extremely furious. Then one mercenary deliberately showed a flaw. Not having much combat experience, Aizelia saw this, and immediately swung her sword to strike, but unexpectedly a blinding light suddenly erupted from the mercenary's shield. Aizelia thought to herself that it was bad, and quickly retreated narrowly, avoiding the deadly strike coming at her. Despicable, Aizelia said, still shaken, as she patted her chest. The scarred man was not angry. This so-called lantern shield is a famous deadly weapon. If you don't want to suffer unnecessarily, it's better to obediently accept your death. Though he spoke lightly, he knew that if the fight dragged on, it would be extremely unfavorable for them. To keep their blades from breaking, his subordinates were expending a tremendous amount of magical energy. Once exhausted, they would be helpless. But he was troubled by the inability to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. This little girl always kept a portion of her attention on him. If he could not strike to kill in one blow, and were counterattacked by her before dying based on the intel, the best outcome would be mutual destruction. For a moment, the two sides were at a standstill. Suddenly, a scream rang out from behind. Both sides immediately halted their attacks and turned to look. They saw Ward, who should have been standing beside the scarred man, had quietly approached Eve during the chaos of battle. He raised a dagger swirling with gray mist and lunged at Eve. The previously impervious protective barrier shattered after holding for a few seconds. However, this brief moment granted Eve a chance to escape. You are seeking death. That voice, which should have been very sweet, now revealed the unparalleled anger of its owner. Aizelia had learned about that gray dagger from literature. It was known as a powerful tool to break magical effects, a rare treasure. However, she was now in no mood to explore how a mercenary acquired such a treasure. All that remained in her heart was the resolve to kill Ward. The surrounding mercenaries, seeing Aizelia so agitated, instinctively blocked her path, making it difficult for her to break through even with the speed bracelet. Seeing Ward about to catch up with Eve again, Aizelia forced herself to calm down and pulled out the blue crystal needle she had carried with her all along. I'm sorry, Teacher Alf. AI Zelia said as she threw the crystal needle into the air. Under the enhancement of her light energy, the needles hovered in midair, bursting forth with dazzling blue light. Then with a gentle gesture, the needles shot out toward the surrounding mercenaries. Seeing this scene, the mercenaries were all horrified and hurriedly raised their arm shields, pouring magical energy into them in an attempt to block. However, the lantern shield, which had previously failed them, could not save their lives this time. Facing the incoming needles, the shields were pierced as easily as if they were made of paper, and then the needles continued to pierce through them, bursting one after another. In an instant, 5 mercenaries were left in tatters, dead beyond recovery. Removing the obstacles in front of her, AI Zelia hurriedly ran toward Eve, but at that moment Ward's wicked dagger was once again aimed at Eve. At this rate, I'll be too late. In her desperation, AI Zelia desperately poured light energy into her bracelet, causing it to bear an energy far beyond its limits, with cracks appearing and gradually shattering. Perhaps blessed by the holy light, at the moment the bracelet shattered, it granted AI Zelia an explosive power far exceeding her limits. Accompanied by the sparkling silver fragments of the bracelet, AI Zelia transformed into a meteor, hurtling toward Eve. Poochie, the sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed in the room. AI Zelia, protecting Eve in her arms, was inevitably cut, leaving a deep wound on her back that exposed bone, with hot blood gushing out and splattering everywhere. Enduring the pain, AI Zelia seized the moment when Ward was exhausted from his previous attack and hurled her lightsaber toward his chest. Ward's eyes widened in disbelief at the gaping hole in his chest, filled with unwillingness and resentment, before he slowly fell to the ground, never understanding how this girl had arrived so quickly. Cough, cough. After doing all this, AI Zelia suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The injury on her back, accompanied by a curse that broke magic, could not be easily healed with a holy healing spell. She now felt incredibly weak all over. Princess. Seeing the gruesome wound on the princess, Eve felt immense pain, but she knew it was not over yet, so she tightly covered her mouth with her small hand to prevent herself from crying out and distracting her highness. It wasn't my idea. Heh, what does it matter to say this now? AI Zelia's voice sounded weak. Indeed, even if I leave you alone with this amount of blood loss, without timely treatment, you won't survive long. To get so severely injured while trying to protect a subordinate, how foolish. Looking at the girl before him, who was in a state of utter weakness, the scarred man couldn't help but mock. You don't understand. Living in this era of national disputes and external threats, as an assassin, you must be accustomed to death and blood every day. After all, if you don't hypnotize yourself into a beast that sees human life as grass, your heart should have collapsed long ago. So now you want to understand what it means that all lives are equal. What exactly are you trying to say? The girl in front of him had exhausted all her trump cards and was severely injured. She should not be able to stir up any storms, but hearing her nonsensical words that sounded like a dying wish made the scarred man feel uneasy. I once treated this world as a game. Even when I later realized this was wrong, I still believed that with my talent I could easily become stronger and protect everyone. Struggling to hold herself up, AI Zelia spoke slowly and deliberately. But that was also wrong. Having lived a peaceful life, I lacked the heart to grow stronger and fight. Over time, it would waste the body filled with divine energy I possess. I should let those around me feel warmth, so I decided. Have you finished saying enough? The scarred man enjoyed watching his prey struggle before death, but the girl before him clearly showed no signs of despair. Feeling the flow of light energy within her, the scarred man sensed something was amiss. He quickly infused his body with magical energy and raised his knife shield to charge at AI Zelia. I am holy light. Aisha spread her arms wide as if to embrace the entire world, radiating a gentle, pure white light. At that moment, a loud thud echoed from not far away, causing the scarred man, who had been rushing forward, to freeze in shock at the sight of the pure white light that was about to fill the entire room. His gaze penetrated the non-blinding brilliance, looking at the petite figure standing still in place, murmuring softly, "What kind of existence have I been trying to kill all along?" Then he was gently enveloped in it. The light quickly filled the entire room, indiscriminately shrouding everyone within, yet it seemed devoid of any destructive power, causing no damage to the walls it touched. However, when the light faded, the originally formidable scarred man had vanished as if he were an ordinary person who could not put up any meaningful resistance and perished in the embrace of the holy light. I was waiting for the energy to gather. What were you waiting for? I really should thank you for listening to my nonsense for so long. After saying this, Aisha, whose energy was depleted, felt darkness encroaching, and as she fell forward, she sensed she had bumped against something soft. Naturally, it was Eve, who had been standing by her side all along. Being the closest person to Aisha, she was the first to be illuminated by the holy light. However, she felt no discomfort. On the contrary, her bruises were healed, and she felt invigorated. She knew this was the princess doing. Even though she was the one who was most injured, she still cared for those around her like an angel. Eve picked up the princess on her slender back, walking step by step toward the door. She did not trust the people here and had no thought of whether she would encounter any obstruction, as she only wanted to take the princess back to the castle. Always calling me an idiot, Aisha is the real idiot, stupid Aisha. Feeling the weakening breath behind her, Eve began to panic. You are a princess, why don't you run? Why did you save me? Why did you get so badly injured for me? I'm just a maid. It was as if she were asking the unconscious Aisha behind her, or perhaps speaking to herself. Eve kept murmuring, unable to hold back her tears which fell like beads from a broken string, her voice choked with emotion. How can you make me feel so guilty for being by your side all the time, just accepting your protection as a matter of course? Eve's voice gradually faded, but her steps remained steady. When Eve entered the hall, the sight of her and Aisha appearing as if they had just escaped from a murder scene instantly attracted the attention of those around them. People looked at the two ragged, blood-soaked little girls with a mix of surprise and suspicion. Most chose to quietly observe the situation, unsure of what had happened, while some concerned individuals reacted and ran to call the city guards or came forward to help. Faced with such a scene, the usually introverted Eve, however, shed her fragile demeanor and became resolute. Bearing an important person, she did not forget that she was still on enemy territory. After rejecting several offers of help, she headed straight for the door. As she walked, Eve seemed to come to a realization and suddenly laughed. Let me be your sword, Aisha. The direction you point will be my battlefield from now on. I am determined never to let you get hurt again. If you disagree, just tap me. If you say nothing, I'll take it as your approval. After waiting a few seconds, she received no response. Aisha, I knew it, you completely agree with my thoughts. So please make sure to stay alive. I will protect you in the future. Princess Aisha, you've truly made a very trustworthy friend. From a nearby 3-story building, Alf remarked, gazing in the direction of the workshop, while beneath him lay numerous bodies clad in black. Moments earlier, when the blue crystal needle exploded, it triggered a trace of the energy Alf had left behind, leading him to sense that the princess might be in danger. So he rushed with Tina, Moira, and over 100 city guards to the forge workshop. However, to his astonishment, the 3 who arrived first did not find the princess, but instead encountered dozens of formidable black-clad individuals blocking their way near the entrance. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. The 3 demon generals of the principality were not to be trifled with. Yet when Alf tried to capture one alive to interrogate for the mastermind, he was unsuccessful. These individuals had already been enchanted, and upon realizing they could not win, they exploded into a shower of flesh. Once everything settled, Tina, eager to see the condition of the princess, joined forces with the delayed city guards while Alf stood still observing the corpses of the black-clad men with a contemplative expression. He then lifted one of their masks, discovering that, as he had suspected, these individuals bore no remarkable features. They appeared ordinary and showed no unique traits from their lifestyles. Are they death warriors? How could so many death warriors be mobilized? Dusting off his hands, Alf rose to his feet. Moira, I leave this place to you. Make sure not to let anyone escape. The sound of a crisp crack echoed as Moira tightly gripped her folding fan, her perked pink ears and fluffed tail reflecting her current anger. You don't need to say more, that's a given. How dare they plot against our lovely princess? They must be tired of living. Then she transformed into a blur and left. Alf, observing the chaos below, murmured to himself. The mastermind behind this incident is definitely not motivated by money. But if it were another country, sending them using such great effort to kill an inconspicuous princess seems somewhat self-destructive. This approach seems more like a reckless vendetta. He then shook his head. I should inform the Duke quickly. It looks like a thorough cleansing of the castle is in order. After saying this, Alf also transformed into a blur and flew away. Eve felt quite incredulous. Throughout the journey, she encountered no obstacles. Reflecting on her good fortune, she pushed open the workshop's door with great effort. Upon seeing Tina rushing towards her, Eve couldn't help but feel excited inside, and with a hint of a sob in her voice, she cried out, Sister Tina, hurry and save Her Highness the Princess. She's injured and has lost a lot of blood. All right, it's okay. Leave it to me. Don't worry, such a lovely princess, the god of holy light wouldn't let her die so easily. Tina comforted Eve while taking the princess from her back. After handing the princess to Tina, Eve wiped the tears from her face, suddenly feeling her legs go weak. At her age, and with her physique, carrying a fainted person this far was indeed a bit overwhelming. Towards the end, she was relying entirely on her willpower to keep going. Steadying her steps, she looked around, and then realized that the forge workshop was now surrounded, explaining why she hadn't encountered any obstacles along the way. The princess' condition is indeed dire. Although she reassured Eve that everything was fine, Tina felt uncertain after checking the princess' status. No, she had to find a way to heal the princess. Nodding toward the approaching Moira, Tina cradled Aisha and headed for the Sager Cathedral, the only place she could think of that could heal the princess. The Ségol Cathedral, as a landmark of the Duchy of Ostend, has always been bustling with people. Of course, most of those who come here are not just to admire the magnificent cathedral or to participate in the rituals organized by Bishop Thomas. More so, it serves a function akin to that of a modern hospital. Most ailments and injuries can be healed through the holy light divine art. Those few that cannot be cured are often attributed to a lack of sincere faith in the holy light. Thus, in order to avoid raising doubts about their faith, when they fall ill, more and more people attend the rituals at the cathedral, which in turn adds a lot of extra work for the church. At this moment, in a room at the end of the third floor of the cathedral, Bishop Thomas lay contentedly on a wooden rocking chair. The glaring afternoon sun filtered through the cathedral's frosted glass, casting a warm, comforting glow on him, and as he inhaled the heavy, slightly decayed air unique to the cathedral, Bishop Thomas let out a deep sigh. There's still some time before the plan begins. The preparations are complete. Now let me enjoy this rare moment of leisure. He took a sip of the red tea from the round table beside him, appearing quite pleased. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the entrance, startling Thomas, causing him to nearly spill his teacup. He saw a girl in a black and white nun's habit rushing toward him. "Margaret, didn't I tell you to be steady in your work? You're still so reckless," Thomas said coldly, suppressing his anger. I'm sorry." Realizing her mistake, the nun named Margaret clasped her hands in front of her and stood there like a chastised child, her tone a bit timid. "All right, tell me what happened." "Bishop, Her Highness the Princess has sustained serious injuries and is in critical condition. She is currently receiving treatment from several priests and nuns, but the situation remains dire. Please come and see her." Margaret's voice was somewhat urgent, and it was precisely because of the emergency that she had lost her composure. "Oh, Her Highness AC." Suddenly, Bishop Thomas' eyes widened, and he sprang up, spilling red tea on his robe without noticing, shouting loudly. "You said Her Highness AC is in critical condition." "Calm down, Bishop, you've spilled tea on your robe," Margaret reminded him as she looked at the agitated Thomas. "What does a robe matter now? Quickly take me to see Her Highness AC." Bishop Thomas waved his hand repeatedly, urging Margaret to lead the way. "What nonsense! If Her Highness AC dies, what will happen to the grand plan? All these preparations will have been in vain. If the Holy Light's love for each believer is different, then surely it is particularly favoring Her Highness AC." Having witnessed AC's affinity for the Holy Light that rivaled even that of the Pope, Tina had always believed this, though her confidence had begun to waver with the passage of time. The priests and nuns working together to cast the Holy Light art could only maintain the princess' breath from weakening, but it did nothing to heal her injuries. If this continued, once their spiritual energy was exhausted, the princess would still face death. At that moment, the door swung open, and Bishop Thomas rushed in, still wearing his tea-stained holy robe. "How is the princess?" Ignoring the astonished gazes of everyone, Thomas asked straightforwardly. "Not well, the princess's wounds have yet to heal." A priest who was sweating profusely and looked somewhat pale replied. "All right, you go rest for now, but let me take a look." Taking over from that priest, Thomas cast a probing spell on AC. While spiritual energy, exhausted body, depleted, excessive blood loss, and a deep sword wound on her back that reaches the bone, with a curse lingering on the wound. Such severe injuries. Had we arrived even a moment later, even the Pope would have been unable to save her. So does Bishop have a way to save Her Highness AC? Tina, whose eyes had been dim, quickly inquired upon hearing that Bishop Thomas seemed to have a method to heal the princess. "Don't rush. This method involves the Holy See's secret arts and requires some preparation. In the meantime, please wait outside to avoid affecting the success rate of the spell." Bishop Thomas had by now regained his usual calm demeanor, as if the earlier panic had never occurred, which was oddly reassuring. Of course, if he weren't wearing a tea-stained white robe, this performance might have been more convincing. However, no one present had the audacity to point that out, and everyone obediently left the room. The last to leave, Tina glanced back one last time at AC, who lay pale on the bed. "I beg you, Bishop Thomas, you must save Her Highness AC." Without responding, Thomas silently nodded. After receiving a reply, Tina exited the room and gently closed the door, leaving only the princess and Bishop Thomas inside. A curse from the blade of demonic destruction. What boldness! Which blind organization dares to kill someone favored by our Holy See? What troubled Bishop Thomas was not how severe the princess' injuries were, or how much blood she had lost over the years of his service as a bishop. He had seen far worse injuries. It was simply that the curse of the blade of demonic destruction required the injured party to be conscious so that it could be forced out by external means, yet currently the princess was definitely unconscious. After contemplating for a moment, Bishop Thomas reluctantly pulled out a vial of golden liquid that shimmered with brilliant light from his pocket. "I didn't expect to have to use this so soon." Well, it was bound to be used eventually, just a few years earlier than planned. Bishop Thomas gently lifted the mail shirt that the princess was wearing, exposing AC's fair and delicate back. Unfortunately, amidst that creamy skin, there was a hideous scar that marred the overall beauty. He then poured the liquid from the vial onto the princess' wound, and the liquid was instantly absorbed. Accompanied by Acey's unconscious soft moan, the once hard Tormove gray curse dissipated like spring snow melting, and the scar visibly healed. Before long, the princess' breathing gradually stabilized, and Bishop, though mass anxiety, also eased. From here on out, she just needs to rest. While I had anticipated success, I didn't expect it to be this smooth. So blinding. Acey instinctively tried to raise her hand to shield her eyes from the bright light, only to find that she once again had lost sensation in her hands and body. What's happening? Is it another prank by the creator? Looking around, she saw no familiar figures, only dazzling brilliance. Go back, it is not yet time. Suddenly a voice resonated in her ears, its tone so indistinct that she could not tell whether it was male or female, echoing in her mind like a great bell. Who are you? Where are you? Acey was startled by the sudden voice, but saw no one, unable to help but ask out loud. Go back, your family is waiting for you. Without answering her question, the voice said. As the voice faded, Acey fell into darkness. When she opened her eyes again, she had returned to her familiar castle, surrounded by her family, who were overjoyed at her awakening. Acey immediately felt a wave of warmth. Putting aside her doubts, she softly said to her loved ones, I'm back. Unexpectedly, Iselia was grounded. After all, the incident had indeed caused quite a stir. When the unconscious little princess was escorted back to the castle by the guards, her pale little face genuinely shocked Lady Selena, especially since this was after being treated by Bishop Thomas. As for Duke Ale, who knew the whole story, he was indeed very troubled about how to handle his lively, yet somewhat disobedient daughter. Ultimately, merely grounding her was already a great act of leniency. Of course, this didn't have much impact on Iselia. Given her current physical condition, she couldn't move freely anyway. Although the holy light technique healed her injuries, it could not replenish her nutrients, and there was no intravenous therapy available in this era. Thus, in order to get out of bed and walk as soon as possible, Iselia adopted a daily routine of eating well and sleeping well. At lunchtime, Lady Selena sat by Iselia's bedside, holding a bowl of asparagus cheese soup. Gently blowing on the soup, Selena spoke in her uniquely tender tone, Cece, open your mouth. She carefully cooled a spoonful of steaming soup and brought it to the little princess' lips. Iselia slightly opened her mouth and drank the soup. This familiar scene of being fed when done by her mother, she could accept with a calm heart. As expected of our Cece, so obedient. Only by eating well like this can you recover quickly, Lady Selena said, patting the little princess' head and continuing to feed her one spoonful at a time. Soon the bowl of soup was finished by Iselia. Thank you, mother. For her, receiving genuine maternal love from Lady Selena felt real. Unlike many things that could be done by the maid, Selena always did them herself, which made Iselia truly regard her as her mother and wish to repay her. Silly child, why thank your mother? Selena then stood up, helped the little princess back to bed, and tucked her in. Cece, you rest first. Mother will come back to see you later. Iselia obediently replied, and Lady Selena lightly walked out of the room, slowly closing the door behind her, and instructed the maid waiting outside to take good care of the princess. If possible, she wished to personally accompany Iselia, but now she had important matters such as discussing with Duke Ale about finding a suitable guard for the little princess. Speaking of which, AI Lou brings me new snacks developed by Chris every time he comes to help me recover quickly. I guess it's not in vain that I care for him, but at this rate, I might get fat. Watching her mother leave, Iselia didn't obediently sleep, but instead worried about her figure. She pinched the flesh on her little belly and sighed. Although chubby children are cute, if this child were her own, she would prefer them to be a bit slimmer. By the way, where has Fufu gone? It seemed that ever since Eve served her breakfast that morning, she hadn't seen her again. Fufu, are you there? There was no response. Little Fufu. Eve. Still no response. Strange, where could Fufu have gone? Previously, Eve was always by her side, but since she returned from outside this time, Eve had been disappearing for a while, which made her a bit curious. At that moment, the door to the room opened. Perhaps having heard the calls from inside the princess' room, a tall maid walked in. May I ask what command the princess has? Iselia felt unfamiliar with this tall and beautiful girl before her, something she had never imagined before. She knew the number of maids in the castle and their names like the back of her hand. Yet now she felt that something had been happening without her knowledge, and it seemed she was the only one kept in the dark. I don't think I've ever seen you before. What is your name? In response to the princess, my name is Catalina. I arrived at the castle as a maid just half a month ago, so it's normal that you haven't seen me before. Catalina replied respectfully. Half a month. Having been in a coma and resting for nearly 2 months, it meant that all these maids had started working after she returned from outside. Iselia suddenly had a bad premonition. Sister Catalina, could you please call Sister Louise for me? No need to be polite, Your Highness. It is my honor to help you, but... Catalina frowned, as if pondering some difficult question. If I may be so bold, Your Highness, may I ask which Louise you are referring to? Knowing the people in the castle was a must for her as a maid, so she was certain that she had not seen anyone named Louise in the castle. Louise is the castle's florist. She has long golden hair, fair skin, is very beautiful, and has an elegant demeanor. She is often in the garden and should be quite noticeable. With Louise's idol-like aura, even just a glance should be unforgettable. However, the fact that Catalina claimed not to know her maid Isilia feels somewhat speechless. Catalina slightly nodded, seeming to sense the prince's dissatisfaction. If the florist is such a beautiful person, I believe I should not be able to forget her. However, unfortunately, the current manager of the garden is a male servant named Wudno. How could this be? Isilia felt anxious upon hearing this and couldn't help but prop herself up with her upper body, trying to crawl towards the edge of the bed. Your Highness, your body has not fully recovered yet. You shouldn't move around recklessly, Catalina quickly reminded her. Isilia did not heed Catalina's advice and instead placed her small bottom at the edge of the bed, intending to get down. However, due to the height difference, her little feet could not touch the ground, so she turned around and crawled on the bed, trying to reach down with her other foot. At this moment, Catalina approached holding a pair of Isilia's shoes. She gently adjusted the little princess' body and softly lifted one of her small feet to help her put on her shoes. Although I want to say that your grounding order has not been lifted, I believe that even if I try to stop you, your Highness would sneak out when no one is paying attention. Rather than that, why don't I accompany you to wherever you wish to go? Being helped with her feet made Isilia feel a bit shy, so she didn't speak, but nodded slightly with a flushed face. After putting on her shoes, Catalina wrapped her arms under Isilia's armpits and gently lifted her into her embrace. Enjoying the sweet scent of milk emanating from the little princess, Catalina momentarily felt enchanted, thinking that holding the princess like this was quite nice. They put me down. However, Isilia couldn't stand the sensation of being enveloped by Catalina's large and soft bosom. Blushing, she began to struggle, and only then did Catalina reluctantly set the little princess down on the ground. As her legs once again touched the ground after a long time, Isilia moved her feet as usual, but having been bedridden for so long, had left her legs weak. Before she could walk a few meters, she stumbled forward. Be careful. Thanks to the quick reflexes of Katerina, she was the first to support the petite figure of the little princess. Your Highness, let me carry you, for if you were to get hurt under my care, I fear. Katerina hesitated, her words trailing off. However, Isilia instantly understood her concern. What she was doing now was already a violation of her father's confinement order. If anything were to go wrong, Katerina would likely face severe punishment. Moreover, walking alone was indeed quite exhausting, so she chose not to insist any longer. That's fine, but can we change the position? This way of carrying someone in a wide embrace was a pass. Using her back was certainly more calming for her. No problem, leave it to me. Katerina replied briskly, her firm tone bringing a sense of reassurance. Why did things turn out like this? Isilia covered her small face with her hands. At that moment, the princess was being carried by Katerina in a princess carry, traversing through the corridors of the castle. Shouldn't it be more convenient to carry on the back? So why choose a princess carry? Even though the servants in the corridor smiled warmly without any malice upon seeing this scene, Isilia still felt unbearable shame. Hence, adopting an out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach, she masked her face with her hands, wanting to escape the awkward situation. Princess, you really are as adorable as the rumors say. Witnessing Isilia's innocent demeanor, Katerina was overwhelmed with cuteness, even deliberately slowing her pace, hoping to extend this moment a little longer. How much longer? Due to embarrassment, Isilia's voice was soft as a whisper, making it hard to hear. Nevertheless, Katerina, who was always attentive to the prince's condition, keenly caught her words. Don't worry, Your Highness, we will arrive soon. As she answered, Katerina took a slightly longer route through the corridor. However, this inadvertently caused trouble for the unsuspecting Isilia, who felt tears welling up from her embarrassment just as Katerina's melodious voice rang out above her head. We're here, Your Highness. Isilia's bedroom was not too far from the garden, and even with the intentional detour, they arrived in no time. It feels like it took a bit longer than usual. Lowering her hands that had covered her face, Isilia complained lightly. Because of her embarrassment, every minute on the way was torturous for her. Is it? I suppose it's because I'm not used to carrying someone, so I was a bit slow. Katerina replied somewhat sheepishly. Oh, is it my fault? Isilia, who had been particularly conscious of her weight lately, felt a pang of insecurity as she touched her bare arm. Katerina, am I heavy to carry? Not at all, Your Highness, you are very light to carry. If you were any lighter, you might just float away. You need to eat more to recover your health quickly. With that, Katerina set the little princess down. By the way, what were you planning to do in the garden? Only then did Isilia realize, looking around and not seeing the familiar figure of Louise. She decided to check the pavilion first while Katerina followed, closely holding the little prince's hand. Suddenly, a digging sound came from a corner, and Isilia, filled with curiosity, followed the noise. She saw a small man with flaxen hair, crouched by the flower bed, engrossed in his digging. Seeing this scene, Isilia felt a wave of mischief rise within her. She quietly approached, and then suddenly tapped the man's shoulder. "Hey, what bad deed are you up to?" The young man, who was focused on his digging, was clearly unprepared for this and jumped, landing directly on the ground in shock. "No, I'm not a bad person," the young man exclaimed in a fluster, waving his hands in denial. When he turned around and saw the tall Katerina behind him, he visibly relaxed. "Oh, it's you, Katerina. Don't scare me like that." Katerina chuckled. "Woodno, can you see who's standing next to me?" Hearing her words, the young man looked curiously to her side, only to see a petite girl standing beside her. Her silver hair flowed like silk, cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Each strand shimmered with an enchanting luster, as if polished by sunlight. Her eyes sparkled like two transparent rubies, radiating an innocent glow. With a delicate nose and rosy lips coupled with her fair skin, she resembled an elegant porcelain doll, both adorable and exquisite. This dreamlike visage left Woodno momentarily breathless, and then, as if awakening from a dream, he came to his senses. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" "Oh, are you saying I shouldn't be here? So you were up to no good just now?" Isilia gazed at Woodno with a smile. "It seems necessary to have the guards come by." "Please spare me, I truly haven't done anything wrong," Woodno pleaded with his hands clasped together, stealing a glance at Katerina. "Your Highness, this is Woodno, the new gardener I mentioned before. He has been taking care of the garden during this time. If you have any questions, you can ask him directly." Katerina, unable to withstand Woodno's pitiful gaze, took the initiative to introduce the young man to the princess. "Oh, so you are the new florist. Can you tell me what you were doing just now?" Originally, she hadn't planned to pursue the matter, just a little playful mischief, so Isilia looked at Woodno with a scrutinizing gaze, using Katerina's lead to ask about something she found interesting. Upon hearing the prince's question, Woodno quickly stood up, stepping aside to reveal the ground behind him. At that moment, a small pit had been dug into the ground, with several half-dug black flowers revealing their thin, tangled roots. Isilia looked at the black flowers on the ground, feeling a sense of familiarity. She then heard Woodno explain, "Just as your Highness sees, I was planning to move these flowers out of the flower bed. These flowers look quite beautiful. Why do you want to remove them?" Isilia was a bit puzzled. If they were wilted, it would make sense to remove them. However, these flowers were vibrant, and for some reason, they felt oddly familiar, as if she had seen them before. "Your Highness may not know, but this flower is called the black mandrake. Although it has a subtle and elegant fragrance that refreshes the mind, prolonged exposure can induce mild hallucinations, especially as its fruit and roots are highly toxic." With that, Woodno shook his head. Even in terms of flower language, it symbolizes betrayal and unpredictable death, which is quite ominous. "I really don't understand what the previous caretaker was thinking to plant such flowers in the royal garden." The previous caretaker. Upon hearing Woodno's words, Isilia's heart felt a bit unsettled, but she grasped the key point in his statement and appeared somewhat excited. She broke free from Katerina's hand, staggering toward Woodno, and tightly grasped his pant leg, asking in a tender voice, "Where has Sister Louise gone?" The princess's sudden gesture left Woodno momentarily stunned. Hastily raising his mud-streaked hands high, he feared soiling her exquisitely costly gown, and once again cast a pleading glance toward Katerina. This time, however, Katerina offered no aid, merely shrugging with an expression of helpless resignation. "Honestly, if I could sway her Highness, we wouldn't be standing in this garden right now," she thought, turning her head aside to feign admiration for the scenery. "Your Highness, I have never met the previous garden steward." Realizing no one would come to his rescue, Woodno sighed inwardly and lowered his gaze to the princess, who stood barely waist-high to him, speaking with deliberate calmness. Before he could continue, Isilia widened her beautiful eyes, bared her tiny fangs, and assumed an adorably fierce expression. "What nonsense! As the current garden steward, how dare you claim ignorance of your predecessor? Do you presume my youth makes me gullible enough to swallow such falsehoods? Know this, I could charge you with disrespect against royalty this very instant." As she spoke, Isilia, perhaps sensing her childish voice lacked gravitas, waved her rosy little fists for emphasis. "I would never dare." Her words struck Woodno like a thunderclap, though to any outsider she resembled nothing more than a kitten playfully scolding. "Your Highness, though diplomacy is not my forte, I am still the appointed garden steward, and I assure you I would have completed all formal handover procedures had there been anyone to hand over to. Yet the position was vacant upon my appointment." Wiping sweat from his brow, Woodno added wryly, "I confess, I am tongue-tied, inept at soothing children, unskilled in charming women, and perpetually deferential to my superiors. Yet his superior happened to be a young princess. This will be the death of me." "When did you arrive?" Though Woodno's demeanor betrayed no deceit, Isilia pressed on, unwilling to relent. "I arrived on the 16th of April, Your Highness." Woodno answered crisply, relieved perhaps that at last she had asked something he could answer without hesitation. The 16th. Oh, wasn't that the day after I returned from my trip?" Isilia pressed a hand to her forehead, incredulity dawning, but every thread of evidence confirmed it. No wonder those people knew me so intimately. Something felt wrong from the start. If they were mere bandits, how could I have been so thoroughly outmaneuvered? And the precision of timing and location. Without an insider, I'd never believe it. But could that traitor be Sister Louise? Lost in thought, Isilia's gaze drifted downward, to the black datura blooming silently upon the earth. Sister Louise, was all your kindness toward me truly false? You've plotted my death since long ago, yet withheld your hand only out of fear of implicating yourself. Recalling years of shared moments, two glistening trails traced down her cheeks. No, I refuse to believe it. There's no reason. Why would Sister Louise do such a thing? Suddenly shaking her small head, Isilia murmured words only she understood. This is mere conjecture. Yes, of course. Such large-scale movements must have drawn Father's attention. I must go to him. Your Highness, you've been away for quite some time. Perhaps it's best to return and rest. Lord Earl is occupied with state affairs now, but he'll visit you this evening. There's no need to rush. Though Katerina hadn't grasped the weight of Isilia's earlier musings, or why they had wounded her, she understood well enough the urgency of seeking the Grand Duke, and thus gently interceded. All right, very well. For now, let it be so. Isilia's voice trembled faintly. Though her thoughts swirled in chaos, she remembered she had slipped away secretly. And suppressing her impulse, she nodded solemnly, unwilling to endanger Katerina. How she returned, Isilia scarcely recalled. In a daze, she found herself gently laid upon her bed, her mind adrift, unaware of the quiet sorrow shadowing Katerina's face. Though melancholy lent the princess's delicate features a haunting, ethereal beauty, Katerina longed only to see that porcelain countenance brighten with laughter, yet she knew with quiet resignation that she was not the one who could make it so. Epsilon Omicron sigh. With a soft sigh, Katerina withdrew from the bedroom. Twilight descended, the sky deepened into indigo. At last Hill set aside his work and released a long, weary breath. Time had etched subtle lines across his face, lines that only deepened the dignified allure of a mature man. A faint, tender smile played upon his lips, as if already savoring the respite from duty and the imminent joy of seeing his beloved daughter. Knock, knock, knock. A firm rapping echoed at the door. Enter, Hill replied, smoothing his garments and sitting upright. A young man with chestnut hair pushed open the door and strode in, bowing deeply before Grand Duke Hill. Ah, Alf, you've come at a timely hour. Have you uncovered something? Recognizing his visitor, Hill's expression softened instantly. Lord Hill, leveraging the princess's recent assault as an opportunity, I conducted a thorough personnel review across the castle. During the process, we apprehended several foreign spies, though none proved linked to this incident. At Hill's query, Alf reported with meticulous precision. Tap, tap, tap. Hill rested his chin upon one hand, fingers drumming rhythmically upon the desk. Alf, did you march all the way here just to tell me you found nothing? Hill waved dismissively, uncharacteristically impatient. Enough with your penchant for dramatic pauses. I'm no Tina. I'm visiting my precious daughter shortly, I won't waste another moment on this. Ha ha, just as I expected, Lord Hill. Nothing escapes you. True, we haven't captured the perpetrator, yet. With a grin, Alf drew from his coat a black insignia, shaped like a sun, with a stark angular cross. We seized the head of the Forge World Workshop, and recovered this from his person. Under interrogation, he confessed allegiance to an organization known as the Salvation Society. The Salvation Society. Hill repeated the unfamiliar name softly, furrowing his brow. Do you possess intelligence on this criminal syndicate? Indeed, Lord Hill. Strictly speaking, prior to this incident, the Salvation Society was not classified as criminal. Quite the contrary. It enjoyed considerable public goodwill due to its frequent aid to commoners. Moreover, it operated with extreme discretion, indifferent to fame. Had it not been for this attack, the Forge World Workshop's affiliation with the Society might have remained hidden forever. Alf rubbed the back of his neck, chagrined perhaps that such an organization had flourished unnoticed beneath his watch. The Forge World Workshop? I've heard of it. Renowned across the realm for crafting everyday magical artifacts widely praised by the populace. Turning the black emblem slowly in his fingers, Earl mused aloud. If it were merely a common criminal ring, matters would be far simpler. Now, however, our investigation faces formidable resistance. Tell me, did he reveal motive? Why target Isilia? According to his testimony, he acted solely on orders, never met his superior, and communicated exclusively via one-way magical telepathy. Frequent magical telepathy within the palace would surely raise suspicion, so we narrowed our suspects to a florist authorized to enter the royal grounds for botanical procurement. Regrettably, she resigned days before the incident. A florist. At that moment, a document lay beside Hill on the desk, delivered earlier that day, detailing Princess Isilia's visit to the garden. During dinner time, a familiar shade of red entered the princess' bedroom, carrying a delicious meal that was steaming. She walked towards the large red bed in the center of the room. At that moment Isilia sat curled up in the middle of the bed, hugging her knees, wrapped in a soft goose-down quilt, her silver hair scattered over it, her body rhythmically moving with her breath, appearing both petite and endearing. Despite her state, she could clearly discern from the sound of footsteps that the visitor was Eve, whom she had just been unable to find. However, she was currently too preoccupied to question where Eve had been. Isilia. Eve gently called out, "Are you okay? Would you like to eat something?" Upon hearing Eve's call, Isilia curled up in a ball, noticeably trembled. Then she felt a soft and warm sensation above her head, brushing through her silver locks. Slowly she raised her head, straining to open her swollen, tear-stained eyes, and saw Eve's caring gaze. Eve. Earlier she had received information about Louise from her father. Although she had anticipated this answer, her eyes were still blurred with tears. Having lived 2 lives, and being a boy in her previous one, she shouldn't be this fragile. She could attribute it to her physical age being still young and uncontrollable, or perhaps the reincarnation into a female form had made her somewhat sentimental. Yet she did not. Perhaps she felt that even the former version of herself would have cried heavily over such betrayal, which had nothing to do with gender or age, but was simply the most genuine sorrow of being betrayed by the most trusted friend. "I don't understand why this happened. Isilia, this is not your fault. You don't need to punish yourself for the mistakes of others." Eve gently embraced the princess. "Although I don't fully understand the big principles, I know that if it weren't for you, I might not be here now. You are my benefactor, deserving of love, so please don't be sad for those unworthy of your tears. If it becomes unbearable, lean on me more." As she spoke out of Isilia's sight, Eve clenched her small scarred fist tightly. "Just a little more weight for me, your highness." Listening to Eve's words, reminiscent of the heartwarming sayings from her past life, Isilia felt a mix of emotions. She clearly understood the reasoning, yet still displayed such weakness. Perhaps she had never encountered a life-and-death crisis before, and it was particularly embarrassing to let Eve see her in such a pitiful state. "That little foo-foo is so arrogant. Just now she even patted my head." Isilia somewhat haughtily launched a tickling attack on Eve. "Aha, your highness, are you feeling better? Then I must fight back." In an instant, the 2 little girls began to frolic on the bed, their laughter echoing endlessly. Time flew by, and after a while Isilia's body had fully recovered after resting. Being able to move freely was a great joy, but she had fallen behind in her studies and training, facing a heavy load of makeup classes ahead, which dampened her spirits. After breakfast, Isilia walked on her way to the classroom, her long silver twin tails swaying from side to side with her movements, adding a touch of liveliness to the delicate-looking girl. She wore a dress filled with gears, rivets, and belts resembling a steampunk style. Unlike the utilitarian designs favored by commoners, it employed bold and avant-garde color combinations adorned with extravagant capes and white silk gloves embellished with ribbon bows. This outfit made Isilia look more like a magical girl from the Middle Ages, full of retro charm, yet not lacking in vitality, or perhaps like a self-disciplined automaton, due to her overly exquisite appearance that made it hard to be considered human. I merely mentioned it casually, but Katerina actually made it. Should I say it's no surprise? Her ability to take action is truly impressive. Isilia felt somewhat emotional. Looking back, not long ago, Katerina would always volunteer to take care of her when Eve wasn't around. Then one day, on a whim, she proposed to sew a dress for her, confidently claiming that her silver medal in the tailoring competition would surely satisfy the princess. However, after that, Katerina used the excuse of measuring her body to get quite close to her, and afterward Isilia, blushing, couldn't help but doubt whether that had been her initial intention. In reality, Katerina's gaze was very sincere, which made Isilia, who harbored mischievous thoughts, feel somewhat embarrassed, so she began to share her thoughts on clothing. "Now that I've come to a world reminiscent of ancient Western times, how can I not wear steampunk?" Of course, she was also thinking of quickly sending Katerina away, so she suggested such a challenging requirement. After all, compared to the simple-minded Eve, she found it somewhat difficult to deal with the mature and charming Katerina. But what Isilia did not expect was that Katerina not only did not show any signs of being troubled, but her eyes lit up as she quickly walked out. Thus she ended up with this dress full of girlish style. Did I inadvertently trigger some strange switch within Katerina? Isilia shook her head at this thought. Forget it now, Eve's matter is more important. During the recovery period, there were times I couldn't find her, and when I asked, she would just brush me off with work. Does she really think I'm an 8-year-old child? Using such lies to deceive me, what kind of work requires a dedicated, made to be busy every day? Now that my body has recovered, I need to find an opportunity to properly ask her what she has been up to lately. With this determination, she happened to meet Eve, who had been waiting at the door. "Good morning, Fufu." Bringing her thoughts back, Isilia greeted her as usual. Good morning, your highness." However, Eve seemed to have something on her mind and responded a bit late. "Fufu, you." Isilia stared at Eve for a moment, making her feel a bit uneasy, and she unconsciously stroked her cheek. Your highness, is there something on my face?" "Oh no, it's nothing. Let's hurry, we don't want to keep teacher Sherry waiting." Isilia averted her gaze and walked ahead expressionlessly, but her mind was racing. It's clear that little Fufu is indeed hiding something from me, but now is not the time to pursue it. I'll ask her after class. There's no rush. Good morning, Teacher Sherry. You are as beautiful as ever. Although she wasn't particularly keen on extra lessons, it would be a lie to say she wasn't happy to see her long-missed teacher. After all, who could refuse a beautiful teacher with an exotic charm? Good morning, Isilia. I heard from the maid that you were injured recently and have been recovering. How are you feeling now? Naturally, the incident of the princess injury had not been publicized in the castle, and not knowing the specifics, Sherry was very concerned. Yes, I'm completely fine now. Isilia placed one hand on her hip and made a peace sign, with the other her face beaming with a bright smile. That's great. Seeing you so spirited, I feel relieved. But remember not to make such actions that could harm your image next time. I'll let it go this time. Yes, Teacher Sherry. Isilia felt somewhat helpless. Her teacher was great in every way, but had a tendency to lecture. Thereafter, Shirley retrieved from her handbag on the lectern an instrument resembling a flute, sleek, silver, and gleaming. During my recent travels across various kingdoms, I passed through a quiet town where I discovered this local artifact, the ethereal flute. Its ethereal timbre captivated me utterly, so I acquired it. And now, as a celebration of Shilia's full recovery, I present it to you as a gift. Thank you, Teacher Shirley. Shilia accepted the flute with both hands, holding it before her eyes to examine it closely from every angle, then lifted her gaze puzzled. Teacher, how exactly does one play this? Don't worry. Since I've gifted it to you, I shall naturally teach you its art. With that, Shirley drew an identical flute from her satchel and gently shook it in her palm. But performing here would hardly be appropriate. Ever since the upheaval 2 years prior, the castle had been sealed beneath a magic suppression barrier. Aside from pre-authorized essential spells, most magical arts, including sound-dampening incantations, were rendered inert within its walls. Even if such magic were functional, Shirley still preferred a more open and serene setting for their first performance. Then where might suit best? After careful consideration, only the gardens or the training grounds seemed viable. Oh, right. Shirley suddenly clapped her hands, jolting Shilia from her reverie. Shilia, didn't you mention wanting to capture a crystalor beast in Orma village to raise as a companion? I recall there's a particularly picturesque woodland nearby. It would make an ideal practice ground, and we could even capture a crystalor beast while we're at it. A true win-win. The unexpected proposal left Shilia momentarily stunned, her expression slack with astonishment. The first to react was Ifu, standing beside her. Her cheeks puffed with indignation as she lightly punched Shilia's arm. Your Highness, didn't I explicitly warn you that raising crystalor beasts is perilous? How could you agree to it? And why did you even mention it to Lady Shirley? Wait, Ifu, hear me out. I never intended to hunt one now. Besides, Orma village is your hometown. You know precisely how distant it is. After that incident, Father would never permit me to travel so far. Shilia stammered, flustered. Is that so? Ifu's expression remained clouded. Yet your Highness's credibility, at least in my estimation, remains rather low. What are you two whispering about? At that moment, Shirley stepped closer, her gaze curiously fixed upon the two girls. If distance is your concern, there's no need to fret. I command a teleportation spell capable of delivering us there instantly. Teacher Shirley, might you sense the atmosphere? Watching Ifu's face darken as if rain clouds gathered overhead, Shilia swallowed audibly. Gulp. I'm coming too. Ifu declared the words with sudden, unshakable calm. What? Shilia blinked, disbelieving. She rubbed her ears vigorously. I said I'm coming. Orma village is my home. I'll serve as your guide. Ifu repeated, steady and clear. Shirley responded, though unaware of the preceding exchange, yet instinctively offering measured counsel. Little Ifu wishes to join. Two companions wouldn't pose any difficulty. Alas, her timing proved less than ideal. No, absolutely not. Ifu, you must not go. Shilia's voice transformed entirely, shedding its earlier timidity, now resounding with unwavering authority as she met Ifu's stormy gaze. Heaton. Why not? Orma village is my homeland. Why may I not return? Ifu frowned, perplexed. If you wish to visit alone to pay respects to family, I raise no objection. But accompanying us is strictly forbidden. Shilia spoke with grave solemnity, her tone brooking no dissent. Yet one vital truth remained unspoken: venturing beyond the castle's walls with her was simply too dangerous. The memory of nearly losing Ifu haunted her. Should she face danger alone, escape remained possible, but with Ifu at her side, hesitation could prove fatal. Princess Shilia, you. Before Ifu could continue, Shilia cut her off sharply. What? I am the princess. My word is law. You will obey me. Without granting Ifu another chance to speak, Shilia turned and strode back to her seat. Her profile turned away, refusing all further glance. Even Shirley, who knew nothing of the backstory, could now read the gravity of what had unfolded. Yet she chose silence. Children's conflicts must resolve themselves. As an observer, she understood the princess's intent perfectly, and knew well that Ifu was no fragile child. She returned to the lectern. Well then, it seems a decision has been reached. Let us set our departure for tomorrow morning. For now class begins. At those words, Ifu sank back into her seat, head bowed low, her straight bangs falling like a veil concealing her expression entirely. Truly, unfathomably gentle. A whisper barely audible, intended solely for her own ears. Thus the morning passed without incident, though Xiao had missed her chance to probe deeper into Ifu's thoughts after the earlier exchange. Was my tone just now too harsh? In the afternoon, Xiao walked alone down the corridor. Per schedule, she should now be at the training ground practicing martial techniques, though Ifu had always accompanied her before. When she arrived at the courtyard, the sun hung low and golden. Oph already awaited her there. Your Highness, you're quite late today. Oh, apologies. I arrived later than intended. Usually brimming with energy today, she seemed distant, preoccupied. No sooner had Xiao spoken than Oph failed to reply. Instead, a soft rustle sounded behind her. Distracted, Xiao reacted too slowly. By the time she whirled around, a figure clad in form-fitting attire and hooded cloak stood directly before her. Ahua! Without pause, the figure executed a seamless takedown, sending Xiao sprawling onto the ground. In one fluid motion, they straddled her chest and wrenched both wrists behind her back. Let go, MMPH. Before Xiao could utter another syllable, two familiar objects were forcefully stuffed into her mouth. Only then did she realize with dawning horror that they were her own gloves, moments ago still snug on her hands. MMPH. Her arms pinned, her spells silenced. Xiao had never imagined being ambushed within the castle walls. Helpless, she kicked futilely, small legs thrashing in silent protest. Only once the struggle had fully subsided did Oph approach, kneeling calmly before the young princess, his gaze steady upon her mud-streaked face and tear-bright eyes. Your Highness, have you grown complacent? Do you truly believe mastering fine magical control and acquiring modest combat skill renders you secure? And now, unable to cast, unable to rise, utterly defenseless. You possess no sense of danger. Had that assailant been an assassin, you'd be dead before drawing breath. MMPH. Xiao glared at Oph, voice muffled, only helpless whimpers escaping her lips. Release the princess. Oph addressed the cloaked figure behind him. The figure made no reply, merely obeyed, loosening her grip and stepping back silently to stand aside. I refuse. Let's fight again. Who'd expect you, Master Oph, to be lurking nearby and still get ambushed? Freed at last, Xiao sprang upright. Only then, noticing her attacker appeared no older than herself. Instantly, royal pride flared anew. Humph. Face-to-face, I'd have won without question. Arms crossed, Xiao spoke with unshakable confidence. She had already bested a coordinated assault by multiple Brank adventurers, and her holy light art had advanced significantly. In her estimation, no peer could rival her prowess. Since that's the case, let's see what you've got. However, no magic allowed. We will compete using pure martial arts techniques. Why not? If we use magic, how can we train our martial skills? Your Highness, you aren't worried about losing, are you? Nonsense, this princess will not lose. If you don't want to, then so be it. Come on. Ing, did you hear that? The princess wants to spar with you. Show her what you've got. Ofu smiled slightly upon hearing the prince's response and waved at the figure behind the little princess. So his name is Ing. Isalia's eyes widened as she stared at the person who had just knocked her down, feeling perplexed. This person wore a mask that obscured most of their face, making it hard to discern their appearance. Moreover, looking at his figure, there was nothing distinctive about it. Even the gender was hard to determine, with the only visible feature being the pale half of his face. Ing quietly walked to the opposite side, slightly bowed, then assumed a stance. Seeing this, Isalia felt she could no longer maintain her composure and hurriedly returned the bow, thus entering a state of readiness. Once Ofu saw that the two were ready, he announced the official start of the duel. Unexpectedly, Ing did not rush forward using speed as he had before. Instead, he chose to maneuver at a distance, seemingly planning to engage in a war of attrition. Although Isalia was not impulsive or aggressive, she was far from patient and reserved. After a while of stalemate with Ing, she began to feel a bit impatient and deliberately showed a flaw, intending to lure Ing into attacking. Everything developed just as she had anticipated. Ing indeed fell for the trap and attacked at great speed. However, when she attempted to catch him, she made a mistake. Upon realizing it was a trap, Ing escaped with a speed even faster than hers. Failing to land a hit, Isalia quickly transformed her claws into palms and struck out, leading to an intense exchange of offense and defense in the open space. This kid's speed is even faster than mine. The more they fought, the more surprised Isalia became. If it weren't for her slight advantage and experience, she would have been defeated in just a few exchanges. However, such an advantage gradually faded as the battle continued. Ing constantly improved himself during the duel, and soon Isalia found it increasingly difficult to gain the upper hand in technique. After several more exchanges, she was once again thrown to the ground by Ying due to her unstable footing. Wow. Iselia quickly protected her forehead with both hands to avoid landing face first in the dirt like before. She then flipped over and stood up, her hands waving in front of her. Stop. You've won, I concede, please don't hit me anymore. When she saw Ying stop, she finally let out a long breath. What on earth is going on with this person? Looking at Ying, who didn't even seem to be breathing heavily, Iselia couldn't help but feel curious about someone her age who could push her to such an extent. How on earth did he train? Your Highness, you can't learn Ying's methods. Ofu explained at this moment. His magical affinity is wind, just like mine, so he excels in speed. However, unlike you who progresses step by step, he directly refines his body with magic essence. Although this rapidly increases his strength, the pain is something an ordinary person cannot endure. Is that so? That's truly impressive. Iselia understood Ofu's training and realized that being described as unbearable pain was indeed worthy of admiration. From now on, letting accompany you. I believe he will certainly be of help to you, Your Highness. Hearing Ofu's words, Iselia excitedly ran to Ying and took his hand. Hello, Ying. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Iselia, and you can call me Aishi. I look forward to your guidance in the future. However, Ying merely nodded and did not speak. Moi. Iselia tilted her head in confusion. Your Highness, there's something I forgot to mention. Due to the body refinement, Ying has lost his ability to speak. Oh, that sounds quite pitiful. At this moment, as Iselia looked at Ying again, her gaze carried a hint of pity. In this world, there is no convenient sign language. Communicating with others must be quite troublesome for him. However, if Ying often wears a mask, others probably won't understand the troubles he faces. After this, Iselia considered that since Ying was following her, she couldn't ignore him. After class, she hurriedly dragged him to the storage room. Heave-a-ho, let me see what I can find. Iselia rummaged through the storage room, causing dust to fly everywhere. However, Ying remained patient and quietly waited beside her. Cough, 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 here it is. Iselia pulled out a writing board and a pen from a shelf at the end of the storage room. Looking, this is the writing board I used to learn how to write before. It's a magical tool. Not only can it shrink to fit in a pocket, but it can also be reused without worrying about running out of ink. Iselia handed the two items to Ying, her face displaying a joyful smile. With this, it will be much easier for you to communicate with others. You won't have to worry about them not understanding your meaning. Ying took the writing board and nodded, then wrote on it, Thank you, Your Highness. Oh, why be so polite? From now on, you're under my protection, so I won't let you suffer any losses. By the way, Ying, your handwriting is really beautiful. Iselia praised the round and elegant characters. Hearing this, Ying quickly wrote shy on the writing board. Haha, Ying, I didn't expect you to be so cute. You don't need to write that, oh, I already know. At this moment, the half of Ying's face that was visible showed a faint blush. Ying, why do you cover your face so tightly? Isn't it uncomfortable? As for Ying's appearance under the mask, Iselia couldn't help but be curious. She had not had the chance to ask until now. Seeing Ying's cute demeanor ignited her interest to find out more. Your Highness, my appearance is extremely ugly and would scare others, which is why I always wear a mask. Ying wrote these words on the writing board. This is a lie. This phrase flashed in Iselia's mind. She didn't believe that someone with such a beautiful half face could be an eyesore. It's okay, in front of me, you can feel free to take off your mask. I never judge others by their appearance. Upon hearing this, Ying paused slightly. He did not write down his thoughts directly as he had before, nor did he make any other movements. Iselia was not anxious. Although she couldn't see Ying's face, she had a feeling he was watching her through the gaps in the mask. I'm sorry, Your Highness, my training time has come. Please allow me to take my leave. After writing these words, Ying retreated quickly without waiting for Iselia's consent. Wait. Iselia reached out to grab Ying, but missed. It was evident she hadn't used her full strength during their earlier match. Was I too hasty? Well, forcing others isn't my nature. Next time I will make you willingly remove your mask. After watching Ying leave, Iselia suddenly felt a sticky sensation on her body. Looking down at her dirt-covered form, she decided to return to her room for a bath. However, she encountered that familiar figure again at the door to her room. Xiao Fufu, so you were here. I thought you were angry and didn't want to see me anymore. How could that be, Your Highness, Iselia? Eve was about to explain when the little princess grabbed her hand and pulled her into the bedroom. Before Eve could react, Iselia cornered her against the wall, and with a slap, Iselia pressed one hand against the wall to prevent her from escaping. However, let's get to the point. Xiao Fufu, are you hiding something from me? In this close proximity, Eve could clearly smell the faint fragrance on the princess. Feeling somewhat guilty, she subtly turned her head to the side and murmured, No, Your Highness Iselia, you're overthinking it. Hey Xiao Fufu, you really can't even lie properly. Iselia sighed, while holding Eve's hand in her palm. Then explain the injury on your hand. What have you been doing recently? Seeing that she could no longer hide it, Eve took a deep breath and said, All right, Your Highness Iselia, I will tell you everything. She then rummaged through her pocket and finally pulled out an unfinished handkerchief. It was embroidered with a half-visible little bunny. During this time, I've been learning sewing and cooking with Sister Catalina and Brother Chris. Because I'm not very skilled, I accidentally hurt my hand. I was planning to surprise you on your birthday, but it seems I've been discovered by you after all. Fufu, you are too good to me. I am so touched. Looking at the handkerchief adorned with the half-bunny Iselia, tightly embraced Eve, her voice slightly excited. In her heart, she thought, just now, I actually had a moment where I felt Eve might be Yang. It seems I misunderstood her. I mean, my Xiao Fufu is so gentle and understanding. How could she have tricked me twice? It's nothing, Your Highness. As your personal maid, I just want to master more skills to help you better. Being tightly embraced, Eve looked at Iselia with a very gentle gaze. By the way, Your Highness, what did you come back for? I was going to take a bath. Having received the answer she wanted, Iselia no longer clung to Eve and released her hands from around her waist. Then let me help Your Highness undress. Thank you, Fufu. Eve tucked the handkerchief back into her pocket and stepped forward to help the princess unfasten the buttons on her back. Lord Alf was still so ruthless today, Eve remarked, looking at the soiled clothes with some sentiment. This isn't what Teacher Alf did. Then how did Your Highness end up in such a messy state? Don't mention it. Fufu, you weren't here, so you wouldn't know. Today Teacher Alf brought a child named Ing from who knows where. Although they seemed very small, their strength was immense. They knocked me down terribly. As she spoke, Iselia rubbed her backside, seemingly still feeling an ache. How could it be that they're even stronger than Your Highness? Eve expressed her surprise and asked, what kind of person are they? To be honest, I'm not too sure either. This person wraps themselves up tightly with a hood covering their head and a mask on their face. The key is that they can't speak and there are no obvious features on them. I still haven't figured out whether they're male or female. However, despite all that, Iselia's tone shifted as she recalled Ying's adorable demeanor this afternoon. I think they might be a really easygoing person. Is that so? Iselia, focused on loosening the clothing ties, did not see the gentle smile that appeared on Eve's face behind her. The princess' chamber had a private bathroom, which was quite spacious. After changing into her bathing robe, Iselia could bathe directly, making it very convenient. Thus, even though there was a natural hot spring in the castle, she generally chose to bathe in her room. Entering the bathroom after rinsing off the dirt, Iselia wrapped herself in a soft bath towel and approached the golden lion head statue, which was currently pouring warm spring water into the bath. Due to magic, this world had an exceptionally well-developed water circulation system, allowing her to enjoy such luxurious hot spring baths no matter where she was. Thank you, magic. Iselia murmured as she slowly submerged her entire body into the steaming hot spring. Feeling the comforting warmth of the spring water enveloping her body, Iselia felt exceptionally at ease, as if the fatigue of the day had been dissolved in the water. She had not had a habit of bathing before, but after enjoying a hot spring bath in this large tub once, she could no longer do without it. This is what they call the difficulty of transitioning from luxury to simplicity. Once accustomed to the water temperature, Iselia slowly leaned against the edge of the tub, raising her head and gazing at the glass-like ceiling above, reflecting the face of a girl with exquisite features. The steam from the bathroom had reddened her face, adding a touch of warmth to the angelically beautiful girl, making her appear even more enticing. Iselia reached out her hand gently, as if trying to grasp something. The girl in the mirror mirrored her movements. Having been here for 9 years, her beauty had only become more stunning with age. In the past, she certainly would not have been able to face such a girl calmly. But now that girl was herself, and she felt no particular emotion. Knock, knock, knock. Just like now, a knock came at the door. Based on experience, Iselia knew it must be Eve wanting to come in to help her wash her back. Now she had learned to manage without getting nosebleeds in such situations. Come in, Iselia called out to the door in a flat tone. Unexpectedly, 4 beautiful women of varying appearances walked in: Sister Tina, Sister Moira, and Sister Catalina. Why are all of you here? We heard that little Iselia is recovering, so we decided to come and check on you together. Oh my, what a coincidence. I found little Iselia bathing. Let me help you wash up. Wait a minute. I can wash myself. For people is just too much. Unable to refuse, Iselia shot Eve a somewhat resentful glance. I did try to stop them. Eve felt a moment of guilt upon seeing Iselia's resentful gaze, and then joined in. After the 4 helped the princess wash up, they originally wanted to soak a bit longer with the little princess. However, for some reason, the little princess' complexion grew increasingly flushed, and she even had a nosebleed. The girls speculated that it might be due to bathing for too long, so they had no choice but to carry the princess back to bed and dress her in a little bear pajamas sewn by Catalina, which improved her complexion. However, due to Iselia's excessive cuteness, the 4 played around with her a bit before finally falling into a deep sleep on the princess' bed. Whoa, I take back what I just said. I feel utterly terrible. Iselia lay on the bed somewhat dazed. Tina, Moira, Eve, and Catalina lay around her, surrounding her like a doll. After complaining a bit, Isekai could no longer resist the encroaching sleepiness and gradually fell asleep in this warm and soft embrace. The next day, Isekai arrived early in the classroom, eagerly waiting for teacher Shelley. Her excitement heightened due to their upcoming outing. After a quarter of an hour, teacher Shelley leisurely entered the classroom, appearing somewhat surprised to see Isekai, who had been waiting for a long time. Little she, you came quite early today. Teacher Shelley, aren't we going to Oma Village today? I've been looking forward to this moment since yesterday. Well, since the teacher promised little, she must keep her word. Without further ado, let us set off now. With that, Shelley took Isekai to the top of the castle, a tower that, being distanced from the main castle, was unaffected by the anti-magic array. The main reason for coming here was that very few people visited unless it was for a thorough cleaning. Then she took out a wand embedded with gems from her pocket, murmuring incantations while drawing something in the air. Isekai immediately felt a pulling sensation emanating from teacher Shelley, and upon closer inspection, she saw a hazy six-pointed star formation emerging with the pull originating from there. As Shelley mobilized her magical essence, a black vortex gradually appeared at the center of the formation, slowly expanding into a black hole about the width of a person. Alright, now just step through this black hole to reach Oma Village. The ones going are just me and little she, right? After finishing her spell, Shelley turned to the princess and said, "Oh, it seems there's an unexpected little guest joining us on this trip." Unexpected? What do you mean by that? Isekai felt puzzled upon hearing this and turned to follow Shelley's gaze, only to be startled by the black hooded figure in front of her. "Oh, it's Ing. You scare me to death. You really walk without making a sound." Isekai patted her chest, appearing somewhat shaken. "As your guard, I wish to ensure your safety, so I followed you just now. My apologies." Ing quickly wrote this on a notepad, nodding slightly to express her apology. It's fine. I wasn't hiding my whereabouts anyway, and you were just trying to protect me, right?" Considering that Ying's skills could indeed cover her own shortcomings in close combat, Isekai didn't pursue the matter further. "But next time you want to come along, just let me know in advance, no need to sneak around." Although Ing was quite capable, she always seemed to lack common sense in strange situations, Isekai thought. Let's hurry up, this formation won't hold for long. After waiting for a long time, teacher Shelley, seeing the two still chatting and not moving, urged them. Isekai finally approached the black hole, tentatively reaching her hand out. She had only read about such teleportation spells in novels, and now that she was actually going to use one, she felt a bit anxious. It won't send me to some strange place, will it? Just then a figure suddenly sprang out from behind, and Isekai only had time to see the distinctive hood before the person entered the black hole. Seeing this, Isekai no longer hesitated and quickly followed Ing into the black hole. The moment she stepped into the black hole, Isekai felt as if she were in a swirling celestial realm, alternately feeling heavy and light. The colors before her swirled, yet she could not discern any concrete shapes, resembling a fleeting artistic painting. After what felt like an eternity, Isekai felt a sudden brightness before her feet once again landed on solid ground. However, due to the previous experience, her mind hadn't fully registered yet, and her legs went soft, nearly causing her to fall backward, but she was caught just in time by Ing, who had arrived first. Immediately after, Shelley also walked out from behind. "Are you alright, little she?" I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." "Yes, it's common for first-time teleportation attempts to feel this way. You'll get used to it." Once the dizziness subsided somewhat, Isekai began to take in her surroundings, discovering she was in a grassy field facing a farmland. To her left was a wooded area enclosed by a fence, while not far to her right, she could see the smoke rising from Oma Village. Wow, teacher Shelley's teleportation is amazing. I remember that although Oma Village is quite close to the royal capital, it's still a good 40 kilometers away. Your Highness, Ishi, you flatter me. My teleportation spell, while very convenient, is not without its flaws. As soon as the topic of spells was mentioned, Shelley immediately became very serious. Huh, does this spell have flaws? Is it that you feel dizzy when using it? Comfort is indeed a concern, but it's not insurmountable. What I mean by flaw is the conditions required to cast it. One must have personally traveled to the location to use that experience as a medium for teleportation. In other words, if it's a place you haven't been to, you cannot reach it via teleportation. Shelley's tone was somewhat regretful, as if she was troubled by this flaw. Even so, this spell is still fantastic. Teacher Shelley, can you teach it to me? Though I am not a light priestess, the spell structures have commonalities. It can be slightly modified to be powered by light essence. Alright, once we return, I will teach you this spell. Shelley gently stroked the top of the prince's head, revealing a smile of satisfaction. Then the group headed towards the village. Isekai planned to visit Eve's parents. After all, since they were in Oma Village, she might as well pay them a visit, also wanting to express her gratitude for raising such a wonderful girl like Eve. Having stayed in the castle for too long, even seeing the lush green mountains and waters brought Isekai joy, let alone experiencing the local customs of this otherworldly village. However, just as she was about to enter the village, Ing suddenly tugged at her sleeve. What's wrong, Ing? Your Highness, there are many people here, and I need to patrol the surroundings to check for any dangers. Ing held her notepad up to her ear, her demeanor somewhat adorably awkward. It's just a village with fewer than 100 people. There's no need to be so cautious. Besides, we're using teleportation. I doubt anyone with ill intentions would expect us to be in Oma village at this moment. Better safe than sorry. My equipment is too conspicuous in such a small village. It's more convenient to stay in the shadows. Ing pointed to her mask and then to a nearby alley. That makes sense. Alright, you go ahead, but be careful. It wasn't a big deal, and it never hurts to be cautious in an unfamiliar place, so Xiao didn't stop her further. After receiving an affirmative response, Ing vanished into the shadows in a few leaps, while Xiao and Shelly entered the village. In fact, when Xiao stepped into Oma village, she realized that it differed significantly from her expectations, not in terms of architectural decorations, but rather in more fundamental aspects. After all, farmers living anywhere prioritize the practicality of their homes over decorative aesthetics. Therefore, to accommodate climate changes, their house structures tend to be similar. This was hardly surprising, but the prerequisite was to overlook the small creatures flying in the sky, bouncing on rooftops, and running around the villagers. What is going on? Aren't these all magical beasts? What? Your Highness seems to be wondering why these magical beasts can coexist peacefully with the villagers. Indeed, Your Highness, that's not entirely wrong. In the military, soldiers resonate with magical beasts, using the magical crystals within them, strengthening the beasts through combat, ultimately evolving them. Essentially, they treat magical beasts as weapons. However, the relationship between the villagers of Oma village and the magical beasts is less about cultivation and more akin to raising a pet like a cat or dog. Such magical beasts find it difficult to evolve naturally, and those that do not evolve have little offensive power, resulting in the current situation. As she spoke, Sherry bent down and stroked the fur of a magical beast that was circling around her feet. The little creature emitted a series of comfortable sounds. So in that case, it's no different from raising a kitten or puppy. Indeed, Eve seems to be a bit overly sensitive. In her past life, Xiao had raised a black Labrador. She had the most experience when it came to keeping pets. Little she, you won't be content with just treating magical beasts as ordinary pets, will you? Moreover, in reality, Oma village is the only place in the entire kingdom where this is the case. Xiao, having her thoughts seen through, stuck out her tongue and then focused her attention on the magical beasts to see if there was one suitable as a future companion. At this moment, the tranquility of Oma village was also disrupted by their arrival. Uncle, look at those two people. They are so beautiful. A young man appearing to be around 20 who spoke to a middle-aged uncle nearby. How the last time you saw the traveling merchant's daughter who came to our village, you said the same thing. I think you just find any girl who isn't from our village beautiful. The middle-aged man named Weir laughed and scolded while considering whether he should take this kid out to see the world. No, uncle. I can guarantee that these are definitely the most beautiful girls I have ever seen in my life. They are like goddesses descended from the heavens. If I could marry one, it would be worth it for a lifetime. The young man wiped at the drool that had dribbled to his lips, speaking with conviction. Hearing this, Weir expressed skepticism. Let me see what they look like, since you boast about them as if they are unmatched in the world. However, when he looked, he was also stunned, seeing two girls standing not far from the village entrance. The younger one had silver hair and red eyes, bright eyes and white teeth, with skin like ice and bones like jade, appearing as delicate as a fairy. The older one, while perhaps slightly less beautiful, had a figure that was graceful and curvy, far surpassing ordinary women. However, Weir was not an impulsive young man. After regaining his composure, he noticed that although these two were dressed modestly, their demeanor and beauty were certainly not of ordinary folk. Only nobility would possess such qualities. Weir turned back to see the young man still entranced by the two girls, and he couldn't help but slap the kid's head in frustration. You brat, stop daydreaming. Don't you see what their status is? They can't be ordinary people. Weir then instructed the young man to keep a close eye on them while he went to find the village chief. As time passed, more and more villagers gathered, merely observing from a distance, none daring to approach and speak. Wow, look at those two girls, aren't they stunning? Their skin is so fair, and their hair shines as if it has been oiled. An older woman exclaimed. I heard that the nobles in the big cities look just like this. Nobles? Are you saying those two are nobles? What would nobles come to our poor rural place for? Most of these people had never seen even the lowest-ranking baron in their lives. If they knew that a princess had come, they would probably faint from shock. At this moment, Xiao realized that everyone was looking at her. She straightened up and waved with a royal demeanor, smiling inadvertently, causing several young onlookers to turn bright red. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Sherry planned to pull the princess away from the villagers when a few coughs suddenly rang out from the crowd. Ahem, everyone please make way. Upon hearing the voice of the newcomer, the villagers quickly parted to create a path. An elderly man with graying hair and beard slowly approached the front of the crowd with a cane. He waved his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet, then stroked his beard and carefully observed the two girls before speaking slowly. I am the village chief of this village named Vizier. May I ask what brings the two esteemed guests here? To everyone's surprise, the one who spoke next was not the older woman, but the little girl beside her, who looked to be around 10 years old. Her mannerisms, showing etiquette and understanding of the situation, made the observing villagers feel quite curious. It seemed this girl was likely the young lady of a noble family, which made it all the more understandable. Hello, grandfather village chief. I have come to visit Eve's family. Could you please tell me where Eve's parents reside? Isekai did not conceal her intentions, rather she wanted everyone here to know that Eve's family had noble backing, ensuring that no one would dare bully them even in her absence. Eve. Eve is the little daughter of the Peter family, we're reminded from the side. Oh, I remember her. She's quite a lively girl. I haven't seen her for some time. Vizier stroked the cane that had developed a thick layer of patina, his expression somewhat nostalgic. Alright, I'll take you over, but it's a busy time right now, so I can't guarantee that Peter is at home. No problem, thank you, grandfather village chief. Thus the two followed the village chief into the village, and seeing there was no more excitement to be had, the crowd dispersed to resume their own tasks. After walking for quite some time, the village chief stopped in front of a wooden house with a small courtyard. The courtyard was filled with flowers and plants neatly arranged, indicating that the owner of the house had a high standard of living. The village chief stepped forward and knocked on the door. The one who opened the door was a plainly dressed woman who bore a slight resemblance to Eve. Isekai thought this must be Eve's mother. Oh, it's the village chief. You must be looking for my son Peter. I'm so sorry he just went out. If you're not in a hurry, please come in for a cup of tea while I send Xiao Ke to fetch him back. The village chief waved his hand and stepped aside, allowing Isekai and Sherry to enter. There's no need to rush, Lagesha. It's not me you need to find but them. Oh, who are you? The woman named Lagesha looked puzzled. Hello, auntie. We are friends of Eve. Eve, you say you're friends of Eve? Oh, how has she been lately? I haven't seen her for quite a while. My poor daughter is still so young. Ahem. The village chief interrupted Lagesha's chatter with a cough, and she realized that she had somewhat neglected her guests. She quickly invited everyone to sit down inside. Lagesha, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you. Remember to treat them well. The village chief declined Lagesha's invitation and turned to leave. Seeing the village chief's firm attitude, Lagesha thought that he must have urgent matters and did not insist further. Moreover, she was now more concerned about her little daughter's situation. After the three entered the house, the village chief slowly made his way back with his cane. Who had been following closely behind hurried to ask. I say, village chief, is it really appropriate to bring them into the village like this? The village chief raised an eyebrow at these words. What is inappropriate about it? At the very least, we should find out who they are and what they want. If they have ulterior motives, we need to prepare in advance. It's obvious that they are noble young ladies who have never done a day's work. What could they possibly want from our small village? Even if they do have ulterior motives, do you think you and your family can escape? But we wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the village chief. There is no but. I see no malice from the two of them, so let's not mention this matter again. Moreover, this might not be a bad thing. Perhaps it is a blessing for our village. Vigil stroked his beard, his dim old eyes sparkling with light. It was he who facilitated Eve's selection as a palace maid, and if his suspicions about their identities were correct, it would be quite intriguing. Isekai and Shelly followed Logsa into the living room. This place, though not large, was arranged just right, giving a particularly warm feeling, like an old friend welcoming them with open arms. Come sit down. I'll get you some snacks. As Logsa welcomed them, she walked into the dining room and brought out a basket of cakes. There's no need to trouble yourself, Aunt Logsa. We have matters to attend to and can't stay long. We're here on behalf of Eve to see you. Isekai said, taking out several potions and some jewelry from her pocket and placing them on the table. These are my gifts for our meeting. Do please accept them. Seeing this, Logsa quickly set down the basket in her hands. Oh no, this is too much. I can't accept such valuable things. The potions and jewelry are indeed quite valuable, and I know that. Aunt Logsa, these are also Eve's heartfelt wishes, so please don't decline them. Eve, how is she doing now? As soon as Eve was mentioned, Logsa's eyes became somewhat misty. Isekai hesitated for a moment when she saw this, then replied earnestly. Don't worry, Aunt Logsa. Eve is doing well. She is now my personal maid, and I am Isekai Jane Florinda Venus Williams, the princess of this country. Huh, a princess. Logsa's eyes widened momentarily at a loss for words. Although she had some suspicions about Eve's identity, the revelation of her being a princess was beyond her expectations. Once she regained her composure, Logsa wanted to kneel and pay her respects, but Eve supported her. There's no need for that, Aunt Logsa. I am here as Eve's friend, not as a princess. Eve is fortunate to have a friend like Her Highness the Princess. Please take good care of her. I thank you on her behalf. After that, Isekai and Logsa chatted about Eve's past, and soon, due to other matters, they quickly took their leave. As they left, Loxa stuffed them with a basket of snacks again. Aunt Loxa is truly too hospitable, Iselia said, holding the full basket of snacks with a mixture of joy and helplessness on her face. She had once suggested bringing Eve's parents to live in the city, arranging everything herself, but Eve refused, saying she couldn't accept such generous favors just because of her connection to the princess. Thinking of this, Iselia sighed, feeling that Eve was truly too naive, but perhaps that was also why she liked Eve. Not long after leaving Oma village, Shadow quietly followed them. However, due to the previous experience, she was not scared this time. Shadow, did you find anything? Upon hearing Iselia's words, Shadow took out a parchment scroll from her bosom and handed it over, then lifted a writing board that had already been prepared. This is a map I obtained from the villagers detailing the surrounding terrain. In particular, Moon Lake has an excellent environment, very suitable for Her Highness to practice her instrument. Iselia unfolded the yellowed scroll and took a look. It did indeed depict the nearby mountains and rivers with rough lines. Due to improper preservation, many areas were unclear, but she could vaguely discern a sizable lake near the center of the woods ahead. Thank you for your hard work, Shadow. It is my honor to serve Her Highness. Here, this Nowata cake tastes great, you should try it. Iselia took a piece of cake from the box and handed it to Shadow. Shadow did not decline and took the cake, eating it with small bites. Her manner of eating was quite elegant, as if she had been specially trained. This hood is really convenient. If it were an ordinary helmet, I might have seen Shadow's true face, Iselia thought regretfully while watching Shadow walk beside her. The three of them followed the map towards Moon Lake. Along the way, Iselia tried to get closer to Shadow, subtly inquiring about her background. However, Shadow was tight-lipped, insisting that she had been disfigured since childhood and had been taught martial arts by Alf. After achieving some skills, she was sent to protect the princess. Iselia naturally did not believe this, but by the time they reached Moon Lake, she had not managed to extract any other information. The magic essence here is extremely abundant. Xiao Ke, come over here. Upon arriving at Moon Lake, Shelly called Iselia to sit on a green stone near the lake. Thus, Iselia obediently walked over and found a relatively clean stone to sit cross-legged opposite Shelly. Then she gazed out the lakeside scenery fully displayed before her. The emerald green water shimmered in the sunlight, like a giant emerald embedded in the earth. In the distance, the lush mountains contrasted beautifully with the lake's surface, sketching a tranquil and beautiful picture truly deserving of the name Moon Lake. It was indeed a perfect place for practicing the flute. Shelley took out her flute from her bag and began to play in this picturesque setting. The crisp and melodious tunes spread through the verdant mountains and forests. Iselia gradually became enchanted, lost in the music. After finishing a piece, Shelley raised her eyes and saw the somewhat dazed and adorable expression of the princess. She chuckled lightly and waved her hand in front of her eyes. "Wow, teacher Shelley, your playing is amazing." Coming back to her senses, Iselia exclaimed in admiration, feeling as if background music had started playing in response to some situation. Although she had never heard this piece before, she sincerely felt that the tune and the scenery complemented each other perfectly. "Thank you, but I believe Xiaoxi will be able to do it soon. Next, it's time to teach you how to play." Sounds good." In the following time, Shelley instructed Iselia in music theory and articulation techniques. Fortunately, most of the knowledge was similar to that of her past life, so Iselia learned quickly. However, this left her teacher Shelley quite astonished, as she increasingly felt that Iselia truly deserved the title of a genius. When Iselia finished playing a small piece based on what she had learned, the sound of applause from teacher Shelley rang out at the right moment. "Xiaoxi, that's impressive. Did you create this piece? It's beautiful." "No, I just borrowed some ideas from others." Feeling a bit shy from teacher Shelley's praise, Iselia scratched her cheek with her finger. "By the way, I'm quite curious about how you persuaded my father to bring me out. How did you manage that?" "I didn't tell your father." Teacher Shelley tilted her head somewhat self-consciously, her voice considerably quieter. Iselia widened her eyes momentarily at a loss for words. "What? You don't believe me? But the fact is, it was I, your teacher, who secretly brought you out. Rather than the truth of this matter, it's more surprising that it was my ever-preaching teacher, Shirley, who mentioned it. Well, my teacher wasn't always a model student in her youth, but it was your father who said that children should go out more. I don't think he will blame me, probably. Hey, how did teacher Shirley meet my father?" "How did we meet? Back then I was still young, always following my parents traveling across the continent, and unexpectedly during one of our journeys my parents were killed by bandits. As a young child, I was fortunate to be rescued by Lord Hill. However, having lost my way home, Lord Hill took care of me for a long time until I went to the imperial capital for school. In the time right after my parents' passing, I was gloomy and stayed indoors all day. It was Lord Hill's encouragement that helped me step out of the shadows." Shirley spoke of the past in an extremely calm tone, yet one could still feel her deep respect for Duke Ale. "I didn't know such things had happened. I'm sorry, teacher Shirley, I didn't mean to pry." Shirley reached out to gently pat Iselia's small head. "It's all right, it's all in the past now. I've long since come to terms with it, and not all memories are bad. Fate led me to meet Lord Hill, and then thinking of repaying your father's kindness I met you. Alright, let's not talk about these old stories anymore. Iselia, didn't Lajesha prepare a lot of delicious snacks for you? Hurry and take them out. The scenery here is so beautiful it's the perfect place for afternoon tea, isn't it? Upon hearing teacher Shirley's words, Iselia suddenly felt a bit hungry and went to retrieve the box of snacks that had been set aside only to find it empty. Huh, where are the snacks? They were just here. Iselia looked around in confusion, wondering how the snacks could have vanished with only the three of them present. As she thought this, Iselia suddenly witnessed an incredible scene. The snack box was floating in midair, not far away. She felt no wind flowing, nor could she see any creatures around. The snack box stood there all alone. Iselia rubbed her eyes and looked again, at which point she noticed what seemed to be a tiny humanoid creature about 5 or 6 centimeters tall, with wings resembling a much smaller fairy. Ah, that's an Isaacin, quite rare indeed. Isaacin. It's a type of transparent humanoid magical beast that can give items the ability to float and loves to play pranks. During Shirley's explanation, the Isaacin seemed to realize it had been spotted, letting out a giggle before flying off with the snack box into the woods. Wait, put down my snack box. Iselia immediately chased after it upon seeing the situation, while Shirley shook her head helplessly before following along with Ing. The three followed the Isaacin into the woods. After chasing for a while, Iselia realized that the little fairy was intentionally toying with them, clearly able to turn invisible and slip away quietly. But it varied its speed, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes disappearing from sight, then suddenly popping back up, flying just out of reach ahead of them. At the same time, Iselia had her own little thoughts as she wanted to make this little creature her companion and couldn't bear to use overly powerful spells, fearing it might get hurt, so for a moment, she couldn't do anything. Ing saw the princess' intention to capture it alive, so she pointed ahead and raised 2 fingers. Iselia understood the gesture and nodded. Ing probably wants to say that there's a shortcut ahead, and she will take a detour to catch it. This is the only option we have now. Just as Ing was about to move, the little fairy suddenly flew towards a nearby cave, then at the cave entrance doubled over, holding its belly and laughing, followed by a flurry of animated gestures, clearly mocking them before darting into the cave. Any clear-eyed person could tell that this was a trap, yet Iselia seemed completely unaware, rushing towards the cave entrance without hesitation. Halfway she was stopped when Ing grabbed her wrist. As her guard, it was impossible to let the princess take such risks in such a dangerous place. Feeling the strength in her wrist, she understood Ying's determination at this moment, and said, "How can one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Moreover, it's just a small creature. How much trouble can it cause? With teacher Shirley here to protect me, nothing will happen, so don't worry." Without further explanation, Iselia entered the cave without looking back, and the other two had no choice but to follow her in. Fortunately, the cave was relatively spacious. Although the path was winding, the little crystal spirit flying ahead emitted a faint light, like fireflies guiding them forward. Not knowing how long they had been chasing, they suddenly found themselves in a vast area. It seemed that an earthquake had caused a massive crack in the mountains, and looking up, Iselia could clearly see the blue sky, a breathtaking natural landscape she had never encountered before. "Look, that little creature is over there." Shirley's voice pulled Iselia back to reality. She saw the Isaacin hovering in the air, not far away, no longer flying forward. Just as the young princess was about to rush over, Shirley raised a hand to block her chest. "Wait, it seems like there's something next to that little creature." At the same time, the Isaacin floated over to a pitch-black rock beside it. It then let out another giggle, using its tiny feet no larger than a grain of rice to kick fiercely at the dark rock, sending glimmering powder flying. What was the meaning of this? Everyone was puzzled, unable to understand what it was doing. Those tiny feet would probably struggle to make a dent even in tofu, and yet it was kicking a rock. However, with its odd behavior, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. What is happening? Did another earthquake occur? No, this isn't an earthquake. What did the Isaacin just do? Everyone looked back at the little creature only to find that it had already taken advantage of Iselia's distraction from the shaking ground to slip away. The rock it had just kicked was now trembling rapidly, evidently the source of the commotion. As stones began to fall away from the top, the three finally realized that this was not a rock at all, but the head of a massive creature. Could this possibly be a dragon? I've never heard of dragons existing in this world. Iselia gasped, her hand flying to her mouth as her luminous eyes widened with sheer astonishment. Its massive lizard-like head bore a pair of sharp, elongated horns. Within its golden vertical pupils gleamed a chilling, soul-piercing light. Its entire body was armored in jet-black, impenetrable scales. Slowly rising to its full height, some 10 meters tall, it loomed with fangs like daggers and claws like scythes, radiating an awe-inspiring majesty from afar. "That is the mature form of a magical beast," Shelley murmured solemnly, her gaze fixed upon the black dragon across from them. "Do all magical beasts ultimately evolve into such forms?" Isilia's voice trembled slightly. Her understanding of magical beasts' latent potential had just undergone a profound shift. No, the black dragon is an exceptionally rare being even among magical beasts. See those colossal wings behind it? They belong to the sky, and legend holds that only the denizens of Sky City ever tamed these celestial darlings. I believe it arrived here by accident. A subtle reverence flickered across Shelley's face, but Isilia, utterly captivated by the dragon before her, failed to notice. It appears to harbor no intent to attack. What shall we do next, Teacher Shelley? The black dragon coiled watchfully, serpentine and vigilant, toward Isilia and her companions, neither advancing nor striking. They in turn held their ground, wary of provoking it. Teacher, I know fragments of the lost sky people's tongue and the gestures they use to commune with black dragons. Let me try speaking with it. Teacher, this is dangerous. Don't go. Don't worry, Xiao Ke. Trust your teacher. With that, Shelley slowly raised one arm and began walking forward, calm, deliberate, toward the dragon. It did not attack. Clearly that gesture held ancient, potent meaning. Shelley halted a short distance away. The dragon lowered its great head, curious, almost contemplative, as if pondering what this diminutive human might wish to say. Wei yu alin isai nai tebu lai di jin iwasa. An unfamiliar tongue spilled from Shelley's lips, a language wholly alien to Isilia. Yet the dragon responded with a slow, deliberate nod of its massive head. Under Isilia's and Ying's rapt gaze, Shelley continued conversing in that forgotten tongue, while the dragon replied with thoughtful nods or firm shakes of its head, each gesture calibrated to the weight of their exchange. Though Isilia could not decipher a single word, the dragon's attentive responses confirmed beyond doubt Shelley truly communed with it, and that knowledge settled a deep, quiet relief within her. After a while, the voices softened, fading into silence. Isilia surmised they must have reached some accord. What followed would sear itself into her memory for all eternity. Before her eyes, the black dragon whipped its tail with savage force, sending Shelley hurtling through the air like a broken doll. Isilia watched, disbelief freezing her breath, as Shelley's slender form traced a cruel arc through the air, then crashed violently against the cavern wall. The dragon roared, a guttural, vengeful bellow that shook the very bedrock of the cavern. Shelley lay motionless, unconscious, a thin line of crimson blooming at the corner of her lips. Though Isilia had braced herself for the worst, witnessing it unfold shattered her composure, grief and fury surging raw and unbidden within her chest. She clenched her fists, forcing down the murderous impulse, and turned, determined first to assess Shelley's injuries. Yet the moment she took her first step forward, a primal sense of peril flooded her veins. The dragon granted no respite for sorrow. Its golden bloodshot eyes locked onto her, then drew a deep, thunderous breath before unleashing a torrent of searing dragon fire. Half a year ago, such a devastating area-effect assault might have overwhelmed Isilia entirely. Now, however, she had long since mastered the defensive array embedded within the Moira brooch, more than sufficient to withstand this blaze. Isilia extended a single hand, parted her lips, and whispered a single silent incantation. Instantly, a radiant shield shimmered into existence before her. Composed of countless interlocking hexagonal crystals, it gleamed with the sublime precision of nature's own artistry. The dragon fire struck, crashing against the shield like waves upon a cliff, rippling outward in concentric waves, yet failing utterly to breach its luminous surface. Dragonfire, hardly formidable. If you're so eager to descend into the abyss, I shall grant you passage. In response, an unrelenting storm of sacred hammers and swords erupted, each intricately etched with divine filigree, hurtling downward like celestial tempests. Pure white radiance, swirling with airborne dust, bathed the obsidian cavern in blinding noonday brilliance. Ruhr. Beneath the barrage, the black dragon bellowed in agony, then unfurled its vast leathery wings, summoning a vortex of inky black wind. The gale collided violently with the incoming onslaught, detonating in a chain of deafening explosions, engulfing the cavern in thick, choking smoke, obscuring all sight. Amidst the haze, Ing vanished, slipping forward like a shadow. As the smoke thinned, she launched herself from the dragon's blind spot, her jade-green blade flashing as she brought it down with thunderous force upon its neck. Yet the wind-imbued blade sank only an inch into the scaled flesh, then shuddered to a halt. The wound was shallow, barely a scratch, yet it ignited the dragon's wrath. Its golden blood-rimmed eyes flared wide. With a snarl, it swiped its razor-sharp talon downward. In the blink of an eye, Ying's lethal strike failed, and with practiced grace, she twisted midair, riding the gusts of wind to retreat, just in time, narrowly evading the talon's cataclysmic descent. Only a massive gouged imprint remained on the stone floor. Damn it, the creature's magic resistance is extraordinary, and its regeneration is unervingly swift. The earlier barrage had inflicted negligible harm, now aside from the shallow cut Ing had dealt, the dragon stood whole once more, and scathed unbroken. It seems there's no choice but to use that. Ing, can you buy me a moment? Hearing the princess's words, Ing asked no questions, only tightened her grip upon the emerald blade and gave a silent, resolute nod. Then she charged, straight toward the dragon. Though Ing rivals a rank B adventurer, she won't hold out long. I must push myself further. Iselia slapped her cheeks twice, sharpening her focus, then began weaving her most arcane ritual. Concurrent chanting. High-speed incantation. O divine maiden of holy light, sovereign of the radiant heavens, bestow upon me your power. Pure celestial blade, reveal your true form before me. Falchion. Spirits of the divine realm, light born of light, shield your children from harm. Let your sanctified radiance flood this world. Sanctum angel descend. Even as she dodged falling debris, Iselia's incantation flowed, swift, layered, resonant, as if two voices wove a sacred duet. Echoes curled around her like incense, imbuing the air with palpable holiness. Gradually, two beams of light pierced the gloom, parting the mist like divine fingers, slanting down through the narrow chasm of the cliffs and converging precisely before Iselia. Within their intersection, Falchion descended in serene majesty, its blade alive with luminous arcane sigils, its pure holy light commanding reverence and awe. Legend names it one of the three sacred artifacts, alongside the holy light goddess's armor and the bow of Taslan, wieldable only by souls of absolute purity and extraordinary affinity with light energy. She had once sought to master it, to compensate for her technical limitations with its godlike power and invincibility. Yet inexplicably, even she proved unworthy of its grasp. Thus she forged another path, summoning the Sanctum Angel to wield the blade and cleave her enemies asunder. From the second beam emerged a graceful arm, palm open, fingers sure, clasping the hilt of Falchion. As the light receded, a breathtaking angel stepped forth, her wings ethereal, her presence divine. She inclined her head gently toward Iselia, the summoner, then seized the sacred blade, unfurled her luminous wings, and soared toward the black dragon. In the distance, the black dragon saw the angel shimmering with resplendent starlight and instantly felt a sense of formidable threat. To avoid being attacked from both sides, it risked being wounded by the shadow and swiftly swiped a claw to send the shadow flying. Shadow. Upon seeing the shadow fall to the ground, Iselia exclaimed and hurried over to help her sit on a flat surface, using the holy healing technique to treat her. Fortunately, with the protection of armor and elemental force, the injuries aren't too severe. However, this mask is a bit of a hindrance. As she spoke, she reached out to remove the mask from the shadow, but the still somewhat weak shadow struggled to stop her. Be good, listen to me, don't move around. Iselia pushed aside the shadow's hand, but faced even stronger resistance. To avoid pulling at the shadow's wounds, she had no choice but to retract her hand. Your lack of cooperation just makes me more curious about what lies beneath your mask. However, as she said this, seeing the shadow resist so fiercely, Iselia gave up. After all, the threat of the black dragon had not yet been eliminated, and it wasn't the time to satisfy her curiosity. Just then a dramatic scene unfolded. The mask, which had already sustained numerous cracks from the previous battle, finally succumbed to the pressure and shattered into pieces. What appeared before Iselia's eyes was an alto familiar face. Why? You. At that moment, upon recognizing the shadow's true form, countless details from the past flashed through her mind like electricity. Indeed, I was so foolish. How could the marks of holding a sword be the same as those of holding a kitchen knife? Moreover, those fine marks clearly resulted from being injured by the wind elemental force I had yet to master. Also, when we arrived at Oma village, I didn't find it strange when the shadow used such a clumsy excuse to avoid meeting Aunt Lagsa. At this moment, I've realized the mask was shattered, and in a panic covered her face with her hands, peeking through a gap to glance at Iselia. What met her gaze was Eve's expression, which seemed both amused and pained, making her realize she could no longer hide. She then lowered her hands, having never anticipated that she would be exposed in such a place, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Let's both calm down a bit. The matter with the black dragon is not yet resolved. After this is clarified, I hope you can provide me with an explanation. Okay, Your Highness. No longer the cold, impersonal lines on the writing board. When Iselia heard the gentle and melodious voice, she reaffirmed that Ive was indeed present. Just as they were conversing, the battle situation suddenly changed with the arrival of the holy angel. The once imperious black dragon now bore numerous wounds inflicted by Farjan, its proud scales and sharp claws proving utterly ineffective against the divine sword. With a mournful cry, the black dragon flapped its wings violently, sending the holy angel flying before rapidly ascending, escaping the valley. The holy angel, seeing this, swiftly stabilized her position and flapped her wings, closely pursuing. At this moment, the black dragon circled above the valley with the timing being just right at noon, the sunlight glaring. It opened its massive jaws and let out a long roar, gathering intense energy before it forming a fireball that grew even larger and hotter than before. Just as the holy angel flew out of the valley entrance, the black dragon expelled the fireball, which transformed into the shape of a dragon's head mid-flight, exuding overwhelming might. A mere trick hardly worth mentioning. The holy angel, undaunted, transformed into a golden meteor and shot into the sky, instantly dispersing the dragon's head while continuing unabated. With its strength not yet recovered, the black dragon could only watch helplessly as the holy angel pierced through its wings. Ugh! The black dragon suffered a sudden severe blow, struggling to maintain its flying posture as it plummeted toward the valley. The holy angel followed closely, diving down with Farsion raised in hand, aiming to deliver a fatal strike to the falling black dragon. That's enough, this ends here. A figure blocked in front of the black dragon, gripping the tip of Farsion's blade. Regardless of how much the holy angel exerted force, Farsion remained immovable. Just as I suspected. Isilia's gaze was piercing the corners of her mouth, slightly curling as she looked at the true form of teacher Xueli, her heart already understanding. It was indeed expected that teacher Xueli could withstand the attack of Farsion. After all, the strength of a summoned creature is closely tied to that of its summoner. However, after gaining a deeper understanding of the black dragon's strength, Isilia was quite puzzled as to how teacher Xueli could be severely injured by it. Additionally, she felt deep curiosity about the shadow's role in this. Thus, she decided to go with the flow, observing until the shadow revealed her identity, at which point she suddenly realized that all of this had been premeditated. Xiao, you really are calm. The teacher was just knocked away. Releasing Farsion, Xueli said with a tone full of grievance. A teacher Xueli, please try to act a bit more convincingly next time. Isilia sighed helplessly, 3 dark lines appearing on her forehead, and casually dispelled the spell to recall the angel. With the black dragon's meager strength, how could it possibly injure you? Hearing this, the curled-up black dragon felt quite displeased, grunting in response, nostrils flaring with hot air. Immediately thereafter, a voice emerged from her mouth, soft yet tinged with a touch of pride, which did not match her rough appearance. That is because Xiao Shui suppressed my strength, otherwise how could I let that angel be so arrogant? You can talk. Isilia looked at the black dragon in surprise, who merely snorted disdainfully and ignored her. Her name is Waylight. She is my friend. Black dragons of a certain evolutionary level are capable of gaining intelligence, so it's not surprising that they can speak. However, Xiao, you remain so calm in the presence of a black dragon. I truly admire you. Most people would find it difficult to maintain their composure when faced with such a colossal creature, rarely recorded in history books. Xueli explained with a smile. Isilia thought to herself how fortunate she was, realizing that at least dragons were somewhat known. If an indescribable creature appeared, it would have been quite a different story. So Isaacin was also arranged by the teacher. That little thing was not arranged by the teacher. Isaacin creatures are naturally mischievous. She probably saw the black dragon and deliberately led us here. Just wait until I catch her, that little rascal. This is beyond mere mischief. Isilia said angrily. If a normal villager were lured to the lair of wild beasts by her, the consequences would be unimaginable. This is merely from a human's perspective. In Isaac's view, she would not think she was doing something wrong. However, she indeed should not be let off the hook. She ought to be punished. As she spoke, Xueli pulled Isaacin from her pocket, revealing that she had already captured the little creature during the previous moments. At that moment, Isaacin was still restless, kicking her legs and mumbling, woo-woo, non-stop, even though she was being held by Xueli. Seeing this, Xueli cast a binding spell on her, causing her to settle down. I leave her in your hands, Xiao. If cultivated well, this little one could become a significant asset. Isilia took her in both hands, cradling Isaacin, and at that moment, she could finally see the little one's appearance clearly. She had long pink hair like cherry blossoms blooming in spring, exuding a dreamlike aura. Her features were delicate, her skin exceptionally fair and smooth, and the thin wings that shimmered with rainbow hues hung limply at her sides due to the binding. Well, if she could settle down, wouldn't she be quite beautiful? What a pity. At this moment, the little creature trembled slightly due to its bindings, tears glistening in its eyes. Deciding not to trouble her any further, Isilia cast a binding spell, establishing a mysterious connection with Isaacin, and subsequently released it from its confinement. Once freed, Isaacin flew a few circles around Isilia, occasionally poking her with a finger or sniffing her with its little nose. Due to the contract, she felt an inexplicable fondness for Isilia, yet the recently mistreated Isaacin was reluctant to admit it. In the end, it sat on her shoulder, arms crossed, pouting adorably as it turned its face away. Curious, Isilia reached out her finger to touch it, but Isaacin dodged, then stuck out its tongue at Isilia and swiftly dove into her pocket. Little one, not big in size, but quite the temper, huh? Isilia chuckled lightly and unperturbed walked towards Eve. Your Highness Isilia, Eve called softly as the princess approached her. With a hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth, Isilia tilted her head slightly, gazing at the anxious and uneasy Eve. "Aye." Eve's lips moved unconsciously, fiddling with her thumbs, clearly unprepared. "Daughter, let us explain this matter," a steady voice suddenly echoed. "Huh. Father, mother, how did you get here?" A black vortex appeared not far away, revealing Duke Hill and Lady Serena. "Cece, are you hurt?" "Let me check." Lady Serena hurriedly ran over to Isilia, pulling her closer to inspect. "I'm fine, mother." More importantly, why did Eve disguise herself as a shadow? Isilia actually enjoyed the feeling of being cared for, but this was not the time for warmth. "Actually, this matter is quite a coincidence. When you were injured, your mother and I were discussing finding you a bodyguard, and then Eve came along. Initially, both your father and I disagreed, as it wasn't an easy task, but that girl Eve is truly strong. She didn't want to be a burden to you. Even though we didn't agree to her, she somehow convinced Ove. She usually takes time to learn from him, and perhaps the goddess of light doesn't wish to neglect anyone who puts in effort. Eve's martial arts talent is quite impressive, and her progress has been rapid, as you must have witnessed. No one would refuse someone who strives hard, especially since her goal is to protect our daughter. The rest is just about you two getting along better. As your parents, we know your temper well. If we had directly assigned Eve as your bodyguard, you surely would have disagreed. So Eve became a shadow to give you a fresh perspective on her. Looking at the results, Eve has indeed done quite well, hasn't she?" Duke Hill saw Eve standing beside him with her sword in hand, and smiled as he nodded at her. "Your Highness, you don't blame me, do you?" Receiving Duke Hill's affirmation, Eve mustered her courage and slowly walked to Isilia, cautiously asking, "Fufu, you've sacrificed so much for me without my knowledge. How could I blame you? Just don't do it like that next time. Let's bear things together in the future. Your Highness, from now on I will protect you and won't let you fight alone again." Isilia's words were like a stabilizing anchor in Eve's heart, allowing her to relax completely, as she vowed earnestly. All right, from now on my safety will be entrusted to Fufu." Eve's matter was more or less settled, but Isilia suddenly thought of something. "By the way, Teacher Shirley, you said you brought me out secretly. How did father and mother find out I was here?" Teacher Shirley awkwardly brushed her hair. "Ahem, little she, do you think after that incident Lord L would really allow you to sneak out?" "I don't care. The fact is Teacher Shirley and father and mother teamed up to tease me. Little she, listen to me. Actually, there was something else I wanted to discuss with you." Saying this, Shirley pulled out a black egg from who knows where. "This is a black dragon's egg. I want to entrust it to you." "Oh, a black dragon's egg? Can I really take care of it?" Isilia looked at the black dragon lying nearby in disbelief. Seeing Isilia looking at her, the black dragon straightened up. "Little girl, I recognize your strength. If our black dragons live much longer than you humans. Having her grow up with you humans will also expedite her growth, and besides it won't be a disadvantage for you. My child will be your strongest ally in the future. All right, then I will accept it. I will take good care of her." Since even the black dragon as a mother said, so it would be a bit too much to refuse again. So she took the egg from Shirley's hands and cradled it in her arms, instantly feeling a wave of heat emanating from the egg. "You must be good now." Isilia gently stroked the light blue patterns on the eggshell, and gradually the warmth coming from the egg became softer. What a good child. Don't worry, I will take good care of you. Now that everything is explained clearly, let's go back. That guy Mark has prepared a lavish lunch waiting for us." Duke Hill timely reminded everyone that it was getting late. Isilia nodded. This trip had yielded abundant rewards, and it was time to tally them up. That evening in Isilia's dormitory. "Wah!" Isaacson flapped its wings, quickly darting through the curtains and wardrobe, evading the capture of the person behind. "Hey, little one, don't be afraid. I mean no harm." It was seen that Katerina held a pink lace mini pajama temporarily modified from a doll outfit, intending to dress Isaacson in it. However, Isaacson clearly disagreed with it, had been flying around the bedroom for quite a while. Isilia, who had just come out of the bathroom, holding a damp egg, smiled awkwardly at the scene. She somewhat understood the little one's feelings, but didn't want to voice any objections to the fervent Katerina, so as not to get herself into trouble, she had to let the little one suffer for now. Then she took a brand new bath towel from the wardrobe and wrapped the black dragon's egg tightly, carefully wiping it. Though she promised to take care of it, how exactly does one care for an egg? Frankly, Isilia was also unsure, so she opted for the safest method. First, cleaning off the dirt. That surely wouldn't go wrong, right? With that thought, Isilia took out a large light blue sleeping cap from the wardrobe, placed it on the egg, and gently nestled it in the bedding. "Your Highness, why don't we give Isaacson a name? We can't keep calling her little one, can we?" Eve suggested. "A name? What should I call her? I'm not very good at naming. The Labrador I had was simply named Little Black." Looking at Isaacson, who was continuously flying around the room to evade Katerina's grasp. "How about we name her Sylph?" Isilia thought of the name of the wind spirit in Norse mythology, which seemed quite fitting for her. Fu. Such a lovely name. Eve's face turned slightly red for some unknown reason as she repeated the name. Right? This name suits this mischievous little one very well. Isekai didn't think much of it, after all she didn't come up with this name, she was merely borrowing it. It seems she really likes this name. Come, Your Highness, this pajama is prepared for you. Katarina approached holding the neck of Sylph, and the little one was already wearing the pink pajama. No, that expression looks like she's been messed with. It doesn't seem to mean she likes the name. However, Isekai dared not express this and obediently put on the little bear pajamas. Then Isekai hugged the egg and entered dreamland with the company of Sylph, Eve, and Katarina. In the distant holy kingdom of Hailan, there was an abandoned city where a grand church once stood in the center, now turned into a desolate ruin. However, today it seemed particularly lively. Louise, if it weren't for your kindness back, then we wouldn't have to make things so complicated running to this godforsaken place to toil. A gray-haired man, looking quite worn, grumbled while carving something with a gem on the ground. Save it, Wagner. I risked my life to lurk in the royal city while you, even with the intelligence I provided, failed and lost the smithing workshop, resulting in a direct halving of the organization's operational funds. How you had so many opportunities to kill her, but didn't lay a hand. If that's not compassion, I don't know what is. Don't forget you're no longer a saint. Put away that misplaced compassion. I understand if for the sake of this world Isekai must die. I have known that for a long time. Louise gazed at the ruins, murmuring, recalling this place where she underwent trials as a substitute saint. It was the place where Isekai would eventually undergo her own trials. Years past, time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye 6 years had quietly gone by. The city of Sagar, as the capital of the Duchy of Ostenden, was chosen for its profound significance. To the north lies the vast X Mountains, forming a natural barrier that safeguards the city's safety. To the southeast is a river that runs through 4 nations: the Holy Kingdom of Hailan, the Plut Empire, the Duchy of Ostenden, and the Kingdom of Asting. Its estuary is the most important coastal economic hub of the Duchy of Ostenden. The northwest borders a military stronghold facilitating immediate support. The south is a vast plain with 3 major freshwater lakes distributed on its eastern side, their waters rich, nourishing a thriving fishery, pastoral, and agricultural economy. The western area is designated for military use, often utilized for troop training and exercises. However, at this moment the training ground in the west was shaking violently, occasionally flashing with white beams of light. This scene, which should have drawn attention, did not cause much commotion. 2 patrolling soldiers merely glanced at it and continued on as if nothing unusual had occurred. Hasn't this commotion lasted nearly a quarter of an hour? The veteran soldier rubbed his numbed ears. The new recruit stared at the cascading holy light from the sky, exclaiming, "Who can withstand such a bombardment besides the 3 generals and Lady Eve?" Indeed, last time I watched from a distance at the shooting range, I could barely breathe under that might. But thinking that the one unleashing such a powerful holy technique is our princess, I feel much more at ease. The veteran wiped the sweat from his forehead, still feeling apprehensive. People are not the same. How did the holy light goddess bestow all the virtues upon our princess when she created humans? Perhaps the princess is the reincarnation of the holy light goddess herself. It's quite possible. Look over there, the princess seems to be quite serious this time. Following the direction pointed by the soldier, hundreds of beams of light descended from above, shooting straight towards the training ground. Their target was a beautiful tall girl with a flame-like red ponytail. "Bring it on," she called out with a confident and hearty laugh, charging towards the beams of light unafraid. At the moment she was struck, she spun gracefully, as if completely devoid of inertia, and evaded at an unusual angle. The subsequent attacks were easily dodged, the entire process resembling an elegant dance. Indeed, utilizing wind resistance greatly enhances evasion efficiency, making her trajectory much harder to track. Just as she felt she could easily handle the forthcoming onslaught, a more graceful white-haired girl across from her suddenly raised her jade hand and snapped her fingers. In an instant, beams of light exploded in the sky like fireworks, splitting into countless finer rays that shot in from 8 directions, trapping the girl's escape route. Faced with this sight, the girl seemed taken aback, standing still without moving. However, a remarkable scene unfolded. The beams passed through her figure, but caused no harm. It turned out that what had been pierced was merely an illusion of the red-haired girl. In the next moment, dozens of figures resembling the red-haired girl emerged from the field, causing the beams to lose their target and flail about like headless flies, subsequently ending their assault. When the dust settled, the red-haired girl approached the white-haired girl unharmed, just 10 meters away. "Your Highness, the same trick won't work on me. Without a new tactic, I can win this battle." "Oh, Fufu, feeling very confident today, are we? But unfortunately, you were just a bit short of winning." With her words, the ground not far away suddenly erupted violently, engulfing Eve entirely. "Ugh, Your Highness, when did you cast that spell? I didn't notice at all." Eve blew away the dust with wind, her tone somewhat resentful. At this moment, she looked slightly disheveled, her fair face covered in dirt and the tips of her bright red hair slightly curled. I set that up just now while bombarding with holy light. Wasn't that planted from the very beginning? Your Highness, how cunning. I was doomed to lose from the start. No, Eve has made great progress too. I couldn't use the holy light goddess armor, so I thought about what method to use against sudden close range attacks, and came up with it on the spot. Since the time Eve was transformed into a shadow and fell a few years ago, she had come to terms with it no longer forcing progress in martial arts, but instead focusing on researching holy techniques. Suddenly, a burst of laughter approached, interrupting their conversation. Sylph was flying towards them, holding a chicken leg in both hands. Behind her, a small black dragon, only about half a meter long, was flapping its wings, closely following her. Isekai glanced at it and shook her head helplessly. Sylph was clearly teasing the dragon, as her speed was not something a newly hatched dragon could keep up with. The black dragon was evidently aware of this, but it did not want to let go of the little pest that repeatedly stole its food. It puffed its cheeks, preparing to spew flames. Sylph immediately hid behind Isekai, and a small fireball shot towards her. Isekai, both amused and exasperated, raised her finger to conjure a hexagonal crystal to block the fireball, then pulled out Sylph, who was hiding behind her. Bullying Fafnir again. Quickly returned the chicken leg to her. You don't eat meat, so why are you always stealing Fafnir's chicken leg? Wasting food is shameful. Isekai lectured Sylph, then took the chicken leg, poking the little dragon's plump belly. And you, Fafnir, how can you spit fire at people? That's very dangerous. From now on, you are not allowed to do that without my permission. She then turned to educate the black dragon. Seeing the two little ones droop their wings and lower their heads, showing sincere remorse, she finally returned the chicken leg to its rightful owner. Your Highness, you're becoming more and more like a mother. Stop teasing me. Taking care of these two little ones is really not easy, it's exhausting. Isekai said, while wiping the non-existent sweat from her forehead. Eve, please watch over them for a moment. Teacher Sherry has something to discuss with me this afternoon, and I need to go for a bit. Eve restrained her laughter as she took the two drooping little ones. Madame Selena has prepared a birthday banquet tonight, saying she wants to formally introduce you to the social world. Got it. The girl's fingertips blossomed with a teleportation formation. While her voice lingered in the air, she had already appeared on the spiral staircase of the Mage Tower. Teacher Sherry often brought her to this Mage Tower, which was not shrouded in anti-magic spells, and then used teleportation to travel to various places across the country. While admiring the scenery there and practicing the Ifrio whistle, she seldom returned after learning teleportation and being able to play the flute proficiently. I wonder what Teacher Sherry called me here for. Isekai thought curiously as she walked up the spiral staircase towards the room at the top of the tower. At that moment, a clear and melodious flute sound suddenly came from above, still as beautiful and enchanting as ever. However, Isekai seemed to sense a hint of sorrow within it, prompting her to quicken her pace as she ascended. The top of the tower was usually empty, yet at this moment the ground was spotless, indicating that someone had just cleaned it. Isekai followed the pristine corridor all the way to the depths, gently knocking on the wooden door that stood there. The melodious flute sound came to a halt. The door is not closed, a gentle voice from within said. Thus she gently pushed the door open and entered. Xiao Ke, you've come. Come over here and join me to enjoy the scenery, said Teacher Xiao, leaning against the balcony with a whistle in hand, gazing down. Okay. Isekai replied, stepping lightly to Zuela's side. Look, Xiao Ke, from here you can see the entire Sager city below. Doesn't it have a unique beauty? Isekai looked down at the crisscrossing roads and the delicate buildings. The view was indeed spectacular, yet it evoked a sense of solitude far from the city, a feeling she did not favor. If possible, she preferred to blend into the bustling crowd and laugh with everyone. Xiao Ke, I have a secret I want to tell you. Teacher Zuela's voice suddenly rang in her ears. A secret? Isekai, somewhat puzzled by what the teacher intended, asked curiously. Actually, I am not a citizen of the Ostending Duchy, Xiao said in a very calm tone, revealing an astonishing fact. Even this revelation surprised Isekai, but it was when Xiao spoke her next sentence that she realized this was just the beginning. I am a resident from the Sky City. I came down with my parents, but after they tragically passed away, I was too young to know how to return. Attending school in the imperial capital was also a way for me to search for a method to go back. So have you found a way, teacher? Isekai couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, Xiao Ke, I learned not long ago how to return to the Sky City. You already know? Then why don't you hurry back home? The connection between the Sky City and the continent isn't very stable. If I return too soon, I wouldn't know if I could come back. Lord Ire has raised me, I cannot forget this kindness. Therefore I must ensure that you are well educated. Over the years I have witnessed your growth, and now I can leave with peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Isekai suddenly understood. No wonder she felt something was off about Teacher Xiao today, as she exuded a melancholic aura. Please don't go, Teacher Xiao. I can't bear to part with you, Isekai said, holding Zuela's hand tightly, reminiscing about their 8 years of companionship. To Isekai, Xiao Ke had become an indispensable mentor and friend. How could she bear to let her leave? Silly child, let me teach you one last lesson. Life is like a solitary journey. Along the way, you will encounter countless beautiful sights and various people. If you are fortunate enough, someone will accompany you for a segment of your journey. When those who accompany you reach the end, though you may feel reluctant, you should be grateful for their companionship and then wave goodbye. For at the next unknown station, perhaps another person will accompany you further. Xiao Ke gently stroked Isekai's forehead, filled with emotions. The little girl who once barely reached her waist had now grown into a young lady, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. Will we be able to meet again in the future? Isekai's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice slightly wavering. We will, Xiao Ke. As long as our hearts are closely connected, no matter where we are, we will eventually reunite. In the end, Xiao Ke simply departed, transforming into a gust of wind and vanishing. Of course, she could have left earlier. Perhaps she waited to personally give Isekai a precious gift for her birthday. And now that gift was in Isekai's hands, a brooch adorned with a dragon motif identical to the one teacher Xiao Ke wore. She was a person deeply attached to emotions. Although she understood that growing up meant facing farewells, when it came time for her longtime companion teacher Xiao Ke to leave, she couldn't help but feel sad. This was also why she felt so heartbroken over Louise's betrayal. Collecting her emotions, Isekai walked towards her bedroom, encountering head-maid Emiya on the way. Your Highness, where have you been? Didn't Eve remind you? The nobles of the kingdom will all attend tonight's banquet, and we cannot lose the royal dignity. Our preparations must begin now. At that moment, Emiya was completely unlike her usual composed self. Seeing the princess approach, she quickly greeted her with a bow, and then spoke hurriedly. Calm down, Emiya, I know. I just returned now. Your Highness, please change into your formal gown first. Time is of the essence, let me help you. Isekai returned to her dormitory with Emiya, where Eve and Catalina had already been waiting for a long time. With the frantic help of everyone, it took a full hour to finally put on the cumbersome formal gown. This dress is both troublesome and uncomfortable. The corset is making it hard for me to breathe. Your Highness, please bear with it for a while. Tonight's banquet is very important. I know, but after all, it is my birthday banquet. She despised this kind of clothing, which was nothing but extravagant and did not suit her aesthetic. If it weren't for her father and mother placing great importance on tonight's banquet, she absolutely would not wear this. It was even more repulsive to her than when they made her wear a dress before. Your Highness, if you don't like it, you can find a time to leave early after the banquet starts. That's indeed a good idea. But I have a way to solve it once and for all. I will need Catalina's help later. I am happy to serve you, Your Highness. It was no secret that the Duke of Ostending had 2 children, from the servants to the grooms. From the priests to the knights, everyone knew this fact. In fact, compared to the neighboring Prut Empire, which had 7 or 8 princes and princesses, the offspring of Duke Ire seemed a bit scarce in number. However, the citizens of the Ostending Duchy were not overly worried about the future, as there had long been rumors that the princes and princesses of their country were exceptionally beautiful and remarkably intelligent. Especially the princess, who was said to have inherited Queen Selena's stunning silver hair and possessed wisdom that rivaled sages. Many privately believed that the princess was the reincarnation of the goddess of light. Some even claimed that the church had tacitly acknowledged this, otherwise why would Archbishop Thomas have repeatedly intervened to assist the princess? These rumors quickly spread, drawing the attention of the 2 major power families in the Ostending Duchy. Regrettably, despite the legends surrounding them, people have never had the fortune to witness the true faces of the 2, not even the esteemed nobles, who could only catch a glimpse at the birth of the princess and the prince. It must be said that Duke Air has protected them well, provided of course that a certain mischievous child does not find ways to sneak out and play without their parents' knowledge. The birthday banquet for the princess and prince, both turning 12, marked their first public appearance, becoming the focal point of discussion among the nobility. Many planned to bring their own younger generation to attend, hoping to establish good relations with the princess and prince. Among them, the 2 powerful families of the principality, the Mizawide family, representing the conservative faction of the Elders' Council, and the emerging noble Waylon family, symbolizing the reformist spirit of knighthood, stood out prominently. These 2 families have fought over interests for more than a decade, and with the nation's future heirs making their first public appearance, they certainly would not miss this opportunity. In the midst of blooming flowers in the east, there stood a luxurious manor, the residence of the Mizawide family. At this moment, a splendid carriage was parked outside the manor gate, and a well-dressed brown-haired man stood beside it, gently removing his monocle, taking a silk handkerchief from his coat pocket to wipe it slowly, his expression calm and unhurried. Suddenly, a black-haired youth hurriedly emerged from the manor and approached the man, striving to calm his breath that had quickened from running. You are late, Aope. The man glanced at his pocket watch and said in a cold tone, I apologize, father, I just. The youth's voice revealed a hint of fear in front of the man. I do not wish to hear explanations, they are of no importance. You only need to remember the task I have entrusted to you. Seize the opportunity to interact with the princess and prince, and do not let that gang of brutes from the Whalon family take the lead. Yes, yes, father, the youth replied. Then the two boarded the carriage and set off towards the royal city. Meanwhile, to the west of the Mizawide family, there was another manor of comparable scale belonging to their old rivals, the Whalon family. Unlike the Mizawide family's opulent style filled with extravagant decorations, the Whalon family, originally founded by knights, had a manor layout resembling a massive military camp. At this moment, shouts echoed from the training grounds within as snowflakes filled the air, transforming the entire area into a frozen world. In the arena, a short-haired youth in his 30s was engaged in a back-and-forth spar with a blue-haired girl of tender age sporting a side ponytail. Both wielded identical ice-forged long swords, and after an intense exchange, they briefly separated before simultaneously launching several gems, transforming them into ice darts aimed at each other, indicating their combat styles were remarkably similar. If they were evenly matched, the duel could have persisted for a long time. However, seeing the girl's light blue eyebrows furrow slightly, it was clear she seemed unsatisfied with the current situation. Nonetheless, long-range magical bombardments are difficult to execute in such combat, not to mention the time required to cast spells. In cases where the techniques are identical, it is inevitable that the side with lower magical energy will lose. Thus, her only option now is to take risks and surprise her opponent. So she used the impact of the ice darts to create debris that concealed her figure, rapidly closing in on the youth. Giolina, if you think you can ambush me like this, you are being a bit too naive. The youth did not even make an effort to counter, merely swinging his hand, effortlessly neutralizing the fierce onslaught from the blue-haired girl. However, the blue-haired girl did not feel disheartened by the thwarted ambush. Instead, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she took out the blue hairband she used to tie her hair, using it as a medium to instantly unleash an ice spear spell from a very close distance. The youth's expression changed upon seeing this, and then at a speed several times faster than their previous combat, he fiercely struck down the forming ice spear and the blue-haired girl's long sword. With her sword knocked away, the girl did not give up. Instead, she turned and kicked out, and after being blocked by the youth, jumped aside to take a stance. Seeing this, the youth discarded his ice sword and charged forward, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows, ultimately capturing the girl's wrist. Huff, I lost. The girl did not express any resentment. This was a result she had long anticipated. After all, the youth before her was her father, who taught her martial arts and magic. Do not be discouraged, Giolina. Your timing with that ice spear spell was quite good. It was a strategy you came up with yourself, right? But it was still easily blocked by father. No need to comfort me, I am no longer a child. That cannot be said of forcing me to use my full strength for a strike, is quite impressive. After all, I have been battling for over a decade. If I were easily defeated by my own daughter, how would I maintain my reputation in the military? I still want to fight for you and this family for a few more years. Rest assured, when I am old and unable to fight, this family will definitely be entrusted to you to protect. All right, then remember to enjoy your retirement at home when the time comes, and I will protect you. You child. The head of the Whalon family found himself both amused and exasperated by his daughter, yet he felt deeply gratified. May I interject? At that moment, a young man wrapped in a coat interrupted the conversation between the father and daughter with his teeth chattering. Oh, Lance, you are here. Why are you still wearing your coat? Is your constitution weak? Have you been slacking off on training recently? Lance felt immensely frustrated upon hearing this. Seriously. You two have such high affinity for ice elements that you are fine, and you can even create an ice field during a sparring session. Do you know how cold it is right now? Although Lance was mentally complaining, his expression remained calm, not because he was cowardly, but because he had something more important to address. Head of the family, now is not the time for this. The birthday banquet for the princess and prince will be held tonight. Do you remember? Oh no, I got so caught up in the spar that I lost track of time. Quickly, Lance, bring me my formal attire. Giolina, don't just stand there, go change your clothes too. The head of the Whalon family slapped his forehead, giving hurried orders. Father, while it is the birthday of the prince and princess, they are just two children around my age. Is it really necessary to make all the citizens and so many nobles go through such trouble? Giolina said somewhat dismissively. Such rebellious words might be fine to say to father, but do not speak carelessly outside. They are your future sovereigns. Well, we must see whether they are worth my loyalty, and if they possess the caliber of Lord Sierra. Giolina picked up the ice sword that had just been knocked away, twirled it in the air before throwing it upward, turning it into a flurry of sparkling shards. Do not do anything foolish, Giolina. Do not let your emotions get the better of you and challenge the princess or prince. The head of the Whalon family felt a headache remembering those noble children his daughter had defeated. Rest assured, father, I know what I am doing. Giolina replied obediently. So let us hope so. Meanwhile, in the cathedral of Sagar City, Bishop Thomas sat in a dimly lit office, stroking an invitation with golden silk edges, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke softly. Has this day finally come? After preparing for so long, it is time to present a grand gift to Her Highness the Princess. Margaret, hand that to me. Thomas instructed the nun behind him. Immediately, a cup filled with steaming hot tea was handed to him. Miss Margaret, what are you doing? I asked you to fetch the crystal ball, and you bring me a cup of hot water instead. Are you trying to burn me? With a somewhat helpless expression, Thomas set the cup down on the table, blowing on it as he placed his hand on his earlobe to ease the burn. Bishop, can you please stop being so cryptic? If you do not speak clearly, how am I supposed to know what you want? As she spoke, Margaret pulled back the curtains. And Bishop, why are you drawing the curtains during the day? We are the Church of the Holy Light, not the Church of Darkness. Being so gloomy all the time is not good for your health. Margaret, to be honest, sometimes I feel I may have indulged you too much, allowing you to become like this over the past 4 years. Thomas, let me correct you. I have not changed. I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities as an assistant. All right, you have not changed. Now, the gentle and considerate Sister Margaret, please go fetch the crystal ball for me. Is that not fine? No problem, Bishop. Margaret nodded and then walked towards the storage room without looking back. At least she is still somewhat obedient. As he watched Margaret leave, Thomas couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. Various factions reacted to the incident. While at the center of the whirlpool, Acelia leisurely sat in a restaurant with Ailu, enjoying the pastries made by Uncle Mark. However, compared to Isilia's relaxed demeanor, Ailu appeared somewhat anxious. Sister Wang, how can you still calmly eat at a time like this? The birthday banquet is about to start, and you'll be meeting those nobles from the city soon. Ailu, you are a prince. You will inherit the title of duke in the future. They will all be your subjects one day, so what is there to be nervous about when meeting your future ministers? Acelia casually picked the strawberries off her strawberry cake and handed them to Sylph, who was fluttering nearby. The little creature clutched a strawberry that was almost as big as her head, tumbled in the air a few times before finally stabilizing herself, and then bit into the strawberry juice, bursting out and splattering all over Sylph's face. Sister Wang, don't you plan to inherit the title? Your magical abilities and knowledge far surpass mine. You are the one best suited to lead our nation towards prosperity. All I want is to be a general protecting you. Stop saying such foolish things, Ailu. You are the eldest son of the Williams family. Inheriting the title is only natural. Besides, you are indeed quite talented. You just haven't realized it yet. Acelia shook her head and then caught a glimpse of Favna drooling beside her. As for me, I have no interest in becoming a female duke. My ambition lies in studying magic and traveling the world. Acelia tossed the remaining cake to the little black dragon, seemingly disinterested in the topic. Sister Wang, is that really how you feel? Ayla's expression darkened as he whispered in a voice only he could hear. That position can only belong to you, sister. It would be such a waste to hand it over to me. In Isilia's residence, the castle standing in the center of the bustling Sagar city, built in the year of the holy calendar 857, has endured the trials of 70 years. Its white walls and blue roof complement each other, resembling a beautiful painting exuding a timeless charm. The castle's main structure towers majestically, as if piercing the clouds, with grand walls surrounding it, each massive stone narrating tales of ancient stability and solemnity. Unlike any other day, colorful banners adorned the castle and magical lanterns of various colors illuminated the surroundings, heralding a joyous occasion. Acelia and Ailu have finally reached this age. Duke Hill stood atop the castle, gazing down at the luxurious carriages continuously entering, and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, time flies by so quickly. Selena leaned against Hill, her brow furrowed. I just worry that this banquet won't be peaceful. My dear, some things must be faced head-on. Running away won't help, and we must trust our children to make the right choices. As their mother, I naturally believe in them, but I don't want to just stand by and watch. I want to do something for our children. Do you understand, Hill? I understand, Selena, I understand. Isn't it fortunate that I am here? Do you remember how I spoke to your father back in the Valley of Despair? Since I didn't let you down back then, I won't do so now. Yes, you are right. Being with you is the best choice I have made, so I entrust the children to you. Rest assured, my dear, the time is nearly here. Let's go. Although we are not the main characters of this banquet, our presence is still necessary. Selena nodded and followed Hill towards the banquet hall. At that moment, the banquet hall was already filled with groups of nobles, elite individuals, and representatives from the church attending the birthday party. With the maids and attendants weaving among them, the spacious banquet hall felt somewhat crowded. Suddenly, some people seemed to notice something and walked towards the entrance, where the head of the Mist family, a gentleman wearing a single gold-rimmed glasses and a stern expression, arrived with his young son. Seeing this, everyone rushed forward to greet him, compliments ringing in the air, while the head of the Mist family wore a polite smile, engaging warmly with the nobles around him, as these were all supporters of the Mist family, and he could not afford to treat them coldly. At that moment, an unpleasant voice interrupted their conversation. "Oh, isn't that our busybody Bartu, the head of the Mist family? How come you have time to attend this banquet?" A sudden, uninvited guest broke in, a mocking smile on his lips, his eyes glinting with provocation. Drawing everyone's attention, the newcomer was none other than the head of the Weirlands family, along with his daughter Jelena. "Haha, I was wondering who it was. Isn't it our esteemed knight Tanilo? I thought you didn't have suitable attire to attend the banquet, and was about to send someone to deliver a set to you, but seems I was overly concerned, as your outfit looks quite refined, a touch of exquisite rusticity." The head of the Mist family Bartu sarcastically remarked. A few men in military uniforms nearby, hearing him not only ridicule the head of the Weirlands family, but also mocking their proud military attire, were about to step forward to confront him when Tanilo stopped them. "Bartu, I advise you not to put on an act in front of me. Today is the birthday banquet for the princess and the prince. I have no interest in bickering with you at this time, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Return your words, Tanilo. You better keep in mind not to bring the barbaric habits you formed in the military to the dining table, lest you scare the prince and princess. You have no right to say such things to me. Oh, look at the poor little Ope, trembling in fear at the sight of you, his own father. That won't trouble you, knight. The Mist family's educational policies do not need an outsider's critique." Just as the two family heads were embroiled in their dispute, a servant's call timely interrupted their quarrel. "His Grace the Duke has arrived." Upon hearing this call, everyone turned their attention toward the staircase. Accompanied by a wave of intense gazes, the first to appear was Duke L and his wife Selena, dressed in splendid attire. Their arrival sparked admiration and discussions throughout the hall, but they knew that the main characters had yet to appear, so they patiently continued to watch. Amidst the eager eyes of the crowd, a girl with long shining silver hair descended the stairs at a steady pace. Her skin was as delicate as snow without a single flaw. With a gentle smile on her lips and eyes sparkling like the most precious rubies, she displayed both youthful vitality and classical elegance. Dressed in a black and red strapless evening gown, the princess' developing figure was perfectly showcased, resembling a budding flower in spring, gradually revealing a charming curve. The onlookers were dazzled as the princess' exquisite beauty perfectly fulfilled their fantasies of what a princess should be. Walking alongside Asilia was Ilu, her twin brother, who was equally handsome, inheriting Hill's soft golden hair and clear blue eyes that radiated a gentle charm. This caused all the noble girls present to be utterly smitten, whispering Ayla's name as if they were love-struck. Facing such enthusiastic people, Asilia and Ilu waved gently in greeting and then approached Duke Hill. "Is that the Princess Asilia? She certainly stands out. I wonder if her strength is as formidable as the rumors say." However, just as the surrounding nobles were congratulating the two young royals, a blue-haired girl had already begun to contemplate how to invite the princess to a duel. "Dear citizens, thank you for your enthusiastic participation in witnessing the grand celebration of our Princess Isilia and Prince Ailu. In this splendid moment, let us gather together to share this unforgettable celebration, enjoying the joys and warmth of life. May beautiful times endure, and may the two little angels thrive and shine brightly." Duke Hill stepped forward to give a speech for the entire banquet. Immediately after, the hall erupted with resounding applause, and Duke Hill announced the official start of the banquet. The attendees took their seats around the long table in order of precedence. Generally speaking, during such significant banquets, the eating process is often seen as a mere formality, with the focus placed on the events. However, if it is hosted by Duke Hill's family, it is a different story. When the brightly colored and delicious dishes are placed on the table, they undoubtedly become the focal point of the feast. Most of the dishes were unfamiliar to these nobles who had traveled from afar. In order to avoid embarrassing themselves in front of the Duke, these once lofty elites could only lower their status and quietly ask those beside them, yet the ones they asked were equally clueless. "What is this green one that crunches and has great texture?" A well-dressed young man poked a slice of cucumber with his fork, inquiring of the person next to him. "I don't know," replied a rather stout man sitting beside him, clearly knowledgeable about food, yet he unhesitatingly gave a negative answer when asked. "Then what about this transparent and crispy one?" The young man, undeterred, raised a piece of white radish. "I don't recognize it." The stout man waved his hand without even looking. "Haven't you attended a banquet hosted by Duke Hill before? How do you know nothing?" Seeing the stout man's reaction, the young man, despite his upbringing, couldn't help but complain. "Just save it. I was the same way at my first banquet, but later I understood that common sense is useless here. These dishes are the latest creations of Her Highness the Princess, and they are never repeated, so just enjoy this rare opportunity." The stout man, however, seemed unfazed, as if he had long been accustomed to the young man's reactions. "What? The princess. Does she really cook? Not only does she cook, but she is also known as the divine chef. Moreover, although the princess has never shown her face, many titles circulate in the duchy about her, such as reincarnation of the goddess of sacred light Silver Princess and duchy's genius. Most people here are indeed attracted by her highness. Upon mentioning the princess, the stout man changed from his previous impatience, his words revealing a deep respect for Princess Isilia. Hearing this, the young man stole a glance at the exquisitely beautiful Princess Isilia, quickly retracting his gaze. He dared not harbor any improper thoughts about her, yet he still had the courage to taste the delicious dishes created by the princess. Of course, he was not alone. Regardless of their ulterior motives, no one chose to break the harmonious atmosphere at this moment, all immersed in the dream of enjoying the feast. Even the usually stern gentleman of the Miswade family was thoroughly enjoying himself, skillfully using his knife and fork to cut into the crispy and tender fish fillet, lost in the aroma of the delicacies. However, when his gaze inadvertently swept over Princess Isilia seated beside the main table, the greed hidden deep in his eyes grew ever stronger. In this harmonious scene, Duke Hill personally attended to the various guests with a smile, warmly welcoming them. For a moment, the banquet hall was filled with distinguished guests, the atmosphere growing even more fervent, as if the glory of the entire imperial aristocracy converged here. Only when the last dessert was completely devoured by the nobles did they reluctantly recall the purpose of their visit. "Sister, your dishes are so popular." Ai Lu said, his previous nervousness dissipated, as if he had found a common topic with these ministers, his joy evident. "Huh, isn't that obvious? Do you think who I am? I am your sister." Princess Isilia casually responded, as what she did was merely to provide these nobles who had never seen the world with a slight shock from a future of another world. In contrast, Isilia felt the sticky gazes coming from around her, which were like hunters watching their prey, making her feel nauseated. These people can't possibly think I don't notice, right? Now Isilia's spiritual power had reached a new height. Even without deliberately probing, she could still keenly sense such malicious gazes. When will the dance start? She felt somewhat anxious, eagerly awaiting the beginning of the dance, for she knew that once it began she would have the chance to quietly leave. However, seeing her father beaming with joy, conversing with the ministers, listening closely to all the praise directed at her, and Ai Lu, Isilia realized it would be quite a while longer. Duke Hill may possess many virtues such as leading from the front, calmness, courage, and strategy, but this does not include his demeanor when talking about his daughter. This daughter-obsessed man becomes a foolish father devoid of thought when anyone praises his daughter. As the protagonist of the banquet, she naturally could not slip away at this moment, so Isilia had to endure the situation, secretly lifting a corner of the tablecloth to feed her portion of dessert to the hidden Fafna and Sylph under the table, passing the time. After a while, Duke Hill finally ordered the removal of the dining tables, and soon elegant music filled the banquet hall, instantly calming Isilia's mood. Then Duke Hill took the lead and danced the first waltz with Lady Selena. Although Duke Hill had spent years on the battlefield, his dance was impeccable, each movement appearing as if it was perfectly natural. However, as the crowd enjoyed the sight, some could no longer restrain themselves and began to take action. "Oh!" A deep voice suddenly rang out, and upon closer inspection, it was the head of the Miswade family patrol. "Yes, father," Ope replied in a clear, youthful voice. "Do you know what you should be doing now, eh?" I understand. Ope's voice sounded somewhat weak, as if he were facing a formidable beast. "Then what are you waiting for?" After receiving his youngest son's response, Patrol said no more. Perhaps in his eyes, only those who could perfectly accomplish their tasks were worthy of the Miswade family name. The boy named Ope obediently rose and walked toward Princess Isilia. As the young master of the Miswade family, he had never lacked in praise from those around him, and he was not inherently of a timid nature. However, he had an outstanding older brother, which meant that no matter what he did, his father always compared him to his brother. Compared to his excellent brother, he was merely an ordinary person, so no matter how hard he tried, his father never looked at him properly. "Princess, you are truly beautiful." Gazing at Princess Isilia's stunning beauty, Ope secretly made a resolution to win respect in his father's eyes and to seek the favor of the princess for a better future. After the ball began, Isilia did not enjoy much peace for long before receiving numerous dance invitations from the young nobles. Fortunately, Her Highness the Princess was not yet of marrying age, otherwise the number would have been even greater. Even so, she still felt somewhat overwhelmed. Isilia turned to look at her brother, realizing that his situation was not much better than hers. He was surrounded by many elegantly dressed young ladies, all vying for his attention like a chorus of birds. "It seems I can only rely on myself from now on." She couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh, then put on a businesslike smile to face the crowd. However, she noticed several noble ladies aggressively pushing aside the boys surrounding her, causing her smile to falter. Those ladies incessantly praised her silky hair and fair skin, practically itching to reach out and touch her. "Prince Ailu is over there," Seeing this situation, Iselia did not hesitate to betray her brother only to find that reality was beyond her expectations. No, your highness, we came specifically to see you. You are truly beautiful, could we dance with you? Several noble young ladies boldly extended their invitations to the princess. The Duchy of Ostend is known for its freedom, allowing even women to choose their objects of affection as they wish, even if that person is a princess. If only I were not popular for my current appearance, what could I achieve now? At that moment, upon hearing the dance invitations from those ladies, Iselia felt a jolt, managing a self-deprecating smile. Fortunately, she was not obligated to accept every invitation to the ball. If she accepted them all, she would be dancing until the late hours of the night. As a princess, she had the right to refuse. Thus what she did next was, without any sense of guilt, smiling as she declined one invitation after another. Of course, in reality, even those noble young men and ladies did not expect to successfully invite the princess to dance. They merely hoped to make a familiar impression in front of her. This situation continued until Iselia got rid of the last noble lady by revealing a skincare secret as a bargaining chip. Only then did Iselia let out a long sigh and could not help but vent about those fervent noble young ladies. Heaven knows where I would get a skincare secret from. This princess is naturally beautiful, okay? Although her methods were not entirely proper, Iselia finally obtained a precious moment to breathe. Taking advantage of the crowd's inattention, she quietly walked toward a corner of the banquet hall, hoping to find a chance to slip away. However, Iselia's plans were destined to fail. Unbeknownst to her, while she was busy dealing with those young nobles, a pair of eyes had been watching her direction. It was the young master of the Mesford family, a boy named Ope. After receiving his father's orders, Ope did not choose to crowd around the princess like the other young nobles at the start of the ball. In his view, such a rush was extremely unwise. Not to mention whether this approach would leave an impression on the princess. If she were the princess, receiving so many dance invitations would likely lead her to refuse all of them. After all, any acceptance could offend the others, and he certainly would not do that. Of course, he did not know how the princess thought, but when he saw her standing alone in the corner, he knew his opportunity had arrived. Just as Iselia finally managed to make her way to the side door, intending to leave, she suddenly felt a gaze upon her from behind. Instinctively, she turned around and saw a boy with shiny black hair and blue eyes approaching. The boy had a smile on his face, and his dark hair made Iselia feel a sense of familiarity. Is he from an eastern country? No, wait, he is a mixed blood. Mixed bloods are not uncommon in this country. The Duchy of Ostend does not reject foreigners. The fact that 2 of the 3 warlords in the duchy are from the Elf and Beastman kingdoms respectively illustrates this point. Look over there, isn't that young Master Ope from the Mesford family? It really is him. Based on that direction, he also intends to invite the princess to dance. I wonder if he will succeed. If the young master of the Mesford family can't do it, we have even less chance. But I think it's quite precarious. After all, up until now, no one has succeeded. Should keep your voice down. If the Mesford people hear you, you won't have good results. Hearing the discussions around her, Iselia finally realized that the boy before her was indeed the young master of the Mesford family, one of the 2 prominent families in the duchy, and their family stood behind the council of elders. He seems like someone who cannot be easily refused, Iselia thought to herself. Meanwhile, the young man had already approached the princess, slightly bowing and extending a hand respectfully, saying, "Esteemed princess, may I have the honor of sharing a dance with you?" If it were just a simple invitation to dance from the young man, she would not be unable to accept it. At least she was confident in the dancing skills she had acquired in this world, and there was no way she would embarrass herself. Moreover, the boy's dark hair, which made her feel so familiar, was a definite plus. However, as soon as she thought of the way his father, the head of the Mesford family, named Bartloo, had looked at her during dinner, a chill ran down her spine. Bartloo believed he was hiding his desires well, but the fire of desire concealed in his eyes burned more fiercely than anyone else's. How could Iselia possibly miss that? If she accepted, Bartloo might make a big deal out of it. Although she was not afraid it would still be quite troublesome. Just as Iselia was hesitating whether to accept or not, a clear voice suddenly rang out beside her. Wait a moment. With this voice, a beautiful girl hurried over. She had deep blue hair resembling the deep blue of a clear spring day, showcasing her unique aura. Her long, deep blue dress floated lightly, complementing her hair. This girl is really beautiful, not inferior to myself. Looking at the beautiful girl, Iselia's eyes brightened, and she secretly thought, Jelena, what are you doing here? Ope, annoyed by the interruption, appeared somewhat irritated. Can't you see the princess doesn't want to dance with you? Why are you still clinging on? Jelena replied in a calm tone, the princess has not spoken yet. What right do you have to make decisions for her? Hearing Jelena's indifferent tone, Ope became even more agitated. That's because the princess has already agreed to dance with me before you. Why would she rather choose to dance with that woman Jelena instead of me? Opai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he saw Her Highness the Princess entering the dance floor with Jelena. Although the Duchy of Ostend did not oppose girls dancing together, it did not openly promote it either. In other countries, two girls dancing would be regarded as lacking partners. To Opai, this was undoubtedly a blatant humiliation. I am a young master of the Mizawide family in terms of status, and looks how am I inferior to that woman from the Whalon family. Opai shook his head in disbelief, his mind clouded by anger. It's all that woman from the Whalon family's fault. She must not want me to have any contact with Her Highness the Princess and is deliberately sabotaging it. But if I can't successfully invite Her Highness... Opai suddenly felt a chill run through him, and slowly turned to see the cold, stern face of his father Bartlu, whose gaze was as icy, as if devoid of warmth. No, I can't let it in like this. I still have a chance. Fear crawled slowly up his heart, and his instinct for survival made him look around, searching for a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Ai Lu had just finished dancing and was stepping out of the dance floor. Right there's still Prince Ai Lu. No matter what, I have to give it a try. I can't miss this chance to connect with the royal family. Ai Lu glanced at the bustling crowd around him, then walked toward a sofa on the side. He had always been gentle by nature and was not good at refusing others. Thus, while Ai Zelia was turning down invitations, he had been dancing with those noble ladies until now and was feeling a bit fatigued. Sister Wang, do you really think I can handle the position of the Duke with my personality? Sitting on the sofa, Ai Lu looked at his sweaty palms and murmured softly, Your Highness, pardon the intrusion. May I have a word with you? The sudden voice interrupted Ai Lu's thoughts. He raised his head in confusion, and before him stood Opai, who had adjusted his demeanor and wore a humble smile. Oh, it's the young master of the Mizawide family. What brings you to me? If you're here to ask me to dance, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I cannot partake in dancing between men. Your Highness is joking. I have heard that His Highness Ai Lu is known for being humble and polite, so I came to pay my respects. Humble and polite young master Mizawide, you certainly know how to flatter. However, if we're speaking of reputations, my sister's fame far surpasses mine, as she is the most likely candidate to inherit the duchy. I assume the Mizawide family is well aware of this. After saying this, Ai Lu shook his head. He was naturally aware of the Mizawide family. A young master from such a prominent family approaching him could not simply be for idle chit-chat. The princess is indeed exceptionally talented, but in my humble opinion, His Highness also possesses qualities that match hers. If His Highness were to govern the country, the Duchy of Ostend would surely grow stronger. Oh, you think so too? Hearing words very similar to what Ai Zelia had said, Ai Lu felt a flicker of goodwill despite knowing they were merely flattery from the young man before him. Seeing Prince Ai Lu's expression soften, Opai began to engage in conversation with him, and those present wisely refrained from interrupting. Even the supporters of the Whalon family did not stir up any trouble. Gialina had already begun dancing with Her Highness the Princess, thus gaining an advantage. To provoke the Mizawide family at this moment would be akin to completely offending them. Naturally, these smaller families would not act so recklessly. However, they were unaware that this long-ignored young man, although appearing calm on the surface, was inwardly consumed by frenzied thoughts after being rejected by the princess. At that moment, Ai Zelia was dancing with Gialina, looking at the water-blue-haired girl close to her, and smiled, saying, Thank you for your help earlier. What's there to thank for? It was just a small effort. Gialina said nonchalantly, as she had successfully danced with the princess thanks to this opportunity. Regardless, you did help me, and I must thank you. Although the Whalon family, a knightly family, felt much better to her than the Mizawide family, she did not want to owe a favor to such a powerful family. If Her Highness truly wishes to thank me, could we have a duel? A duel? It was as if she was a knightly family member. The seemingly gentle and beautiful literary girl turned out to be a martial artist. Yes, a duel. The princess possesses a powerful talent for holy arts which is well known throughout the duchy. I wish to spar with Her Highness and see how much of a gap there is between us. Ai Zelia was still somewhat uncertain about Gialina's specific strength. It wouldn't be good if she accidentally hurt her. Seeing the princess did not immediately agree, but seemed to be pondering something, Gialina remained unhurried and continued dancing with Ai Zelia. As the dance progressed, the music gradually reached a climax. Gialina seemed eager to showcase her skills to the princess, performing several flips, leg raises, and turns in this passionate rhythm, drawing cheers from those around her. All right, I understand. I agree to your duel. Ai Zelia, blushing slightly, whispered her agreement as she watched Gialina put in so much effort. Having accompanied Gialina through several grand movements, Ai Zelia had experienced everything that should and shouldn't be seen or touched. If it continued like this, it would be rather unfair not to agree. Gialina was not particularly concerned, as they were both girls. She thought that her performance had moved the princess. Great. I knew Her Highness would agree. Immediately after, Ai Zelia was enveloped in a warm embrace, and a fragrance of orchids wafted into her nostrils, causing her gaze to become somewhat dreamy. Then I'll come find you tomorrow morning. Remember to let me in. After saying this, Gialina returned to her place as the dance concluded, leaving AI Zelia still in a daze. After all, it's not me who's losing out. AI Zelia snapped back to reality, touched her fair cheek, and after confirming she hadn't lost composure, muttered softly, "So can we leave now?" If she stayed any longer, she would surely be invited by young Master Mizawide once again. Although generally no one would dare to risk being rejected twice in this manner, becoming a laughingstock in the noble circle, AI Zelia knew well that she possessed the value to make others willing to take risks. However, AI Zelia still could not leave. The one stopping her this time was none other than her father Dukil. "Wait a moment, Xiao, she don't leave just yet. Father has prepared a surprise for you," and AI Lu. Then Dukil waved his hand, and everyone saw the head made AI Mia pushing a cart that held a towering 90-year cake. Dukil then raised his glass, returned to the podium, cleared his throat, and seeing everyone looking at him, he began to speak. "Let us raise our glasses on this unforgettable night to toast our country's prince and princess." Princess AI Zelia gazed at the cake tower that was more than half her height, immersed in the blessings of the crowd, making the little princess, who had never experienced such a grand occasion, feel overwhelmed with emotion. Wait. Just as everyone raised their glasses preparing to down their drinks, a voice suddenly interrupted from the entrance. "Who is it?" The nobles exchanged glances. To interrupt their celebration for the two young princes at such a moment was a slap in the face to His Majesty the Duke. A pair of eyes all turned towards the entrance, including that of Dukil standing on the podium, eager to discover who this audacious individual was. To their astonishment, it was none other than Bishop Thomas, dressed in pure white clerical robes, closely followed by Sister Margaret with her short golden hair. "I apologize for interrupting His Majesty's celebration for the two young princes." Seeing the puzzled and skeptical gazes directed at him, Bishop Thomas offered no further explanation, but gracefully approached Dukil, slightly bowing in greeting. "It is Bishop Thomas. I did not expect the church to send you personally to celebrate my children's birthday. I have not even prepared to receive you. As the Holy Church of Hailwen acts as the earthly agent of the Goddess of Light, its authority theoretically surpasses that of secular kingdoms. It also holds the right to muster and deploy the armies of various nations to combat the shadow beasts. If it were merely the birthday of a princess or a prince from one nation, there would be no need for the bishop's attendance. In fact, there were representatives of the church at the banquet, yet Bishop Thomas came personally, which was indeed intriguing. "Oh no, I came uninvited. How can I blame His Majesty the Duke? However, I have come this time to present some gifts from the church for the two young princes, hoping to honor this celebratory day." Then Bishop Thomas turned his gaze to the assembled nobles and distinguished guests. "Additionally, I would like to take this opportunity, with so many present, to announce some good news that will benefit everyone." "Oh, it seems Bishop Thomas is well prepared this time. We ought to listen closely to what news the church brings to our Duchy of Ostend." Dukil gazed down at Bishop Thomas with a slightly inquisitive look. The onlookers nearby, hearing that the matter was related to them, all perked up their ears to listen attentively. After all, matters concerning the church are never trivial and cannot be disregarded. "Your Majesty, the two young princes have celebrated their birthdays and have now turned 12. His Holiness the Pope has learned of their immense potential in the holy arts and has decided to grant them special admission to study at Hailwen Academy." "Is this the Pope's intention?" Dukil pondered for a moment upon hearing this. As a neutral nation, the Holy Church possesses the largest academy of holy light on the continent, Hailwen Academy, where an unmatched number of holy priests are taught. To further their studies in holy arts, attending this academy is indeed necessary. However, the timing of this offer seems too coincidental, raising suspicions. "This is certainly His Holiness' intention. I believe Your Majesty can understand our sincerity. Well, since it is the Pope's decree, I naturally believe it, especially considering that Hailwen Academy has produced talents like for our nation." Dukil nodded slightly. The Holy Church has always spared no effort in nurturing anyone with potential in the holy arts. Those who achieve success, even if they do not serve the Holy Church, will not face oppression, and they adopt an open attitude towards foreigners, truly benefiting the entire continent of Mossward without seeking anything in return. "What is the other matter that Bishop Thomas mentioned?" Dukil still harbored some concerns. He knew the potential of Isilia and Elu. Even if they were to take the exam based on their strength, they would have no issues passing, so the other matter mentioned by Bishop Thomas must be the true purpose of their visit. "Respected Your Majesty, our Holy Church has traditionally appointed a saintess and a saint who bear the mission of pilgrimage across the continent of Mossward, replenishing the holy light in various churches to maintain the effective operation of the holy light barrier against shadow beast invasions." "Wait, is there really a saintess in this world? How come I've never heard of her deeds?" Isilia, standing beside Bishop Thomas, was quite curious about the saintess he mentioned. If there truly is a saintess traveling to various places, she ought to have heard of her. Curiosity aside, she chose not to ask at that moment. However, Isilia was unexpectedly provided with an answer to her question when Bishop Thomas paused for a moment and continued speaking. However, since the scandal of the Saintess defection, the Holy Church has not held a selection for a new Saintess for nearly 15 years to make up for the losses caused by this incident. Bishop Thomas sighed with regret as he spoke of this, as if merely uttering it had drained all his energy. Isilia nodded, thoughtfully contemplating. No wonder I've never heard of the Saintess. It turns out she defected. I wonder who it was. That seems this has dealt a severe blow to the Holy Church. Otherwise, Bishop Thomas would not display such a heartbroken demeanor. Many of the nobles present were witnesses to this incident, and upon hearing Bishop Thomas mention it, they could not help but whisper among themselves. Isilia quietly perked up her ears listening to the discussions of the adults behind her. However, the voices were too low. No matter how hard she concentrated, she could only grasp a general idea. It seemed that this saintess had been called the Ancient Century Messenger of Heaven and was greatly adored. At the moment of her defection, she had shown no signs of abnormality, which directly led to hundreds of towns being devastated by the Silent Legion after her betrayal. Among them were several border cities of their Duchy of Ostend. Indeed, no matter which world it is, traitors and turncoats are unforgivable beings. Isilia did not consider herself a justice bringer and disliked seeking trouble that could put her in danger. However, should she encounter such societal scum, she would do everything in her power to eliminate them. Just as Isilia was lost in her thoughts, Bishop Thomas announced something shocking. And now His Holiness, the Pope, has prophesied that the one who can save this world has been born on this continent. Therefore, our Holy Church of Halewind has decided to restart the selection process for the Saint and Saintess. Upon hearing this news, the nobles and the elite present erupted into a louder commotion than before. It wasn't that they lacked composure, rather the shock brought by this news was akin to a magnitude 12 earthquake. After all, these were the Saint and Saintess. Setting aside the necessity of pilgrimage, their authority was second only to the Pope, even surpassing that of the Cardinal. If their nephews and nieces could attain such positions, it would mean their families had jumped several social tiers in an instant. However, it wasn't long before many of them regained their composure. After all, did they not know the nature of their own family members? They then abandoned this unrealistic fantasy. However, once they calmed down, another possibility came to mind. Did their nation not have a princess rumored to be the reincarnation of the goddess of light? Suddenly, the grand banquet hall fell silent, with numerous gazes directed at the petite girl with white hair and red eyes standing beside Bishop Thomas. Faced with the abruptly silent hall, Isilia, who had been lost in thought, finally returned to her senses. The little princess, who had missed an important message, felt a cold sweat break out on her forehead as all eyes turned towards her. "Oh, why are you all looking at me?" Isilia awkwardly twisted her body and asked softly. Duke Hill was equally astonished by the Holy See's decision to resume the selection ceremony for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter at this moment. However, upon seeing his daughter being surrounded like a rare animal in such a dire situation, he could not just sit idly by. He cleared his throat softly a couple of times to draw everyone's attention back to himself, and then he asked Archbishop Thomas once again, "So you mean to say that the Holy See intends to hold the selection ceremony for the candidate Holy Son and Holy Daughter in Sagar City? Am I correct in my understanding?" Archbishop Thomas replied, "Precisely, Your Grace. Everyone present here is an elite of Sagar City, and your descendants are the hopeful candidates for the next Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Naturally, the Holy See does not wish for the pearl to be sullied, let alone for the one who can save the world." Archbishop Thomas' flattering words made everyone present feel light and comfortable. If someone else had spoken these words, they might not have cared, but at their level there were plenty of sycophants. However, who was Archbishop Thomas? He was the head responsible for all the church affairs in the entire Ostend Duchy, and his status was not lower than anyone present. Moreover, the Holy Church had selflessly cultivated many excellent holy light priests for various countries over the years, and their reputation outside was indeed well-deserved. Even the most critical and sharp-tongued individuals could find no fault in what the Holy Church had accomplished over the years. This led to many nobles present becoming rather elated. However, not everyone was immersed in this false flattery. The heads of the two great families were already weighing the pros and cons of this matter. Of course, even if they did not become candidates for the Holy Son or Holy Daughter, if they showed potential in the holy light techniques, the Hawaiian Academy would also accept them, and our Holy Church would surely nurture them with care. Archbishop Thomas' words dispelled the last trace of doubt in everyone's hearts. Although they did not believe their descendants had extraordinary talents to become the Holy Son or Holy Daughter, they were very confident about enrolling in Hawaiian Academy. After all, they were all powerful and influential individuals. Even if their own talents were lacking, they could find a gifted partner to compensate, and their children would most likely not be too bad. So, Your Grace, and everyone present, if there are no further questions, the day after tomorrow, we will hold the talent selection test at the Sagar Cathedral. I hope each of you will bring your descendants to participate. Upon hearing Archbishop Thomas' words, Duke Hill smiled and nodded in agreement. He then turned to the assembled crowd and said, "In that case, let us look forward to the selection ceremony the day after tomorrow. May your children all showcase their strength and talents." The nobles present responded enthusiastically, their faces beaming with confident smiles, as if they could already see their children becoming the holy son or holy daughter. Now let us raise a toast for the upcoming selection of the holy daughter and holy son, as well as the 12th birthday of Eru and Isilia. Archbishop Thomas also raised his glass with the others present, his face radiant with an uncontainable smile. However, the joy in his heart was vastly different from the thoughts of those around him. Amidst this lively atmosphere, news of the selection ceremony quickly spread throughout Sagar City. People excitedly discussed this grand event, while also speculating on who would become the candidate holy son and holy daughter. Naturally, the one receiving the highest acclaim was the legitimate Princess Isilia. However, Isilia did not take it to heart. After all, she was not even interested in being a female duke, let alone being made a holy daughter, which seemed utterly absurd to her. How could a bound warrior still be considered a warrior? Even though she had long harbored thoughts of travel, she wished to set out according to her own heart rather than being arranged by others to go on a pilgrimage as a holy daughter. The next day, "Father, please have someone prepare a carriage for me. I want to go to the royal city to find Princess." Early in the morning, Jelena rushed to the training ground, where she found Tanilo doing his morning exercises. "Jelena, you're heading to the royal city this early. Do you need me to accompany you?" Upon hearing his daughter's voice, Tanilo set down his heavy sword and turned to look at her. No need, father. Aren't you heading to the military camp soon? This is important business. I'm just going to find the princess to play out. It's unnecessary for you to come along. I'm happy that you can make friends with the princess, but I still feel a bit uneasy. When did you become so well-behaved?" Although he had seen his daughter dancing and having a good time with the princess the night before, he did not know what they had specifically talked about. Despite her gentle appearance and the impression of a literary girl, Jelena was a thorough warrior, having defeated nearly all her peers with some skill. Logically, a person who enjoys fighting would not usually be well received, but Jelena's appearance was too deceiving. Those she defeated became sincerely convinced, and gradually she became the leader among this group of children. "That's because I learned from the princess what it means to be reasonable and understanding. It's only natural for me to change." Jelena said this with a calm face, leaving Tanilo dumbfounded. "Well, you little girl, spending a while with the princess has made you speak so eloquently. It seems the princess indeed has a great influence on you, so I won't stop you anymore. Lance, prepare a carriage for the young lady." Seeing that she had successfully persuaded her father, Jelena could not help but show her joy, secretly turning around to make a peace sign. She then followed Lance toward the door. Isilia, wake up, hurry, and wake up." Fufu, don't shake me, the sun has just risen, let me sleep a little longer." Isilia turned over in a daze, casually covering her head with the blanket, and mumbled, "Your Highness, if you don't get up soon, Miss Jelena will be coming over." "I don't know, Your Highness. I heard from the guards at the door that Miss Jelena arrived at the city gate early this morning by carriage, asking the guards to let her in, saying she had an appointment with you." "All right, I understand now. Fufu, you go to the training ground and wait for me. I'll go find Jelena first. Please, guard, just let me in. I really have an appointment with the princess." At the castle gate, the blue-haired girl was entangled with the guard on duty. "Miss Jelena, please don't make things difficult for me, a mere gatekeeper. I've already informed the princess, you just need to wait a moment." The gatekeeper was a young man around 20 tasked with guarding the royal city, and he was quite knowledgeable. However, refusing the request of the young lady of the Whalon family made him feel somewhat apprehensive. "Oh, why are you so rigid? Can't you be a bit accommodating? Princess, the princess." Just as Jelena was shouting, a delicate hand gently tapped her shoulder. "Who, don't shout, him right here," Isilia said softly while yawning. "Oh, it's the princess. When did you sneak up behind me?" Jelena looked back at the little princess, somewhat puzzled, as she hadn't noticed anyone passing by just now. "Just a little trick, it's not important. Didn't you want to compete with me? Don't delay, let's go now." Isilia took Jelena's hand and eagerly headed toward the castle. She could not be bothered to waste words on trivial matters. All she thought about was finishing the match quickly and going back to catch some more sleep. "So this match has no restrictions. You can use Crystal Beast's martial arts and magic holy light techniques. Is that all right?" Upon arriving at the training ground, Isilia briefly explained the rules to Jelena. Seeing that she had no objections, she appointed Eve as the referee, and the two took their positions preparing for battle. With the announcement of start, Isilia raised her hand and unleashed a holy light explosion as a gesture of respect. The training ground was instantly filled with a vast array of light orbs, and the familiar scene unfolded once again in this arena. However, compared to 8 years ago, the lights now were more varied and more solid, shooting toward the blue-haired girl with the force of thunder. At this moment, the girl facing her completed her spell, and suddenly hundreds of silver mirrors floated in front of her. The light struck the mirrors, and was immediately reflected back. This sudden change caught Isekai off guard, and at the last moment she managed to dodge to the side just in time. "Your Highness, I suggest you take this seriously as you are the challenger in this match," Jelena said with a proud smile on her face. The sudden turn of events jolted Isekai awake from her momentary daze. She carefully observed the silver mirror in front of Jelena and discovered that it was not an ordinary ice mirror. "The mirrors in front of you seem to possess some special attributes." Jelena, upon hearing this, did not hide anything. Instead, she brought one of the mirrors closer, gently caressing its surface, as if treating a rare treasure with utmost care. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The crystal silver mirror, seemingly identical to the others, suddenly revealed a pair of eyes and a mouth that appeared to be drawn with red markers on its surface. The eyes and mouth quivered slightly with Giolina's touch, exuding an indescribable eerie atmosphere. "This little fellow is called the Silver Mirror Beast, a type of magical beast." As she spoke, she slowly released her grip on the Silver Mirror Beast, allowing it to float in the air. Once freed, the little creature did not leave Giolina's side, but circled around her like a planet orbiting the sun, clearly very fond of her. "I have longed to duel with Your Highness the Princess for 4 years. Your Highness excels in sacred light magic and enjoys intense bombardment, am I wrong?" Isekai did not respond as the ground was dotted with craters created by explosive light, already validating her words. "So I raised a Silver Mirror Beast in the military camp. This little fellow possessing the characteristic of reflection magic is quite common in the army." At this point, Giolina suddenly looked at Isekai with an extremely serious expression. "Although it cannot compare to Lord Sierra's unique magic that refracts all things. However, due to the Silver Mirror Beast's compatibility with my ice element magic, I have replicated its reflection magic and applied this characteristic to each ice-made silver mirror, compensating quantity for quality. If Your Highness does not show your true abilities, it may be you who loses." Giolina's confidence was not unfounded. Long-range spell casting clearly favored her, and even if the princess chose close combat, she wouldn't be afraid. "Great, you really are impressive, Giolina." Isekai's lips could not help but curve upwards, her body trembling slightly with excitement. Seeing the princess behave this way, Eve, who was watching as a referee, suddenly sighed, looking at Giolina with a sympathetic gaze. However, at this moment, Giolina, hidden behind the silver mirror, did not notice. "Since I have witnessed the ability of your partner, it is only fair for me to let you see my partner. Sylph." As she spoke, a small green light flew towards Isekai. It was the wind fairy Sylph. "Contract link, let me borrow your mouth for a moment." Sylph and the princess simultaneously extended a light link between their bodies. At this moment, their state was equivalent to Sylph relinquishing control over her body, allowing Isekai to control her remotely. This situation was similar to one soul in 2 bodies, but few would choose to do so, as this technique is not something just anyone can master. Even if it was achieved, if the contracted beast were to perish, the master would suffer severe injuries. However, one cannot measure a princess by ordinary standards. Parallel chanting, dual chanting, rapid chanting. Winds of flight. To the world. Brilliant radiance. The princess chanted 2 spells of light and wind with 2 mouths, multitasking at an incredible speed. These 2 attributes, which were supposed to be incompatible, strangely fused together because they were cast by one person simultaneously. This was the princess' method to compensate for her inability to use elemental magic, utilizing the elemental spirit as a second core to achieve the effect of joint casting. Isekai extended her right index finger toward the sky. A sphere of light composed of both light and wind energy continuously expanded at her fingertip. Gradually, it rivaled the energy sphere formed 8 years ago due to energy loss of control, but this time Isekai appeared calm and unhurried as everything was under her control. Whoosh, whoosh. Isekai gently curled her finger, and the energy sphere composed of wind and light and spinning at high speed hurtled down towards Giolina. Faced with this overwhelming energy sphere, the description of Giolina as pale was most fitting. She had considered ambushing the princess before the magic took shape. However, with the hexagonal shield and parallel chanting as double insurance, it was impossible for her to succeed in an ambush. Now all she could do was exert all her strength to generate as many silver mirrors as possible in front of her, hoping to withstand this furious attack. Boom! The tremendous sound of collision echoed throughout the training ground, followed by blinding light and the crackling sounds of shattered mirrors. As for Giolina, she felt as if she had entered a hell of endless trials, continuously generating silver mirrors only to have them shattered, then generating more mirrors only to have them shattered again. It felt like there was no end in sight. Ultimately, this stalemate persisted for over 10 minutes until the energy sphere gradually dissipated due to the lack of subsequent energy supply. However, Giolina continued her actions of generating silver mirrors, her body moving like a marionette, her azure eyes having lost their luster. Haha, not bad at all, Giolina. Your defensive magic is truly impressive. Now let's try this. Aishelia, as if encountering an exciting toy, was extremely thrilled, casting a newly developed combination spell of wind and light at Giolina. Waves of magic shot towards Giolina as if they required no magical energy. If it were purely a light element holy spell, Giolina would not fear it, as she could rely on the additional attributes of the silver mirrors to reflect it back. However, faced with this combination of multiple elemental magic, her protective silver mirrors had limited effectiveness. In the midst of this onslaught, which combined blinding light with the howling of wind blades, all she could do was exert her utmost effort to cast multiple silver mirrors to barely block the attacks. She didn't even have the strength to counterattack. After a while, Aishelia seemed to grow bored and ceased her spellcasting. Giolina, you really made it enjoyable for me. I haven't showcased my developed spells so freely in a long time. To thank you, I will show you something fun. At this point in the battle, if Giolina still did not understand the gap between herself and the princess, she would not deserve to be called a sorceress. She should have surrendered long ago to halt this one-sided fight. However, listening to Aishelia's somewhat sentimental voice, Giolina felt very unwilling, as if all her years of effort were merely to entertain the princess. She wanted to witness what other trump cards the princess had that she was unaware of. Fafnir, it's your turn. Aishelia suddenly severed the link with Sylph and turned to a black hatchling dragon that had flown to her side. But this time she did not establish a connection with the hatchling. Instead, she absorbed the entire dragon into her body. Immediately, Aishelia's aura surged dramatically. Wait, Princess Aishelia, this spell is incomplete and poses too great a burden on your body. You can't use it yet. A voice suddenly called out in urgency from the side. It was Eve. Upon hearing this shout, Giolina was bewildered, watching Aishelia's aura rise like a raging tide, and she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Your Highness, what is she planning to do?" Giolina felt as if Aishelia's aura was a surging wave continuously climbing, and her body was undergoing astonishing changes. A pair of black horns slowly emerged like spring bamboo shoots, accompanied by small dragon wings resembling chicken wings and a short dragon tail, along with sharp claws. At the corners of her eyes, fine dragon scales appeared like mysterious tattoos, quietly manifesting. When Aishelia slowly opened her eyes, Giolina was astonished to find that her pupils had transformed into icy vertical slits, as if capable of piercing through a person's soul. Well then, let us proceed to the second round. Clenching her hands, now transformed into dragon claws, Aishelia seemed quite pleased with this change, smiling as she looked at the blue-haired girl across from her. Faced with the princess in her dragon form, Giolina was at a loss for words to express her shock. She had thought she had made sufficient preparations and that she would win this contest. Even if she were to lose, it shouldn't be like this, being beaten like a sandbag for half an hour without even being able to cast a decent attack spell. Giolina conjured dozens of silver mirrors to shield herself, but the magical energy within her was nearly exhausted. This was her last struggle. Now she could only hope that the princess would show her mercy. In the current situation, it was clear to any observer that Aishelia was bound to win. Unless a miracle occurred, there was no possibility of a different outcome. However, the referee Eve suddenly extended her 10 fingers and quietly stated, 10. Aishelia had fully adapted to her bodily transformation. Although her small wings were not capable of lifting her into the air, her jumping power had become so formidable that she could soar over 10 meters high with just a light leap. 9. Aishelia fixed her crimson vertical pupils on Giolina, gazing at her like a python eyeing its prey, captivating and terrifying. Suddenly, she exerted force with her legs, propelling herself toward Giolina like a cannonball. 8. Blocking Aishelia's path were those dozens of ice mirrors, each possessing the characteristic of reflecting holy light spells. However, they now faced pure physical assault. These ice mirrors could not be described as unbreakable. They were as fragile as paper, barely stalling Aishelia for 2 seconds before being completely shattered. 7. The silver mirror beast, which had been hiding aside, rushed to protect its master, using its diminutive body to shield Aishelia's path. Seeing this, Aishelia paused, slightly eased her strength, and swatted the silver mirror beast aside. 6. However, it was precisely the brief 2 seconds won by the ice mirrors and the silver mirror beast that allowed Giolina to cast the ice binding technique. Suddenly, icy tendrils, transparent and exuding a chilling aura, sprang up around Aishelia's feet. These tendrils seemed to possess life, growing furiously at an astonishing speed. They quickly intertwined, forming a dense net that tightly bound Aishelia's legs in an instant. A mere trick, nothing more. Aishelia effortlessly broke free with a slight exertion. 5. Then Aishelia flapped her dragon wings and clawed forward like a sword, charging straight at Giolina. Giolina quickly pulled out a handful of gems from her pocket and scattered them on the ground. Next, she clapped her palms against the ground with force, and with a crack sound, a 6-pointed star formation shimmering with mysterious light, suddenly appeared before her. As she moved her hands, the gems scattered on the ground instantly turned to powder, dispersing like mist. Then this powder gathered in front of Giolina, condensing into a solid ice wall, resembling a crystalline fortress. 4. Iselia took a deep breath, her chest slightly rising like a small hill, and then like a fire dragon emerging from the abyss expelled a ball of flame that struck the ice wall like a meteor. Ice and fire clashed like sworn enemies, instantly creating a violent reaction. Soon a massive hole melted through the ice wall, revealing Giolina behind it, pale and holding an ice sword. 3. The game of hide and seek is over. Giolina. With that, Iselia lunged at Giolina, once more, claws extended. Giolina, having learned combat skills from her father since childhood, was naturally not lacking in skill. However, facing the overwhelming power of the prince's strike, she could only barely defend herself, nearly being knocked to the ground. Seeing the unfavorable situation, a hint of panic arose in Giolina's heart. 2. She wasn't sure what she was holding on for. She knew she couldn't win, so why was she enduring such suffering? Perhaps she just didn't want to lose. At this moment, Giolina gripped her sword, facing the aggressively charging princess, unleashing the ancestral sword technique of the Waylon family. Waylon-style ultimate technique, ice sealing destruction. She poured all her remaining magical energy into the ice sword in her hand and swung it with all her might, sending a sword light a yard long wrapped in fierce cold wind flying toward Iselia. However, in the face of absolute power, all skill appeared so pale and powerless. With just a single punch, Iselia shattered the sword light along with the ice sword. Giolina felt the prince's fist drawing closer to her, and unable to make any resistance, she resignedly closed her eyes. 1. Thud thud. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, there were two heavy sounds of impact. Huh. Giolina opened her eyes in confusion to see the princess who had fallen in front of her, now restored to human form, and the black young dragon lying beside her. Your Highness, I warned you that spell wasn't complete. It placed too much burden on your body, only sustaining for 10 seconds at most, did it not? Eve spoke with a hint of reproach, clearly not the first time witnessing the princess in this state. I felt great today, or I thought I could last a bit longer. Iselia, feigning innocence and chuckling, rubbed her slightly red forehead where she had collided. In that case, according to the rules of the contest, the victor is Miss Giolina. Eve crossed her arms, pouting, as if still sulking over the prince's willful behavior. No, the princess definitely won this contest. If the princess had attacked with full force from the beginning, I fear I wouldn't have lasted even a few seconds. Giolina waved her hands repeatedly in refusal. Though she didn't want to lose, she also didn't wish to win in this manner. Moreover, it felt more accurate to say she was merely a practice dummy for the princess than a worthy opponent. It seems I still have a long way to go. All right, stop being modest. Quickly help me up. My stomach hurts so much. At that moment, Iselia frowned, speaking softly with a pained expression. Wow, Your Highness, you've lost so much blood. Eve, upon hearing the prince's call, looked down and saw that the prince's skirt was already soaked in blood. Suddenly, Eve seemed to remember something. Your Highness, did you just start your monthly cycle? Monthly cycle? Iselia, gritting her teeth against the pain, looked down. When she saw the blood oozing out, she was suddenly so frightened that she forgot the pain entirely, her face turning extremely pale as she let out the most piercing scream of her life before fainting. Is this the first time for the princess? That's quite a lot, isn't it? Indeed, I've said before that transformation puts a huge burden on the body. The princess has suffered this time, let's carry her back. Thus, Giolina and Iselia's initial clash concluded amidst this dramatic situation. Hoo-ha! Iselia slowly awakened from her slumber, feeling a slight relief in the pain in her abdomen, which was no longer as intense as before, yet still uncomfortable, akin to having an upset stomach. There was also a faint feeling of swelling pain in her chest. In short, everything felt off. Your Highness, you are awake, said the blue-haired girl who was standing nearby, seeing the princess sit up. Yes, Iselia responded softly. How does the mattress feel? Is it comfortable? It's fine, but there is a strange sense of unease. Iselia carefully sensed the situation. There was something odd about it. Suddenly, she felt that girls were quite impressive, although she herself was no longer a boy. It's all right, you will get used to it soon, said the blue-haired girl. Really? Iselia asked weakly. Yes, compared to this. The blue-haired girl suddenly leaned down, bringing her lips close to Iselia's ear, releasing a sweet breath. You must be hungry after sleeping for so long. Would you like to drink some malt porridge? I can feed you. Giolina's soft voice, which was lowered, entered Iselia's ears, making her cheeks flush, the tips of her ears also turning red. Her entire body was covered with goosebumps. Giolina dear, I prefer the way you used to be. Could you please return to that style? Don't you like me like this? While saying this, Giolina brought her face closer to Iselia's. It's not that I don't like it, it's just that the contrast is too stark, and I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. Looking at Giolina's fair and delicate face resembling exquisite white jade, Isilia shyly turned her head to the side. Clearly I beat her for half an hour. It's fine if she doesn't hold a grudge, but why is she getting so close to me? Could it be that Giolina is actually a masochist? Just then the door was suddenly flung open. Miss Giolina, the bowl of malt porridge I prepared for Princess Isilia in the kitchen, did you take it? Eve's sweet melodious voice suddenly rang throughout the room. However, the next moment when she saw Giolina and Isilia almost glued together, she couldn't help but let out a startled cry. Miss Giolina, what are you doing? Eve, like a hen protecting her chicks, stood in front of Isilia and forcibly separated the two. Miss Giolina, please don't be so close to Princess Isilia. She needs to rest. Fufu, I'm fine. Giolina, it's already noon. Aren't you going back? Isilia spoke to comfort Eve, then glanced at Giolina, who stood aside looking somewhat awkward as if caught in the act. Emmy, I'm fine, and my father usually stays busy in the military camp until very late, so it's all right to return later. In fact, Isilia's words were already a polite dismissal, which Giolina naturally understood. The competition had already concluded. She had only met the princess twice and was not a close friend. Moreover, she was merely the daughter of an external minister and had no reason to remain in the castle. Yet for some unknown reason, she did not want to leave Isilia. Just looking at her warm smile filled Giolina with strength. Her gaze sparkled like the stars, captivating enough that one would hesitate to look away. Thus, despite the expectation to depart, as per the prince's words, she chose not to. Is that so? For a moment the three of them were at a loss for words, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. After a moment, Giolina suddenly seemed to resolve something, kneeling on one knee in front of Isilia's bed, her gaze fixed upon the prince's seemingly radiant red eyes. Your Highness, your generosity, strength, beauty, and character have deeply impressed me. I hope you will accept me as your close attendant. I pledge my loyalty to you. The firm words flowed from Giolina's lips, causing Isilia, who was sitting on the bed, to be taken aback by this sudden change. Noticing Giolina's serious demeanor, Isilia also grew serious, slowly rising with Eve's support. Gazing into Giolina's determined eyes, Isilia pondered for a long time, then nodded slightly and extended her right hand. Giolina was overjoyed and spoke in a steady tone. I, Giolina, hereby swear eternal loyalty to Princess Isilia, devoted solely to Princess Isilia, with eyes only for her, neither stealing, harming, nor betraying. I, Isilia Jan Florinder Venus Williams, accept your loyalty and shall never betray it. Following this, Giolina gently held Isilia's fair and delicate hand and kissed it softly. A ray of sunlight poured in from the window, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. As time flowed by unexpectedly, it was soon the day for selecting the candidates for the Saintess and Saint. The entire Sager city became extremely lively, as if celebrating a momentous festival. Of course, the most excited were those families whose children met the qualifications for the selection of the Saint and Saintess candidates and just happened to be of schooling age. They had set off early in the morning with their children to the Sager Cathedral to participate in the selection ceremony for the candidates. Among them were Isilia and Eru, but it was not Duke Hill who took them to the cathedral, but Chief Rep. After all, such selections generally consumed a lot of time. As the Duke of the Ostend Duchy, he naturally could not dedicate all his time to this, only needing to know the outcome. Isilia actually did not want to participate in the selection ceremony for the Saintess, but she had heard that the ceremony would specifically assess each child's potential in their own realm. She couldn't help but follow along. Although she had already begun her training in sacred arts, she had never had an accurate idea of her level and potential. Mainly because since the incident of the Saintess defection, the Church had tightly controlled the potential and level assessments of the sacred art priests, and had kept a record. After all, the defection of a sacred practitioner posed a greater threat than that of a demon mage. But what levels and potential classifications exist for the light priests? Isilia was very curious and wanted to understand it well before the assessment. Uncle Rep, do you know how the potential levels of light priests are classified? Could you tell me a bit? Isilia fluttered her big watery eyes, looking at Chief Rep in the front row like a curious child. Lape smiled and shook his head, a look of indulgence in his eyes as he spoke slowly. My dear Prince AC, the classification of the potential level of a holy light priest is rather complex and cannot be easily explained in just a few words. However, to satisfy your curiosity, I will give you a brief explanation. He cleared his throat and began to elaborate. In the initial stage, the classification of holy light priests and mages has many similarities. They are generally divided into 9 stars based on strength levels, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 stars the highest. Each level is further subdivided into 3 stages: initial, intermediate, and advanced. As so there are so many levels, it feels a bit like cultivating immortality. I wonder what level my current strength is at. Isilia showed a thoughtful expression upon hearing this, pondering in her heart. Those who surpass the 9 stars are referred to as sages by mages, while holy light priests call them saints. The current pope of the church is a saint who is said to have lived for over 300 years. This classification system was proposed by him recently. Over 300 years. Upon hearing this number, Isaiah couldn't help but feel surprised. While compared to the immortal elves of the entire clan, it seems that 300 years is not much. However, in reality, the elf race has only existed for a little over 400 years. Not to mention the strength, even just the experience is not something ordinary people can compare to. It's not an exaggeration to say he is a walking history book. No wonder people are so concerned about the matters of the Holy Kingdom. As for potential assessment, it is simply classified using colors green, blue, red, orange, and gold, with green being the lowest and gold being the highest. It's easy to differentiate, right? Leip shifted his focus back to Isaiah, noticing her eyes sparkling with interest, and couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that your highness is quite invested in the classification of levels and potential assessments. Of course, my goal is to become the strongest cultivator. Never mind, that's not important. In any case, I just want to grow stronger. The task assigned by the Creator God is right there, so I must pay attention. Moreover, in order to expel the darkness, great strength is essential. But I heard that the princess does not seem to want to become a saintess. Did I remember incorrectly? What does wanting to become stronger have to do with becoming a saintess? Isaiah showed a puzzled expression and then inquired. Oh right, your highness may not know this, but the reason saintesses and saints are called the messengers of heaven is that they can actually transform into angels, which greatly enhances their strength. Upon hearing this, Isaiah was taken aback. Wow, can they really transform into angels, as the name suggests? She initially thought this was merely an exaggerated nickname. However, considering that she could transform into a dragon maiden, she felt unqualified to criticize others. Of course, the angels they transform into also vary in strength, classified according to the number of wings and their solidity. However, those who can manifest a pair of wings upon their first awakening qualify to become candidate saintesses. The requirements are not that strict. Leip said this, then turned his gaze back to Isaiah. So, your highness, do you really not intend to become a saintess? To be honest, Isaiah was beginning to waver at this point. She was even considering what she would be called if she transformed into an angel based on her dragon form. If I transform into an angel after my dragon form, should I be called Angel Dragon? Suddenly, a certain ugly angel dragon image from a magic band popped into her mind, causing her to shiver. Then she immediately dismissed the thought. How could such a cute princess like me be called Angel Dragon? Regardless of her imaginative thoughts, she remained very reserved in reality. Let's talk about it later. She then ended the topic and turned to gaze at the retreating street scenery outside the carriage. The carriage quickly brought the three of them to the Sager Cathedral. Having lived in Sager City for 14 years, it was only today that Isaiah had the opportunity to admire this magnificent cathedral up close. The last 2 times I seem to have been brought here after fainting. It's a tearful story. Let's not mention it. Now beneath this grand cathedral, it was bustling with people filled with parents and their children who came to participate in the assessment, making the entire cathedral square very crowded. At over 1.4 meters tall, Isaiah initially thought she wouldn't attract much attention in the sea of people, but she underestimated her own influence. Of course, the main reason was her beautiful white hair, which was very eye-catching in the crowd, quite distinctive, and soon she was surrounded by a group of children her age. Everyone step aside. Don't get so close to the princess. Just then a clear voice rang out from afar. Jelena ran over from a distance, parting the crowd and firmly protecting the princess behind her. Ever since becoming the prince's close attendant, she had made it her principle to alleviate the prince's burdens. Upon arriving at the cathedral, she searched for the prince's figure and quickly spotted Isaiah, who was surrounded by the crowd and looking troubled. Jelena. Just then a boy in the crowd recognized Jelena and called out, "Oh, isn't this Luigi from the Bilson Count's family? What have you become so bold that you dare to block the prince's way? Haven't you been taught enough by me? Are you itching for a lesson?" Jelena looked in the direction of the voice and found that the one calling her was a boy she had sparred with before who was quite skilled, so she teased him. "Jelena, don't tease me. You know what kind of person I am. How could I dare to do such a rebellious thing? I simply admire the princess very much and came over to take a look." How that's easy to say. The princess is not an antique or artwork. If you all block her path, how will she get through? Don't cause her any trouble, dear. After saying this, Jelena seemed to think of something and added, "From now on, don't call me big sister anymore. The princess is your new big sister." Huh, does that mean Jelena lost? Truly worthy of the princess. Many of the children around were Jelena's previous defeated opponents, and upon hearing this news they were all shocked. However, Isaiah, who was being protected behind Jelena, felt quite embarrassed at this moment. Jelena's taste needs improvement. Calling her big sister sounds too much like calling a female gang leader. Although everyone around knew that Jelena had lost to the princess, her residual power still lingered. Thus, under Jelena's protection, the princess and her party received their number tags at the cathedral entrance and eventually entered the Sager Cathedral smoothly. The interior of the church is quite spacious, adorned with elaborate decorations and vibrant colors. Beautiful murals grace the ceiling, depicting how during the era of the Holy Yuan the holy light saved humanity and protected the people from the harm of darkness. A red carpet stretches before leading to a massive organ that occupies an entire wall, its grandeur imposing. Currently, the spacious church is filled with people gathered for the selection ceremony, yet the ceremony has not officially begun, and many are clustered together chatting while they wait. At some point, Ao Pei has joined in, engaging in lively conversation with Ai Lu, as the two boys, whose backgrounds share some similarities, seem to connect exceptionally well. Both have exceptionally talented older siblings overshadowing them, yet Ai Lu enjoys much more happiness compared to Ao Pei. Ai Lu holds the identity of a prince, and Duke Ai Heir is not as cold-hearted as Bachelor, leading to the stark contrast in personalities between the two boys. This, however, does not seem to hinder the many common topics they share. At that moment, Ai Shiliya is admiring an oil painting hanging nearby, passing the time to alleviate her boredom. Suddenly, a series of bells ring out from the top of the church. As the sound resonates, a wooden door on the inner side of the church swings open, and Bishop Thomas steps forward, directly heading to the podium. Sister Margaret follows closely behind, holding a crystal ball, which she gently places on the table in front of the podium. "Thank you for your patience. I apologize for the lengthy preparations. Without further ado, you may each step forward for the test, in the order of your call. The method is simple. Just place your hand on the crystal ball, and it will reveal your potential and strength level." Bishop Thomas speaks in a steady voice, detailing the specifics of the ceremony. The audience listens attentively, as it relates closely to their personal interests, yet they fail to hear the most crucial information by the end. Someone can't help but ask, "Bishop Thomas, how can we determine who can become the candidate for the Holy Son or Holy Daughter?" Well, rather than me explaining, it's better for all of you to observe for yourselves. If someone is qualified to become the candidate for the Holy Daughter or Holy Son, they will naturally display a distinct phenomenon, which is more convincing than any explanation. Bishop Thomas does not provide a clear answer, eliciting murmurs of discontent from the crowd. However, those complaining are mostly commoners and lesser nobles. After all, it has been 15 years since the last Holy Daughter's defection. With the church deliberately concealing this dark history apart from the royal family, and a few high-ranking nobles, most people are unaware that the Holy Daughter and Holy Son can actually become angels. Thus, rather than explaining how one can become an angel, it is simpler to let them see it for themselves. Eventually, the grumbling faded as the testing ceremony commenced, and the young boys and girls, accompanied by their parents, took turns stepping up to assess their strength levels. Ai Shilio observed from the side and noticed that most people's potential displayed as green, with blue being a small fraction. There were even quite a few showing no color at all. Of course, this was a rare occurrence. Only those with no trace of holy light within them would show as colorless, likely just there to join the excitement. As for levels, most were at the initial or intermediate 1-star. Considering their lack of talent, their star rating was naturally not high. So far, everything seemed normal, as no one would think that those with blue or green talent would have the chance to become the candidates for the Holy Daughter or Holy Son. However, an unexpected event occurred when a boy with a red 2-star rating excitedly approached Sister Margaret, asking if he could become the candidate for the Holy Son, only to be told he was still unqualified. In an instant, the once quiet hall erupted into chaos. What kind of joke is this? If red 2-star isn't good enough, then tell us what is. That's a 2-star Holy Light Priest. To achieve 2-star at this age, and you say it's not enough. Just then, coincidentally, a child seemingly from a marquee family displayed an orange 3-star talent, but still did not pass. This ignited the anger within the crowd. I knew there was something fishy about this. Who do you really want to be the candidate for the Holy Son? And what about the promised celestial phenomena? Where is it? Come show me one, or I'll take the hit if it strikes me. My child has worked hard for so many years, and this is the result. If I don't get an explanation today, I'll bring this place down, believe it or not. The entire hall was filled with noise. Meanwhile, Ao Pei and Ai Lu appeared to be watching an entertaining show, composed and somewhat out of place among the surrounding crowd. Suddenly, Ao Pei leaned closer to Prince Ai Lu and said, "Who do you think will become the Holy Son, Your Highness?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ai Lu replied, "Naturally, it is my elder sister, Ai Shiliya. With her strength, becoming the Holy Daughter is a matter of course. Indeed, Princess Ai Shiliya is exceptional, but do you think she wishes to become the Holy Daughter?" Ao Pei nodded in agreement, but this was not the answer he sought. There could be multiple candidates for the Holy Son, yet ultimately only one could become the Holy Son. It is akin to selecting a destined child, with the fate of the entire world resting on that one person, while the Holy Son serves as a spiritual leader, guiding people against the darkness. Such a role could certainly not be held by two individuals. Ai Lu paused for a moment before continuing. She has told me she wants to travel to study magical arts and dislikes being constrained. Oh, I believe she would rather not become the holy daughter. But what if there is no one to take her place? It could only be her. Even if she is unwilling at heart, she will still take on the role. Princess Ai, Xiao Ke, is a very gentle person, and despite her desire for freedom, she would not stand idly by while others suffer. Xiao Ke shifted his tone. Therefore, Your Highness, you should do your utmost to compete for the Holy Sun. You possess the strength to do so, and even if it is merely to protect Princess Ai, Xiao Ke, you ought to shoulder this responsibility. Me? The gap between my sister and I is like that of a firefly to the bright moon. How could I possibly succeed? Your Highness, do you trust me? What are you talking about, Xiao Ke? If I did not trust you, how could I have made you my close minister? Ai Lu appeared somewhat irritated as it turned out that earlier Xiao Ke had also become Prince Ai Lu's close minister. Seeing this, Xiao Ke knelt on one knee and said, Your Highness, I believe you can become the Holy Sun, and since you trust me, trust in yourself, as well as believe in who I believe you to be. While Xiao Ke hopes for Prince Ai Lu to become the Holy Sun, he also has his own selfish motives for once Ai Lu becomes the Holy Sun, his status will rise alongside, ultimately surpassing his elder brother. Regardless of his motives, these words indeed have a positive impact. I understand now, Xiao Ke. Ai Lu's gaze hardened with determination. Ai Lu's gaze was resolute, his steps steady, and an imposing aura seemingly unruffled infected the surrounding noisy crowd. People instinctively made way for the sole prince of the Ostandan Duchy. Somehow in the past, people often compared Ai Lu to Ai Xiao Ke and gradually forgot about him. However, at this moment, he radiated a unique charm that could not be ignored. For the first time, people viewed him not as the younger brother of the genius princess. Rather, they regarded him as an independent individual prince. Ai Lu Jian Fu Lin Fa Li De Tier Wei Lian Mu Si. And what's happening with Ai Lu? Ai Xiao Ke and Jielin Na watched the assessment ceremony from the front row without waiting for Ai Lu and Chief Rep to call their names in the back. So when she saw the confident Ai Lu striding up to the stage, she couldn't help but be taken aback. Is this still the gentle, somewhat introverted brother I know? The change was too great. What had happened in just these few minutes? Is that Lord Mei Si Wei Da? What exactly did he say to Ai Lu to make him so confident? Unable to figure it out, she decided not to dwell on it. After all, he was her younger brother, and any positive change was worth celebrating. She then focused her attention on Ai Lu, who was about to begin his level assessment. Ai Lu appeared quite calm and composed, seemingly confident that he would succeed, slowly placing his hand on the crystal ball. The once still white light on the crystal ball suddenly began to whirl like a whirlwind. Everyone stared at the crystal ball, eagerly anticipating the result. The light gradually stabilized, ultimately settling on a dazzling number, 3-star high grade. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This achievement not only exceeded Ai Lu's previous expectations, but also surpassed the imagination of everyone present. However, that was not the end. After a few seconds of silence, the crystal ball suddenly erupted with a brilliant golden flash. The sudden blinding light caused everyone present to involuntarily close their eyes. Though they could not witness it with their own eyes, everyone was undeniably shocked by the prince's talent. At this moment, a tacit consensus emerged among the people that this phenomenon indicated Ai Lu would surely become the next Holy Sun. However, their astonishment was premature, for at that moment a chorus of sacred hymns suddenly resonated from above the church, a voice like celestial music, solemn and awe-inspiring. Who is singing it? People were puzzled and slowly opened their eyes, only to be met with a sight they would never forget. What did they see? They saw an angel descending upon the platform. Some skeptics rubbed their eyes, others asked their friends nearby, confirming if they were the only ones seeing the angel. A few even slapped their companions to check if they were dreaming. Nevertheless, no amount of doubt could shake the immutable fact. A being stood on the podium, an angel adorned with 2 pairs of ethereal wings and a halo. At that moment, the angel basked in the holy light, making it difficult for people to discern his features, yet they felt as if they were witnessing a sacred painting filled with reverence. Mom, I saw an angel. Who was it that just said they wanted the phenomenon to strike them? Come out and face the consequences. Was that the sacred song coming from the sanctuary? Indeed, everything is not an illusion. At this moment, some devout believers fell to their knees, beginning to pray. Wait, where did Prince Ai Lu go? Suddenly someone raised this question. Everyone had been so captivated by the angel that they only now realized the golden-haired youth standing before the crystal ball had vanished. People searched for Prince Ai Lu's whereabouts, but only a few knew that the angel was indeed their prince. A 4-winged angel. Awakening with 4 wings indeed indicates high talent. The last holy maiden awakened with no more than that. Without Princess Ai Xiao Ke, he might have had a chance to become the Holy Sun, but now. Bishop Toma shook his head, seemingly lamenting Ai Lu's high talent, yet born at the wrong time. The selection of the Holy Son does not solely depend on the number of wings, as their quantity can increase through cultivation and faith. However, this time is different. Uai Shiliya is the fated Holy Maiden prophesied. Even if she awakens with only one pair of wings, the position of Holy Maiden surely belongs to her. This selection of the Holy Son was merely a facade to disguise the ultimate purpose of their church, making everything appear less deliberate. While Bishop Toma was contemplating, another change occurred in the arena. The holy light above the angel's head gradually dissipated, revealing his true form to the crowd. "Ah, my heavens, did I not see wrong? Isn't that His Highness the Prince?" A gasp echoed like thunder among the crowd, and their gazes shot towards the angel's face like lightning. Only then did they realize that despite the angel possessing hair that sparkled with resplendent light, flowing like the galaxy, despite having ethereal wings unlike any ordinary person, resembling dreamlike feathers, despite wearing a halo like the rising sun, that face unmistakably belonged to His Highness the Prince. This must be the phenomenon that Bishop Toma spoke of. Why misjudged him. Red and orange talents are indeed insufficient. This is undeniably clear and beyond question. Is it possible for a person to transform into an angel? I'm sorry, I admit my voice was a bit loud earlier. Forgive my ignorance, dear sisters. Please do not mind. Some were already paying for their mistakes. At that moment, AI Lu finally adapted to the sudden surge of overwhelming power, opened his eyes, and saw everyone staring at him. He smiled slightly in response, then retracted his wings, and halo transforming back into the gentle boy he once was. The selection of the candidate for the Holy Son finally concluded after 3 days. This test was quite eventful, but the outcome was excellent, as most of the gifted individuals were chosen by Bishop Thomas to receive qualifications for further studies at the Heiwalan Academy. Among all, the most impressive moment was undoubtedly when Princess Isilia and Prince Ilu transformed into angels in public. Our prince and princess are angels. The future of the principality will be bright. The streets were filled with hopes for a beautiful future. Of course, there were a few who worried that such exceptional prince and princess, if they both went to the Holy Church, whether the church would later allow them to return. However, since the establishment of the Holy Church, its reputation has been quite high, thus not causing widespread concern. Meanwhile, a family meeting was being held in the central castle of Sager City. "I want to go to the Heiwalan Holy Church." This is the result of Isilia's careful consideration. No matter what, she has awakened now and can transform into an angel. To further improve, she needs to go to the Heiwalan Holy Church. Moreover, she bears a mission from the Creator God to investigate why the Maceford continent has become this way. During her years in the Grand Duchy of Ostend, she has read extensively, but has always been at a loss. However, if it is the Heiwalan Holy Church representing the Goddess of Light, perhaps she can find clues there, and there is also a Pope who has lived for over 300 years. Shisha, have you really thought this through? The Holy Church is not the same as home. Once you go there, everything will depend on you alone. Mrs. Selina kept murmuring. Although Elle had made her believe in her child's choice, she also convinced herself with those words, yet when the moment arrived, she still felt some worry. "Selina, don't worry. I will take care of everything. Isilia and Ilu, you can go with peace of mind. The Heiwalan Holy Church will have our people to assist you. You need not have any concerns." Duke Elle paused for a moment, then spoke seriously. "If anyone dares to harm you, they will face the wrath of the entire Grand Duchy of Ostend." Upon hearing her father's words, Isilia could not help but feel touched. Yet she was confident that with her own strength, even in a foreign land, she would not be bullied. Having awakened for the first time with 3 pairs of illusory wings was unprecedented and had indeed provided her with a tangible boost in strength. About a 30% increase. Isilia thought to herself. After all, the wings were illusory and not yet solidified. Even if there were many, the boost they provided was not very high. Nevertheless, even so, she had the capability to battle a 4-star intermediate Holy Light Priest. Moreover, with her dragon transformation as her trump card combining the two, perhaps even a 5-star Holy Light Priest could not defeat her. However, she only thought about it as should she actually do that, she feared she would instantly drain her light essence, ending up lying lifeless before her enemies. Ilu, on the other hand, appeared somewhat silent, saying nothing, only expressing his desire to go to the Heiwalan Holy Church at the beginning of the meeting. In response to Princess Isilia's statement about going to the Heiwalan Holy Church to compete for the title of official saintess, he surprisingly showed no reaction, as if he were completely unconcerned. However, seeing his flickering eyes, one could tell that his heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. Now there are rumors outside that Isilia, possessing 6 wings, is destined to become the contemporary saintess bearing the hopes of all the people of the Grand Duchy of Ostend. It must be very difficult for her to say that she does not want to be a saintess anymore. Ilu murmured softly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Isilia's profile. "Forget it, what I can do was already decided the moment I placed my hand on the crystal ball. Finally, after confirming the travel date and various arrangements, Duke L concluded the family meeting. In the few remaining days in the Grand Duchy of Ostend, Isilia bid her final farewells to those familiar. First, she gifted Uncle Thomas and Chef Chris a cookbook. This was written from memory. During her past life, she had seen many cookbooks while learning to cook both Chinese and Western cuisines. Although she had not tried many herself, she believed that with their abilities they would surely be able to replicate the dishes. At the very least, seeing their eager expressions, she knew they were very fond of this gift. Bidding farewell to Katerina was the most exhausting for her. The suggestion she casually made ended up leading Katerina to create a full 100 outfits. Thus, to fulfill Katerina's wishes, she accompanied her in a dress-up game, but that was indeed 100 outfits. Isilia, in the end, was utterly exhausted from the dress-up session. Of course, regarding the clothing reform, Isilia did not forget. She took the few dresses that had the best fitting effects as samples to the Dwarven Workshop for modification and mass production. Now the Dwarven Workshop could no longer be called that, or it had been renamed Isilia's Workshop. Since the assassination incident, Duke L had entrusted the unclaimed Dwarven Workshop to Isilia to manage. Although Isilia felt a slight shame in using her own name as the signboard, the results were indeed outstanding. When she returns in the future, her little treasury would surely grow a bit more. The first batch of clothes for Moiratina and headmaid Amelia were produced by Isilia's workshop, but they were not mass-produced, rather they were custom-made with more delicate lace patterns. Such elegant dresses that were convenient for movement, yet not lacking in glamour, were naturally very much loved by the three women. Isilia was also very pleased as her taste was indeed good. They looked incredibly alluring in them. Finally, Isilia stepped onto the training ground, once more preparing for her last lesson in the Grand Duchy of Ostend. Your Highness Isilia, I see you have been quite busy lately running around giving gifts. I wonder what gift you have prepared for your teacher. Aof said jokingly. I, standing opposite Isilia, appeared very calm. Your Highness, what did you just say? Aof asked with some confusion. Aof, I mean, am I not the best gift? Everything I have achieved now is thanks to your careful guidance. Isilia suddenly revealed a radiant smile, speaking word by word. You girl, really? Upon hearing this, Aof's eyes turned red, and he looked up to the sky. After collecting himself, Aof lowered his head, gazing at Isilia as he spoke. Then let me see what your current abilities are like. If I am not satisfied, I won't let you leave easily. No problem, teacher Aof. Aof took a step forward with his right foot, his left fist tightly clenched, staring ahead with his muscles tensed and a serious expression directed at Princess Isilia. He did not use his full strength, maintaining a power level of around mid-tier 4 stars, which was roughly on par with Isilia in her current angelic form. However, the aura surrounding Aof was uniquely distinctive, as if he wore armor made of condensed wind, its surface shimmering with a layer of emerald light that continuously flowed. This was the method used by the Eastern nations to harness magic essence. When it reaches a certain level, such a protective shield forms around the body. Isilia had experienced this 8 years ago, but during her official confrontation with Aof, she witnessed the excellence of this method once more. This is simply flawless. Isilia abandoned her favorite holy light bombardment. Though it looked quite impressive in reality, apart from being visually stunning and stirring up a great deal of dust, it was of no use against Aof. Parallel. Isilia had barely uttered 2 words. Suddenly, Aof's figure flickered and appeared right in front of Isilia, his right arm harnessing the power of sonic booms as he swung it fiercely, striking the air in front of Isilia and causing a violent explosion. Boom! A powerful wave of air swept towards Isilia, causing the hexagonal magic shield she relied on to shake violently, nearing collapse. Aof did not give Isilia a moment to breathe. He quickly alternated his punches, landing dozens of strikes on the shield in the blink of an eye. Flash spell. At this critical moment, Isilia erupted in brilliant light. The intense brightness blinded Aof, allowing Isilia to take flight and distance herself from him. She then connected with Sylph and launched several combination wind magic spells at Aof, stirring up billowing dust. Cough, cough. After a moment, as the dust gradually settled, Aof's figure slowly reemerged. He was seen waving a hand, fanning the surrounding air while coughing. Aside from looking somewhat disheveled, he appeared completely unharmed, with even his clothes barely soiled. Princess Isilia, tell me you haven't forgotten what element I excel at. Although elemental fusion is a good idea, using the same element won't deal any damage, making the fusion pointless. Who? Isilia exhaled deeply, now holding a solid light sword that sparkled with radiant brilliance, its elegant design seemingly descending from the heavens. She had not hoped for the combination magic to yield results. Her aim was merely to buy enough time to summon the angel's longsword, a weapon she gained upon awakening as an angel. Though it was not as powerful as the divine sword Farjan, she could control it, and it was sharp enough. Isilia wielding the angel's longsword dove from the sky at an incredible speed. Seeing this, Aof surprisingly welcomed her with a fist, Even a mortal's body would suffer severe injury when colliding with a dagger. However, an incredible scene unfolded. With a clang, the angel's longsword struck Ulf's fist, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. This was due to the wind element armor swirling around Ulf, serving both defensive and offensive purposes, making it an extremely convenient dual-purpose armor. Failing to land a hit, Iselia quickly flapped her wings and soared upward, then adjusted her angle in midair before diving down again, aiming her longsword directly at Ulf. After a few rounds, Ulf suddenly burst into laughter. "Hee hee, you little brat, are you treating your teacher like a pet?" He then shook his head. He was not without long-range magic, but with Iselia's agility, small spells might not hit, and large spells wouldn't grant him casting time. Moreover, his goal was not to defeat Iselia. "Don't you just want me to go up there and fight you? If that's what you want, then so be it. If I don't spoil my student, who will?" Suddenly, a gentle breeze enveloped Ulf, using the wind's force to lift him into the air. Iselia let out a sigh of relief. In fact, she was also taking a gamble, as her compatibility with her teacher Ulf was poor, much like how a wind slime would be immune to wind elements. Moreover, despite Ulf primarily using martial arts, he was a genuine holy light priest and could also cast holy light spells, making it very difficult for Iselia to win, even with equal strength. However, at this moment, with Ulf in the air, Iselia found herself with a slight advantage. After all, Ulf specialized in Eastern martial arts, excelling in ground combat rather than aerial battles. Without a point of leverage in the air, Ulf's strength was naturally greatly diminished. Thus, Iselia, wielding the angel's longsword, charged at Ulf like a shining meteor. Following that, a deafening series of bangs echoed, resembling two stars colliding. However, this time she did not choose to strike and retreat, but engaged in a thrilling and intense duel with her opponent like a fierce lion. The sword light raced like lightning, and the punches howled like a storm. The two intertwined and clashed, exchanging dozens of blows in an instant. Every clash erupted like a volcanic explosion, unleashing endless power that dazzled the eyes and stirred the heart. Previously, Iselia would never have been able to reach this level, but this enhancement was a result of her transformation into an angel, elevating her not just in the power of holy light spells, but in strength, agility, and speed. This granted her the qualification to contend with Ulf. But that's still not enough. Iselia thought to herself, as she had been plotting a plan from the very beginning, only needing the right timing. As the battle continued, both began to unleash their true fire, immersing themselves completely in the fight. Just when the onlookers thought this battle would persist, an unexpected turn occurred as Iselia seized an opening, suddenly flapping her wings and rotating her body counterclockwise, combining weight and inertia in her left hand. Her left hand, once empty along with her entire arm, suddenly transformed into an exaggerated black longsword, then struck fiercely at Ulf, unleashing raging black flames that instantly darkened the entire sky. Ring of darkness. Accompanied by this voice, a figure suddenly fell from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground and forming a massive pit. On the opposite side of the pit, Iselia, having reverted to her human form, leaned on her knees, slightly panting. It seemed that last strike had taken a significant toll on her. However, she was not worried about Ulf being hit by her powerful blow, because, "Haha, Princess Iselia, you really went overboard daring to try something like this. You truly have my flair from back in the day." Ulf slowly crawled out of the pit. Although his clothes were somewhat tattered, he had not sustained any injuries. "There's no choice but all, because Teacher Ulf is too powerful. If I don't take a different path, how would I have a chance?" After a while, Iselia finally calmed her breath, straightened her body, and complained. What she did was indeed quite bold. In fact, she had integrated Fafnir into her body early on, but chose not to undergo dragon transformation. After all, Eve was right. The technique was incomplete, and the main reason for that was that Fafnir was still just a young dragon, not fully grown. In this situation, if she transformed into a dragon maiden in an angelic form, the likely consequence would be a runaway spell commonly known as going berserk. Of course, the best-case scenario would merely be exhausting her light essence, instantly transforming back into human form and plummeting from the sky, sustaining serious injuries, thus failing to harm the enemy. So she took a risky route, opting for partial transformation, blending Fafnir with her left arm to create a dragon-shaped black sword in order to reduce the consumption of light essence. This black sword was indeed powerful. The pitch-black flames that darkened the entire sky were truly impressive, but the danger was considerable. Just one slash nearly drained her energy reserves. "Well, with such strength, teacher can rest assured to let you go to the hall in Holy Nation." Ulf smiled, feeling quite pleased. "If you miss home, come back to visit often. Our teacher will always be here." "Thank you, Teacher Ulf. Then goodbye." Iselia resembled a lily swaying gently in the breeze, gracefully bowing as she expressed her gratitude to Teacher Ulf, who had accompanied her for 8 years, akin to appreciating the sunlight and rain of spring. Go on, go on." Seemingly unable to bear the sorrowful atmosphere of parting, Ulf gently waved his hand and then turned to leave slowly. Thus Aishilia's farewell journey in the Duchy of Ostend quietly came to an end. The day to head to the Holland Holy Nation arrived as scheduled. Aishilia and Aelu prepared to set off without making a grand farewell. Mainly because Aishilia disliked being overly ostentatious, so Duke Hill, who was fond of his daughter, allowed her to proceed as she wished. Naturally, the escort was fully intact, so, in the end, the spectacle was not small. Accompanying them were Ope and Giolina. Although they did not become candidate saints, they obtained qualifications to further their studies at Holland Academy, and thus traveled as close attendants. Mother, may I ask, don't you think we have too much luggage? Aishilia couldn't help but complain, gazing at the several large carts of luggage. Too much? Not at all, it's all essentials. Look, Cece, that cart contains your and Lolol's clothes. Summer, winter, spring, autumn, and even spares. That cart is for toiletries, and this one holds bedding. I'm worried you won't adapt to the dormitory bed, so I prepared an extra set. Seeing Selena was still going on, Aishilia quickly changed the subject, realizing that no matter how high her status, a mother was still a mother. A mother, I think it's getting late. We can't keep everyone waiting too long. Aelu and I will head off first. Wait a moment, Cece. I still have a few things I want to say to you. What is it? Mother. Aishilia turned her head, somewhat puzzled. Cece, I know that going to the Holland Holy Nation is your own decision, so I support you. However, I hope you can promise me 3 things. Selena said seriously, holding up 3 fingers. Aishilia nodded slightly. The first is to not trust anyone easily. Mother knows you are an affectionate child, but when you are out in the world, you must maintain your judgment and not let others exploit you. The second is for you to understand that strength lies in wisdom, not just in holy arts. No matter how strong you become, do not overlook the importance of knowledge. The third is that during your journey you may find the world is not as beautiful as you imagine, but I hope you can always keep your original intention. When you return, I still want to see you full of spirit. As she spoke, Selena gently stroked Aishilia's fluffy little head. Aishilia responded softly. Don't forget your original intention. I feel like I've heard that somewhere a long time ago. All right, Cece, now it's time for you to set off. Then, under her mother's reminder, Aishilia regained her senses. After bidding farewell to her mother, Aishilia boarded the carriage at the front of the convoy. Thus, the group grandly left Sagar City, embarking on the journey to the Holland Holy Nation. From a distance, Sagar City really looks magnificent, doesn't it? Indeed, Aelu. Aishilia was leaning on the window looking back, and Sagar City stood there at that moment. Sister Wong, Sagar City is one of the 4 great royal cities of the Maxword continent. It's naturally magnificent, as mentioned in class. Aelu, you are so boring. I'm talking about the scenery, and you're talking about geography. Girls won't like you if you keep this up. Aishilia teased Aelu, seeing his serious demeanor. Your Highness Aishi, you're mistaken. Oh, Prince Aelu is so handsome, knowledgeable, and powerful. How could he not attract girls? At this moment, Eve suddenly chimed in to defend Aelu. Fufu, are you Aelu's exclusive maid, or mine? Why are you defending him? Aishilia pretended to raise her cute little fist. I just spoke the truth. Eve covered her head, looking pitiful. Aishilia found it amusing and didn't hold it against her. Forget it, Princess, we'll forgive you this time. Don't do this again next time. Seeing Eve nodding gently, Aishilia turned to Aelu and said, By the way, Aelu, you are going to compete for the title of Saint Sun in the Holland Holy Nation this time, right? Aelu merely responded with a soft, and didn't say anything further. It seems someone has been attacked by a beast. I shall go take a look. After using her mental power to sense the surroundings, Aishilia turned to the others and said, Your Highness, it is too dangerous for you to go alone. Let me accompany you. Seeing the princess intent to go alone, Selena hurriedly suggested, It's fine, I can transform into an angel and scout from the sky. Moreover, if I encounter an opponent I cannot handle, there is no use in both of us going. Don't worry, I can use a teleportation spell to return if I face danger. As she spoke, Aishilia transformed into an angel, flapping her wings. Though your Highness speaks the truth, that stings a bit. Giolina covered her chest with her jade hand, as if pierced by something. Miss Giolina, that's just how your Highness is. You'll get used to it. Eve softly comforted Giolina, then turned to Aishilia. Well then, your Highness, I wish you all the best. Wait for me to return, Fufu, Lady Giolina. Saying this, Aishilia suddenly flapped her 3 pairs of wings, and her figure vanished from the air, leaving only a gentle breeze. Immediately, a sharp aura pierced through the sky, its astonishing speed leaving one stunned. No matter how many times I see it, I find your Highness so divine and awe-inspiring. Giolina stared at Aishilia's gradually shrinking figure in the distance, continually exclaiming in admiration. Indeed, that is only natural, as your Highness Aili is an angel. Eve nodded in agreement. The place where Aishilia and the others were currently located was right at the junction of the Kingdom of Eisten, the Duchy of Ostenden, and the Empire of Plut. Due to the blurred boundaries of the territories, this area had become a lawless zone where passing caravans often encountered fugitives and bandits from various countries who had taken up residence here to engage in highway robbery. So it was not surprising to see someone in danger. However, the person in need of help was clearly not being attacked by bandits, but rather by a pack of beasts, which was rather intriguing. After all, this was not an uninhabited place, and it was close to the official road, hence it should not have large packs of beasts appearing. Iselia moved incredibly fast, and soon arrived at the scene of the incident, hovering high in the air to observe the situation below. Is that direction coming from the kingdom of Aistin? Who is attacking them? According to Iselia's observation, the ones in peril seemed to be a caravan from the kingdom of Aistin, and their numbers were not small. Generally speaking, a caravan of such scale should be capable of putting up a fight, even when encountering a pack of beasts. However, the reality was that the guards accompanying the caravan were being slaughtered, overwhelmingly unable to mount any effective resistance. The attackers were not ordinary beasts, but a type of monstrous creature pitch black as ink with a hideous appearance. Shadow beasts. Iselia had seen this kind of monster in illustrations in books multiple times, but this was her first time seeing one in reality. Oh, of course, even if she had not heard of it, she would not mistake this malicious creature for a crystal-round beast or anything else. Then there is nothing more to say. Oh, shadow beasts must be eradicated. Iselia no longer hesitated, diving down from the sky while extending a finger forward. I am holy light. A soft white light burst from Iselia's fingertip, instantly enveloping a radius of several miles. Awoo awoo. In the previous second, these shadow beasts were still clawing and killing the humans before them. The next second, a holy light descended from the sky, enveloping them entirely. Their not-so-intelligent brains could not even comprehend what was happening, and they turned to dust within this gentle holy light. My heavens, what is this? The guards witnessing this scene were so stunned they could not close their mouths. The white light enveloping the sky was simply blinding. However, when they saw the shadow beasts that had driven them to desperation transform directly into dust after being enveloped by the light, they were so scared their hearts nearly leaped out of their chests. Run! It was unclear who shouted, and then the guards scrambled away in a panic. Unfortunately, the area had already been covered by light for several miles. It was a bit too late for them to think about running now. What? I got hit by the light. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. One of the guards with a leg injury was the first to be enveloped by the light, suddenly closed his eyes and let out a deafening scream. This frightened the others around him to run even faster, wishing they could grow 4 legs. However, after a while, the injured man discovered he was still alive, so he touched his body and realized he had not turned to dust, and even his leg injury had healed. Only then did he realize that the light was there to help heal them and pose no danger. Soon the light enveloped all the people from the kingdom of Aistin, healing their injuries while also restoring their stamina. Surviving a disaster should have been a reason to celebrate. However, they could still be heard muttering curses from time to time. Damn it, who shouted so tragically just now? It scared me so much that I almost broke my legs running. This had Iselia watching from the air in fits of laughter, chuckling nonstop. This technique was actually a practical application of precise control over the holy light spell, which was to eliminate hostile targets within a certain range while healing allies' injuries and stamina. Although it was of little use against powerful enemies, it worked quite well for clearing out minions. Suddenly, Iselia seemed to notice something, her laughter abruptly stopping as she casually wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes and softly murmured, "Oh, there are still some that escaped." Iselia then slowly flapped her wings and descended from the air. "Hey, look over there, that one must be an angel. Could it be that we were saved by a messenger from heaven?" Suddenly, a mercenary shouted loudly, pointing toward the direction Iselia was descending. However, before he could finish his sentence, an older mercenary suddenly gave him a whack on the head. "What angel? Open your eyes and take a good look. The clothes she is wearing, that unique style, clearly comes from the Duchy of Ostenden. She is just like the one we are escorting. Both are candidate saintesses, but her strength is far inferior." Following the old mercenary's gaze, they saw a blonde girl with blue eyes stepping down from the carriage. She was, after all, the candidate saintess from the kingdom of Aistin, mentioned by the old mercenary. At that moment, she was preparing to thank her benefactor, Iselia. However, Iselia did not pay much attention to the situation here. She had merely lent a helping hand and had not expected any gratitude. If it weren't for discovering that some had escaped, she wouldn't have come down from the sky, as she would have just patted her backside and left. "Oh, over there. That really is a cunning fellow." Iselia stopped in front of an open space, then lowered her head to look at it. The ground here seemed no different from other land, nor did it show any signs of having been turned over. However, in her perception, there was an extremely faint aura hidden beneath this patch of land. If it weren't for her presence, the shadow beast might have successfully escaped. "I found Iano hiding Jesus, my dear," Iselia said in a teasing tone, softly addressing the land before her. At the moment her words fell, the ground suddenly shook violently. The soil flipped aside and a pitch-black shadow leapt out from within. This creature looks rather unique, different from other shadow beasts. Elijah observed carefully. This shadow beast resembled a small fox covered with rocky scales on its back. If not for its coal-black body radiating a sinister malice, it would actually seem quite adorable. Wow. At that moment, the shadow beast was crouching, baring its teeth, and letting out a low growl, seemingly trying to intimidate Elijah. However, if one looked closely into the shadow beast's eyes, they would find a deep-seated fear hidden within, as if it were on the verge of fleeing at any moment. This scene naturally did not escape Elijah's eyes. After all, this was the only shadow beast that could hide. Oh, this shadow beast seems to possess intelligence. Wasn't it said that shadow beasts are merely a group of mindless killing machines? Elijah gazed at the shadow beast, which appeared to have intelligence, and understood fear. After pondering for a moment, she raised her hand, and a dazzling white light erupted from her palm. Seeing Elijah's actions, the shadow beast immediately turned and ran. Light binding technique 6 staff light prison. 6 beams of light appeared out of thin air, binding the shadow beast tightly. It fell to the ground, unable to move. Such a special shadow beast, it would be a pity to kill it. I should bring it back for study. With that, Elijah reached out and grabbed the shadow beast by the nape of its neck, gently flapping her wings as she flew back in the direction she came, leaving the people of the Ace Thing Kingdom standing there dazed and unsure of what to do. Look, it's Princess Elijah. She's back safely. Eve suddenly pointed at the approaching figure in the sky, joyfully exclaiming, "It really is Her Highness the Princess. It seems she is carrying something." Following the direction of Eve's finger, everyone saw the familiar figure in the sky growing larger, their hearts finally at ease. "Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone, I have returned." Elijah slowly flapped her wings and descended gently from the sky. Once she steadied herself, she casually dropped the shadow beast onto the ground. Your Highness Elijah, what have you brought back? Why does it look so pitch black?" Eve stepped forward, looking at the shadow beast that Elijah had thrown on the ground, puzzled. "If I'm not mistaken, that should be a shadow beast." Suddenly, Elu said unexpectedly from the side. This is a shadow beast. Wasn't it said that shadow beasts are all fearsome and terrifying mindless monsters? The crowd, consisting of young people who had never seen a shadow beast, could not make sense of it. Regardless, we should still be cautious. Its entire body exudes an unfathomable malice. It is undoubtedly a shadow beast, and perhaps even a new breed. We cannot be careless. Jelena reminded them, as shadow beasts were not to be taken lightly. "By the way, Your Highness, may I ask, if this shadow beast is to be killed on the spot, why did you bring it back alive?" At that moment, Ope, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly looked at Elijah suspiciously. "This shadow beast has intelligence," Elijah said calmly. This creature has thoughts. I thought they were all just a bunch of simple-minded beings." Eve, holding a stick, carefully poked the shadow beast's cheek. A wool arc, the shadow beast merely continued to growl lowly, showing no other reaction. "It doesn't look like it." Eve looked at the somewhat foolish shadow beast with confusion. "It does indeed possess intelligence, and although this area is at the intersection of 3 kingdoms, it is still quite far from the borders of the darkness. There shouldn't be any shadow beasts here. I suspect it is related to this one." Elijah nodded in affirmation as she clearly saw that fearful gaze. Perhaps its current behavior was merely a disguise. Then this shadow beast must be killed to prevent future troubles. If it grows up, it will surely become a grave threat to humanity, Elu said as he took out a longsword, intending to execute the shadow beast on the spot. "Wait, Elu, the reason I captured it alive is that I want to verify something." Elijah hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him from killing the shadow beast. "What do you want to verify, Sister Wang?" "It's like this, Elu. I am curious about how this shadow beast gained intelligence. You must know that shadow beasts are not intelligent, and now it has, which could be due to one of 2 possibilities." Elijah extended 2 fingers and spoke slowly. "The first possibility is evolution gradually gaining intelligence. From the intelligence exhibited by this shadow beast, this process seems quite slow, so we have ample time to deal with it, thus it is not a cause for concern." As she said this, Elijah's expression suddenly became serious. "But if it is the second situation, things become troublesome. You should all understand that there is a type of magic that can attach the properties of one object to another. What if the shadow beast is not merely possessing a property, but consciousness?" Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious. "Then, Sister Wang, how do you plan to verify your hypothesis?" Elu asked the question on everyone's mind. "That's simple. In angel form, use the holy purification technique on it, and everything will become clear." To prove her hypothesis, Elijah approached the shadow beast and cast the holy purification technique. The shadow beast seemed to sense danger and struggled desperately, but its body was tightly bound, and no matter how it struggled, it was futile. After a moment, a swirl of black smoke suddenly emanated from the shadow beast's body, gradually dissipating with the breeze. At that moment, the little fox beast on the ground began to change color slowly, turning a sandy yellow as the black smoke disappeared. It seems we are facing the worst-case scenario, Elu said with a grave expression. Elijah nodded slightly, and then gently said, do you think it is possible that the Saintess defection 15 years ago was also due to being possessed by a shadow beast? It's impossible. Not to mention how the shadow beast could approach the Saintess under the protection of a group of holy light priests. Even with the Saintess' formidable affinity for light elements, she would never allow herself to be possessed. Jelena waved her hands repeatedly, denying the princess' dreadful speculation. Yes, that's true. I don't think the former Saintess would be naive enough to let such a monster possess her. Iselia gently nodded. She was merely engaging in idle chatter. In fact, this matter does not withstand scrutiny. Anyone who can become a Saintess has gone through numerous trials, emerging as a genius from among many candidates. Their character is undoubtedly commendable, and being able to transform into an angel indicates their formidable strength. If such a person could be possessed by a shadow beast, the world would have already fallen into chaos. Speaking of which, how does your highness plan to deal with this little fox? At that moment, the little fox, having escaped the shadow beast's control, lay in a state of unconsciousness, occasionally emitting sounds like purr, seemingly not sleeping soundly. Eve slowly crouched down, extending her soft hand to gently stroke the little fox's golden fur. Seeing its brow slightly relax, she turned her head and asked, "It is just another victim of this disaster. When it wakes up, let's feed it some food and water and then release it." Looking at the frail little fox, Iselia spoke softly, "Your Highness, I have a better plan for handling this matter." At that moment, Jelena suddenly thought of something and interjected, "Jelena, do you have a better plan?" Iselia looked at her with some confusion. "Your Highness, I once read in a biography left by my grandfather that there are 8 elemental fairies in the world corresponding to the 8 elements of magic: earth, gunome, water, wintini, fire, ifrit, thunder, volta, wind, Isaacin, origin, Maxwell, moon, Luna, and light, Aska." Jelena paused, her gaze shifting to Sylph, who was sitting on Iselia's shoulder. Elemental fairies are quite special among the crystal beasts, but they appear rather ordinary in their juvenile phase. After my last duel with your Highness, I was struck by Sylph's powerful wind magic and guessed that she is the legendary wind fairy. So I reviewed that biography again and found that she resembles Isaacin in her juvenile phase quite a bit. Upon hearing this, Iselia nodded in affirmation of Jelena's speculation. Sylph is indeed the wind fairy Isaacin. I met her 6 years ago when I went to Alma Village with teacher Shelley. Back then, this little one caused me quite a bit of trouble. Sylph, sitting on Iselia's shoulder, seemed to realize that others were talking about her shortcomings and angrily nibbled on Iselia's ear, expressing her dissatisfaction. However, Iselia only felt as if a little kitten was cuddling up to her, tickling her slightly. Seeing her guess was correct, Jelena smiled and then pointed at the little fox on the ground. "Well, in that case, I must congratulate your Highness in advance. I have to say that your Highness has a strong affinity with elemental fairies. The little fox you saved, which has crystalline scales, is most likely the earth fairy gnome. You should take it under your wing." After hearing Jelena's words, Iselia slightly nodded and then examined the unconscious little fox closely. Indeed, she could sense an extremely pure earth elemental aura from its body. Iselia no longer hesitated. Enhancing her own strength was something she urgently needed to do. With such an opportunity before her, if she did not cherish it, it would be a true waste. Iselia extended her small hand, her lips parted, and the light of the contract technique began to flicker in her palm. Then the little fox and Iselia were enveloped in this milky white light, and in the unseen realm a bond was established between the two that was unbreakable. "All right, having delayed for so long, it's time to continue our journey to the holy kingdom of Haverin." Iselia held Gnome gently and placed it on the seat of the carriage, then spoke to the front carriage. Thus the group set off once more, embarking on their path forward. "My name is Mary, a very ordinary name, without any special meaning. In the kingdom of Eston, roughly 1 in 10 people have this name. I inherited my appearance from my mother with golden hair and blue eyes, so I look decent, which has been the most proud aspect of my life over the past few years. However, I soon thought differently. My father is a viscount with a rank that is neither high nor low, falling into a position where he is both valued by others and must curry favor with others. At least life is much more affluent than that of ordinary people. However, due to an accident, our family fell into decline. In retrospect, it may not have even been an accident. In any case, I was forced to marry a marquis who is over 30 years older than me. What a joke. Isn't he older than my father? I began to hate my appearance and contemplated disfigurement, suicide, or running away. But in this magical world, even death could lead to resurrection, so it was all in vain. I prayed, but there was no response. The world seemed to have lost its light. However, I was wrong. Hope always appears in unexpected ways, and the church held the ceremony for selecting the candidates for the Saintess. In fact, I never thought I could become a candidate for the Saintess. I know my own powers well. I would be very happy just to be chosen by the Haverin Academy. However, the reality was 1-star intermediate blue potential. I couldn't grasp the last glimmer of hope. My heart sank and my expression must not have looked good. I felt dazed, unable to hear what others were saying. At that moment, the crystal ball before me erupted with a strong white light. So bright. What happened? What are they cheering for now? An angel? What angel? Me. Everything felt like a dream. Suddenly, I became the angel everyone spoke of, even if I only had a pair of wings. People laughed and cheered, sending me up into the carriage with the guards surrounding me protectively. Just like that, I couldn't even say a few words of farewell before embarking on the road away from home. While going to the holy kingdom of Haverin should make everything better. However, it turned out to be a dream. The dark monster slaughtered the guards, and at the moment death approached, I thought I truly belonged to the darkness. I am holy light. As I thought this, a blazing light suddenly shone down, driving away the darkness, annihilating the monster, and taking away the pain. A silver-haired girl with 3 pairs of wings descended from the sky, more beautiful than a mortal. Her figure captivated my gaze, as she was the true angel. However, the old mercenaries in the convoy said she was a candidate for the saintess from the Duchy of Ostend and a princess. But I thought she was just an angel saving me without asking for anything in return before leaving. But I was not worried. If my benefactor was also a candidate for the saintess, we would surely meet again. Thinking this, I indeed encountered that silver-haired girl who I had been longing for again at the Haverin Academy. However, she seemed to be in trouble facing off against a man. So I gathered my courage to hug my benefactor's arm, and then glared at the sparkling man across from us. However, my benefactor suddenly turned her head with a slight blush. As expected of a princess. Such innocent and cute intimacy between girls. This thought inexplicably jumped into my mind. Despite encountering a few minor hiccups along the way, Isekai and her companions arrived as scheduled at the outskirts of Pabulet City, the capital of the Holland Holy Kingdom. In the distance, they could see a towering white spire reaching toward the sky, just as they were about to eagerly and curiously approach it. Suddenly, the space ahead rippled violently, and Isekai immediately felt a surge of alertness, quickly reminding everyone to be cautious. The disturbance subtly hinted at the presence of teleportation magic, yet it felt even more elusive, like a candle flame swaying in a fierce wind. Then amidst the unstable space, with a flash of white light, a figure unexpectedly appeared there. It was a girl with large eyes and short chestnut hair. She wore a white academy uniform that resembled a British style. Just like that, she intruded into the sight of Isekai and her companions. Hey, that was close. I made it just in time. The chestnut-haired girl, having just steadied herself, waved at Isekai, and her companions then revealed a radiant and kind smile. With a lively voice, she continued, "Hello, junior brothers and sisters. I'm Ludi, a second-year student at Holland Academy, here to guide you through your enrollment." Upon hearing her introduction, everyone exchanged glances, uncertain about how to respond to this girl who suddenly appeared and claimed to be their senior named Ludi. In the end, Isekai stepped forward, nodded, slightly smiled, and then said in a very polite tone, "Hello, Senior Ludi, my name is Isekai from the Ostendian Grand Duchy. You just used elemental magic, the blink spell, right? Using it so skillfully, you must be an excellent student at Holland Academy, so I trust you." Elemental magic represents the basic elements that constitute the world, and it is generally divided into 2 main categories: spatial magic and temporal magic. This type of magic is extremely difficult to learn, and without systematic teaching from a teacher, it is hard to reach the level Isekai just witnessed, which is why she did not doubt her identity. Yes, that's indeed the Blink Spell Junior. You are quite knowledgeable. Ludi generously praised, then muttered softly to herself. Being able to convince others that I'm not a bad person just by talking is great. If I get tangled up with the new juniors any longer, I won't have enough time. This remark was heard clearly by Isekai, who couldn't help but silently complain. "Senior Ludi, I'm right here. You shouldn't say such things out loud. And shouldn't you be a bit more self-aware? You suddenly popping up like that was quite startling. Oh, it's lucky we didn't end up in a fight." Then Ludi clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention to herself. "All right, time is of the essence. Let's set off now." She then extended her finger, gesturing in the air while murmuring an incantation. Soon Isekai and her companions were enveloped by a transparent cube. Before they could react to what had happened, the scenery around them suddenly changed, and in the blink of an eye, they, along with their carriage and luggage, were teleported from a forest 7 or 8 kilometers away from Pabulet City to right in front of the city gates. Is this spatial transfer? Isekai was extremely surprised. While teleportation could achieve a similar effect, it certainly wasn't this fast. Moreover, the spatial magic of elemental mages does not have as many restrictions as common teleportation magic, which made Isekai quite envious. "Senior Ludi, your spatial magic is amazing. You can't be the chief mage of the academy, can you?" "Not at all, I'm still far from that. Besides, among this year's new students, there is a boy who is a candidate for the Holy Son of the Holland Holy Kingdom, That guy is the real expert, especially with his mastery of temporal magic. Ludi touched her cheek, feeling a bit shy as she spoke. Wow, there's such an impressive new student. Iselia couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Previously, she had always believed she stood at the pinnacle among her peers, almost unrivaled. However, witnessing Ludi's spatial magic completely overturned that notion. What surprised her even more was the existence of another new student who could inspire such admiration in her within the Hall and Holy Kingdom. It truly was a place of hidden talents. Yes, you'll meet him soon. But for now, let's not talk about him. Ludi abruptly changed the subject, slowly raising her left arm and pointing towards the magnificent city behind her. Her tone was filled with joy and excitement, as if she were introducing an incredibly precious treasure to everyone. Welcome to this land of magic and holy arts, Pabulet City. At that moment, everyone finally snapped out of their daze and turned their gazes towards the towering and magnificent city behind Ludi. This holy city truly lives up to its reputation as a paradise of magic and holy arts. Iselia was utterly astounded by the scene before her, seeing people flying through the air on magical brooms and carpets. There were hardly any carriages like theirs in sight. No wonder we didn't encounter many people along the way. Magical brooms and similar magical devices seem to be quite common here, with everyone possessing one or two. However, in her own country, the Ostindine Grand Duchy, such magical devices were only allocated to the military and hardly seen among the common folk. Even for someone of her royal status, long-distance travel still required the use of carriages to transport luggage lacking enough magical devices. This was also the reason why the smithing workshop held such a high reputation among the common people. Of course, it wasn't that her country was particularly backward, rather the Hall and Holy Kingdom was too advanced. After all, it had only been over 20 years since the first magical device was invented. As Iselia and her companions followed Ludi into Pabulet City, they were completely dazzled by the sights before them. This is what a magical world should look like. The first thing that caught their eyes were the uniquely shaped, brightly colored magical carpets and brooms zipping through the streets like ribbons of color. Looking up, they could see the lofty, stunning, gravity-defying buildings resembling dreamlike castles floating in the clouds, breathtaking to behold. Everything before her perfectly matched Iselia's fantasies and expectations of a magical city, and she couldn't help but become somewhat entranced. Eventually, they stopped in front of a magnificent cluster of buildings. All right, junior brothers and sisters, this is Holland Academy. Please show your enrollment invitations to the teachers at the front desk for registration, and that will complete your check-in. I have to go greet other new students, so I won't accompany you inside. Ludi turned to Iselia and her companions. Upon hearing this, Iselia gently nodded, then said her goodbyes to Ludi and led her group toward the teachers. Iselia and her companions then submitted the invitation letters to the teacher at the front desk. The teacher examining the letters was a woman with short hair, wearing black-rimmed round glasses, her demeanor both dignified and solemn. Ivy couldn't help but comment, she doesn't seem like an easy person to talk to. However, everyone present had obtained their admission qualifications through legitimate means, so they were not worried about scrutiny. Yet when the teacher's gaze fell upon the invitation letters of Iselia and Elu, her expression subtly shifted. The invitation letters belonging to the two of them were not the same as those of ordinary students. The radiant golden edges outlined the elegance of the paper, while its surface shimmered like the stars, instantly conveying its extraordinary and unique nature. The female teacher raised her hand and gently traced the invitation letter with her ring, causing a golden angelic apparition to appear in the air, vividly alive and utterly astonishing. You two must be the candidate Saint Son and Saint Daughter from the Principality of Ostend, right? Iselia nodded obediently. Excuse me, teacher, is there something you need? The teacher first handed each of the 5 students a badge marked with the school emblem. Here, take this first. This is your identity badge. Class and dormitory information are all included inside. Just infuse energy to see it. As for you two, you haven't been assigned to a class yet. You will need to select the successor Saint Son before any distribution can take place. The details will be explained during the opening ceremony, so I won't ramble on. Understood, teacher. Finally, on behalf of Hiveland Academy, I welcome you all and wish you success in your studies. May the holy light be with you. At this point, the solemn-faced female teacher suddenly broke into a smile. Hiveland Academy, renowned across the continent, is the cradle of magicians and holy light priests. Its scale is truly unparalleled. The academy is equipped with comprehensive facilities covering various aspects of life, and from a distance, it is no less impressive than a small city. Haven't we been here before? Ivy set her eyes wide, looking at the familiar surroundings, puzzled. That's right, I recognize that bright red sign. Ew, I've seen it many times before, Giolina said, pointing at a dazzling red plaque with a hint of exasperation. I didn't expect the princess to be a bit confused, but it's oddly cute. Sister Wang, let me lead the way from here. Come on, hand me the map. Elu reached out for the map from Isekai. Well, it was just a few extra turns. I wanted to help you get familiar with the campus. You all are overreacting. Everyone looked up at the sky at this remark, noticing that the sun was beginning to tilt slightly in the west. Seeing this, Isekai felt her cheeks flush, then rubbed her slightly warm earlobes with her fingers and handed the map to Elu. Alright, I get it. I won't interfere, you lead the way. After receiving the map, Elu glanced at it, flipped it upside down, and then said, Actually, Sister Wang's route isn't wrong. We're not far from our destination. That sounds a bit dubious, really, Isekai said expressionlessly. Okay, we need to part ways here. If you go a little further to the right, you'll see the girls' dormitory. Sister Wang, you're alright with that, right? Elu asked, pointing to a tree-lined path with some concern. I'm fine. Elu, you're being a bit naggy. Besides, I have Ivy and Giolina with me, don't I? Isekai waved her hand at Elu and went with Ivy and Giolina to the girls' dormitory. It was a standalone pink villa with each villa accommodating 4 residents. Perhaps because all 3 of them were from the Principality of Ostend, they had been placed together. The interior of the villa was spacious and bright, with sunlight streaming through the windows and illuminating the greenery nearby, making it particularly radiant. The delicate murals and intricately carved furniture gave the interior a unique charm. As Isekai was about to tidy up her bed, someone suddenly knocked on the door from the outside. It must be Fufu, Isekai thought, slowly opening the door. Sure enough, she saw Ivy standing outside, clutching a goose-down quilt. Princess Isekai, let me help you tidy up your room. No need, Fufu. You have your own room to tidy up. I can manage myself. What are you saying? I'm your #1 exclusive maid. How can I let you do it alone, your highness? Saying this, Ivy bypassed Isekai and placed the quilt on the bed in the room. Alright, Princess Isekai, there's still a lot of luggage to bring over later. You can go explore the nearby square for a bit and come back later. As she spoke, Ivy urged Isekai out. Epsilon Omicron Psi, am I being kicked out by my own maid? Isekai sighed and strolled alone through the square, seemingly oblivious to her own allure, as her presence instantly attracted the attention of many students wandering nearby. Hey look, that girl is really beautiful. How come I've never seen her before? She must be a new student. Her silver hair and crimson eyes are so unique, giving off an ethereal vibe. Aren't you the self-proclaimed love expert? Why are you hesitating now? Go for it. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. Why don't you go? Just as everyone was hesitating about whether to approach her, a boy, unexpected by the crowd, walked over. He was a young man with golden hair and golden eyes. Isn't that the saint's son of the Hiveland Holy Kingdom? Why is he approaching her? I thought he was the type who had no interest in girls, only focused on his training. At this moment, Isekai also noticed a young boy walking slowly toward her. Out of curiosity, she scrutinized him carefully. His eyes are so unique, like time is flowing within them. However, this person didn't seem to be approaching her with good intentions. You are the candidate saint daughter from the Principality of Ostend, Isekai, aren't you? The boy approached Isekai with a solemn expression and spoke in a cold tone. I am. Who are you? What do you want? Isekai felt puzzled as she had just arrived and hadn't offended anyone, so what was with his attitude? Your Principality of Ostend produced such a traitor, and yet you have the audacity to send someone to compete for the title of saint daughter. The young man did not respond to Isekai's question. After confirming that the girl before him was indeed the one he was looking for, he coldly ridiculed her. Please take back what you just said. If you dare to slander our country again, I will make you understand what regret truly means. Isekai glared at the young man before her, as if she would duel him if he dared to utter another word of defamation. It seems you still know nothing. In reality, the young man did not have a fierce or intimidating appearance. On the contrary, this boy with golden hair and golden eyes would likely evoke the image of a sunny, charming boy if he smiled. However, the cold smile that curved at the corners of his lips sent a chill down her spine. What do you want to say? Spit it out quickly. I don't have time to waste with you. Isekai did not want to waste her breath on this rude fellow. With this time, she might as well find Giolina to share some feelings. The last traitorous saintess came from your Ostend Empire, and it was her betrayal that brought immense disaster to humanity. A country that produces traitors. Do you think the Pope will still trust you? The golden-haired boy spoke with a cold tone, his teeth gritting as he mentioned the traitor, wishing he could immediately tear the former saintess apart. However, this struck Isekai like a bolt from the blue. She had never heard that the traitorous saintess came from their country. Even about the saintess, she only heard it from Bishop Thomas. Just as she was deep in thought, she suddenly felt something soft wrapping around half of her body, the sensation akin to bumping into a slime, very bouncy. Immediately after, a soft and sweet voice rang in her ears. You bad person, don't throw shade like this. The former saintess's betrayal has nothing to do with my benefactor. My benefactor is a wonderful person and would never do such a thing. Despite the girl's harsh words, they only made Isekai feel a pang of excitement in her heart. Who are you, girl? Suddenly rushing over to hug me and speaking up for me, what does this mean? Although I'm quite happy to have a girl be so proactive, I am also a girl now, right? Seeing the unfamiliar girl getting closer, Isilia's face flushed slightly as she turned her head away. However, this scene in the eyes of the young man before her made him think it was Isilia admitting fault, so he snorted coldly and continued. No matter how you argue, the fact remains. I will not allow the position of Saint Son to fall into the hands of you people who have no reverence for the divine. In the end, the one who will become the Saint Son is definitely me, Ravens. Having uttered these words, the boy named Ravens did not give Isilia a chance to respond and suddenly vanished before her eyes. There was no spatial fluctuation, it wasn't a teleportation spell. It didn't seem like an illusion technique, either, leaving Isilia with the impression that it was like a pause and shit technique from photography. But the real world can't be paused, right? No, not necessarily. If time magic is used, perhaps it can. Could he be that candidate Saint Son from the Hawaiian Holy Nation? Isilia suddenly recalled that Senior Loli had once mentioned a new student who was exceptionally skilled in time magic. She hadn't expected to encounter him so soon. Oh no, I forgot to ask him what the name of that traitorous saintess was. Isilia covered her head in frustration. If that former saintess was related to their country as the legitimate princess, it was necessary for her to understand the details. Forget it, I'll have plenty of opportunities later. For now, I need to deal with the immediate problem. She then looked down at the petite girl with golden hair and blue eyes who was still tightly hugging her arm. That person has already left, you can let go of my arm now, right? Isilia's voice was gentle, as if afraid of disturbing the girl. Oh, sorry, did I hurt you, benefactor? By the way, have we met before? Why do you keep calling me benefactor? Isilia was somewhat curious as she didn't recall having met this girl. Benefactor, you might not remember. My name is Mary. Just a few days ago, near the border, you transformed into a beautiful six-winged angel descending from the sky, unleashing warm, holy light, vanquishing the ugly monsters, and saving me from peril. Benefactor, you truly are a wonderful person. Mary seemed unconcerned that Isilia did not remember her. Instead, she cheerfully recounted the events from her perspective. Okay, I understand now, Mary. My name is Isilia. You can just call me AC. From now on, please don't call me benefactor. She indeed saved the convoy of the Eston Kingdom, but had not intended to ask for any reward, so she hadn't paid attention to who was on the carriage. Yet now, being called benefactor and receiving a good person card and hearing her own somewhat cringeworthy actions recounted by a third party, what kind of public execution was this? Of course, she had no reason to blame Mary. After all, it was her own mind that was filled with too much nonsense. Can someone with such impure thoughts like me really become a saintess through the assessment? Once confident, she suddenly began to waver intensely about whether she could become a saintess. All right, benefactor. Mary nodded obediently. Ah, she's really so cute, as she's just so endearing to me. Isilia thought to herself and suddenly noticed the luggage at her feet. By the way, Mary, where's your dorm? I'll accompany you there. Since she had nothing to do, she proposed. Let me see, it's in Block A, Building 3. Mary infused a brownish energy into the badge on her chest. Block A, Building 3? Isn't that my dorm? So Mary is my fourth roommate who hasn't arrived yet. Is that so? In such a large group of students, I actually get to be paired with benefactor. AC, this must be fate. Saying this, Mary hugged Isilia again. The next day? Today is the day of the student assembly, and early in the morning, all the students of Hawaiian Academy headed towards the central auditorium. Jelena took the initiative to lead the way, so Isilia and her group were fortunate to arrive at the venue before the meeting started. The entire assembly was surprisingly ordinary. This speech is not magical at all. This was Isilia's overall assessment of the lengthy speech, if only they could use memory magic to directly implant the content into their minds. Of course, this was not her main concern. After the assembly ended, ordinary students were quickly ushered out of the venue. The holy sons and saintesses from various countries were retained. Then a cardinal in red walked onto the platform, and the audience perked up, focusing intently on this cardinal. You are all geniuses from various countries, and I believe you have all come for the position of Saint Son. However, only one of you will ultimately become the Saint Son. The cardinal spoke leisurely, and the crowd listened attentively, without a hint of impatience, in stark contrast to their earlier behavior during the assembly. Thus, our church has set up 3 trials, and the first trial is a test of strength. We need a saintess capable of saving the world. Without strength, if you cannot protect yourself, how can you discuss saving others? Excessive sympathy without the power to protect others is hypocrisy, and in the end it will only bring harm to oneself and others. This is great evil. Therefore, for this first trial, we will hold a martial arts festival of magic and sacred arts. In the end, is it still all about strength? Isilia pondered silently, having anticipated this outcome, though she hadn't expected it to be so straightforward, with the martial arts festival commencing right at the start. Then she began to observe the group of future opponents around her, discovering that although they were all candidates for the Holy Sun, their strength was far inferior to hers, most being only at around 2 stars. At that moment, she spotted Mary among those left behind. Oh, so she is also a candidate for the Holy Maiden. However, Mary's strength seemed a bit weak. It would be quite difficult for her to stand out among these people. She also keenly noticed a few individuals with 3-star strength, and as for those with 4 stars. Her gaze fell upon a blonde-haired, golden-eyed boy in the front row who called himself Ravens, whose aura Ixalia could not see through. It was as if he did not belong to this dimension, giving off a vague and mysterious aura. Looks like he will be my greatest obstacle on the path to becoming a holy maiden. Ixalia muttered to herself. At that moment, the red-robed archbishop on stage continued to explain the rules of the martial arts festival. In summary, the martial arts festival would adopt a personal scoring system where winning a match earns 3 points, a draw earns 1 point, and losing deducts 2 points. The 10 individuals with the highest scores would qualify for the second round of trials. Moreover, each match would be limited to 20 minutes. If no winner was decided within that time, the match would be considered a draw. Limited time matches, huh? Ixalia understood this. After all, not everyone had a vast reserve of light essence like her. Generally, if a newcomer couldn't determine a winner after casting spells for 20 minutes, continuing would be pointless and could even harm their body due to the depletion of light essence. Well, for me, I can finish the match in an instant. After all, for most candidates for the Holy Sun, even if they transformed into angels, it would be difficult for them to pose a threat to her. Then the martial arts festival will be held 2 weeks from now. I hope everyone can achieve satisfactory results. May the holy light be with you all. In the end, the entire event concluded with the Archbishop's prayer. Ixalia, what did the teacher say when he kept you all behind? After the newcomer conference, there were no classes scheduled yet, so everyone gathered in the dormitory's living room chatting and exchanging information. They said they wanted to test the strength of us candidates for the Holy Sun and are preparing to hold a martial arts festival. Ixalia replied casually. If that's the case, I think this will be helpful for Her Highness the Princess. Jelena pulled out a stack of information sheets from her bag and said, "These are the basic information I gathered about the candidates for the Holy Sun from various countries." Seeing the thick stack of information sheets, Ixalia couldn't help but feel surprised. Gathering so much information must have been time-consuming and labor-intensive. You're very thoughtful, Lady Jelena. Not at all. As a close attendant to Her Highness the Princess, this is what I should do. If you continue to be so polite, I might get upset. Jelena immediately pouted her face, clearly showing displeasure. I apologize. Then, Lady Jelena, could you tell me which opponents I should pay attention to? Ixalia folded her hands, slightly closed one eye, and playfully said, Your Highness, take a look at this. This one is a candidate for the Holy Sun from the Hewailan Holy Empire, named Ravens, proficient in time magic. It is said that when he first awakened, he had 6 wings, just like you. Jelena, seeing Ixalia's reaction, couldn't help but smile slightly, then pulled out a sheet of information and handed it to her. I've seen it. Time magic is indeed extraordinary. Ixalia recalled the event from the previous afternoon when that holy sun vanished before her eyes. So he also has 6 wings. Hey, has Your Highness already met him? It is rumored that this candidate for the Holy Sun is always engrossed in cultivation, making it difficult for ordinary people to meet him. How did you come across him? Jelena looked curiously at Ixalia. They had just arrived at the Hewailan Holy Empire yesterday, and the princess met that mysterious candidate for the Holy Sun on the same day, which fueled her curiosity. That wasn't a pleasant memory. Let's not talk about him. Are there any other candidates for the Holy Sun worth noting? Ixalia waved her hand, her brow furrowed. She truly did not want to mention that unpleasant fellow. Seeing that the princess was not interested in continuing the conversation, Jelena did not press further, but pulled out a few more information sheets, and then said, These individuals all possess unique magic among those with 3-star strength. For instance, this lightning mage has incredibly powerful attacks that also paralyze, and then there's the moon mage whose additional spells are also worth noting. However, I believe with your strength, Your Highness, dealing with them will be no problem. Jelena's tone was filled with trust in Ixalia. All right, Lady Jelena, I've noted it down. Ixalia smiled gently and hugged Jelena lightly. This sudden gesture felt like an electric current running through Jelena's body, making her cheeks flush like the evening glow. Then Ixalia seemed to remember something and turned to look at Mary, who was chatting with Eve on the side. Mary, speaking of which, you are also a candidate for the Holy Maiden, right? That's right, Ixalia, but I didn't intend to hide it from you. My strength is too weak. Unless I transform into an angel, no one would believe me, even if I said it. Generally, those who can become candidates for the Holy Maiden possess great talent, so Mary's situation is indeed quite rare. So what are your plans? The martial arts festival is about to begin. If you compete like this, there is no chance for advancement. Although this was somewhat harsh for her, it was the truth. Your Highness, why don't we help her? She really is quite pitiful. Eve suddenly interjected. This little girl Fufu was very close to Mary when she saw me returning with her yesterday and seemed unhappy. Ixalia was somewhat speechless. How could she help? Strictly speaking, she and Mary were still rivals. Your Highness, it's like this. Seeing the expression on Ixalia's face, Eve briefly explained to her that Mary was being forced into marriage with a middle-aged man. No wonder Mary, knowing her weakness, still wanted to give it a try. If that were the case, it would be easy, as long as Mary could enter the top 10, even if she couldn't become a candidate for the Holy Maiden, she would still receive training from the academy afterwards. If it were unlimited combat, she might not have been able to manage, but with the current rules there was indeed a possibility for Mary to enter the top 10. Mary, come with me to the academy's training ground. I can't explain it properly here. Isilia suddenly rose and addressed Mary. Having made her decision, she would now shoulder responsibility without hesitation. If she were to ignore even a minor hardship faced by her own roommate, merely for the sake of becoming a saintess, then such a title was not worth holding at all. She would rather become a free-spirited mage. Besides, real combat paled in comparison to the delight of nurturing and growth. Holland Academy boasted an abundance of personal training grounds as it gathered prodigious arcane practitioners from every corner of the realm. Students frequently visited these grounds to practice newly learned spells or test self-devised incantations, experimenting, refining, and seeking breakthroughs. Thus, any student bearing the Holland Academy insignia could reserve a private chamber. At that moment, Isilia and Mary stood within one such compact training ground. Though modest in size, this chamber was fully equipped enchanted targets, containment wards to prevent magical backlash, and sound-dampening barriers to ensure absolute privacy. Mary, aside from holy light art, your strongest affinity lies with earth elemental magic. Is that correct? That's right, Ace. But how did you know? Mary gazed at Isilia with quiet curiosity. Though she regarded Isilia as her closest friend, they had known each other only briefly, and she had never mentioned this detail. I noticed yesterday when you channeled energy into your insignia. Instinctively, one always draws upon their most natural affinity. Ace, your observation is astonishingly precise. But how does this relate to what comes next? Mary was genuinely startled. She herself had no recollection of that moment, yet Isilia remembered it with perfect clarity. Here's the thing, I have a crystal beast named Nom, purely earth-aligned. As she spoke, Isilia reached into her satchel and gently roused Nom, the slumbering earth sprite who had been dozing peacefully. Since joining her, the little creature had grown utterly unreserved, so much so that it treated itself as family. It spent 2 out of every 3 days fast asleep, utterly content. Truly indolent. No wonder it's an earth sprite. Its temperament mirrors the earth itself, immovable, serene, and profoundly still. Isilia mused inwardly, then pointed toward the drowsy, just-awakened creature. This little one is called Nom. From now on, Mary, you'll undergo intensive training alongside him. Truth be told, Mary's current strength remained modest. Even if she elevated her rank as a holy light priestess from 1-star mid-tier to 1-star high tier within these 2 weeks, victory against the elite saint candidates would remain improbable. Fortunately, the upcoming martial contest imposed strict time limits, but placed no restrictions on methods or mediums employed. One could even forego magic entirely, relying solely on sheer physical resilience and fists the size of sandbags to fight one's way to first place. Such prowess would be undeniable. Thus, Isilia reasoned that merging Mary with Nom might yet yield a viable path forward. Unlike Isilia, whose constitution bore no elemental affinity whatsoever, Mary resonated perfectly with Nom. Both shared the earth element. Moreover, Nom differed from Fafnir. He represented the matured form of a crystal beast. By developmental stage, Fafnir was a newborn infant, whereas Nom had entered his adolescent phase. I understand, Ace. You want Nom to aid me in the contest. But if you lend him to me, what will you use instead? It's quite all right. I still have Sylph and Fafnir, and success isn't guaranteed. Try it first exactly as I instruct. Under Isilia's guidance, Mary gradually fused with the earth sprite Nom. Then, a flash of amber light. Before Isilia stood a petite foxgirl, golden velvety ears perked atop her head, and a luxuriant bushy golden tail swaying behind her. What's happened to me? Mary stared in disbelief, clenching and unclenching her fists, sensing for the first time a deep, thrumming vitality surging through her limbs. Suddenly an electric tingle raced across her body, tingling, shivering, overwhelming. Slowly Mary turned, only to see Isilia's hands resting upon her newly sprouted luxuriant tail, kneading and stroking it with gentle, deliberate care. Ace, what are you doing? Her voice trembled, not from anger, but from a wave of exquisite, disorienting euphoria that rendered speech nearly impossible. I'm conducting a fusion assessment. Your integration is flawless, far more stable than my own fusion with Fafnir. Thank you, Ace. Gratitude, once incurred, often multiplied silently. Mary had never sought Isilia's aid, but now, feeling the raw power humming within her veins, she realized with quiet sorrow that she had again become the recipient of profound kindness. Gratitude, once incurred, often multiplied silently. Mary had never sought Isilia's aid, but now feeling the raw power humming within her veins, she realized with quiet sorrow that she had again become the recipient of profound kindness. Don't thank me. I've merely created the conditions. Whether you succeed depends entirely on your own resolve and effort. At this, Mary tilted her head slightly in thought, her golden tail swaying gently in response. Relying solely on the power granted by fusion will still make top 10 placement exceedingly difficult. Our true objective is to accumulate as many points as possible. In truth, even after transformation, Mary barely reached 2-star novice tier strength, still insufficient for competitive standing. Yet Isilia insisted on fusion for a crucial reason, while angelic manifestation offered balanced enhancement across all attributes, merging with Nam, the little fox, focused all enhancements exclusively on defense and agility. Your strategy during the martial contest will be this: when facing a superior opponent, avoid defeat by prolonging the match, leveraging your enhanced defense and agility to stall until the bout ends in a draw, thereby securing points. Mary nodded slowly, thoughtful. Indeed, it would be no simple feat. But the trial extends beyond skill alone. Consider this: no audience wishes to watch their protagonist endure 20 minutes of relentless assault without retaliation, nor does anyone relish a lifeless, passionless duel. You may face waves of boos, confusion, and scorn from every spectator. Even knowing this, will you still strive for the top 10? Yes, I will. Now Mary understood Isilia's hesitation. Yet she possessed no alternative, only the path forward, unwavering and resolute. Isilia nodded solemnly. Good. That is precisely the answer I awaited. From now on, I shall train you rigorously, first raising your base strength to 1-star high tier, then extending your fusion duration. And so within that modest training chamber, Isilia and Mary embarked upon a fortnight of disciplined, unrelenting preparation. Neither foresaw, however, that this act of pure goodwill would ultimately propel the entire affair toward a tragedy that would stir grief and fury in every heart. The Haywailan Academy had been silent for a long time. This world-class institution with a history of hundreds of years was deeply wounded after raising a traitor who betrayed humanity. Although it didn't face total destruction, it indeed suffered greatly and had to remain low-key for an extended period. Now, as the Holy See has restarted, the election for the candidate, St. Haywailan Academy has begun to emerge from the shadows of the past, regaining its vitality. Today marks the first trial that will decide the final candidate for the Saint, the Magic Martial Arts Festival, drawing an overwhelming crowd of spectators and participants. At this moment, on the high platform of the gigantic training ground in the center of the academy, a man dressed in white was addressing the audience and students. His face was lean and his eyes were deep-set, seemingly unruly, yet exuding a unique charm. Dear friends and students of Haywailan Academy, I am the principal, Andy Rosen. He smiled and continued speaking. On this exciting day, we welcome the Magic Martial Arts Festival. In this trial, I hope each of you can give your all and showcase your finest selves, not just for personal honor, but for the future of Haywailan Academy. Now let's cheer for this wonderful Magic Martial Arts Festival. Andy Rosen said passionately, and the audience responded enthusiastically, making the atmosphere even more intense. So how confident are you, Mary? Isilia turned around gently, asking the girl behind her. Mary appeared to tremble, slightly unsure if it was a lack of confidence in her abilities or nervousness from witnessing such a grand event, or perhaps a combination of both. Regardless, it was difficult to perform under such tension, even with capability. Thus Isilia gently took hold of Mary's small, cold, pale hands that were slightly sweating due to anxiety. Mary, listen to me. I have seen your efforts over the past 2 weeks, from a 1-star intermediate to a high level, with your fusion time reaching 20 minutes. Therefore, I believe you can do it. Through the contact of their hands, warmth slowly passed to Mary, calming her emotions considerably. I hope you understand that you have nothing to lose now. There is no need to have any reservations. Everything you do next is for gaining something. Yeah, I know, Ace. Mary replied, as if in response to Isilia, and also encouraging herself with a firm tone. All right, now let's smile together and show everyone our best side. No, Ace, your smile looks so weird. You silly girl, who do you think I'm doing this for? You're making me feel awkward, you know. As she spoke, Isilia reached out her playful hands towards Mary, filling the waiting area with the joyous laughter of the two girls. The Magic Martial Arts Festival was described as a high-profile competition gathering young talents from various nations. In Isilia's eyes, it was merely a bunch of novices pecking at each other. With a small fireball from one side and a small light arrow from the other, the magic being used was so weak, yet they appeared so cautious and timid that it made her, who was already a bit nervous, feel drowsy. However, the audience was still enthusiastic, as witnessing angels battling was something worth remembering for a lifetime. After a long time, it was finally Isilia's turn to take the stage, so she gently patted her cheeks and focused her mind. Ace, go for it. Mary waved her small fists in encouragement. Yeah, Isilia lightly replied before gracefully moving towards the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, the battle for the Saints' position, the magic duel between the candidates, has finally reached its fifth match. The referee and commentator on stage was passionately explaining. On my left is the strongest candidate, Saintess from the Ostendine Principality, a stunning girl with 6 wings, silver hair, and crimson eyes, Isilia. What kind of magic will she bring us? It's truly exciting. And opposite her is the candidate saint from the Plut Empire, a user of both water and fire magic, the water and fire mage, Brian. This is a match that cannot be missed, the strongest battle. The enthusiastic words of the commentator stirred the passion of the audience, and cheers and shouts echoed throughout the venue. However, as the words marking the start of the match fell, flash impact. The spectators barely perceived a flash of light before the boy named Brian, the dual-element magic user, was already lying on the ground, his eyes glazed over and frothing at the mouth. Everyone looked bewildered at the situation in the arena until the referee finally reacted and shouted, "The winner is Isilia." However, the audience outside was in chaos. "Hey, what happened?" "I don't know. I just felt a flash of light, and how did Brian fall down? Was it a fixed match?" While everyone was discussing, Isilia had already walked towards the backstage. "I feel like I owe the commentator an apology for that passionate speech. It's a bit of a slap in the face. Her battle could be summarized as having no entertainment value at all. I took the stage, I made my move, and I stepped down." However, it was somewhat comforting to know that she wasn't the only one performing this way. Her brother Ai, Lu, and Ravens from the Haywiland Holy Kingdom went through similar procedures. Especially that Ravens. Isilia had particularly widened her eyes to observe her opponent, yet as soon as the match began, his opponent mysteriously fell down. "I haven't even made a move, and you fell down." This made Isilia think of this line, which seemed even more like a fixed match. Finally, it was Mary's turn to take the stage. At that moment, Isilia didn't say anything further, just gave her a determined look. Thus, Mary stepped onto her battlefield. Mary's opponent was also at the 2-star initial stage with strength comparable to hers in her fox-girl form. With her angelic transformation, the gap wasn't significant, so Mary had a good chance of winning. As soon as Mary took the stage, she fused with Gnome and transformed into an adorable fox girl. What? The candidate saintess from the Kingdom of Eston didn't transform into an angel, but into a fox girl. The commentator's exaggerated voice rang out, capturing the audience's attention on Mary. "Oh, a fox girl, how cute and beautiful." After a morning of watching angels, the sudden appearance of a fox girl brightened their eyes. "I wonder what magic she can use." As the crowd discussed, Mary's opponent also completed their transformation and summoned an angelic sword. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was focused on Mary, they launched a surprise attack. Swish! With a light sound, the sword fiercely slashed at Mary's abdomen. Ugh! The sudden slash elicited an instinctive grunt from Mary. Yet upon regaining her composure, she realized the blow had caused surprisingly little pain. Isilia's method truly proves effective. Indeed, a thin, shimmering layer of earthen scale armor, identical to Norm's, had manifested across her body, absorbing and dissipating the impact of the strike. Consequently, the damage sustained by her physical form remained minimal. Yet Mary did not grow complacent. She knew precisely the limits of her own strength, and without Isilia's aid, that single strike would already have sealed her defeat. Seizing the moment while her opponent remained stunned by her extraordinary defense, she swiftly disengaged and retreated into the air. Her adversary, the young man named Zoe from the Prut Empire, soon snapped out of his astonishment. Still, he made no attempt to pursue. Instead, he stood firm and began chanting incantations. His earlier choice of close combat had been purely for surprise. Having failed, he saw no wisdom in recklessly swinging his blade. Instantly, blazing fireballs and radiant light arrows coalesced before him, then surged toward Mary. She evaded them with agile grace, relying on her speed. Though when evasion proved impossible, she bore the blows with her body. She appeared harried, yet suffered no serious injury. Spectators assumed she would counterattack once this barrage ended, but they were mistaken. This game of evasion endured precisely 19 minutes. Regardless of audience complaints or Zoe's taunts and provocations, Mary remained utterly silent. In the end, the match concluded with Zoe's sacred energy depleted, and Mary declared victor. What exactly did we just watch? For the first time, spectators found the martial duel festival profoundly dull. Yet their opinions held no sway over Mary's radiant mood at that moment. Isilia, I won. I saw. You fought well, keep it up. Isilia smiled warmly, offering quiet encouragement. Thus, the matches involving Ravens, Isilia, and Mary were collectively deemed the least visually compelling of the tournament. While the first two earned that distinction due to their brevity, Mary's matches dragged on, nearly always stretching to the full 20-minute limit. Worse still, she did nothing but evade and defend, only stepping forward to deliver the final blow once she confirmed her opponent's sacred energy was exhausted. Her caution bordered on maddening. devoid of passion, devoid of spectacle, rendering each bout an agonizing trial for viewers, stifling, suffocating, unbearably tense. Of course, for the competitors themselves, only one thing mattered: steadily accumulating points. Yet as the tournament progressed, Mary's opponents grew ever more formidable. At last she faced the third-star high-rank practitioner, a wielder of lightning affinity magic. According to Jelina's intelligence dossier, he was marked as a top priority threat. His name was Recto, and like Ravens, he was a candidate saint heir of the Holy Kingdom of Havalon. Mary, you may forfeit immediately upon entering the arena. Your accumulated points are already sufficient. Losing this match will not jeopardize your standing. His lightning affinity inherently counters your earth affinity, and his power far exceeds yours. Engaging him would place you in grave peril. Upon learning of her opponent, Isilia promptly advised, I understand, Isilia. Don't worry, I won't be reckless. Feeling Isilia's tender concern, Mary responded with a sweet, reassuring smile, and agreed. As the martial duel festival reaches its fever pitch, our competition surges toward its climax. With the match's commencement, the commentator's fervent voice echoed across the arena once more. Remarkable, he still boasts so confidently despite being humiliated repeatedly. Truly the commentator is peerless, Isilia thought wryly. And yet again he would be disappointed, because the promised climax would never arrive. Naturally, the commentator remained blissfully unaware of Isilia's inner musings, continuing to shout with unrestrained enthusiasm. If there is one mage whose spells ignite awe and stir the soul most powerfully in this entire martial duel festival, it is none other than our lightning candidate Saint Heir Recto. As the commentator's words rang out, thunderous applause erupted across the arena. Recto commanded immense popularity. His magic always arrived with crackling thunder and blinding lightning, devastating foes with raw, brutal force, maximizing spectacle at every turn. And his opponent, the so-called weakest, undefeated, a candidate saintess wielding earth magic, ranked merely Fustar, high-rank Mary. Yet when those words left the commentator's lips, they were met not with cheers, but with waves of boos, jeers, and even shouts demanding Recto strike her down instantly. Mary had long grown accustomed to such abuse, and Isilia had already prepared her for it before the match. Now she felt nothing but calm indifference. All she needed to do was follow their prearranged plan, surrender outright. Hey, you're that trash-ranked first star, aren't you? I know you. You've crawled this far using underhanded tricks. What? Do you actually think you'll make it into the top 10? Recto hurled insults, but Mary remained unmoved. Such taunts held no weight unless they provoked her opponent into fatal error. That, after all, was how she had worn down one stronger foe after another, until exhaustion claimed them. Let me guess, someone as insignificant as you couldn't possibly achieve this alone. Ah, so it's that traitorous nation's false saintess who's feeding you strategies. You two are seen together constantly, aren't you? What did you say? Oh, did I hit a nerve? So it is that false saintess behind this, isn't it? Recto replied, voice dripping with mocking condescension. Isilia is no false saintess. She is the true saintess destined to save this world. I will not allow you to slander her. In an instant, Mary transformed into her kitsune form, ears pricked upright, tail bristling, her fury blazing in her sharp, unwavering gaze. Then, like a silver arrow loosed from a bow, she lunged straight at Recto. Mary, what is she thinking? Why did she transform now? Unable to hear their exchange, Isilia watched only as Mary charged headlong toward Recto, and her heart clenched with desperate urgency. Recto commands lightning. Lightning overpowers earth. Mary, this is suicide. At that moment, Recto summoned dozens of searing lightning bolts, hurling them toward Mary. Even in her kitsune form, swift as wind, she could not outrun lightning itself. Within moments, her body was charred black, her earthen scale armor crumbling to dust upon contact, offering almost no resistance whatsoever. Surrender now, Mary. Surrender. Please, it's enough. Isilia cried out, voice raw with anguish. Why is she doing this? She always listens to me. We agreed, surrender immediately. Why didn't she? Yet Mary seemed deaf to all reason. No sooner had she reverted from her kitsune form than she ascended anew, wings unfurling, halo blazing, as an angel confronting the wrathful radiance of lightning itself. Humph, quite resilient, aren't you? Recto scoffed lightly, not rushing to end the duel, but instead unleashing controlled lesser bolts, prolonging her torment deliberately. That monster, he's doing it on purpose. He could finish her in an instant, yet he chooses to torture her. Just as the crowd, once fervently supporting Recto, began rallying behind Mary in outrage, the match timer expired. With no decisive victor, the result was declared a draw. Haha, so you love dragging things out. Allow me to gift you a draw. No need to thank me, though. Laughing, Recto strode triumphantly off the stage, while Mary lay broken, scorched, too weak even to stand. Mary! Isilia dashed onto the arena, catching her collapsing form and immediately channeling sacred healing energy. Isilia, you're here. Mary whispered, voice faint and fractured. Why, Mary, why didn't you surrender? Your points were already secure. Losing this match wouldn't have mattered. Because he spoke ill of you, called you a false saintess. Fool, what's one insult compared to your life? Isilia's voice softened thick with tenderness and sorrow. Isilia, you once told me I had nothing left to lose. But that's not true. Not since you saved me. From that moment my heart affirmed it. You are the saintess. He may slander me, but never you. So I may yield to anyone, but never to him. Mary, your resolve is now clear to me. The humiliation and pain you have borne, I shall ensure he repays it 100-fold. Isilia watched Rector's retreating figure, her voice icy and unyielding. Your Highness Isilia, is Mary all right? At that moment Eve and Jelena rushed up from the audience gathering around Isilia, as she cradled Mary, their voices thick with concern. Her injuries do not strike at the core, but a thorough examination is imperative. Fufu, take Mary to the infirmary at once. Isilia's tone was calm as still water, utterly placid, yet those who knew her well could feel the inferno of wrath smoldering deep within her soul. Understood, Your Highness, but will you accompany us? Eve carefully lifted Mary into her arms, her brow furrowed with quiet dread. She sensed something profoundly amiss in Isilia's demeanor, a chilling premonition rising unbidden. Me, there are matters I must attend to myself. Isilia's voice was glacial, unwavering. With sovereign grace, she transformed, unfurling 3 pairs of luminous white wings, and shot forward like a lightning bolt in pursuit of Rector. She would make him pay, fully irrevocably, for what he had done. Seeing Isilia's fierce agitation, Eve knew her foreboding had come true, and turned urgently to Jelena. Lady Jelena, leave this to me. Please follow Her Highness immediately. Do not let her commit an irreversible act. Rest assured, I will bring Her Highness back safely. Jelena gave a slight solemn nod before vanishing after Isilia's trail. In moments Isilia closed the distance, her superior speed bringing her face-to-face with Rector. The day's match had long concluded. He strolled leisurely through the garden, serene and refined, like a reclusive scholar dwelling among mist-shrouded mountains, showing no trace of the cruel bully he truly was. How convincingly he plays the part, Isilia mused inwardly. Rector, sensing her presence, turned, his gaze sharp, mocking, unapologetic. Well, if it isn't the 6-winged candidate saintess from the Grand Duchy of Ostenden. What brings you here? Rector asked. To let you taste the bitterness of humiliation. Without hesitation, Isilia raised her hand and flung several enchanted gems that erupted into blazing arcs of radiant flame hurtling toward him. So worked up. Look how the flowers have blackened. We'll see how long you can smirk. You pride yourself on elemental mastery, don't you? So fond of lightning, are you? Let's see if you remain so composed when it strikes back. Isilia extended both hands. The air shimmered with rippling distortion as tempestuous wind energy surged toward her like a tidal wave. Her eyes blazed with emerald luminescence, raw power coalesced fiercely within her palms. Wind subdues lightning, and she would wield his own strength against him with ruthless precision. These past days had brought growth, not only for Mary but for Isilia herself. Her bond with Sylph had deepened beyond measure. Wind obeyed her will as effortlessly as breath, and its force had grown terrifyingly potent. Rector's expression tightened, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he chanted swiftly. A shimmering indigo-violet barrier bloomed before him. Still uneasy, he withdrew a wooden carving from his pocket, tossed it skyward, and watched it transfigure into a thunderous serpent over 10 meters long, surging straight at Isilia. Trivial artifice, Isilia cried. Her gale force erupted, instantly coalescing into a colossal wind giant that roared and seized the lightning serpent mid-lunge, crushing it in its massive fist. With a subtle flex of its palm, the titan pulverized the serpentine behemoth, shattering it into crackling fragments. Then the wind giant drew back its titanic fist, twice-thrice, hammering down like meteoric hail upon the shield, each blow the size of a 2-story building. Rector gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of will into sustaining the barrier. Yet he had gravely underestimated Isilia. The shield fractured, groaned, and began to splinter beneath the onslaught. Finally, the barrier shattered, and the wind giant lunged forward unimpeded toward Rector. Wait, Your Highness. Jelena arrived just then, throwing herself between them as Isilia prepared to deliver the killing blow. Lady Jelena, you arrive most opportune. I am meting justice upon this criminal who struck Mary. Your Highness, calm yourself. If you instigate violence off campus and injure a fellow student, disciplinary action is inevitable. Even disqualification from candidacy is saintess. Rules. Then let me break the ones that shield such scum. Unmoved, Isilia commanded the wind giant. Its fist descended. Rector had no escape. Struck full force, he flew backward, spitting blood before crashing hard onto the earth. Isilia descended slowly, her gaze locked upon the broken figure before her, her fury undimmed. This blow is for Mary. No sooner had the words left her lips than the giant struck again. Rector, helpless, absorbed the impact. This one is for the Grand Duchy of Ostenden, whose honor you defiled. Rector's lungs screamed, his ribs shrieked. He knew another strike would end him. And yet, the third fist fell without mercy. And this one is for me. The wind giant's fist filled Rector's vision, imminent, inevitable, when suddenly a man in crimson clerical robes stepped between them, motionless and resolute. Enough. This ends now. With a single tap of his staff upon the Titan's form, the cleric released a pulse of pure white light, and the towering wind giant dissolved into nothingness as though it had never been. Cardinal, does the Holy See truly intend to shield this wretch? The interloper was none other than the cardinal who had addressed the assembly at opening ceremony. He has already atoned for his transgression. His injuries are grievous. He cannot possibly continue in the saint-designate trials. The cardinal spoke with serene authority. Whether his penance suffices is not for you, or the church, to decree. Isilia's resolve remained unshaken. Consider your own standing, your highness. If you slay him outright, you forfeit your path to sainthood. Even were the Holy See to grant clemency, what would the people say? Even if you disregard your own fate, will you betray little Mary? Was it not for your sake that she bore such grievous harm? At the mention of Mary, Isilia paused, hesitated, then said, voice low but firm, then he will apologize to her, face-to-face, and provide restitution. Naturally. In truth, the Holy See protected not Rector, but Isilia. This was Havilon Academy, a crucible of nobles and elites from across the world. To allow her to kill him here would ignite uncontrollable scandal. So this is the rare treasure I've heard whispered about. The cardinal himself shields a foreign saint designate. Could she truly be her, the one spoken of in legend? From a thicket nearby, a girl with sharp fangs and crimson eyes observed Isilia silently, her gaze alight with intrigue and ancient knowing.